Hola y muy buenas tardes, Nintenderos y Nintenderas. Les habla su amigo X Pocket. Bueno, no es normal que yo vaya a hablar hacia ustedes, pero hablar con ustedes. Bueno, la razón de que mi intervención, bueno, mi interrupción es porque, bueno, como ustedes ya bien saben, esta semana estamos cargados de muchos videos, de muchos directos. Esta semana sí nos va a tocar bastantes directos. Nos va a tocar, bueno, obviamente la transmisión de que ya muy pronto se va a transmitir. Es a las 6 de la tarde el evento. A las 6 de la tarde comienzan las competencias de Pokémon Unite. Y dentro de unos 15 minutos comienzan las competencias de los otros torneos de Pokémon Escarlata y Pokémon Púrpura y también de Pokémon Go y de las cartas de Pokémon, obviamente, van a comenzar. Pero lo que quería hablar nada más en este pequeño ratito, porque yo no voy a estar en todo este gran rato, vamos a estar transmitiendo este día 2 hasta la hora que termine. Bueno, por lo menos hasta la 1 de la mañana. Vamos a terminar esto hasta la 1 de la mañana. Así que, obviamente, yo no voy a estar, pero vamos a quedar con esto por lo menos hasta la 1 de la mañana. El directo, obviamente, va a ser el directo más largo que ha hecho Nintendo Network X, el primero de todos, va, más porque es el evento de Pokémon, el Mundial de Pokémon, entonces va a ser el directo más largo, obviamente, eso sí, sin mi presencia, va a ser obviamente todo en inglés, va, pero ahí van a ver las competencias. Y bueno, una de las razones que quería hablar con ustedes es que, bueno, ya se los había dicho, vamos a hacer cuatro directos, empezando por hoy, que es el día 2 del Mundial. Luego mañana, a partir de las 6 o 6:30 de la tarde, vamos a hacer las incursiones que están ahora en el juego de Pokémon Escarlata y Pokémon Púrpura, de Blitz y de también Hydreigon, Skizor, todos esos que han estado apareciendo como parte del entremés que vamos a hacer el mes de septiembre, obviamente, que es el día que va a aparecer Mewtwo, las teleincursiones de Mewtwo. Entonces vamos a, obviamente, hacer una especie de entrenamiento con los compas, con los que vayan a entrar al directo el día de mañana. Luego después, como más tardito, como por ahí de las 9:30 de la noche, vamos a hacer el directo de el día 3 y final del Mundial de Pokémon. Obviamente, vamos a ver si podemos pescar las finales del Pokémon Unite o el de Escarlata y Púrpura, que es lo que nos más interesa. Y obviamente para el domingo será el cuarto reparto, bueno, el cuarto no, el séptimo reparto Shiny que vamos a hacer en Nintendo Network X a partir de las 6:30 de la tarde. Así que a las 6:30 de la tarde será el reparto que vamos a hacer para este domingo, que será el último reparto que voy a hacer durante este mes y los meses que entran por cuestión, obviamente, de que ya viene el juego, el DLC, saldrá ya ahora en el mes de septiembre y entonces vamos a hacer guía de eso. Vamos a hacer guía, entonces por lo menos unos 2 meses, por lo menos calculando yo que podemos durar en esos DLCs, obviamente. Entonces, bueno, por el momento el Escarlata, el Púrpura no han dicho, pero me imagino que viene hasta en diciembre. O puede ser que venga a finales de noviembre. Hay que ver qué pasa, pero ahí vamos a estar. Los Pokés, no se preocupen por los Pokés Shiny, nunca los voy a borrar, obvio que no. Ellos los voy a trasladar al Pokémon Home de mi cuenta. Obviamente, los voy a pasar todos a mi cuenta del Pokémon Home. Y después cuando ya pase el DLC los vuelvo a meter al Pokémon Escarlata, obviamente. Bueno, eh, eso era todo lo que quería decirles, así que disfruten de este directo del Mundial. Obviamente me hubiera gustado más darles en español latino o en español, si hubiera en español, pero creo que no hay un canal oficial de el Pokémon latino, Latam no lo está transmitiendo el mundial, solamente el de en inglés y yo creo que el de España tal vez puede ser que sí, el de España sí, pero bueno, no importa, ahí lo vamos a poner y para su entretenimiento y ahí nos dan likes, por favor, nos den likes a este video. Sé que va a ser un poco aburrido porque ahí va a estar viendo, hablando gente paja, va a hablar mucho, pero las competencias son así, entonces hay que tener paciencia. Así que, obviamente, por mi parte es todo. Espero que les haya disfrutado. Bueno, que les haya gustado, ¿verdad? De lo que ya les había dicho, de los directos que vamos a hacer este día. Vamos a hacer, obviamente, este directo hasta la 1 de la mañana. Luego después el sábado vamos a las 6 de la tarde vamos a hacer las teleincursiones. A las 9:30, las 9:30 de la noche del sábado vamos a subir el último directo ya del mundial. Y el domingo a las 6 o 6:30 vamos a hacer el reparto que va a ser el último de Nintendo Network, el séptimo, pero no va a ser el último, o sea, no va a ser el que yo voy a dejar a hacer repartos, no, es el último de la temporada hasta que, bueno, termine de pasar el DLC, obviamente. Ahí voy a estar dándole detalles de esto mañana. Bueno, os dejo, obviamente con las imágenes así, para ya casi dentro de unos minutos vamos a ver. Así que por mi parte es todo y nos vemos mañana. Hasta entonces, chao.
Starts now.
luchar con valor y mi convicción, corriendo riesgos sin dudar hasta ser el mejor. Mi equipo es el mejor en cualquier lugar. La victoria llegará porque vivimos en un mundo Pokémon. Pokémon, yo quiero ser un gran maestro Pokémon. Un gran maestro, vivimos en un mundo Pokémon. Pokémon, nos forjaremos sin titubear, la victoria he de alcanzar. Así que un maestro quieres ser, quieres convertirte. Vivimos en un mundo Pokémon. Pokémon, yo quiero ser un gran maestro Pokémon. Pokémon. Pokémon, los viajes Yoto. Pokémon Yoto. Todos quieren ser unos maestros, todos quieren siempre resaltar, todos quieren encontrar atajos para ser siempre de lo mejor. De hacerlo mejor día a día. Si el mejor quiere ser, ese es su nuevo mundo. Otra forma de vivir. Un lugar mejor, con una nueva actitud. Que hay que atraparlos ya, para ser siempre mejor.
Ohayo gozaimasu to all the Pokemon trainers tuning in from around the world. Welcome to Day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I'm Anna Prosser, your host this weekend here in Yokohama, Japan. In case you missed it, yesterday was filled with victories and upsets of all of our titles, including the Pokemon video game, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Today, we continue the action to whittle down the top trainers until just the very best are left to face off on Championship Sunday. In Pokemon TCG, trainers Xander Pero, Jeremy Evans, Juan Andre, and Rafti Rico may have led the way in Day 1, but now players like Pablo Meza and Tord Reklev are waiting to be unleashed with their Day 2 invites. In Pokemon VG, players Alex Gomez, Gabriela Gatti, and Kaito Ari are waiting to flex their Pokemon teams and take on anyone in their path. Pokemon Go has trainers It's Axon, Wadaj, and Valiant Fish looking to stay out of the losers bracket and stay in the running for the grand finals, which will take place tomorrow on Championship Sunday. And teams MJK, Luminosity, and 00 Nation from Pokemon Unite might be one of the first teams to crown themselves a world champion, as their grand finals will take place later tonight on this very stage. I cannot wait to see how this weekend shakes out, and I bet you can't either. But before the action today, we want to extend a big thank you to all the staff, judges, production crew, and more who are helping to put on such a memorable event this weekend. Let's hear it for them. All right, trainers, are you ready? You look ready to me. Casters, over to you.
It's Championship Saturday here in Yokohama, Japan. Pokemon Unite World Championships is coming to an incredible finish here for Season 2 as we are going to be crowning our Year 2 World Champion later today. Yesterday, we had 28 teams arrive here in Yokohama, Japan to compete for that very title. And after just one day of group stage, we are down to a final top 8 bracket with some of the best teams in the entire world competing. Hello, everyone. I am Zoinks, and I am joined again by Kellosaurus. Kello, how are you feeling on today's Championship Saturday?
I am feeling absolutely fantastic, Zoinks. Yesterday was an amazing show, and I bet they are going to pull out all stops today to put out another amazing show. It has to top it, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's been an incredible weekend. Let's take a look at how the day is going to play out, though. Kello, can you break down this format for me?
So, for the format for this weekend, we had the 8-group round robin, which was a best of 3. Now, obviously, 20 teams got chopped. We have those 8, and now they are going to head into an 18 double elimination. Also a best of 3. But the grand finals. If you make it all the way there, it is going to be a best of 5.
A championship title is on the line, but as well as $500,000 worth of prize pool that we are giving away to these teams today. We're paying out all the way to top 16, but that first place prize taking home $100,000. That's a whole lot of money for being good at Pokemon Unite.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these teams are trying to compete for that grand prize, of course, but just making it to day 2 has already earned themselves a pretty solid paycheck as well. But making it into day 2 was not an easy task. Of course, 28 teams. Let's take another look back at how those groups looked from yesterday.
All right, we can see from Group A, we did have Peru make it on through from Latin South. Orangutan from Group B made it through from APAC East. Group C, 0-0 Nation, and Group D is Akjil from Korea.
Incredible teams there, but it didn't stop. MJK from Group E, OMO Abyssinian from Group F, Luminosity from Group G, and Oyasumi Macro from Group H. These teams look so amazing. Let's take a look at how our top 8 bracket is going to be today, because this is the format we are looking at. We have Peru facing off against Oyasumi Macro in round 1, Akjil versus MJK in round 2, Orangutan versus Luminosity. That's going to be our first broadcasted game here on the main stage, and 0-0 Nation versus OMO Abyssinian.
Can I just say, that is a fantastic way to start off the day. I cannot wait to get these matches started.
It's going to be amazing all day long. We have really gathered the best of the best in the world for Pokemon Unite right now. Of course, that's going to all start with Luminosity versus Orangutan. Orangutan, your champions of the Asia Champions League earlier this year. And of course, Luminosity Gaming, your champions from last year's World Championships in London.
Yes, that is so hype, but we do have those teams getting ready, cracking those knuckles, making sure to warm up their bodies and get these matches started.
Oh yeah, these gamers are all in, alright? I mean, Orangutan is ready to go. They did make it out of their group on tiebreaker, so their destiny wasn't in their hands for that final game, so I know that must have been a little bit of a frustrating moment for them. They're looking to have a better performance here in a top 8 bracket, and you really need to. You're going up against one of the world's best, NA's last hope in a top 8 bracket, and of course, last year's former world champions in Luminosity Gaming on the other side. Orangutan's gonna need to bring everything, but let's take a look at that roster for LG.
Yes, we do have Elo, Overlord, Kyria, Slash, and Rin coming out from Luminosity in the NA region. I must say, those matches yesterday, they were pretty clutch.
Yeah, pretty clutch. I mean, that first game obviously is kind of the one mark that they did not feel too happy about after day 1. However, after that, things really started sliding toward Luminosity's way. That time to shine match, LG looked like an entirely different team, a brand new squad here on our main stage. And well, if they want to chase after another championship title, they're going to need to be playing absolutely perfectly all day long. And I mean, the caliber of opponents that they're going to have to face off in this top 8 bracket is no joke. Again, the world's best have been gathered here to make it to a top 8 bracket out of 28 teams. That is one of the most difficult feats that has ever been presented to a team in Pokemon Unite, and only these 8 teams are able to brag that they have done it. We got a cool little graphic here, actually, of players to watch here for this day 2.
Alright, we can see that BKZ from Orangutan, Lapras, Overlord. I must say that Venusaur was incredible. This player can just play so many different Pokemon. And then we have P on the Urshifu from Oyasumi Macro.
I love that. Also, shout out to Luminosity's Overlord for getting the 6-digit average damage throughout the day. World Championships, and you are still putting up 100,000 plus damage all day long. You love to see those numbers. However, they're going to be going up against a very, very tough top path player on the other side. In this first game, BKZ from Orangutan has impressed me time and time again. They look fantastic. Their Lapras was the player card that we saw there. However, their Urshifu in their regional finals was something that really caught my eye. But I mean, you're going up against a team like LG. It's going to be tough. But I really do think that BKC is going to be the player to watch in this match.
Oh, definitely. Well, they would have scoped out their teams yesterday, obviously seeing them on the B stage and on the main stage as well. I'm wondering how this meta is going to shift or whether we'll end up seeing a lot of these same picks.
Yeah, one of the biggest notes we saw about the metagame yesterday was, of course, the legendarization. This Pokemon was chosen by not as many teams as we maybe expected. However, its success rate looked pretty fantastic. Sometimes teams had a hard counter, but if you were putting that many resources into shutting down that Pokemon, you're of course giving value to the other side. And look at this, Orangutan, the vibes are high, they are already working in sync, but Curios, the captain of this squad, really trying to bring this roster together for a final moment. We are headed into draft here, Kello, for the first game of our World Championship Series. I cannot wait. Orangutan going to be in that first pick position.
Yes, they are going to be in that first pick, but it all comes down to this ban phase. It's crucial. Are you going to end up getting some respect bans here? Or are you going to play it safe and just ban something that has been really strong throughout of yesterday?
Wow, we were just talking about the two players to watch in Overlord and BKC, and look at these targeted bans from both sides going after their iconic picks in both directions. Orangutan making sure that Overlord Zoroark will not be available for this game number 1, and Luminosity doing the same to make BKC not have the option of Urshifu.
You know what? I wouldn't want to come up against these Pokemon either. But we are heading into that first pick. Ikura flicking on through, thinking what they're going to select. Keep us on our toes. Gotcha? No? Oh my gosh. They only have a few seconds left as they do decide that last second. And I think this is a fantastic pick. Lapras really shined yesterday.
A lot of time used there on a pick that I honestly think is a 50-50. Do you grab Inteleon? Do you grab Lapras? Kind of those two options. However, grabbing Lapras does give Luminosity the option to go double Defender or Defender plus Inteleon. It seems like that's the direction they are going to go. Curios' Inteleon is very, very fantastic. I believe they played both Snipe Shot and Liquidation here on the main stage, so we're going to have to see what direction they want to go into in their game number 2. Orangutan, though, have the chance to grab the Slowbro. With Zoroark banned, there's not going to be very many options that Slowbro can look to counter. However, Overlord's Dodrio yesterday also looked amazing, and Slowbro is a great call-out into that specific pick.
Oh, definitely. The slow beam is definitely not a Unite move you want to be caught out in, especially during that Rayquaza fight. But can I say, Zacian, obviously we are seeing it for the first time here for a lot of these western regions, but to actually come up in competition against it, have they worked out those strats on how to counter it the best?
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, most of the eastern regions as well haven't had this Pokemon allowed since ACL either. So a lot of tournaments, they have not been playing with it. We are kind of going on an even playing field. And Luminosity Gaming going with that full tanky setup outside of course, the Inteleon from Curios. Otherwise, we are going all aggro all the time. Overlord's Venusaur in comparison with Slash's healing on this Blissey, and I'm sure Elo is going to have that Wish on deck as well. A lot of resources are going to be put into keeping Overlord up and running. We call this composition the Protect the President.
Oh, Protect the President, indeed. You do have Overlord there. I believe because of their build, they'll be running that Petal Dance.
I have to imagine that's the build they're going to be running. Rapid Fire Scarf to have a few more auto attacks in there. But either way, we have the ACL champions versus the former World Championships for our game number 1. Please take it away, Spraggles and Tube Snacks.
Hello, everybody. Yeehaw to you and yours. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here, a.k.a. Spraggles, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the legendary Noob Snacks here. Noob Snacks, how are you, my friend?
I am excited. It's like the calm before the storm. I feel like I could run through a wall, but it's not ready to empty the tank out yet. I can guarantee you 2 things. 7 of these teams won't be a world champion at the end of today, and I will no longer have my voice either.
That's right. We are going to be screaming our way through the best matches of Pokemon Unite that you will ever see as we head into game number 1. Here we go. Orangutan, your purple team. Luminosity, the world champions, hoping to be the 2-time world champions. Your orange team. It's been so amazing seeing all these teams through their group stages yesterday. Teams from every region, all over the world, making it here to day number 2. North America's last hope here, Luminosity, your orange team.
Luminosity, again, world champions. They had a rockier day one than anyone would have imagined, to be quite honest. On the other hand, you have orangutans who actually got here on tiebreakers with their destiny out of their control and just eking in. So two teams looking to solidify their footing, change the pace of whatever they were on yesterday, and really find their groove, because, hey, they're trying to be champions.
Yeah, they're trying to be champions right here, and obviously they've got a tough road ahead of them. There are just so many amazing teams. As we see Overlord heading up into this top path, we talked about it a little earlier on Draft with Kello and Zoinks here that kind of protect the president around this Venusaur. We actually saw it do some amazing work yesterday for Luminosity. We're going to see if they can replicate that here today.
I'm interested to see where Rim goes with his Blastoise. We see them play both the Rapid Spin and the Surf Stoy specifically yesterday as well. So is it going to be truly protect the President, or are they going to go Rapid Spin because they're trying to get the opponent close to Overlord into that pedal dance? Only time will tell.
We're going to have to see how this Paris song works into this combination as well, because that actually could be a huge difference maker. You know, Venusaur could just stay alive for so long, but if you get below that threshold, you hit those three Paris songs, they can pick up a massive KO that they may not expect. And here we have Clefable, Zacian, Slowbro all heading into the central area right here of Luminosity, looking for a fight early.
Orangutan trying to make moves here, but Curios pulls up to help out and bounce this thing out 3-on-3, and it's just poor Ice that's trying to hold it down for the team. They actually get KO'd in an effort to save Shindy on the Zacian.
And look at this though, even though they were able to run out of there, they did get KO'd. It looks like Orangutan got a lot of that central area spawn there at 8 minutes as well. However, some of it picked up on the side of Luminosity. We now have an Inteleon on the side of Luminosity, which is huge now that it's hit that massive evolution.
Yeah, they're trying to buy a lot of time for Z-Ray and Shindy to get online. That's getting a ton of spacing. Of course, we talked about BKZ's Lapras, but really, Ice and BKZ right now are just trying to run interference for Z-Ray, and getting that KO immediately from Curios is huge. And now Ice is the next one on the chopping block. They're eating a ton of liquidations, actually cut off by Akura to make sure that Ice can stay standing, but so many points are going in Spraggles. A very successful Seajack goes on. They're playing pretty conservative, just getting any points in, not trying to overstay their welcome, and then peeling back to their side of the map and getting all those wild Pokemon.
I don't know if you noticed that alley-oop there by Luminosity. It was the stun into the stun into the stun, just a bounce from the Egg Bomb into the foul play, into the Snarl, into more damage, into scoring. Just incredibly coordinated from Luminosity, which of course you would expect being the world champions right here. So they push forward looking for a big KO on Sasha, but they're not able to secure it.
Shindy's just screening behind all three of their other players, but that allows Luminosity to get all over this Regirock. Quick time KO, 2 players down. They get Shindy anyways. Ice is the next one down, and now the Regirock is at about 30%, but they're looking for more bodies. That's exactly what Luminosity does. Another KO for Overlord, and that dinosaur is getting big time.
Big. A level 10 Venusaur right here. If you take a look at, across the board, you can see only a level 8 Zacian on the side of Orangutan. Not even a level 8 Leafeon. They don't have their Unite move yet. Right now, everything is going great for Luminosity. They just have to make sure that they don't give up any big KOs right here and send the experience back the other way.
Without a doubt. I'm glad to see Curios playing that liquidation. We saw a lot of NA teams playing Snipe Shot, but liquidation seems to be the vibe, and I tend to agree. Curios does as well, and is looking good early in this.
As a famous tweet by popular content creator Spraggles, North American teams stop playing Snipe Shot, play liquidation. We're seeing it right here. Overlord running on it, but in a lot of trouble. Big Leafeon Unite not able to take it down. This Pokemon will not go down as the Giga Drains keep it surviving. That's a triple KO as they continue this push here, Doomstacks.
That was an amazing push, exactly what they wanted to do. In the face of course, the Paris song, the ticks were going up, the Giga Drains were just hitting multiple targets, keeping Overlord above that threshold that you mentioned and allowing them to eat today.
Take a look at this, 65 for Orangutan, 183. That's our scoreline right here as we head into the halfway point of this match. And this is one of those moments where you have to say this is Luminosity's game to lose. They are in control of this thing. As long as they don't fumble the ball, they have a great shot of winning this match right now. Of course, there are a ton of ways Orangutan can get back into this match if they get a massive catch, a big KO, especially on this Overlord. If he goes too deep, they can come right back in this thing, and they are looking for it.
Blitz assistance right on top of Overlord. Overlord allow them to keep pushing. Hydro Typhoon chips up 3, and this is going to be an opportunity to convert. Overlord's chasing ice, though. That's the target they want. Nice little telekinesis by them. And somehow, Orangutan has only lost 2 members. I thought it would have been way worse than that, Spraggles. We see the liquidations coming out, and now Luminosity's sitting on top of that goal zone, and that thing's going to be gone. Big overdump of 46.
Jeez, call that goal zone Ben Affleck, because it's gone, girl. Oh my goodness. 2:30:65 at the start of the day. Luminosity is looking like the Luminosity that can win worlds right now. Orangutan needs to get back in this game.
Absolutely. Orangutan having trouble getting the engines going for themselves. You know, Z-Ray used to taking over the game. Shingdi hasn't been a non-factor. We never hear that pedal dance. Verdant Anger is out. Now the pedal dance is roaring. The Giga Drains are there, and they're sitting on top of Shingdi. They're trying to get the follow-up. But now Overlord's kind of caught out, hitting the telekinesis. Can they actually close the door on this thing? Giga Drain hits 2, and they're keeping this thing up. But 2 players down. BKZ's on the chopping block. The push continues. Look at the spacing by Elo on the Umbreon. That's allowing the rest of LG to jump on top of that basement Reggie and take the Reggie Alecki Spraggles. They are beating the brakes off this team.
Unbelievable right there. Not only did somehow the Venusaur survive through that onslaught from Orangutan, just like you mentioned, they had a member of their team in the top half taking this Reggie Alecki. I mean, this is flawless play at the start of the day here from Luminosity. 3 minutes, 12 seconds on the clock. That means Rayquaza hits the map here in just about 1 minute. And as long as Luminosity doesn't make any big mistakes, they are going to sew up this game 1. Orangutan needs to find that moment, though. They've got the Leafeon Unite, they've got a Zacian, of course, they've got that Lapras with Parasong and that massive Unite move. They need a huge catch right here. And level 14 Venusaur is looking particularly tasty. They take that down and they've got a shot.
There's a lot of ammo in the holster for Luminosity to save Overlord, though. You got the Bliss Assistance, you got the Surf Spacing, you've got the Mean Look. You have so many protection tools, understanding that Overlord is their key to victory, and you just need to carry that key all the way to the lock, and then, well, unlock the door.
That's how keys work, ladies and gentlemen. Put them in the lock. Boom! Doors open right up. But we don't need to explain how keys work here on broadcast. I think you know it. And obviously, Orangutan is looking for their key to victory, like you said, Dupe Snacks. You can see Elo moving in there, just trying to disrupt the enemy team right there, as Slash is on their signature Blissey. I don't know if any player is more well-known for Blissey. It's Slash and it's Cookie Dough.
There's only 2. One of them is a world champion, and they're out here right now playing that Pokemon in the final stretch.
Here we go. Rayquaza has hit the map, and right now this is the calm before the storm. Obviously, Orangutan is looking for their moment. They can't make it happen on score. Even if they peel off and get 1 score, they're still too far behind. They need to find their fight right here. The question is, where do they engage? We're watching Elo, of course, because these 2 frontline defenders often call what is happening right here. We can see a liquidation as Leafeon is just peeling out of this situation. Right now, Orangutan is burning time, and they don't have a lot of it. 1 minute, 30 seconds, and Luminosity, they are cool as a cucumber right now. They don't need to do anything except wait for them to make a mistake, and here they come.
There we go. The telekinesis pulls in Overlord. That was the engagement that Z-Ray went for. They used their Unite move. There's no Soul Beam. There's no chance. Bliss is on top of Overlord, and now it's time to scrub the whole team. Hydro Typhoon kicks up 3. 4 players down in a heartbeat. KO Streak of 2. Keep racking them up for the dinosaur, baby. Give Rin credit for 1. BKZ shows up just to get put down. Woo! Rayquaza getting melted, and LG looking in peak form.
Wow, call that Rayquaza Roseman Pike, because it's gone, girl. Off the map right here. Game number 1, looking incredible for Luminosity, looking like a world champion performance. I didn't see this Luminosity as much on day 1, but these are the champs back at it again, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, shades of Season 1 with this Pedal Dance Venusaur Blissey kind of tandem combination, and it looks good in this. I mean, Orangutan had no answer for it, Spraggles. We're kind of in garbage time. We're just racking up stats. Overlord trying to get that average damage number above 110,000 now, of course. Racking up KO streaks. Why not? The kid's doing it on the world stage. Might as well let him keep going. get more points in, all that good stuff. LG commits in game 1.
I think the question is, I mean, can anything take down Overlord? Can they throw the whole team at it right now? Is there anyone that can pick up a KO? I don't think it went down at all throughout the entirety of that match. Amazing stuff here from Luminosity. You can see the crowd hyped, of course, for the world champ. There are a lot of Orangutan fans out there also that would love to see them win this thing.
Well, Orangutan fans, you better throw all your strategies you got towards these kids because they're going to need some help. That was a tough one to watch if you're an Orangutan fan. LG, like I said, looking in peak form, looking to do it on the world stage and off to a great start.
Speaking of needing some help, I think you and I do. Let's throw it back to Zoinks and Kello here to break this thing down.
Ooh, Luminosity is here to play. What a dominant game number 1, Kello.
Oh my gosh, they were looking clean, and I think he nailed the nail on the head there. Protect the president. Can I just say that Venusaur Overlord was, well, very well protected.
Oh my word, yeah, I mean this composition working out exactly as intended, even into the face of Leafeonization. 2 incredible burst damage Pokemon. They can try to outpace that Blissey healing, but Slash and Overlord's health regeneration together was just absurd. Literally unknockoutable in these KO fights. Oh my word, even in these final team fights, every Unite move from Orangutan thrown at the team of LG, and they did not care. Completely repelling every offense they put on. Venusaur from Overlord, 152,000 damage. Unbelievable from this player.
Look, he just wants to top those stats even more. Obviously, having that 100k damage average yesterday, you need to get those triple digits down.
Yeah, 200,000 went, right? We are waiting, Overlord, we are waiting. Oh my word, I can't wait to see more of this match. I mean, we have so many competitive games. I just want to remind everyone, too, we do have that B stream on YouTube to see that B stage footage right now. Well, you see me in Macro and Peru. We're having a pretty fantastic game. Just have both those tabs open for us, folks. That would be fantastic. But this game itself, the former world champions in championship form, if I have ever seen it. Luminosity Gaming looking absolutely unbelievable in our game number 1. Orangutan just didn't have an answer every single time.
They didn't have an answer, but as you mentioned, it's only game 1. There is still a comeback, right? Sides are going to be switched over. There's going to be those different picks. You can steal each other's Pokemon and come up with all of those strategies. And you know what? If we learned anything from yesterday, there were a lot of game 3s.
Yeah.
Top 8. Hey!
That is true. Orangutan is not out of this fight yet. However, we want to talk about a really cool promotion we got going in-game, and that, of course, is the lucky number. So if you got those tickets in-game, you can check that lucky number. We're going to be revealing that right before the grand finals later today. You cannot miss it. You got to make sure you get those super cool rewards in-game. It's the place to be. Also, fun update from the B stage. Oyasumi Macro bringing that match to 1 apiece. They are tied 1-1 against Peru.
Yes, and looking that, I can see it is quite close there.
Yeah, really close game. Exciting stuff over there, but also here on the main stage, that is also the case. Oyasumi, Macro, and Peru looking fantastic, but Orangutan and Luminosity is the match right in front of us, and it has already been delivering so good. That Protect the President comp into a burst damage composition like that, I don't really know what you would consider to be favored, but I do think LG really won in the draft screen, in my opinion, and they won on the battlefield as well. And then one-handedly. I mean, we didn't see the stat screen in that game, but I'm not sure if Orangutan had over 5 KOs in that entire match. I'm not sure if they had over 3.
No, but I know that Overlord there did get a few KO streaks. But you know what? You're talking about delivery. They are delivering the goods. That Blissey, the eggs, they were just popping on off. They were right by their side, making sure that they were well protected, well supported, and keeping that HP regen up.
That's true. Now, Killa, we know how good of casters Spriggles and Dukesnacks are. But let's see how good of shoppers they are as they checked out the Pokemon Center just a couple of days ago. Let's take a cool look at that.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championship 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the Island Scout, Aos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there's a jean jacket. I'm thinking of sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
the best casters in the world, as well as the best shoppers in the world. Man, they really had a lot of fun in there.
Oh, a lot of fun indeed. And might I say, that drip, it is looking chef's kiss. Those plushies, I want to stuff my pocket and get all those plushies as well.
I was going to say which one, but honestly, those two are really trying to collect everything in that entire store. And obviously, Pokemon putting out an amazing pop-up center full of incredible goodies. If you are here in Yokohama, Japan, you have to visit. I know these players have had the chance to do so as well. They're going to be spending all of their tournament winnings as they are trying to get even more. Earn yourself another trip to the Pokemon Center, because we are already at a $25,000 prize for each of these top 8 teams, but every single win is going to be increasing that and then some. You win this, you're already putting up your placement into that $45,000 range.
Can I just say, that is not a bad shopping spree. I think you could fill up 2, maybe 3, I don't know, maybe 5 bags of Pokemon gear.
Absolutely. I know that these teams have been having a whole lot of fun. I mean, it's so cool that we have the chance to host World Championships here in Japan, the birthplace of Pokemon, and Pokemon Unite being here has been just so fantastic. I myself had a ton of fun exploring the country, eating amazing food, honestly, but the best part has been enjoying incredible games of Pokemon Unite all weekend long. And now that we are in top 8 range and we are getting this close to a champion, I cannot wait.
Look, Zoinks, we are still only in that first set, right? There is still a long way to go before we get to reach that crown, that trophy that they all want to get their hands on.
That's right. Well, folks, we're going to be actually jumping over to the B stage to bring you some footage as Oyasumi Macro and Peru are tied up 1-1 currently, and we are midway through the draft. Urshifu banned from Peru, Oyasumi Macro banning out the Zoroark. That's right, folks, exact same bans as our main stage, and I believe that was also the game 1 between these two teams.
And you can even see it's not only the bans, but it's these picks. You can see those defenders, Lapras, Umbreon, but also Inteleon. I absolutely love seeing Inteleon on the stage.
Now, one thing that Peru did in their draft that I wasn't too sure about in that first game was they did grab the Buzzwole, and however, into a lot of counters on the other side. I wasn't feeling too strong about it, and there you can see at the end of that result, it was Oyasumi Macro taking the win. So, we'll have to see how that game plays out. Just a reminder, everybody, we got that B stream on YouTube, so if you want to be catching all the action, you got to have both of those things available for you. Now, I mean, we have a couple of amazing games on the horizon, and there's even more games awaiting as well. Like, the games that we haven't seen actual play yet. 0-0 Nation still has to play in top 8 bracket. We have 2 APAC East teams. It's not just Orangutan. I mean, so many good teams are here on this top 8 stage, and I honestly just can't get enough. I can't get enough of watching these teams play.
Can I just say, so many teams, but so many regions. I must say, the top 8 is so diverse.
Yeah.
But obviously, Luminosity, being the last remaining NA team, they have to represent their region. They need to, hype it all up for that crowd.
The hope of NA. We have one of them. And of course, it is the former World Championships, a pretty good team to put your hopes behind. And if that game 1 is anything to say about it, oh my word, Luminosity is coming for a championship title again. That performance was unbelievable from them. Orangutan looked like, well, I don't know. They didn't show up. They really didn't show up at all. In the game number 2, that is going to need to change. When you're going up against the champ, you got to aim for the top.
If there's anything I learned from yesterday, expect the unexpected.
Yes.
You have no idea what could go down in a game of Pokemon Unite. But as we mentioned, they are getting ready for that game 2. They are going to switch sides, get those bans, get those picks. I mean, I'm excited to see if anything gets shaken up. I want to see some spice.
Yeah, I mean, we have first draft position for Luminosity this time around. Just so everyone's updated, we are going to be jumping into game 2 of our main stage match between Luminosity and Orangutan. Here we go. The draft is going to be beginning, and just like we were saying, Luminosity Gaming in that first pick position. Last game, they got a defender and an Inteleon pair, thanks to their drafting phase. However, this game, they're probably not going to have that luxury. Do they go for that top-tier attacker, or do they grab something like the Lapras, which I truly think has been phenomenal all weekend long? We're going to have to see. Fans, I wouldn't be too surprised if they remain the same on both sides. Luminosity sticking to it. Orangutan having a bit of a split decision.
Yeah, a split decision here. Not really sure what is going to end up getting picked, but it looks like they have decided on the Inteleon. And I must say, it makes sense, but there are so many different attackers that they can pick up. But just to remind you, if Luminosity end up winning this match, they progress through and Orangutan get knocked down into that losers bracket.
Yeah, into that we're in double elimination time right now, so it maybe not as cutthroat as yesterday. When we get to losers bracket, it will be at that point. But Lapras was that first pickup. Also, so fun to see on these player cams at the bottom. As soon as the Inteleon was banned, you just see Kyrgios with a big grin on his face and nodding, being like, okay, I did pretty good in game one. I'll take this. So there we go. Double defender locked in for Luminosity Gaming already. Orangutan sort of having that build. Ikaru's Blissey could definitely be considered a tank-style Pokemon from time to time. And pairing that with Ice's Umbreon is going to be a very formidable front line.
One thing I absolutely love to see is Alolan Ninetales being picked up. The suppression, the crowd control that this Pokemon can provide, especially on those squishy ones. The Blizzard is actually insane.
The move is so good. The Pokemon is so strong. I cry because I want Chandelure picked, but Alolan Ninetales is existing, and that is unfortunate. But here we go. Luminosity Gaming is going to be grabbing that Zoroark Comfey duo. I mean, they put so much weight behind this composition. We've seen this composition work. We've seen this composition fall short from time to time. It's going to be up to Orangutan to try to find that secret recipe for shutting down LG's power combo of Elo and Overlord on this Comfey Speedster duo.
You honestly thought Zoroark was scary on its own? You pair it up with a Pocket Comfey, oh, they are coming for you, so you better watch out. Otherwise, Xingdi picking up that Glaceon there as they get these final preparations underway, making sure these builds are correct, making any necessary switches.
Interesting. Running double attacker or double mage style gameplay into a Zoroark is an extremely large risk from Orangutan. They are trusting Xingdi and Z-Ray to have a huge impact on this game. That Mew is going to need to play elusive to be avoiding a player like Overlord who's on the hunt. I mean, this is a lot of confidence from Orangutan in their draft in game number 2. We're going to have to see where the results lie as we head into our second match between the former world champions and the APAC East competitors of Orangutan. Deuce next. Raggles, it's your turn.
That's right. Luminosity Orangutan back at it right here as we head into game number 2, Doob Snacks. I have to say, looking at this draft from Orangutan, I feel like this is a pretty solid draft into Luminosity, especially stealing away that Blissey that is, without question, one of the power Pokemon for Luminosity and probably Slash's best Pokemon.
Yeah, so if you're Orangutan, you actually are trying to bait LG into Zoroark Comfey, which sounds counterintuitive because obviously Overlord and Elo are insane. But it becomes a predictable factor on how to build your team.
Yes. So
then you can have really like Mean Look Umbreon, you can have Surf Stoys, and then you can have Electro Ball on Mew, and then like Icicle Spear on Glaceon, and really just throw everything in the kitchen sink at Overlord as soon as they go in. Then you get the Comfey for free. Deal with the rest later.
Yeah, that's actually funny. I was thinking the same thing. It felt like when I saw that Zoroark and Comfey come out, I even thought, man, this feels like exactly what Orangutan wanted you to pick in this moment. Then again, I mean, you can be really upset once you see what that can turn into, because we've seen the absolute devastation from this combo. Not to mention that we also have Rin on this Lapras, which I assume is going to be brutal here in this match. Nice job stealing the berry there. We'll see if BKZ can take another. They cannot as they go down here in the top path.
Quick K opener, of course, for LG, but worth the stacks in my mind for that Blastoise, and I believe Orangutan would agree in that particular case. You're not giving up too much in the case of giving the KO to Rin there, and you get to execute some of your game plan.
That's right. Blastoise takes a long time for this Pokemon to come online, so if you're able to get a few stacks early, that's really helpful as we see Overlord heading up into the top path. The Fade attack is coming out. They're looking for another KO. Wartortle gets the evolution, but they still hit it with that massive combo.
Yeah, actually, that's cool best to try and get out of there, chips into the wall, just like a Talonflame Unite move, not going anywhere, and they get gobbled up real quick. That's the problem with this strategy, though. It only starts working when you're team fighting. Until then, and if you let Overlord do it, they will. They'll pick off every single member on your team, one after another. Quickly, the Elo lays down the slow smoke to get out of dodge. Overlord already did their damage, they took the buff, and now they're going back to their side of the map.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but Elo is just one of the most incredible supports out there. The unsung hero sometimes of Luminosity. You can see these massive damage numbers, but you know that is because of the defender play and support play coming from Slash and Elo.
That's the most grief thing of Elo being on Comfy is there's no skill expression anymore. And Elo is so good at this game, and they are fun to watch. And literally a clinic is put on every time they play for all the support players out there. Quickly dodges out, and that KO streak of 2 for the Mew. Zoink said they need to carry their weight in gold here, and they're certainly doing that. Quick 2 KOs. Now they're all over the slow bro, and they're going to go down quickly. Of course, Elo's going to get caught for free here as well. And now, all of a sudden, Orangutan is starting to see their strategy come together.
And this is what we talked about. This is the plays that they expected. That mean look shutting it down very, very hard. And it's interesting we're seeing a Skull Bro on the side of Luminosity. It feels like Surf would be maybe not a better choice. It's going to do probably less damage, but it's also going to displace your enemies a bit more to make sure that, it feels like Overlord can do exactly what he needs to do in some of these fights. We're going to have to see if that pays off later into the match. Obviously, it's still going to have Slow Beam, which is one of the best, if not the best, Unite moves in the entire game.
Yeah, that's the thing about Slow Bro. It doesn't matter how you build it, what items you put on it, it's still got Slow Beam, so you still got a chance. That Perish Song ticks on BKZ. Nice little boost auto to get the pushback, and they might make it out here. Orangutan's all over, but Overlord's going for the engage quickly. The Shedinjidal comes out. That's kind of a key usage there. Glaceon still gets KO'd, and now Ice is getting shredded. KO Streak of 2 for Overlord. Tons of pressure being put on as Akura is spacing back and just trying to keep Overlord from scoring. In the meantime, though, Slash was working on Regice the whole time.
I think there was a moment there, I don't know if you heard me, I audibly just went, ugh, because I just saw what Overlord was doing, just jumping in there. This massive amounts of damage, the back and forth with that combination. Incredible stuff, diving into the back line, taking all of the KOs that they want. Nice objective secure here for Luminosity. However, it does feel like the start of this match a lot closer than game number 1.
That's the thing. Really, Orangutan, all they want to do right now is keep pace. They know they're behind. Their strategy is built that way. You need to get to the team fight phase of this game. Until then, just make sure you don't lose by 200 like you were doing in game 1, and at least on that front, they're achieving it.
I mean, don't lose by 200 is a pretty good strategy here, but I think they would want to probably win as well. Interesting seeing this Comfey on Grass Knot. A lot of players still playing Magical Leap when they pick up this Pokemon. Grass Knot can set up some amazing plays, and if used correctly, when you talked a little bit earlier about skill expression, this is probably the most skill expression you can see on a Comfey that is not running Sweet Kiss. If they nail this Grass Knot, hit 2 Pokemon from the opposing team in sort of one line with it, they pull them together, do extra damage, and set up a beautiful combination for Overlord.
And that's the way you have Elo. So, nice Hydro Typhoon chips up. Are they going to be able to protect this goal zone? The Regice is coming. Comfy Unite is out. Big Surf to pull back the rest of the Orangutan back onto the goal path. And the Unite move comes out. They're trying to find Parasongs are ticking all over the place. Knife Surf back out just to get space off the Regieleki. 2 players down from Orangutan, but they still managed to get Curios, which at least is a consolation prize here. But Overlord is just going insane. KO Streak of 3 for them, and they are out. I think they're fine with the work they just did there.
Yeah, incredible work. A lot of KOs. They don't get punished for it at all. In fact, while that was all happening, Slash just kind of walked up there with the Slow Bro, scored a few extra points while it was all going down. They recognized the Regieleki's not going to go in, but they took an incredible fight. That is a level 12 Zoroark right now, here at about the 5-minute mark in this match. Very scary.
Yeah, that's kind of the counterpoint to Orangutan's strategy. They need to get that Blastoise online because it's your frontline defense to chunk the damage and eat the receipts that really are supposed to be insulating your Mew and Glaceon. That hasn't quite happened yet, which is why Overlord has just ticked over to level 13 with 4+ minutes left. And now it's so big that it doesn't necessarily matter what you do.
Yeah, this is just so incredibly scary, but however, if they can shut this down, if they can mean look it, if they can Hydro Typhoon, if they can throw everything at this Pokemon, the catch-up experience that goes the other way would be massive. Here comes the Lapras Express!
And the Glaceon Unite follows shortly after. Mew is going down. Still, they're trying to fight back through this thing. Ice gets KO'd by Elo, and more bodies are getting taken. The whole team is aced! Holy smokes! Overlord scoring. They're taking the objective. They're taking everything from this Orangutan team. No shot.
Incredible stuff. And look at the math right there. Grabbing a few extra points to finish it off. 283 to 62 right now. Overlord is just dominating this thing, and the entirety of Orangutan is on the ropes right now. They need a big-time rope-a-dope. They need to lure this Overlord in. They need to take this Zoroark out somehow, because if they don't, it's over. It's going to be level 15 by Rayquaza.
I mean, every player from Orangutan is together, and it just took them 16 seconds to take KO a Slowbro. I mean, it's rough sledding out here, because Overlord is on, Overlord is fed, and Overlord is eating. Everybody's getting some now. KO streak again, another ace. I mean, you've heard of Tom Cruise's Maverick, but I think we got a new Top Gun.
Oh, that's great. That's great. We got Iceman on the other side, too.
There we go. I mean, Elo has to be Iceman in this scenario, right?
Well, I'm thinking Ice would be, right?
Well, I mean, but
Orangutan.
But they work in tandem at the end for the big win. 2 minutes 30 seconds
You're
left
right.
in this
Let's
one.
figure out our Top Gun reference while this match continues here.
We'll do it on break.
Yeah, we'll get it figured out, everybody. We'll fix it in post as we have this Regieleki going down here. Nice big secure there with that feint attack combo. That is that level 15 Zoroark that we talked about. 20 seconds now until Rayquaza, and this is a Rayquaza that Luminosity must be feeling great about. Even if they lose this thing, they're up by almost 300 points.
I don't see how that happened. They could lose Rayquaza, but every single member of Orangutan is going to get KO'd in that effort, I can assure you. Holy, okay. Here we go, Orangutan. You got this. 2 minutes, final stretch. What can you do?
This is their big moment right here. Obviously, they need this to stay inside the winner's bracket. They are not eliminated if they lose this match, but they head down to the loser's bracket. It's a lot tougher to make your way to the grand finals down there. There really is no room for errors. We see Overlord going in on this fight, but still pulling back right here. They do not have a reason to really go in and do anything foolish right now. They just need to keep their lead. They need to run out the clock. They're way, way up as Rin is putting another 82 points in this bottom goal. The slow beam on the Glaceon. Here we go.
The Mew Knight was forced out to get a quick KO on Curious. Maybe they can flip the script here. Bliss Assistance right into the middle. They're trying to sit on top of this Blastoise. See what they can do. Hydro Typhoon chips up 3. Tons of damage getting rained in. Served on Overlord. They're at half HP. They're kind of getting buckled. But there's no follow-up. Nobody else from Orangutan is there, so Overlord survives. Elo keeps them standing. Now the pressure continues. There's 2 players down for Orangutan. They're on the hunt. Ice is the next one on the chopping block, and Slash wants that one for themselves. Mew is doing everything they can with these boosted autos on Z-Ray, but it's Rin that's also level 15. A sliver of HP, but that's a Conslayer KO. Overlord comes in for the big time save. Holy, Rin is still standing. And now, boys, this is going to be our 3rd ace of the game. Overlord says, I want it. Give it to me now. Let's go, baby. The team is rinsed again. Might as well start scoring. Might as well do whatever you want. Thing of Sky Ruins belong to LG in this one.
Incredible stuff from your world champions, Luminosity right there. Rin with an absolute dominant performance. The newest addition to the team. I mean, if this is Top Gun Maverick, he's Miles Teller. Let's go. 30 seconds left as Luminosity is just waiting this thing out. They are going to move forward in your winner's bracket.
We are in that last 20 seconds. We're racking up numbers here. Overlord goes down for the first, maybe second time this game, but it's too little too late on many, many different metrics here, as we're using that Lapras Express to go straight to the goal zone, chip up 3. Let's get in more points. Why not? LG wins this one 2-0.
Overlord getting KO'd right at the end there. Obviously, he is washed. Unfortunate performance from Luminosity, but
is that it, eh?
Of course, what an absolute clinic from the world champs right there. And they are looking like they can take the title right now. You can see Rin raising the fists to the crowd as we have a lot of fans here to see the champions.
They looked good. They looked good. You want to talk about being true to form? This is the LG that we remember that dominated in the World Championships last year. Just absolutely ran through the day 2 of last year, and they're looking to find that pace, hit it, and I'll tell you what, if they haven't hit that pace yet, they're certainly getting close.
Yeah, they look incredible right here. I was worried, I think we were both a little worried when we saw that Zoroark Comfey. We know what they could do with this Pokemon, but it really did feel like that's what Orangutan was trying to pull out of them. Unfortunately, I don't think they realized what exactly they were summoning right there, opening up Pandora's box, and it was just devastating.
Yeah, I mean, again, on paper, you can see what they were trying to couple together on the side. of orangutan, and you have to give them credit. You found a strategy, you try and execute it, and you find that that's your best chance. I mean, that's what SAUL Esports did yesterday. You saw in game 1 against LG, they had a strategy, they executed, and it worked. Let's take a look at what this one looked like here in game 2.
Yeah, obviously a much better start here for Orangutan in game number 2, but we still had that classic Luminosity domination, especially these huge moments. You have a Zoroark and you have a Comfey together, making sure that this Pokemon really can never go down, as it performs some of the most incredible maneuvers inside the game. One of the most skill-intensive Pokemon in Unite without question.
Yeah, you want to talk about skill expression. Elo may have had a little bit less of it, but Overlord had all of it, and they were looking phenomenal. That's the thing with the strategy of Orangutan. You can see what they're doing. We talked about it over and over again. But the thing is they need to get together a team fight, but by the time they got to that point on their side to be able to do it, Overlord was so far ahead that it just didn't matter anymore. The gap was too big to close, and it showed, honestly.
Yeah. And you can see, even in this fight, where Orangutan had some moments right here, they caught a couple members of Luminosity. Obviously, Luminosity is playing this so incredibly patient. They're okay with someone going down as long as they're still in a position to not lose the entire thing. And then, of course, this incredible moment right here where somehow Lapras lives.
That patience that you're speaking to is the difference between LG today and LG in the regional finals. Overlord was just buckling in, trying to go in, trying to carry the team, not relying on the other members as much. And now when they peeled back, went to safety, you see Rin being able to step up, take over the game, and have a phenomenal performance on Lapras.
Yeah, and I would say MVP for performance, absolutely. You saw all the moments. You know, Rin is one of those players where they are always away from some of the big fights. They are away from what is happening, putting pressure on different points of the map, and then they come in with that Lapras Express out of nowhere, and it's just absolute pandemonium.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Rin is not seen, but is still doing work. And that's why when Overlord hit level 15, Rin was at level 14 silently on the other side of the map. So when they joined the fray, no chance, man.
And you know what? We have some incredible stuff for Pokemon Unite happening right now. Pokemon Unite is turning 2 years old. What a cute little baby! Use the gift code 2nd anniversary inside the game. Head over to the events page. Head down to your daily events. Scroll down there to the gift exchange and put this in right now. Pokemon Unite will give you a Mew emblem. They will give you a Mewtwo emblem, platinum by the way, and you will also get to try these 2 incredible Pokemon for 3 days.
Look, Pokemon Unite turns 2, Mewtwo.
Oh, we're going to be right back with more hot Pokemon Unite action. Do not go anywhere or I will be mad at you specifically.
I'll be more mad though.
I'll be the most mad.
Nope.
No, it will be. are back here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships here live in Yokohama, Japan. We just saw some amazing games earlier today between Luminosity and Orangutan. Luminosity, your world champs, moving on. We've got some incredible games for it. And there I am. I'm right there. I can see myself on the camera. Boy, I am joined by Kellosaurus. Kello, how are you?
I am fantastic as at the beginning, but I must say, these matches, they are starting to get spicy. Maybe we might get some spicy ramen from the Pikachu.
We may get some spicy ramen from the Pikachu. I'm on camera. I can see myself. Here we go. Let's take a look at our bracket right here. Kello, break it down.
All right, we can obviously see that Oyasumi Makaro, they have taken 2-1 against Peru. And the game we just witnessed here on the main stage, Luminosity sweeping 2-0 against Orangutan.
Yeah, and of course we have Akjil, MJK coming at you right now. Both of these teams going 3-0 in their bracket. Akjil from Korea, MJK hailing from Japan. This is going to be an insane game. And while that is taking place, we have 00 Nation and Obo Obsidian on our B stage, which means you can watch that stream on the B stream on YouTube if you need to check it out. You might need to check it out because it's going to be an amazing game.
It is definitely going to be an amazing game, but Akjil versus MJK, as you mentioned, not dropping a set yesterday, 3-0. MJK, they sweep their group 2-0 against each of those teams.
And can I tell you, I think Akjil is one of those teams that, of course, has Worlds experience, but at the same time was so under-respected coming into this event. I don't think a lot of people expected that much out of Korea here at Worlds, and now we have Akjil coming in, and like you said, just sweeping the competition.
I said, expect the unexpected, okay? We
You
not
text
know.
me that every morning. I'm like, why does this keep happening?
Hello. But we can obviously see these teams are looking fantastic. They are looking fierce. They are ready to rumble.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. And then obviously we have MJK. There have been some amazing Japanese teams here this weekend, but my money is on MJK. Legally, I have to mention that I have no money on any of these events. But if I had to put money on these events, I think MJK is hands down one of the best teams in the world as we head into our draft.
You spent it all at Pokemon Center, right? Is that right? Yeah, that makes sense. All right, here we go. The band phase. We can obviously see they are hovering over. Are we going to get the double same band here?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, are we going to keep seeing a lot of these Pokemon banned? Are we going to see Lapras banned out? Are we going to see Urshifu banned out? It looks like a lot of players don't want to run into these Pokemon. But as we've talked about many times, there are still so many power picks inside of Unite right now. Zacian, Inteleon. There's 90 defenders that are scary to deal with, and one that has actually been doing incredibly well this weekend that I think maybe a lot of people didn't expect is Trevenant. Trevenant has been extremely popular and a huge difference maker in a lot of these games.
Oh, well, you know what? We have said it's a defender meta after all. Having those two defenders, just that tanky front line and allow that back line to get in, get those shots in from long range. It's all about that protection, especially with those supporters.
Yeah, absolutely here. As we're going to see what these teams do want to draft as they move forward. You know, we've seen a lot of very skill-intensive play from a lot of these teams with Pokemon like Urshifu, Pokemon like Zoroark, and then we've also just seen some incredible play that maybe doesn't get highlighted enough, like we said, from these defenders and support players inside the game. A supporter that I feel like is getting picked on and off that I think is really interesting is Clefable. There are times where I feel like Clefable is amazing, and there are other times where I feel like Clefable is a little bit of a dicey pick for some of these teams.
I guess that's the thing. It all comes down to these Pokemon picks, but then it comes down to how these players actually play them. All about that positioning, that team communication is so key in these matches. You know, you can pick up whatever, but if you don't have that team communication, it could all crumble right in front of you.
And you can see it in some of these teams. You can see those moments where you know the way they play this combination, the way they move through this is absolutely perfect. We're going to take a look at our B stage right now for 00 Nation versus Omo Abyssinian while we get ready for our main stage game. Here we are. This match is starting Nation, your purple team. Obo Abyssinian, your orange team, Kello.
Ooh, I must say, there's some interesting things. I like seeing Fennekin go into that central area. Hooper is making its way across that middle path there and is looking for invade.
Yeah, this is that classic invasion strategy, heading into the enemy central area and seeing how much time you can waste, how much experience you can steal. Is there any way that you can pick up a KO? It's really hard to deal with a Pokemon like Hoopa or Snorlax moving into this central area. It looks like they missed the secure right there, and there you have it. Hoopa taking that buff right there and actually pushing them back. Delphox in a lot of trouble right here. Oh, getting caught, and there's the big KO.
That is huge for that Hooper there, and I feel like the secure on Fennekin early game is just not there. Going up against a Hooper, but otherwise we have taken a look at that bottom path. We have the A9 that is online along with the Leafeon as it charges that Solar Blade.
Yeah, looking incredible here. Obviously, Leafeon just gets amazing at level 4, and then they are able to take all of the experience away from their opponents in path. It's pretty incredible. As we see, Hoopa is still in that central area of 0-0 Nation, along with a Glaceon right now, as they continue to try to steal away these buffs. We can see up here in our top path, we've got the Lapras fighting here with the Blastoise. Blastoise feeling, a lot of times like low-rent Lapras in a lot of these games, I gotta say. If you can't have, Lapras, you get Blastoise. It's the Blastoise we have at home, Kello.
The Blastoise we have at home, it is having a rough time right now. Thankfully, Hooper is there to send it back home, get some HP regeneration as they are putting the pressure on. They are using that water to just push him back, hopefully get a KO. But this sustain from the Lapras is too insane.
Now, of course, this is from our B stage right here. We're going to get back to our main stage soon. You can watch the entire stream of all of our matches from the B stage at youtube.com/@PokemonUnite.
All right, here we go. We're heading into that central area. It does look like Oma Abyssinian was able to soak up all of that experience for themselves.
And now we see scores going in here in this bottom path. Obviously, it's just 1 point, so we know that this Umbreon is stacking up either an attack weight, an Eos cookie, maybe both. Both work great on an Umbreon, especially depending on which build they are trying to play with this Pokemon. We can see right here, Umbreon heading back down to this bottom path just to get a little healthy. And I think a lot of people are putting a lot of hope into 0-0 Nation here, especially after we saw them yesterday take down Tally Bobo Believers. But again, if you want to see that match, that is on our B stream. It is live right now, youtube.com/@PokemonUnite.
All right, let's bring it back. We have Akjil versus MJK from Japan. Now, as we head into this band phase, we're going to see what these picks are going to be. And you know what? I think this looks really interesting. Lapras, Umbreon, 2 defenders. We've talked about this defender meta. It makes sense, right?
Absolutely. Now, the question is, what does Akjil want to do with this, power pick right here, the first pick, and they grab Inteleon. This Pokemon's been picked up all weekend. As we say, MJK right here, they're taking 2 massive all-rounders, Zacian or Shifu, back-to-back.
They are taking those back-to-back. Interestingly enough, I feel like usually teams have been picking those defenders and those supporters first up, along with the Inteleon, but not having those on the side. I think these are 2 power picks that you want to have on your team.
Take a look at Akjil right here. They say we are still going to be able to run double defender, and we are relegating you to picking Trevenant. If you want to run another one, I guess it would be Snorlax right here. But they're saying, nah, I don't think we need that. We're going to bring out the Comfey right there. Comfey, oh, they move it over to a Blissey. We almost had Comfey Zacian, which is just a horror story from Solo Q earlier in the year.
No, please do not give me nightmares. Otherwise, we do see that Akjil is hovering over the Clefable. And you did mention it earlier, it can be hit or miss. But I guess being up there in front of a Slowbro and a Blastoise by their side, hopefully is able to utilize that AoE healing to the best.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they are able to do right here. It's interesting seeing, I think both Delphox and Clefable are these hit-or-miss Pokemon. They can really do some amazing stuff, and then other times teams are able to shut them down pretty hard. Looking at this composition here from MJK, I feel like it's a little more fierce. It's a little scarier than what I'm seeing from Akjil, but Akjil also has some huge power Pokemon, and if they're able to make sure that that Inteleon can land those clean snipe shots or liquidations all match, then MJK is in trouble.
Yes, but we can see they are going to be a wrecking ball, possibly sticking together. But you know what? I think we need to throw it off to our casters for this match. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away.
Thank you so much, you two. Wow, Wonder Chef, we got an exciting one to kick off our first game of this best-of-3 set. Oh my word, I mean, Delphox into the Venusaur, looking pretty okay from where I'm standing.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we didn't see the Comfey there. That's like the optimal Comfey team. It's got 3 of the best targets possible. But I'm so excited to watch these teams. Look at this, of all ages, the fans are coming out to cheer for these teams. The Japanese crowd in particular has been amazing. They've been loud just throughout the entire venue. Again, there's the B stage, there's the A stage, and they have been cheering on both sides for every single Japanese team. Just watch the OSU macro from the crowd, and I actually can't hear you. I'm going to need to speak up because now I'm deaf.
Yeah, exactly. The crowd loving this. MJK and Axial, I mean, we were talking about, the analysts were talking about a little bit before we started this match, both 3-0 in their group stage. Well, that's impressive. I mean, the laundry list of teams that includes and defeated is amazing. MJK took out teams like Team Peps, Team MYS, TTV, Axial defeating teams like Amaterasu and Fusion and Brazil. So many solid teams defeated in these scenarios. I mean, these two teams have earned it, maybe more than any other squad in our top 8 bracket.
Right, and not only so dominant, but probably not expected to be that dominant by any means from most people. Of course, everybody was wrong. If you say that you had an accurate prediction bracket, you are lying, or you're like a contrarian and you just did everything opposite. But that is just so impressive for both these teams. I've been very impressed by them, so we'll see how this match goes. Right now, this Squirtle just trying to stay up. This is going to be tough. I mean, having to deal with this Zacian early on in that path is not going to be the easiest thing. A little bit of a fight. Who can take this blue buff?
Oh, that's a tough one, but wow, a boosted auto attack is going to be grabbing it for the Kung-Fu, and Luca Poe evolves into this Urshifu. This is my player to watch, by the way, for this matchup. Yesterday in group stage, Luca Poe was smurfing out there. Unbelievable Urshifu player, so strong. I cannot wait to see what they can accomplish here in our top 8 bracket today.
Already looking pretty good, I'll say. Did you look at that stack in? All right, the Sobble is reaching a little bit right there. It's like, all right, keep trying. Oh, but yeah, that's, oh my gosh, 2 going down now on the side of Okjo.
Yeah, Okjo and check putting in by Epe to get that knockout of the Phantom, which is really solid. That defender's going to be playing from far behind, but everybody else getting knocked out by Halukapo. So really good exchange there for them. Now, Sona, another player we wanted to talk about to watch, mostly because MJK Sona has had a lot of success this year, not just on this team. They actually participated in the National High School Unite Championship just last weekend.
That's right, yeah, that just ended. Very impressive to be so young, but again, you know, like we saw from some of the fans out there right before this match, it's all ages. And also going all the way over to the old guys team.
Exactly. We got the bookends on both sides. Lukapo looking for a bit of an engagement here, but Fable's able to make it away. Everybody has the jet buttons, however, great shutdown there by the Trevenant to make sure that stoppage happens. Great play by Haku King to read that flank.
And just more pressure on this bottom tier 1. They have really just been kind of putting in like a linchpin. This is a very scary situation, and they're finally going to take it down. Yeah, stacking his 4. Going to take the Clefable down on top of that. Great timing as well. We're just under 30 seconds away from the first Reggie spawning. It's going to give a lot more safety if they're going to try to prioritize that base and ridge.
And in Western regions, a lot of the time, a strategy that is employed is saving those goal zones to a little bit later for bigger overdomes and to remove that experience from the other side. In the East, that strategy is basically never employed. It is all about breaking those goal zones as quickly as you can, because these teams like to invade so frequently. It doesn't matter. It's actually just more available experience for them on the other side. When the Pokemon as strong as Zacian is in the mid game, it's a pretty solid opportunity. Registeel is going to be easily go over to the side of MJK, and great spacing is going to try to steal the Regieleki, but Axial is able to take that mule with a great little play, and they get the secure. And I actually think they took the basement Reggie as well. I believe Slowbro got the last hit on that one. Yeah, they got a Registeel buff right now.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, that turned everything around. I was about to say, look how amazing it was that they built all that space by taking that first tier 1. It gave them the Reggie, but then they didn't get it. So Slowbro, great, amazing play, turning things around. And they do need to turn things around. There's still a level deficit for sure for Okjo. They're sitting behind, but if they can scale a little bit later into the late game, they will be looking a lot better. We still need to see the War Turtle hit Blastoise, the Delphox has hit Delphox, and that Unite move is going to be super key for making these team fights go in Okjo's favor.
It's one of the best defenses for a Golzon there. A great gravity play by Fable is going to shut down the escape for Lucapo. However, Venusaur going to find the way to close that KO. A Night Move is going to take out S4L from range, though. Amazing shot there from this Venusaur player. Incredible aggressive play here. KO streak at 2 from the Zasha, but so many of those set up by huge Solar Beam plays.
That was a split right there. That was 2 Pokemon that weren't even next to each other. Amazing stuff from that beam, and that's going to be finally the other tier 1 going down as well. MJK with such an incredible early lead here, 177 to Gusek, to 0 points on the side of Occhill. And on top of that, I mean, the level difference is just building and building. Occhill's not out of it yet, but if they don't find some way to get some big pick, fight their way back in this, things could start looking tough.
Let's talk about Neri's build on the Venusaur for a second here. They're going that Sludge Bomb Solar Beam, and we've actually seen a little bit of the Beam Giga Drain as well. However, you would only ever pick that moveset if something on Actill's team could really be a dive threat to you. If something could jump on top of Venusaur and make that a little tricky, you want that source of individual healing. But because nobody on Actill really has a fast momentum style of play, it's all front to back and really slow pushes forward, you're not really worried about that. So instead, just go for the bigger damage play of that Sludge Bomb, and it will provide a lot better results.
Right, yeah, reducing the special defense. And then also, Sludge Bomb, easily one of the best tools for defending goal zones in the entire game. I love it because it's literally just the exact spacing of a goal zone, and it just takes over and over. All right, great collapse to get that basement Reggie, but now there's going to have to be a big defense here for this top tier too, and I don't know, there's just too many. I mean, that's going to be 6 members, essentially, of MJK, and you're not going to come from the Blastoise. Not probably going to be enough, but hey, that's actually a huge pick on the Zacian. Whatever they get, that might be a good amount of turn EXP. Oh my god!
Luco Penno and Hagu King are getting to work though on the top side of this goal zone. This is a tough push. I mean, there's jump pad available for Actill, so they're able to defend this goal zone rather quickly as you see member after member is jumping in. But MJK wants to keep taking this fight. Hornleech healing is enough for Hagu King to have to find that knockout and get a 40 dunk into that goal zone. What a play from them. Gravity gonna hold in place there. They're trying to escape, but the chase down is still there. This team fight rages on, and finally, Chobo gets a KO going their direction, as I think finally Actill is going to find some semblance of a victory here, but it is not going to come easy, and Chobo again, and Lucapo turns things around and gets a KO, gets the shielding from liquidation of 3 members of Actill, and is going to use that to escape.
Wow, even after all of that, they weren't able to find that KO on Lucapo. That's incredible. I mean, that was like something like 6 or 7 KOs for MJK, and Occhill got maybe 2, and a lot of them weren't even the biggest targets. I think Sona was the biggest target that maybe went down within that. So you can see even the return EXP from that was not super huge, and the lead has built up to 281. It looks like they really want to fight their way back in by trying to secure this bottom objective. It might allow them to get some of the points in on the tier 1 as well. We're going to see the spacing coming out from Blastoise, but the deny on the score from the Solar Beam. I don't know if this is going to work, though. This is a very deep dive.
Yeah, I mean, it's aggressive, and there, Lucapo going to go down. Good trade there by Chobo getting the knockout, and great initiation by Epe. Actually going to use acrobatics to move past an enemy Pokemon and get closer to that backline. So finally, one of the dive options is going to be available for Actill, and they actually use it in sort of picture-perfect composition there. And finally, Actill is on the board. Both these teams are 3-0, but so far it's looked like MJK has had the keys to the kingdom in this matchup.
This would be, okay, that is a ridiculous attempt to steal. I'm actually surprised that we saw that even attempted, because we knew that it was going to go down the moment that it didn't work or even did work.
Now, you do get a little bit of Unite move charge when you get knocked out. So maybe this is a tactical, run it down, earn back a little bit of charge, and Sona almost finding that KO into S4L. The Sacred Sword does so much damage, but of course it is predictable in that area of effect. If you can try to avoid it, dodge that initial stun from that Pokemon, it'll be a little bit easier to deal with. And look at this aggressive positioning by MJK. They are not letting Actill have any real estate around this Rayquaza pit.
Forcing them to have to engage in one of these 2 main choke points is just the worst thing in the world for the team that's trying to push in. And of course, having the score lead on top of that, this is absolutely perfect positioning for MJK. Nobody is out in a weird place. They're actually really confident that nobody's going to be trying to kind of backscore up in the top. They're just saying, hey, you know what? They need to go for Ray regardless of what happens. Even if they take down that entire goal, it's going to be fine. So we can force the fight here. Luckily, it seems like Actill managed to push in a little bit more. This is going to be more of an even position for the start of this fight.
Oh, big push in by Sona. Unite move use already. It's actually not going to find any knockout. And Chobo's going to grab Sona as they get that shot down. Epe finds 2. A KO streak 2 looking for even more as they take every single member around this fight down. Luca Poe's going to receive the Blissey Unite move, and they get 2, they get 3, they chase down, and Epic straight onto the Venusaur, but Luca Poe ain't done. They clear the entire team. 1 Bliss assistance is definitely all that Urshifu needed as they come away with a quadra knockout in that Rayquaza fight, but Epic trades as well. The problem is, can they knock out Rayquaza quick enough? I think with how long the respawn timers are on Afshell, it should be a Rayquaza KO for MJK, as they're going to have a huge lead in our game number 1.
Luca Poe said 4 is not enough. I gotta get to 5. Who's left? Rayquaza's left. I'm taking it. That was looking actually so scary for MJK. But hey, you called it perfectly. The player to watch right now, Luca Poe, taking out that entire team.
One of the best thing about the World Championships is that globally we get to see these star-studded players that have earned themselves a name in their home region, but finally they can showcase that they are truly one of the best in the world. Luca Poe obviously proving they are world class, because on the back of them and PT's Blissey Unite move, they completely turn that team fight around, and MJK takes a 1-0 lead.
Wow, that was such an amazing game. I mean, this is where we're going to start to see these incredibly high levels of individual execution. I mean, obviously we saw the rest of the matches today, but this is just how it's going to be for the rest of this finals bracket.
I cannot wait, but I also can't wait to hear what our analysts have to say. Kelosaurus, Spraggles, break us down.
MJK won.
Yes, they did.
Broke
might
it
I
down
say-
pretty well, I think. I mean, MJK won from top to bottom in that match.
And you know what? It's just a reflection of how they played yesterday. They didn't end up dropping any games, and we'll have to see whether they're going to be able to keep up that momentum and get that 2 KO streak all the way to the grand finals. They did mention they are world class, but are they world champ worthy?
I guess that is, the big question right here. We're going to take a look at that amazing moment from the end of that game. Obviously, MJK was looking fantastic throughout that match, but it got a little scary here at the end as Akcho really came back here, caught 2 at the start of this fight. Nice big slow beam into another KO, and we've got the slow motion for you, so I will slow down. No, it doesn't make sense. Go for it, Kello.
But I'm already slowed down.
And there's the Bliss assistance rocketing in to save Urshifu. While that is happening, Urshifu starts cleaning up this fight in a massive way. Huge solar beam. Inteleon jumping in with that acrobatics actually gets caught partially by the solar beam, but I don't know if it would have mattered because that was a full HP Urshifu. I remember when he started hitting Rayquaza here, I thought, why are you starting this Rayquaza? You're already winning this thing, but there was plenty of time on the clock for that to happen. 123,000 damage here from Luca Poe, our player of the game.
You know what? They were the last man standing, and I think they definitely deserve that player of the game.
Hey, you know what? It might have been that Bliss assistance right there. The shields, sharing that with the Blissey, also the damage amplification that you get when they throw Bliss assistance on you. Huge moments. And I have to say, I thought Actual, they really had a tough time getting it together here in this match. I was talking about it before. I wasn't in love with their draft. I didn't really love their team composition. And throughout, I really felt like they had much weaker picks than the side of MJK, and it seemed to play out in that game.
Yeah, well, definitely they did have that rough spot in the beginning, flatlining that big donut. It was very nail-biting, but they were able to get in some dunks, but it just wasn't enough to take on MJK, especially after that team wipe. It was clean.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from MJK, and I have to say, I think for me, it's the Delphox. I'm not in love with it. I think it's an amazing Pokemon, but I'm just not seeing it be the difference makers. In fact, as we mentioned before, we have a stream of all of our teams on the B stage. I just watched 00 Nation versus Homo Abyssinian. 00 Nation had a Delphox, and I was also not really impressed with its impact in a lot of these big moments.
Look, they just want to bring the fireworks, okay? This is why they are choosing that Delphox. They want to make a show and make this stadium sparkle.
Of course. So we have exciting things happening in Unite. Not only do we have the 2nd anniversary, but we also have the lucky number draw inside of Unite. Stay tuned. The lucky number will be announced later today. And I've been told even if I win, they won't let me win, which I'm mad about.
Oh, well, you know what? We're all winners here, being able to be up on this stage. These teams are getting ready as they break down what they are going to do next. These strats, these picks. Are they going to be the same? Are they going to be different? As I said, I want to see some spicy picks here.
Without question. I think MJK wants another game just like that because they are looking like champions up on that stage. As we talked about earlier, so many great teams from around the world. We have 2 from the Japan region. MJK is incredible. For me, I feel like they're the best out of Japan, maybe the best team in the world right now.
Well, they are the 2nd seed for Japan. Secret Ship being number 1. So whether we're going to end up seeing MJK versus Secret Ship later, or well, actually no, they're not.
Yeah, they were knocked down
No, that's
already.
right. Yeah, so they were actually number 2 and they overcome them. Well, I mean, obviously in groups they did inverse them, but
That's how we explain groups a lot of the time. They were in groups. Now here they are in day 2. Taking a look at the crowd right here. Obviously, a lot of fans of Pokemon and a lot of fans of Pokemon Unite, and a lot of fans specifically of these teams. Whenever there is a Japanese team on the B stage or on the main stage, you can see the crowds flock to it here in Yokohama. People are so excited to watch their region compete.
Birds of a flock, cormorants maybe? I don't know, how would you describe them? I know Chef is rocking a wonderful cormorant suit today.
Yeah, Chef looks incredible as always. Zoinks has a sparkly gold vest today. I think the crew's looking pretty fantastic, yourself included, Kello, as we get ready for our draft here for game number 2. MJK already up 1 game. If they win 1 more, they send Actual down to that loser's bracket, and MJK will continue this flawless run through this tournament.
Yes, we would love to see it, but we have to get through this fan phase, this 10-minute game. Looks like they are hovering over that Ashifu. It was that last man standing in that last game. They do not want to come across it. Otherwise, Leafeon being banned as well. I must say, this evolution, it has been fierce this tournament.
It has. It gets so good so early. At level 4, it's just an absolute force inside the game, which is scary. They got rid of Urshifu on the side of Akjo right here. Not surprising after the performance we saw last round from this Pokemon. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a couple big first picks here from Akjo after Lapras is taken away by MGK. Let's see what they bring out. Ooh, they take the Zacian this time. They take Slowbro.
I think 2 very good picks on the side of Akjo, but coming up against that Lapras, that is going to be scary. Obviously, that Sacred Sword, I just, nope, I do not want to be caught out in it. But, you know what, I like this, an A9 pick, along with an Umbreon, so the suppression that these 2 Pokemon provide, but even if it ends up going the Wish, the healing, the mean look, oh my goodness.
The look is incredibly mean there from Umbreon. What an amazing start here for MJK's draft. But I have to say, the draft we're seeing from Akjo, night and day. So much better than what they had in game number 1. I think they grabbed the Blissey right here. They grabbed the Inteleon. These are huge pickups for Akjo as MJK is hovering. This Hoopa could be a possibility. Clefable, another one. And we may see a Scizor or Scyther on the main stage. Okay.
This is what I love to see. Those out of meta picks, right? You don't see it very often. These are the matches that I like. I'm really interested to see how Lucapo is able to utilize it in this game. We obviously saw them play a mean Urshifu. So another all-rounder, or whether it ends up sticking to that Scyther pick, obviously being able to split that at level 5.
Yeah, the real question is what Pokemon are they going to bring out inside this match? Most of the teams I've saw have brought out Scyther, which plays a lot more like a speedster than it does an all-rounder. We're going to have to see what they want to bring here into game number 2. Obviously, you could take that Scyther, you could dive into that back line, and you can gobble up that Inteleon. I'm sure that is their plan for this Pokemon, if that's what we see here in this match. Kello, any final thoughts on this draft?
You know who can also dive that back line? That Blastoise, especially if it is Spinstoise. It does have those special attack specs, the Slick Spoon, so they might be spinning to win.
Absolutely, and we are going to see who wins this one as we hand it on over to our casters extraordinaire, Wonder Chef Zoinks. Take it away, gentlemen.
Wonder Chef, we get the opportunity to see Lukapo's Scyther again here on the main stage. Last time they played it, they looked incredible, and I actually got the chance to see them play it a second time on the B stage. They look unstoppable on this Pokemon. It looks like a brand new addition to Unite with the way it's playing.
Scyther has been a really interesting pick for me over the course of, I would say maybe the past even like 3 months, where it hasn't gone through any changes, but every time I see it picked from a lot of these good teams, it has this really great effect, and it's so hard to answer. But you have to be just an unbelievably highly skilled player to make it look that way.
Scyther has one of those kind of dualities to it that it is so strong when you are higher level than the enemy team. It's one of the best snowball Pokemon out there. However, the opposite is also true. If you are behind even just one level, it feels almost impossible to get a knockout on the other side. So Lukapo is going to need to be playing picture perfect, as S4L is going to be playing this station and bring it into that enemy central area. Oh, also, quick update, tournament optics-wise, if MJK wins this next game, their round matchup in the winner's semis will be against Oyasumi Makaro. So MJK will be setting up a Japan versus Japan fight.
Wow, now we're going to have the crowd cheering both sides. Oh, the invade, it looks like it's going to work. This is a lot of bullying, and that's going to be a great way to start shutting down that Scyther. This was actually what I was literally about to say next, was it's going to be very tough for this Scyther to not, even if it's not in like the initial range, to just kind of go down to collateral damage from the Zacian.
Yeah, what did we just say about how it's early is strong if it's got that higher level? Well, no better way to prevent that than S4L with a amazing invade. Zacian's clear of the central area is so absurdly fast, it gives you that opportunity to just rush over and steal away a blue buff after you've already cleared both of yours. It's just a ridiculous pace that this Pokemon plays at.
This is pretty good. You know, I think that's a little bit good. But no, honestly, we've been seeing such great performance of that Pokemon from a lot of these teams that I was excited to see how it actually worked out competitively. Ooh, this is pretty far forward positioning here, trying to just get that last little bit, probably some stacks in. Wow, just barely made it.
Blissey's going to find one. Yule's in a tough spot next to that mean look. However, they're able to escape because the rest of MJK's attention was onto that Blissey. So, unfortunately, MJK's Nary going to be, or sorry, not Nary, getting caught out there PT on that support Pokemon.
I said it before, but if you're not inting for stacks, then you're not playing the game.
Correct. Thank you. That is absolutely correct, Wonder Chef. I'd love to hear you agree with me on that one. Double Defender is a composition that can really put the hurt on Zacian. Those S4L having a tough time in that 1v2. However, thanks to some Blissey support, they're able to make it away. But perfect time to bail when MJK brings a full 5 to that central pit.
Yeah, you can see that Lapras with the Perish Song is a really big deal for that Zacian. Not going to have to burn it down super quickly, or I should say the Zacian can't burn down the Lapras, but we'll see if they clash again soon. Right now, it's just most of the team against everybody but Zacian, and they are pushing really far forward. That's going to be the tier 1. Going down, this Scyther's trying to pop up a little bit. Actually just going to back up, realizing, yeah, the position was very unsafe to a push from Zacian. That would have been a Dunzo Scyther. It might still be a Dunzo Scyther. They're going to turn around, try to take down that Zacian. No, he's getting out of range. Safe play from both sides.
Look how good that Alolan Ninetales gameplay is from Nary. They put down that little combo that we see all the time, and then it's just a huge area that Zacian just gets pushed out of completely. If you stay within it, it's a sure knockout the other direction. An amazing anti-dive Pokemon, really the cornerstone of that strategy, making it so hard for S4L to find any way into the back line.
Oh, look at that. Starting the burn and then the initiation from the back with the spin stoics. And we're going to see one Umbreon there trying to get that steal. Not going to make it happen. And now, with this buff on top of everything else and the numbers advantage, they're trying to take down this tier 1. Huge Unite from the Blastoise. That's going to catch the entirety of the remaining members of MJK. The Lapras is so close to going down. The Clefable's so close to going down. But with the return of, I would say, I think 2 of their members, it looks like they're going to be able to at least fight back. Lapras actually still getting taken out.
Yeah, Chobo Skull there, enough damage to actually find it, and MJK had a chance to sort of bring that fight back. Lukapo got one traded out in that initial engagement, so it sort of made things back to even keel. Speaking of that, we're in a tie game of 87 to 87 at this point. Actual definitely bringing a much fiercer game to game number 2. Their draft looking amazing, grabbing a lot of power picks, and really this Blastoise with his rapid spin from Mule has looked to be the secret key to shutting down MJK's backline.
Oh, they are going to be targeting this Regieleki with this 3-1 members of Actual just sitting up here, not able to get the steal. There was definitely potentially there. Looks like the spin maybe was on cooldown, so now they're just going to have to deal with it. There's not going to be too aggressive of a push, at least at the start. They want to take the middle EXP just a little bit, and they're actually going to push kind of from a different direction, so that maybe the red's like you can get in, but there's a lot of return damage. Assassin is bumping in and just chunking everybody. Lapras has to back up. Silence trying to hide, not going to get away. Oh, actually leaped out, making me wrong immediately. Actually going back in, using the Unite. That was a really gutsy attempt.
Oh, I mean, if Chobo did have Unite move there, I do think that's a 2 or 3 KO streak for Luca the other way, but great play from Chobo to immediately shut down that threat thanks to the slow beam of Slowbro. Great call out. Problem is, both of those Unite moves won't be online for this next Basement Reggie fight. Second Basement Reggie is one of the most impactful objective fights of the entire game. It can set the pace of your experience and be the difference between a level 12 or a level 13 or 14 in the endgame.
And look at this, we're just barely getting to these Unites on the side of MJK. We just had 2 members hit 9. Of course, one of them already had it at 8, but one more still needs to even hit 9 potentially. And so we are just not at a great level, and there's going to be the Zacian, yet so hard to out-secure that. This team is going to have some very strong secure. Wasn't even all that much of a challenge, a small attempt, but whoa, right in the Lapras, they're going to go for the counter-engage. And this Perish Song might be taking something up, but a great coordination on the side of Actual. The Zacian is going to go down. It's going to be a lot of great return EXP for MJK, but this is going to be a brawl in a few different areas here as Lapras is going down as well.
That is a behemoth of a blade. Great play from S4L, really setting up the rest of the team. This fight is dragging on quite a long time, but Efe is doing a great job of cleanup. This Inteleon liquidation has been relatively untouched in the backline. Scyther has had a hard time finding this Inteleon, but I really do think it's thanks to Mule and thanks to Chobo for their incredible defender play, playing something we like to call peel, or just defending your squishies or your carries and making sure that it's really tough for them to get knocked out by their positioning and by using their moves in perfect timing.
Raw 50 going in the bottom tier 1. That's going to get 0 overdunk, literally exactly 0. Just trying to make sure that is broken down as much as possible, get that little bit of a lead. And so there's going to be an aggressive push on the side of MJK. They are going in, and they've done a lot of AoE damage themselves, splitting up the entire team of Hotchill. Only 2 left, but it might only need 2, as we're going to get a ton of damage out of that play. Finally, though, going down, and this was a huge team fight for experience. We saw 1 or 2 levels jumped from that alone, on top of evening up the score once again.
Yeah, Sona coming away with a KO streak of 3. This Lapras is at level 13, by the way, at this 3-minute mark. This Pokemon is so strong when it can start rolling over their enemies. A lot of Unite moves used in that team fight, obviously, and actually I was worried about the play from Hagu King on that Umbreon. They used that Unite move extremely early before the Blissey Unite move, so great job from the other side to hold that move until that time. However, MJK spending a full 5 Unite moves earned themselves a great push, and actually Actual's not going to be able to respond in kind until that final stretch. PZ with a bit of an overextension is going to get knocked out, but well, I mean, Zacian is 14 now, so that could be back to the drawing board for them.
Still, though, I feel like if there's one moment that wins MJK the game, if they do manage to pull this one off, it was that last team fight, because they really did jump forward a lot of levels. You mentioned the level 13, that Lapras was level 11 a second ago. So now we'll see. I mean, if they're just still continuing to fight, and this is a little bit scary. Once again, there's not all that much left at this moment to gain, but the longer they delay these KOs, the longer it's going to take them to come back. And now at this point, even Umbreon won't be there for the exact 2-minute mark. If they want to burn it down, Actual has that option.
Sona owes Hagu King some plushies from the Pokemon Center there. So Hagu King going to dive in and defend it, but there we go. Actual full attention to the Rayquaza, going for the full rip strategy. MJK is going to be rising up to the occasion. The Hyper Beam rolled on the Clefable, and they're going to secure it. Hyper Beam roll on the Unite move. What an incredible pull out of that one. It is a randomized move, and they get the best secure in the game of the Hyper Beam. And now MJK is going to rush towards those goal zones. What an incredible moment. Actual decides to try to rip the Rayquaza, but MJK finds the perfect answer.
Are we in Yokohama, Japan? Are we in Las Vegas? Because that was a jackpot for sure. Incredible to make that happen. I love the burn from Occhill. There was such a low chance that that was going to be stolen from them, but what an option to do it. An MVP play for sure. Taking full advantage. Look at on top of it. I'm scoring. I'm using the dog. Everything. This is a full moral victory for sure, and I don't think there's any way to come back into this this game for Akjil. MJK, what a comeback.
What a play from Binzi there. And I will say, they rolled a block on that final Reggie fight when they were going for that last hit secure. So, you know, they got all the bad luck out there, and then instead pushed for all the good luck they found around that Rayquaza fight. And, well, with these final moments happening, Luca Bo going to try to put on a bit more of a highlight reel. But MJK has just sent Akjil down to the loser's bracket, moving them into a winner semifinals match against the other Japanese representative. We're going to have MJK versus Oyasumi Macro here at Worlds. Unbelievable stuff.
Not only is that going to be what is looking like potentially the strongest scene in a match against each other, it's going to be our first regional mirror match of the entire weekend. And well earned from both of those teams as MJK 2-0 moving forward into the winners semis. What a way to do it.
Oh my word. Akjil definitely came to play in that game number 2, having a really solid early game. But you called it out. That final fight around that top half and that Regieleki that MJK won handedly. And honestly, they did it because they had courage. They just used their Unite moves. They clicked the button and they charged forward and they found so many KOs on the back of it. Akjil a bit more conservative in that team fight and not really fighting back too much. And well, they didn't get that extra fight, and unfortunately, they're going to take that L here. Let's take a look at our score graph for the matchup so we can talk about the storyline. So close all the way out until that final stretch.
Yeah, this was a close one. Multiple times we had, well, one point we actually exactly tied score, and then it grew a little bit, but then they kind of caught back up, but it really was going to come down to the final moments one way or another. We can take a look at how much damage each of these Pokemon did. I expect we're going to see some pretty high damage from Zacian. I think this is going to be a pretty high damaging game in general because we had a pretty good amount of brawls. Actually, whoa, you know, we see the highest damage in the game, Mule on that Blastoise, and I was gonna say we had earlier the what was the call? It was like a low rent Lapras sometimes, but coming from SoCal, I love low rent.
Oh sure. Well, Soda absolutely popping off. Let's take another highlight reel of this game because it was all fights all the time. That's why you saw those damage numbers so astronomically high from both sides. And Luca Po proving that this Scyther can still be relevant in a Worlds caliber match. Really was so amazing with it. I know it was on the B stage yesterday, but MJK versus MYS I think was defined by Luca Po's Scyther play. It was absolutely ridiculous, unstoppable, and no one is expecting this pick either. How do you have practice against some of the best Scythers in the world? Maybe North America has it, have a trainer playing that Pokemon, but outside of that, I don't know. An amazing game here. Akjil definitely showcasing the Korean region is strong. They're not out of this tournament yet though, Wonder Chef. They are just going to be heading down to the loser's bracket.
That's right. I believe nobody so far has been eliminated. And once again, we're going to be reminding you all day, there is a B stream as well. That's going to be gameplay only of the off-broadcast matches. Right now, I see Omo Obsidian and 00 Nation at a 1-1 tie on that broadcast.
Wow.
I'm going to stop talking about this. I'm going to go walk over there and look at that. All these matches today are so exciting.
Look at the, oh my word, that Hyper Beam is so good. I can't believe that happened.
I know.
What a moment. I mean, they absolutely need to check their in-game Unite lottery ticket after this one to see if they're winning, because what a play from MJK. Obviously, the crowd's so excited to see the representative from Japan region, the hometown crowd, being successful and moving on and showing respect to their Korean opponents after what was truly an incredible match. Definitely Akjil showcasing some great talent in that game number 2.
It was a really, really close one, and I expect we're going to see more close ones as we move through the day. So that's going to be MJK moving forward to take on Oyasumi Makuro, and then our other match that's happening currently off the broadcast. Well, I guess on the other broadcast is going to be moving forward to fight against Luminosity. So that's, oh my gosh. I mean, just unbelievable matches throughout all of today.
This bracket gets scary no matter where you are, but this action is going to be non-stop all day. We're going to be joining you right after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
They're still playing. A lot of goes down. Ender hops off. Ender presses forward, but it
All right, we're back in top 8 bracket time. Winners semi-finals between Oyasumi Macro and MJK. A battle of Japan here in Japan on the main stage.
They're looking to scrap it out. I mean, as we're going back and forth, of course, both of these teams have looked phenomenal. You can see them gearing up on stage here right now.
Exactly. These two teams have proved to be formidable squads, defeating so many amazing teams throughout the day in the group stage. Of course, Oyasumi Macro defeating, I would say, namely Entity 7 being a huge team that they took out of this competition to make it to the top 8. And then, of course, defeating Peru earlier today as well. MJK, of course, having their own laundry list of names that they have eliminated from this tournament. There has been so much exciting action so far.
Yeah, and something to mention about the main stage, Oyasumi Macro will start with down 1 game. MJK will be up a game here due to earlier today, the match that they had on the B stage, due to poor sportsmanship and just some misconduct there. So they're going to be starting down 1.
We're starting down 1. MJK obviously having an advantage, but I would not count either one of these squads out in this scenario. So much talent on these two teams. We just saw MJK showcase that Lukapo is absolutely cracked on the sticks on any option that they have available to them. Give him Scyther, give him Urshifu, anything. It looks so good. But Oyasumi Macro also chock full of talent. So many incredible players. Tone on that Inteleon has been so impressive in this tournament so far.
Of course, you can't mention Oyasumi Macro without mentioning Mame themselves. A perennial favorite from last year that really showed up and showed out on this same stage, on the world stage. Here to do it all over again as they are on the main stage. And we just got note that we've got a little bit of background duty to do, so we're going to take a quick pause for the cause, and we will be right back.
Championships are still underway in top 8 bracket time, and we are going to be covering a winner's semifinals match between Luminosity Gaming and OMO Abyssinian.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity Gaming has looked incredible the first time we saw them on stage. It really felt, to me, the first time this weekend they've looked in peak Season 1 form. OMO Abyssinian has quite a challenge ahead of them with the reigning world champions.
Absolutely. I mean, already starting yesterday, right? A tough group to make it out of. Having announced esports into that group is obviously going to be a tough one to play around. They were able to do it and push on, but now they have to go up against a team like LG, who is truly in championship form right now. And we're already starting off draft dupes next. Let's see what goes down. Does OMO Abyssinian want to take away that Zoroark that has been so popular, or no, do we go for a more popular defender man?
Well, the Umbreons are being queued up, and Slowbro's on the other side, so it looks like defenders are on the chopping block here in this one, Zoinks, which leaves a lot of great attackers on the table, including, you know, around like Urshifu. You have Inteleon in there too. We're going to see where those end up.
I'd be pretty shocked if we see Inteleon go past the first third of your screen. I think that might be the first pick for Luminosity Gaming. Make sure that's in the hands of Curious, with incredible playmaker attacker. They've truly become in the latter half of the season. But no, actually we're going to go for it. That Lapras pick. Rin looked amazing on that Lapras when we last saw him, so I truly think it's just as solid of a spot. Now, OMO Abyssinian, in terms of players to watch, I love Tempest's tank play that we have seen in the past. Snorlax in particular looked phenomenal from them, and they may be willing to allow a few of these defenders over to the side of LG, knowing that they have that maybe less commonly picked Pokemon in their back pocket.
Yeah, without a doubt. We know that some of the Eastern teams that we have in this tournament also play a mean Trevenant too, and I would be shocked if Tempest doesn't have one in their pocket either. And then quickly though, Inteleon and Urshifu to go with that Lapras, that is a heck of a draft start for LG.
I mean, we're literally getting every single meta pick. However, Zoroark going to be locked in from OMO Abyssinian. Double Speedster combination that they're going to be bringing to the Sky Ruins, along with that Trevenant, like you just called out. If you want space to be created for either of your Speedsters, Trevenant is the best in-class defender to do just that.
I mean, the Hornleash for the big push, and of course the Woodhammer's coming through with the stuns, and now you get two perennial favorites. Elo has been great on this Comfy and Slash, world renowned for that Blissey exclusive. We saw it in the trailer kicking off yesterday, and they locked it in here today.
Double healer composition for the side of Luminosity Gaming. I guess Snorlax was maybe the only other viable option for Slash in this position. However, the Blissey and Urshifu combination is ridiculous. We saw MJK just showcase that in a 2v5 scenario to win them a game. So Luminosity obviously fully capable of big pop-off moments there, but a double healer combination is going to make Lapras extremely tough to deal with, Urshifu extremely tough to deal with, but like normal, Curios is going to have to be sort of self-sufficient from that range.
Well, also Miva locking in the Blastoise, that is a tanky Pokemon. Of course, they get that defender tag, but can play on the offense pretty well, so it's going to be a diverse choice and a great one to pick last. But we got to bring the casters in because this game is kicking off. Kello, Chef, please take it away.
We've got more defenders and supports than we've got actual damage dealers in this game. Not to say that they can't deal their own damage, but what an interesting comp we've got overall. Kello, are you excited for these two teams?
I am very excited considering we have already seen Luminosity shine today with that first match. We'll just have to see how they fare up against OMO Abyssinian.
I'm really excited to see these two match up. Just as far as teams go, I also got to, we got to talk a little bit about the draft, right? So the double healer, I really like this. We know that LG is a team that is really, really strong on supporting their star players to pop off as hard as possible and giving them the two best supports to kind of support a single pop-off character. I love it.
Look, a Lapras and a Comfey. That Lapras is not going down, and as you said, the defenders, they can actually dish out their own damage as is. We've seen some 100k damage dealt Laprases.
Yeah, and another player, we heard Zonks earlier talk about Tempest being a really star player on OMO Abyssinian, by the way. I want to talk about Schwa. Schwa, in all of the footage that I watched, is so strong on that kind of speedster style, which we are seeing on the Zoro. So I'm very excited to see how that goes as well, because that could be one of the counters, trying to go speedster to speedster.
Speedster to speedster, they're trying to speed their way to that win, but we do have them just having a little tuffle up in that top half. Comfey making sure to attach themselves to that Lapras, but unfortunately it ends up getting taken down before they can reattach to the Urshifu there.
Ooh, trying to get the Squirtle, and it's gonna get it, but we do have, Zoroark was there, could have tried to get a little bit of revenge, didn't want to choose to engage, rather trying to get all the Altaria, which is going to happen. That's going to be a huge boost of experience. Yeah, I don't think you're going to take on either of those before the Hoopa portal. Will they come back through? They will. They're going for the KO, but not going to be able to quite get it. Hoopa super low and barely escaping. This could be a great opportunity for the turnaround. The Squirtle is here as well. This is so early for a fight, but no, they are not going to be able to escape. Too many on top on the side of Omo Abyssinian, and they're going to be going back to be aggressive.
They are putting the pressure up in that top lane. They want to shut down that Lapras ASAP. Otherwise, let's go have a look in the bottom part here. We have Blissey getting taken down, and now the Drizzly's here as well. Zoroark diving in deep, not even worrying about that Flux Zone. Double Lapras here with the illusion, trying to just, weird them out there. I know they did that to me, but we are having them back on up, making sure to go into that central area and focus on those Swablues and Altaria that have just spawned.
Yeah, let's be honest, the illusion, it doesn't really trick the other team, it doesn't really trick your team, it just tricks the commentary. That's all it's for, just to make us very confused, and it does a great job of it. No, it can be actually pretty confusing when you're zipping around a Zoroark, which is what you get to see all the time. But as things stand, things are still looking pretty good for Omo Abyssinian. This Zoroark, Schwa, exactly like I was saying, really starting to pop off a multiple level, 2+ level lead on everybody else. Oh, the Ninja Doll! It delays a little bit, not gonna get you out of there though.
No, that Solar Beam ends up finishing it off at 30 dunk, and it looks like Schwa ended up not getting in there 40, making sure to just try and whittle it down as much as possible so they can get a maximum overcut.
Yeah, look at this. This Zoroark is just, to be a Zoroark and be against the team that has some of the most pop-off potential, and you're the one popping off, that is just showing how strong Omo Abyssinian is so far. And we're having just two members of Omo Abyssinian completely uncontested at the first Reggie, Base and Reggie. Very strange, but at this moment, they're having to deal with the Zoroark more than anything. It's like an entire team to itself, uncontested there. That's going to go to the Leafeon double speedster, by the way, which I didn't get a chance to talk about, but this is looking great for Omo Abyssinian.
And that's the benefit of the Hooper, especially having those tier 1 pads. You're able to just teleport up and down, be wherever you are needed. We do have Leafeon being targeted by that liquidation, but it wasn't able to finish it off. Thankfully, able to teleport home thanks to that hyperspace hole and get some full heals.
The Inteleon's going to be, I think, a really key part of this game. Actually, I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Let's see if they actually continue to push. No, a lot of damage from the Trevenant. One luck was from the Inteleon, by the way. But being able to take out, kind of with an auto-target liquidation, one of these two speedsters with how much damage Inteleon can do can be the game changer if you can make it happen correctly. But if you're the one that gets dove as the Inteleon, then you can be the one giving up the game.
That's where those stacks come in to get that crit damage as well. You want to make sure before you pop that liquidation that you have one of those diamonds on there. Otherwise, we do have a little bit of an engage here. Bliss assistance going on to that Lapras. Zoroark just zipping their way through to that portal, popping back up like a jack in the box, and now they are here to rumble.
And we get to see some points going in at tier 2. Omo Abyssinian leading by 136. And on top of that, actually, they're the ones getting pushed now. This is going to be a great way to counter exactly what I was just saying. Now down within 46-point difference. And there's an attempt to get some experience here. This Hoopa maybe not going to be able to get away. It's going to be very tough. Hoopa does have that really sneaky ability, but, the grass knot config. Gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
This is why you do not want to come up against a grass knot config. It just ends up locking you down on the ground, allowing that Urshifu to finish it off. Zoroark on such low HP. Urshifu didn't even go to chase it down, instead focusing on this blue buff here.
Ooh, this is a great invade. And the Hoopa's back for the revenge. Like, hey, I'm still here. You took me down, but I'm not going to let you just run around for free. And we are just about at the spawn for the second baseman, Reggie. It looks like most of Omo Abyssinian is going to be there, and only the Inteleon on the other side. So this could be a very scary thing considering the Zoroark is here. You just do not want to get even close to that Zoroark as the Inteleon, or you are just getting basically one shot. However, this is going to be the Urshifu versus the Zoroark, maybe the main story of this game. The Comfey on top, the Hoopa as well, just allowing some of these resets. And right now, nobody's getting KO'd, waiting for that big first engage, and that's going to be it. The Unite's getting popped, Hoopa unbound, going through the portal as well in the unbound mode. Very, very nice strategy there. And everybody's going to stay healthy, nobody fully committing, but this Unite already being used to bring down everybody.
They are using their resources here, but we do have Omo Abyssinian with that Leafeon Unite still there. They are engaging for a full flip here. only the Lapras surviving. And there we go. It has been taken down. There is enough space for Oma Abyssinian to take them down this Reggie steal for themselves.
They actually all almost went back and had Reggie reset right there. But it was a great turnaround. That was an amazing team fight for Oma Abyssinian. They are looking just totally in control here. Like I said, Schwa just controlling so much. And now also the fact that we're depending so much on these double melee for the damage. This Blastoise is just giving so much collateral damage to every single member of that team. I just feel like the team comp in general from Oma Abyssinian is just great, but still not too huge of a lead. They've got about a level on most of the members of Luminosity, and we've still got 3 minutes and 18 seconds left in this game. This big Regieleki could be big, especially if Luminosity can get it sent into the tier 2.
Yes, that will create some pressure, waste some time, allow Luminosity to just get some resources that they do need. Because looking at the levels, we have 3 level 13s on the side of Oma Abyssinian, and the largest level in Luminosity is only that level 12 Lapras.
Yeah, we might see 14 too by the final stretch. We, I think, have a great chance of that. They are going to have to take a little bit of time to take down the Regieleki. Regieleki does give you a little bit of experience, though, so it's not the worst thing in the world, especially considering half of the map is far. But this is a big push. Right before this final 2-minute mark, we're going to see a real big attempt to at least get some of this tier 1 down, maybe set themselves up for a big overdunk. However, too many members, they realize, of Oma Abyssinian are coming down to defend. Big bonus of having that Hoopa is that everybody can rotate to wherever they want to. Everybody can go back, even if you get that first initial damage. And now look at this. Just back to mobility. It's going to come down to this final stretch, this Ray fight, and it's going to have to be Luminosity to make the first big move.
Yes, going to have to be there. Luminosity make the first big move, but look at this. We have Oma Abyssinian already in this central area, while Luminosity are just trying to farm up some experience, get those levels up and running. Everybody does have their Unite move, except for that Blissey.
Oh, yeah, but that's such a big one to have. That would be really useful. I mean, especially when it could be behind Overlord or Rin. That could be the entire game. I'm also kind of any but their damage dealers, of course. I'm kind of curious as well. But this is really what you want, where you want to have it, and they're going to maybe try to build back a little bit of it, a little bit of an initiation here. Overlord still does have the Kombe on top of them, and that might be a lot of damage on the Blastoise, but here we go. The double speedsters starting to jump in, or at least just one of them, and the Trevenant, and that's going to be Overlord low, but making the KO on the Hoopa. That's going to be huge to start this off. The escape might come from the Leafeon, but Tempest on that tree is going to build a little bit more space. And now we're going to have to see a reset from Oma Abyssinian, and some of this damage is starting to go on Rayquaza.
Oh, starting to go on Rayquaza, but these team fights are so scattered. You have the Zoroark and the Urshifu and Comfy battling it out. Zoroark is going to back for some full HP here. Rayquaza is at half HP. We have everybody here trying to take it down, and they end up being the Lapras that gets the secure for Luminosity.
Oh, and that's going to be 1 KO. It's going to be 2 KOs soon against Blastoise. 3 on the Hoopa. The Blastoise actually staying up. I thought they're just ignoring it. They're like, we do not even care. That Blissey might be the one to take in. That's going to be 100 dunk. Big burgers. 46 seconds left, but there's still only a 40-second lead. All right, starting to build. It's starting to build. And these points, yeah, this is starting to become unsurmountable. They would have to somehow get all the way across the map. They do have a good amount in their pockets, but this is looking like this might be the game for Luminosity. We do see, though, Tempest going to get almost down, undoubtedly, this 80-40.
Yeah, 84, but it is no match to that 520 points that Luminosity have on the board. May seem like things are dire going into that final stretch, but you know what? When there is a right, there is a way.
There always is, and that fight just went so well in the favor of Luminosity. That was really, really good. They were able to keep Overlord up, and that's the most important thing, is that you keep Overlord from not exiting the fight, right? And there were some moments where there were some really big jumps against Overlord, but they did not fully have the damage to back it up. Like, I think he went down to maybe like 10% HP, maybe 20% HP, but one more big hit could have been it. And so, I want to know what the casters think about that, because that was really close to kind of getting out of the last lifeline for North America.
Down to the wire it was. Deuce Max LG, the last hope of NA. Well, make us sweat up here a little bit, or everybody back home in the NA region.
Without a doubt, coming in with that classic, as you know, Lapras, the secure monster,
yes.
Stepping up,
correct,
getting the fairy Pokemon in there and sealing that thing up. And it was a great moment. And like Chef just pointed out, obviously the main target when any team is trying to engage in LG is to take down Overlord and then do the work that you have left after that. And they just couldn't quite cross that threshold, and because of that, they were able to just start shelling in damage, getting themselves a Rayquaza, and subsequently a win.
I was worried about this double healer composition that Luminosity was trying to employ. I didn't have a whole lot of confidence in it. However, it looks real good when you're trying to support Overlord in their incredible Urshifu gameplay. And man, did it ever look amazing in this game number 1. Currently, they have a 1-0 lead. Reminder, whoever wins this is going to be in that winners finals matchup. Luminosity definitely playing with a lot of fire.
Yeah, Omo City, you see right there, I mean, they're trying to get the Hoopa portal down with OMO, but they got chipped up immediately, and then when they were there, they were sitting ducks, and they got buckled instantly. So, I mean, good team fight out of LG, way to suss out the situation. Omo, though, they had themselves a pretty darn good game up until that point.
It was actually such an interesting decision there from the Hoopa on the side of Omo Abyssinian. They had the hoops unbound, they had that huge stun in Hyperspace Fury, and they chose Inteleon to try to stop, to make that objective secure not happen, and unfortunately it was the Lapras that grabbed it. So I mean, just really a tough 50-50 choice. No surprises here for player of the game, by the way. Overlord going to take that one, 112,000 damage. Again, I have never seen a 5-digit number in that category for this player.
Certainly not today.
No.
And every time they put up Overlord's picture, they really need to have picture-in-picture with Slash and Elo there as well. Because, I mean, a race car is a race car, and it can go fast, but there's a lot of people that make that thing go to begin with. You got to give them credit, too.
To quote Rin on stage, saying Elo can 1v9 out there. Support's not getting enough love, so Elo definitely has been an amazing part of this team. You can see that here on the end of the table. Calm, cool, collected, but honestly what Elo brings to the table is just amazing playmaking, but they back that up with mechanical skill. How deep the pool is for this support player is absolutely incredible, and when they get to play Hoopa, I always want LG to play Hoopa. When they get to play Hoopa, it looks so unbelievably good. However, the home face been looking fantastic. The support Umbreon from Elo also been amazing this weekend.
Without a doubt, we're jumping straight into draft. LG off the back of a solid team fight and a Game 1 win. They're going to look to repeat that, but first, we got to get ourselves through this ban phase.
I love this early strategy. If Omo Abyssinian sticks with this strategy, I'm really going to like it. You ban away the Slowbro with the hopes that you can grab the Lapras. However, LG playing really well into that time frame. They're going to be choosing that one as their ban. So, 2 defenders now off the table. Umbreon is going to be in tough contention. However, of course, Inteleon and even Leafeon, which Omo has definitely been showing a lot of draft priority to all weekend long. They could try to grab this early. However, I imagine we're going to be looking at either Umbreon or Inteleon.
That's a great call out. Something I want to shout to Omo Abyssinian. A lot of the teams from the East don't respect Slowbro as much as the teams from the West.
Yeah.
And to see Omo make a nod to the Slowbro, get that off the map, shows to me that they're thinking through this event and evolving a little bit, locking in another premier defender in Umbreon.
Wow, look at this aggressive draft from Luminosity, taking out 2 incredible damage-dealing Pokemon, Inteleon for their attacker, and then taking away the Zoroark from Omo Abyssinian. If they want to play that double speedster composition, they're going to have to be moving a little bit farther down the tier list in terms of speedsters to round out that play style, thanks to Overlord grabbing one of the best in the game.
Well, 2 things to note. In the face of those damage dealers, they give themselves another bulky Pokemon in Blastoise, but that pivots over, and you wanted the Elo Hoopa. They're hovering it now. This might be our first opportunity to see it today, because, man, it is something special to watch Elo work with that Pokemon.
I know you have been in your Hoopa training arc for many months now. It seems like
I'm not getting any better.
Okay, good. Well, now is the time to focus up, dudes. Next, Elo is about to put on a clinic, I know, but what is Omo Abyssinian going to grab for their support pick? Umbreon really can fill in that role. Blastoise can fill in that defender role, but honestly, both of them like that more flexible position. Grabbing a true support Pokemon like Eldegoss is a really good round out. Now, what I honestly do not like out of this draft of Abyssinian is this Espeon pick. This bottom path has been such an important one, and time after time, we've seen the Alolan Ninetales be a bit stronger of a pick here, but due to Espeon being picked, that natural counter of A9 into Buzzwole, it does not exist, and now this Buzzwole pick feels a lot safer into this combination of Omo Abyssinian. All they're going to have to do is avoid those Umbreon mean look stuns, and other than that, they're going to have free range to run around.
Yeah, I kind of thought maybe that Eldegoss would become a Clefable, at least get the gravity coverage there. It's like a pseudo coverage, but big shock to me, and something we haven't seen almost at all this weekend. There's no Urshifu in this game. Not on the bands, not on these teams, which means they are going deep in the well to figure out how to break each other here and move through this World's event.
Wow. Well, I mean, Abyssinian had a draft that I definitely had some question marks to in game number 1, but they made it an extremely close game against the current reigning world champions of Luminosity Gaming. Let's see how game 2 looks as Kello and Wonder Chef take us away.
All right, here we go, Chef Omo Abyssinian versus Luminosity. Now, Luminosity, they are looking quite fierce. If they take this, they're going to progress their way through that winners finals and send Omo Abyssinian down into that lower bracket.
That's right. I'm still shocked from exactly what Dupsnack said. An LG game where there's no Urshifu. I actually do not literally remember the last time that we saw that, so I am very surprised. But on the other side, Omo Abyssinian, they were just too big away from having the full Eevee team. I feel like they should have just done it at this point.
Look, you gotta rock those full Eevees, get that little boost.
Yeah, 1% buff.
No, we have Squirtle and a Gossifleur there. We're fine. Otherwise, we are sending that Leafeon into that central area. It makes sense. You want to get it online, and we do have the Gossifleur. I believe it'll probably end up taking this round buff for themselves to just slow down their opponents.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be the most confusing little phase where you have 3 EVs on the same team. You're going to figure out which one is which by looking at those kind of health bar portraits. But once they start getting that level 4 involved, it will be a lot more simple. But whoa, okay, aggression going on. This Buzzle might go down right off the bat. Great heal there, and it's not quite going to go down, but a surprisingly high amount of damage from a Gossifleur / Squirtle path up on top. That seemed like that was not going to be quite that much.
Look, it's just all about getting that experience earlier on, trying to get those levels, especially coming up to a Buzzwole that doesn't evolve at all. Squirtle and Gossifleur, they have to play it safe. Otherwise, down in the bottom half, we do have some aggression. We have Luminosity getting those first points of the match. So that is some stats on the table for them.
Oh, the Sobble going down instantly, but then in return, the Leafeon going down instantly. This is just, they're just playing Leapfrog, but with, I don't know if it's KOs, I guess. That's going to be huge EXP on both sides. I mean, being able to take down the Sobble very quickly is a really great way to shut it down. It doesn't hate its early levels because its current water gun is very, very strong, but you really want to kind of nerf it for a little bit later in the game.
Oh, but we do have that Pollen Puff attack to the Overlord. It is able to survive and make it on out as we have the Buzzwole and the Phantom there to protect it. Going back, going to make sure to get those buffs in. But you know what? Hooper Portal is going up, it's going down, I don't know. But we have Curios here in the bottom path, once again trying to contest this farm, trying to get that level 7 ASAP.
Yeah, Curios having a little bit, I wouldn't say it's too difficult of a time, but, you know, had a little bit of a tough time getting all that early EXP. Still, the overall lead in EXP is going to go to Luminosity, and whoever's going to get this 8-minute spawn is going to be at a huge advantage. And that looked like that was not Psyshock looking like.
No, it isn't. It doesn't have that secure.
Yeah.
Instead, it is... I can't even remember what that move is.
I know.
Oh my gosh, my brain's just blanked. There we go, we both blanked.
You know, to be honest, I blinked out on it, I threw it to you, and I was really...
How often do we see it?
I know.
All right, here we go. We do have another KO. Zora Arc is down for the count right now. We do have Trevenant making sure to be in that front line, making sure they do not get any dunks. They want to keep that as a donut.
Oh, yeah, but... Oh, wow, that's so much damage. Look at even on the Umbreon, Tempest having to get out of there, the liquidation. Oh, immediately doing so much damage, but also doing so much damage is going to be that Solar Blade. So this is just going to be damage to damage. Once again, Inteleon is going to be a really key part of all of this. I'm actually really surprised that we ended up seeing Curios get that Inteleon again. It's going to have to deal with the Leafeon this time around, with Schwab piloting a different speedster, which is arguably maybe even a scarier speedster, but depending on how it plays, and there we go, that's exactly why. Especially with that Unite, one of the greatest kind of targeted KO options in the game, but who's going to get the last hit? That's going to be, once again, Schwab on that Leafeon, looking to be popping off once again. I say as they get KO'd.
Yes, that is a bit of a trade there, but we have the Zoroark on the hunt. Overlord wants some revenge, but are they going to get caught out? No! Slash is there for some backup to use a huge Horn Leech, and now we have a reset there from the Hoover Portal. They are diving back in. Umbreon is left all alone. 1v4, they cannot survive that out.
Wow, look at that. That sword blade took over half of Kyrgios' HP in one single hit, but then it was just like, yeah, I'm just going to farm up a little bit of damage, try to get that over 100k at the end of the game, but I'm going to let you take that goal because I definitely cannot solo defend that. That's one of the biggest things. Oh, speaking of that, getting taken down immediately. Wow, Overlord just running amok. Oh, but getting taken down by the foul play, it looks like maybe. Oh, no, actually, it was the Espeon that took down in the end. So finally finding some answers, but we're not seeing as heavy of a support on Overlord this time. So we'll see if Overlord can stay up as much as he was previously.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade there. We do have Buzzwell trying to get in there. Dunce, but Levion was there to try and stop that. Going in back for a reset and allows this Levion to take those Swablues for themselves.
Oh, try to get that last hit with the Solar Blade. Solar Blade's such a great secure option. That's the biggest thing. It's one of the best secure options. Maybe the best, actually, from a speedster in the game. I think that's actually true. I've never really considered that, but it's almost definitely true. And we'll see if it comes into play again here one more time. Like, we don't have the side shock, so we're gonna not have that easy secure, but a great way to use that Unite 2 from the Trevenant. And this is gonna be just an attempt to back up. They've got to back up. They've got to defend this. This would take it down to 20, which will allow a pretty good overdunk if they wanted to, but aggressive out of Luminosity. They're going to be using a hoop on bound, trying to pull the entire team over. However, they're all kind of falling into the danger zone, and it's going to be one going down. Overlord at minimum, trading for the Blastoise. Regilecki, though, is going to be the sixth man, make the numbers in their advantage. 2 down on the side of Oma Abyssinian, and that's going to be LG taking that tier 1.
Now, because that Trevenant ended up getting that 27, it wasn't as great of an overcap, but you know what? That tier 1 is gone, and it's going to create so much space for Luminosity here. We do have a Reg Ice that has spawned in this bottom part. Overlord trying to solo it, but Eldegoss is sneaking their way over along with the Umbreon, hoping possibly to get a steal. But look at this sneaky Inteleon hiding in that tall grass. Is it going to get spotted? And can they get the snipe here? Reg Ice ends up getting locked down once again by Shua on the lead.
Schwa has been an MVP player for sure this set so far, but I don't know if it's enough. Getting targeted there by the Buzzwell, managing to get away pretty well. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a Schwa getting targeted. That was going to be the Espeon. And whoa, a big Unite from the Blastoise can't not quite catch Rin, and that is going to be a lot of EXP they're going to be missing out on. They still did manage to get Hoopa at least, so we're going to get some of that. This is staying a very competitive game. I feel like this is closer than we saw in game number 1.
Oh, close indeed, but you know what? It was, look, I do my quick math here. It's about 103 points in the lead to Luminosity right here. Look how I can do that. Otherwise, we have another Rings Unbound from the Hooper. They are trying to just apply some pressure. Phantom Force to just knock up that Leafeon, but they are able to speed away Eldegoss, being collateral damage there.
It's actually 97 points, but you know.
My bad. There we go. I can't do math.
Never try. I'm surprised that I got that one even. But yeah. Also, I figured out by the way, Sword Power. This is going to be for Regilecki for sure for Luminosity, but Sword Power is going to be the other move that we're going to see on the Espeon, which has been working honestly very, very well. It might be an attempt to try and be able to kind of control some of the speedster ability without having to get that solo target, especially against a Zoroark. It can be very hard to manually target any of your Pokemon moves against them.
Yes, well, we do have Oma Abyssinian making sure to take care of that Regilecki, but all the meantime, as they are distracted, we have 3 members of Luminosity making their way downtown. We have the Buzzwell and Trevenant diving onto that tier 2 as everybody else is just farming up experience, trying to see what they can do and get their Unite moves back. Trevenant, in a bit of a pickle, does end up getting taken down. A really risky move, I must say, from Trevenant and Buzzwell to go down there.
It was, and now also there was a little bit of opportunity, I think, that LG kind of wanted to try and take this basement Reggie. They're still kind of going around it. There's 20 seconds left. They could go for it if they wanted to. Looks like Overlord's starting to shift down, but they don't want to overcommit. They don't want to get picked at this exact moment, and especially the fact that now Slash went down as well. I think, yeah, it looks like they're not going to want to fully commit to it. They have a lead, but it's a lead that if Ray is taken, no matter kind of how many people are still up, this is going to be a really good spot for Oma Abyssinian. But Luminosity just needs to win one more to make it into the winners finals. They've got the lead. They've got great positioning. They've got a slight level disadvantage, though. They're going to have to make this work.
But the benefit is everybody has their Unite moves as they hide in the tall grass, trying to find some unsuspecting prey here. Who is going to get caught out? Elo is wandering around, pops that Hooper portal down there to just distract them, waiting for that Rings Unbound to be popped out.
feel like that Ray took a little bit of time to turn around. That was kind of strange, but there's no real big commitment. We've actually got Rin, I believe, up on that top path, looking to get a huge back score. Look at this, nobody to contest, and that's going to be a big initiation instead for Obsidian, realizing that they're going to have the numbers advantage, but they're going to be the first ones to get taken down. It's going to be Schwa going down, and so LG completely in the lead, taking down 2 more with only 2 left and a 200-point lead. Luminosity going for this. Can Blasphemous get the steal? It's the last chance possible, but being chased down by Curios on that Inteleon, that's gonna be it. No way to come back from that. 50 AOS energy in all of their pockets. That is gonna be LG.
This is the benefit of having that Rings Unbound. Obviously, had that Buzzwell going and dunking in that top half, but as things started to look dire there, it made sure to come back as soon as it got those dunks. They are waving on in, trying to take them down. They have those shields on him, but we do have Inteleon getting taken down. Hooper is still trying to kite around, save that shield, but you know what? 751 to 117. I think there's a clear winner here. It is Luminosity.
Yeah, all you can do at this point is say, you know, we're going to get a few revenge KOs. We're going to try our best. 10 seconds left. You might not even be able to get to that tier 1 and get any of those points in. Regardless, it wouldn't matter. Luminosity keeping the dream of the West alive as they're going to be moving into the winners finals 2-0. Congratulations. A great showing.
Look, this is why they were the world champs in 2022. They want to take this back to back, and they are really showing us what they are made of. But obviously, it isn't over for Omer Abyssinian yet, as they do make their way down into that lowest bracket.
Yeah, they've been playing amazing. I felt like they were doing really well in a lot of those situations. I think a lot of this just came down to those Rayquaza fights. Again, we saw such amazing speedster play out of Schwa in particular, just destroying the early game, especially when they were given that Zoroark. They were able to do so much. Even when they were given the Leafeon, they might not get as many KOs, but their secure power was off the charts. It came down to LG being so comfortable, I think, with how their team comp works in those final moments, and they came out on top both times.
And you can see during this graph, they held that lead. They held onto it very, very tight, and they did not let Omer Abyssinian get any closer as they flatlined towards the end.
Yeah, they're being able to control all that space and all that score was so great. We can see the stat lines across the board. Honestly, kind of low damage. The stored power actually leading the pack across the entire game. So that was a really cool pick on the Espeon. I didn't feel like it wasn't a right pick. You know, again, it felt like there was very much a chance that Omi Wasino could win this. They were ahead in EXP for a good amount of time, but in the end, I still think it was a cool pick and it was very impressive.
But wait a minute, Overlord didn't reach those triple digits.
True.
Oh, all right. As we go and have a look at some highlights here, some knockouts, you can see the aggression that Omer Abyssinian were trying to bring, but Luminosity was able to match that.
Yeah, this was honestly such a cool game to watch. This was so based around kind of like being able to have these really quick melee carries, whether it's actually Speedster, whether it's an Urshifu, it didn't really matter. This was just a great showing of individual skill and, of course, a full team to be able to back up everybody on each side. I feel like this is a really well-matched 2, and it didn't feel like a 2-0 to me. You can just see how much of a back and forth this was in these replays.
All those individual gears turning to just work as a team and power that machine, the wrecking ball that Luminosity was. Obviously, we can see them popping their Unite moves. We have the Rayquaza fight here. It was super duper intense as they do pop their Unite moves, but thankfully, we did end up having that Buzzwell come in clutch through that portal and finish him off.
Oh yeah, and there was even still almost a scary little chance that maybe the Blastoise could have done it right there, but a great spacing from Curios on that Inteleon, and like you said, what a great opportunity for LG to keep moving forward. Of course, your previous world champions, and if there was an MVP of that last year, it may have been this player here, Overlord, on the Zoroark, considerably less supported. This is 70 KO damage, almost probably the lowest that Overlord has had this entire tournament.
Can we just add an extra 0 on there?
That wouldn't be wrong, I'm sure.
No, not at all. But you know what? I think that was a pretty intense match. Luminosity, they are looking good today as they progress their way through that winner's bracket. I don't know, can they get a clean sweep all the way to that grand final?
That is a great question. There are so many teams from specifically North America and Europe that so many people thought were going to go far, right? Not necessarily every single team, but for example, I mean, I talk about Believers from NA Amaterasu, all of them eliminated. The only chance left for those regions that have been somewhat playing together over the past UCS season is LG. So I know a lot of players are rooting for them. They want them to keep going all the way through. And I guess there's only one way to find out is this to see them keep going. And that is really cool to see. I love just exactly how, I guess, varied so far we've seen this top 8B. But we're going to see more varied matches coming up very soon. We're still moving through the bracket. There's a loser's bracket as well as a few more matches in the winner's side. We're going to come back to those with the Pokemon Unite World Championships right after this.
Unites are out there pushing in, and that's the Trevenant Unite as well. That picks up count. They get it through, and it's Mark Saxon. They absolutely took it up that Dexter Unite, and now they're pushing forward. They dive right back on into Slash, and in the meantime, Yakilia finds 2 KOs. Look, absolutely dominates the final fight.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are here, day 2 of the World Championships live in Yokohama, Japan. And day 2 is the final day. We will know who our champion is at the end of these exciting matches. We have some incredible action left to go. So many amazing teams. I am Spraggles. I am joined by the one and only Wonder Chef. Wonder Chef, what a series we have for them next.
Yeah, you know, you said it's the final day, but it's also the final chance for 2 teams and 2 different regions. I'm very, very excited to see this, but it's sad to see any of them go. Great teams that have done a great job so far.
Yeah, we've seen so many amazing teams play. Obviously, we had this insane group stage on day 1. And now here we are in our top 8. We're taking a look at Actual. They went 3-0 in their group stage. They are knocked down to our losers bracket. The last representatives here from Korea. They want to try to take this thing all the way up to the grand finals. And we have multiple members of Actual who have been to Worlds before. We see S4L right there. They were here last year. So the question is, can they climb their way out of this losers bracket?
They really wanted to prove that Korea is a force to be reckoned with in the United scene. They've already proven that, but they want to keep going further. It's not going to be easy, though. Their opponents, like I said, also the last chance for their region. It's going to be Peru coming out of LATAM South.
Yeah, Peru looking insanely good here on day 1, but of course once you hit this top 8, you're going up against teams that have felt every member of competition that has been up against, and this really is the best of the best. The last chance for LATAM South to do something here at the World Championships. Now these are our losers brackets, so if you lose these games, you are going home. However, you can climb your way through the losers bracket all the way up to the grand finals and still win this whole thing. And we've seen it happen before. There have been many months where a team has gotten knocked down. They figure out what was wrong. They figure out what was wrong with their strategy or their team composition or what they're doing inside of a game or their Dodrio not wearing 3 hats. And then they come back, they find a way to win. And we're going to see if either of these 2 teams can do it for you right now.
Well, 3 hats may be a little bit much to ask, but I think if we do see that, that might be the deciding factor. But yeah, these teams are going to have to play super consistent. That's the thing. You said it's possible to make it all the way through the losers bracket. You just have to be so good for so long. And we're going to start off with these bans. Looks like Inteleon getting banned off the side of Peru, and Akshil is going to take out that classic Lapras pick.
Yeah, so without Lapras as a first pick right here, we're going to see what Akshil wants to grab. Some teams have been grabbing Leafeon, other teams have been grabbing their defender in this moment, and as you can see, we have Umbreon snapped up very, very fast here for Akshil. Of course, one of the premier defenders inside the game. But as I've said many times, and we'll say many more times before this thing is done, there are so many good defenders as we see Slowbro snapped up immediately by Peru.
I can't even imagine. After like last month, thinking that we might see Slowbro as the 3rd pick as a defender, and then a 4th pick here with the Blastoise. We can just keep going down and down. The Hoopa picked up as well. Hoopa has been super key, especially in our matches today. Even some of the off-broadcast ones on the B stream, Hoopa has just been the winning deciding factor. That mobility is everything.
I think one of the key Pokemon throughout this entire tournament also is that Alolan Ninetales. Alolan...
Hola y buenas noches, amigos y amigas. Les habla otra vez Nada X Pocket. Perdonan por esta pequeña interrupción, pero vamos a darle el apoyo a este equipo que representa Latinoamérica. Obviamente el equipo de Perú, que está en estos momentos, aunque estén en la parte de ya de los, no los ganadores, sino en la parte de las semifinales de los perdedores, obviamente, pero ojalá que avancen ellos. Van a enfrentar ante un equipo coreano, aunque va a ser difícil, pero vamos a ver, esperemos por Latinoamérica que ellos ganen. Vamos a darle todo el apoyo a este equipo de Perú, obviamente.
No matter what everybody else does. But I do have to say the Chandelure, a pick that has been doing really well this weekend, but very rarely picked, so it's very strange to actually see it come out so few times. On the other side, the Glaceon, I also feel like it's done really well every time we've seen it. Also, Anemo in particular on Peru has done very well with that Pokemon. So I do like this comp. They've also got the Buzzwole alongside the Alola Ninetales, so it's not going to be that counter lane. But we're going to have to send it over to the cast to see how it actually plays out in Game 1 of Axial versus Peru.
Kello, it is elimination time in our top 8 bracket. For the first time today, we are going to be sending home a team who has worked so hard to get here. Oh, I cannot wait. Axial versus what a game we have on our hands.
What a game indeed. They have had that run there. Peru, I must say they have been looking good, but we'll have to see how they match up against Axial. I love this Chandelure pick.
Yeah, it's really interesting. What do you love so much about it?
I just love the moves, the ability to lock them down either with that Poltergeist or...
¿Ustedes qué creen que vaya a ganar en la final? Porque el equipo que salieron los norteamericanos, Luminosity, están pero gorreando tremendo. De hecho, ahí estaba el gorrero que yo lo dije la vez pasada, el de Unite. Ese es el que nos estaba gorreando la vez pasada en las incursiones, en el Nintendo Online que apareció. Ahí nos estábamos peleando y de hecho ahí apareció el famoso Overlord. Vamos a ver si queda campeón otra vez este año.
A lot of poke damage with neither team really being too comfortable to push on forward. Now that's of course all going to change when it comes to tempo on this Buzzwole, who needs to be up close and personal to do any damage. When they're going up against Glaceon or Chandelure, they're going to need to play extremely careful while not to get caught up with those stuns. And honestly, the poke damage they take from range can be too much to take sometimes in the early moments of these fights.
But they do have a Blissey by their side, so it's just making sure to get their level 4. That way they can select their next move as we have the birds about to spawn here.
Wow, also this Slowbro pick is really interesting here. Obviously it is such a powerful Pokemon metagame wise, but there's not many targets on the side of Axial that I'm too worried about grabbing with a Slow Beam in those situations. Maybe a Hoopa before it could use its Unite move and do a really early aggressive macro decision. Well, Peru already getting up on the scoreboard. This level 5 Buzzwole is here and ready to start dominating, but Axial has decided to move away from that and instead push into the enemy central area, sending Chobo in to try to steal this blue buff.
Yeah, but it's not only Chobo here. We have an Umbreon and a Delphox here for some backup. The Ninetales was able to secure themselves that blue buff, so it is a little bit of time wasted, but you know what? No KOs as of yet. But all the meantime, we have that Glaceon and the Blissey doing exactly the same thing in the opposite side.
Just trading places, these two teams switching up his play style. And wow, S4L on this Delphox, we talked about one of its biggest weaknesses is its early game, but you cover that by just doing an invade instead of a big flank. Problem is that Squirtle does go down as these teams are trying to take an early fight, and the Lampent is knocked out by a huge surf there from Team Peru.
Now this is the problem with Chandelure or Lampent. It's a glass cannon. It is super duper squishy. Needs to make sure that it stays in that backline and does not get hit, especially against a Buzzwole.
Yeah, its range is, I would say at medium is probably the best way to describe it. However, that Imprison can shut down the target that is pushing towards you, but if you're the one advancing, you're right. It's a really tough spot to be in. You can't over-advance. S4L going to find a huge knockout there, though, but trade it out yet again. Stark with some amazing play on this defender. Slowbro looking really fantastic here, and now we have 3 members from Axial going to be trying to siege this bottom tier gold zone with a Blissey and a Slowbro, though that might be too much staying power to actually get any secures. Great surf call out on top of that Hoopa portal, just waiting for S4L to return. However, no KOs earned, but no scores earned either for the side of Axial.
But the thing is, Axial, they do have this positioning as we do have that Slowbro and A9 with the zoom not in. Blissey is on such low HP. Make sure to pop that Shedinja, but ends up getting caught out by that mystical fire of the Delphox. Now, Peru, they have overcome, and they have actually taken the range ice for themselves.
They didn't. Axial steals it. The Chandelure with a very incredible steal. However, I do think Team Peru is coming away with a team fight win here. Tempo found their way to the backline, kind of undisturbed. Great poke damage from Anemo, and then followed up by amazing damage from Tempo to earn those KOs. A KO streak of 3, they do not earn that Regice buff. However, that is going to be an opportunity. Axial trying to push forward. A great surf from the War Turtle, but you're only going to be grabbing surf. Not the best target to pull into your own team.
No, not the best target, but look at these Pokemon right now. They're on such low HP. They have to make sure to stay on pad. because that head is only left on 2 right now.
Right, exactly. It's giving Peru a prime chance to overdunk and take a bigger lead than you would think when just looking at these goal zone health bars. Reggie Alecki also available in this match. Speaking of good scoring opportunities, this is going to be one of the best to really pull ahead in a big way. Tempo on a huge flank. They isolate S4L and get that immediate 1v1 knockout. Epe uses their Unite move in desperation, but Tempo takes them down. A KO streak at 2, and Peru with a huge advantage in the top half.
Tempo is looking buff, and this is why you do not want to come up against a buzz same. But we do have a Reggie Alecki here being poked out by Peru. Hopefully there isn't another steal here for them, but we'll have to wait and see as Blastoise makes their way up. No, not in time. And we do have that Reggie Alecki being secured by Peru.
And going towards that tier 2 as well, right? Shovel has to just rush away. They have it at level 9, but with no one else around, this Unite move is going to kind of fall on unfortunate times. And there's the shutdown. Team Peru honestly feeling they can charge all the way to this tier number 2, forcing out the Hoopa Unite move from Axial in just a desperation defense attempt as Morel takes that Swole Slam to the face as Tempo chases them down. They get a KO. A Nemo going to find the knockout onto the Hoopa, and S4L is down for Tempo. What an amazing play from Peru, but they're all so low. Huge play for Chobo on that Hydro Typhoon. Sends so many members sky high, but they're not done yet. Alolan Ninetales is going to use that Snow Globe, but they get caught in prison. Amazing play there from Epe to shut down that advance, and finally Axial is able to shore up their defense.
Can I just say that defense was sensational. Even though the Reggie Alecki ended up going in, I believe they only ended up getting 19 points in there.
Wow.
Well, not very much, but otherwise they are going to take this tier 1 pass up in the top half as Chobo is trying to make a quick escape from this Alolan Ninetales, but the Blizzard Avalanche doesn't end up catching them out, able to dodge a surf and surf away themselves.
Amazing play there from Axial to cover their escape. And Axial also, whenever you get a good defense like that in a scenario in Pokemon Unite, it can kind of feel half successful if you're able to defend your goal zone. But the way Axial plays their run, an immediate offensive push towards that tier 1 with a huge overdunk is a big credit to how solid this team is in terms of macro decisions. Big shout out to this Korean squad as they get a big push there, and all of a sudden our game feels a whole lot closer at the 330 line.
This is why they are in the top 8, but the Slowbro taking down the Hoopa. It wasn't even able to unite there if it had the choice, and now we have 5 members of Peru trying to shred down this Reggie Steel. They do not want to get that stolen off them.
Daystark with a giga brain play here on the defender, and even gets the rotation to the top to defend against more scoring attempts from Axial. I believe they were able to get 1 dunk, but followed up with a great defense there. Daystark with that call out, I was talking about that in draft. Slowbro not having many opportunities to shut down a dive, but instead you can start out a team fight with this Unite move. Tempo caught out too much damage with his fanciful fireworks, and Chandelure on the other end. It's going to be too much for them to deal with. Unfortunately, Daystark going to be caught out in a 1v5 scenario. The rest of Peru going to leave them out there and instead try to knock out some wild Pokemon. They unfortunately are going to have to give up this Reggie Alecki towards Axial.
We have the objectives being traded either side here, so not a bad call because we still have that tier 2 pad up. Peru are going to be able to defend that, but it's still pressure nonetheless, especially since there's only 30 seconds left until the final stretch.
Axial have also earned themselves a little bit of free time. We've seen how Peru plays. They love invading that central area, and there's a lot of wild Pokemon available. So with Axial sending that Reggie Alecki, they know they have at least 2 members of Team Peru that they do not need to worry about. We're about 15 seconds away from our final stretch moment, and Team Axial is prioritizing positioning over wild Pokemon. S4L finally gets that Unite move back while knocking out that last wild Pokemon. What a perfect time to do it, because the final stretch starts now.
The final stretch is here, waiting in that tall grass, seeing who is going to pop out. But can I point out, level 14 Chandelure.
Ooh.
You do not want to be on the opposing team receiving those missiles. But here we go. We have the poke damage from that avalanche along with the surf. Not able to catch anybody out yet. Just raging that dragon there in the middle as they poke it.
Great target priority from Peru. They want to find that Hoopa first. If you can take out that Unite move before a team fight truly starts off, that is an incredible micro decision that they could make. However, Tempo takes a whole lot of damage. They're brought down to about half HP. They're forced to start this fight. Swole Slam chases down 1 target. FA has the Unite move. They get bounced back, but they stay up. That is the biggest exchange there. As Morel turns around and starts trying to burn down on Yanji. They have to eject Butt now, but they make it safe. Kea is going to be taking so much damage with a shit ninja doll. A huge mystical fire, and now the team fight is taken the other direction. Anemo gets a bunch of hook damage. Unite move lands onto FA, but the Umbreon Unite gives a little bit of shielding to the rest of the squad, and a Bloodseed finds a knockout on S4L.
Holy macaroni, it is just back and forth between these two teams. We do have that Hooper Portal being popped out, getting that Umbreon, that full reset, but Rayquaza is still there. Actually, they are behind. They have 2 members down currently. No Unite moves on hand. We still have a Bliss assistance, might I add, on Peru's side.
Shout out to the support play so far from Peru. They absolutely saved that team fight. Plus, we'll caught out a tough spot, but you saved the Bliss Unite. What an incredible decision. 41 points going in from the Hoopa into the top hat, which is going to put them into the lead, and that means it's go time. Rayquaza brought down to such a low point of HP, but their Delphox is here. Nemo hanging out around the top hat. They're taking so much damage from S4L. They lose that 1v1. Rayquaza has the Unite move on top of it. Surge steals it, but S4L grabs the objective, and Chandelure gets a KO streak at 2 in the defensive position.
These are the fireworks that I was talking about. Like Delphox, while it was an unsure move, but getting that 3 KO streak, a secure on Ray, and getting those dunks and taking the lead.
A match that truly came down to those final moments. We saw moments of brilliance from Actual. We saw incredible gameplay from Peru, but now we have a position of Actual being up 1-0. Wonder Chef Spraggles, please talk to me about that last one.
Oh, what an insane final moment from that match right there. Incredibly close game between these two teams, but obviously Akjo, I mean, just pulling it out right there at the end, and I guess I have to go back to my Domax what I said.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We can actually look at the stats in a minute, and we'll see if that's if you at least are feeling it or not. But yeah, that Unite was huge. What a weird game. What a true brawl of a game, though. That was very exciting. I mean, we got to see so many pop-ups from, I would say, a lot of the maybe less unique Pokemon. We'll get into their damage in a bit, but this was just a back and forth. I felt like this was an experience league for the side of Peru most of the time altogether, but they really managed to pull it all the way back. I mean, it didn't even feel like it was really that significant of a lead at any point to me, and I love that we got to see so much damage from the Buzzwolf, from the Chandelure.
Aquí el equipo de Perú lo que tuvieron que no haber hecho es haber dejado solo a Jupa. Ahí fue donde se perdieron en ese lapso de tiempo, supuestamente.
These teams, and then of course we have the Rayquaza secure the extra, scores.
Bueno, una lástima, pero bueno, todavía falta una partida.
And we
Vamos
can
a
see
ver.
that Chandelure absolutely doing some work here. 95,000 damage here. And we're going to take a look at some big moments from that last game.
Yeah, we'll see it at the end, but the Chandelure
Iban ganando, iban llegando bien la partida, pero la parte más casi llegando los últimos minutos fue descuidaron al Jupa y eso fue
so much of it was the Buzzwole kind of leading the pack, getting those dumb
al geniecillo árabe.
love to see from the Swole, but it just wasn't enough in the end. I mean, you can see it was doing great. That Chandelure just had such good positioning, though. It's very, very hard to deal with that Pokemon if you don't have that really high-level speedster dive.
Yeah, and you can see here that really nice Delphox Unite move kind of
Bueno, una verdadera lástima, pero bueno, todavía no pueden cantar victoria de los coreanos porque queda una partida. Queremos saber si los de Perú van a
the same time, the Unite move and somehow the secure.
A ganar la otra partida, démosle
Peru, obviously, right
todas
there.
las vibras a este equipo de peruano que está participando en el mundial.
The call out, you're fired.
Los
They
sudamericanos.
gave them player of the game just to spite you.
I know.
This is now a competition between you and production. But no, yeah, it was amazing. Not only did that actually get the secure on Rayquaza, it actually got the secure on 2 enemy Pokemon as well. So that was a triple KO, or you can even say it was a quad, including Rayquaza. Really great stuff to clutch that out there at the end. I was definitely popping off. And I also definitely thought it was going to be in Peru's favor until that exact moment where it wasn't.
Well, and of course the question is, what would have happened without that moment there of whatever you could call it, luck? I mean, it was up to both of these teams. It was very, very close, but I think when you see that Alolan Ninetales with the damage on it, you have to assume that the secure is going the way of Peru right there. Akjil slightly behind that game, a little bit of a come from behind victory. They're going to have to win another one against Peru, and obviously Peru is looking extremely formidable right here. As we've talked about before,
This is the losers bracket. This is win or go home. Peru has to win 2 games in a row or they are eliminated here from the World Championships.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's do or go home for both of these teams, Axel and Peru. We actually had a chance to talk to Axel a little bit, so let's see what they had to say.
안녕하세요. 저희는 팀 악칠이고요. 한국에서 왔습니다.
이제 저희 둘이 작년에 참가하고 이번에도 참가하게 됐는데 작년 참가했던 게 굉장히 도움이 된 게 왔을 때 긴장이나 부담감이 굉장히 적었어요. 이번에도
좀 더 편한 것 같습니다.
마지막으로 합류하게 됐는데 이제 사람들이 이제 팀원분들이 원래 계시던 분들이 저게 되게 늦게 참가했음에도 불구하고 되게 많이 배려를 많이 해주셔가지고 팀적으로도 제가 좀 더 실수를 하고 이렇게 돼도 이제 많이 케어를 해주셨어요. 막 괜찮다 할 수 있다 이렇게 많이 해주셔가지고
제가 개인적으로 좀 가장 잘한다고 생각하는 지역 팀이 많이 속해 있는 팀이 있는 지역은 또 북미 쪽이 저희가 스크림을 했을 때 굉장히 신선했고 좀 많이 느낀 게 많았기 때문에 북미가 지금으로선 가장 유력한 우승 후보고 가장 잘하는 지역이라 생각합니다.
자, 놀랍게도 저희가 이제 스태프들로부터 용지를 받았습니다. 이게 질문 들어있다고 하는데 다들 준비되시죠? 이거 뭐지? 월드 챔피언십에서 이제 팀 멤버를 꾸린다면 네, 어떤 선수들과 팀을 만들면은 가장 슈퍼 팀이 될지 네 그런 질문입니다. 대답해 주실 분?
다시 슈퍼팀을 이제 꾸리자면 그래도 저희 팀이 지금 팀이 저는 슈퍼팀이라 생각해요. 이게 너무 다들 너무 재밌고 잘하셔가지고 안에 또 하게 된다면 또 오고 싶어요. 이 사람들이랑.
네, 우리가 안 할 거라는 생각은 없는 거죠.
그건 너무하지 않아? 그건 너무하지 않아?
You know, I actually think, Chef, there may have been an error in translation there. I think they said they would replace one member on the team with me, but everything else would stay the same.
No, actually, I think they said they would replace every member with you.
Oh, like clone me
like,
almost
yeah,
to put me on
yeah.
stage. That's really kind of them. Really kind of them.
It is smart. I don't know if I've considered that before, but let's see if there's any other really ingenious strategies like that coming out of Peru. We got to talk to them earlier.
El equipo Perú y representamos a la región de Latinoamérica Sur. Nos consideramos con un estilo muy agresivo y adaptativo a cada tipo de situación que nos presentan.
Cada miembro del equipo posee una habilidad distinta. Jan controla muchos Pokémon dentro del juego. Yo considero que tengo un gran control de masas. Anemo tiene una gran toma de decisiones durante el juego. Tempo tiene mucha habilidad a la hora de usar los Pokémon. Y Kea tiene una gran visión de mapa.
Salimos 2 veces campeones en las clasificaciones regionales y creemos que el próximo paso para demostrar el nivel que tenemos en Sudamérica es ganar un campeonato mundial. Tenemos muchas expectativas de enfrentarnos al equipo Talibó de Europa, ya que hemos visto que es un equipo que ha destacado mucho en su región y se ha llevado muchas competiciones. Sí, la verdad es que tenemos mucha confianza en estos torneos, hemos estado practicando mucho y creemos que podríamos ser un gran rival para todas las regiones también.
Esta es nuestra primera vez en Japón y nos gustaría, aparte de ganar, queremos conocer un poco más sobre la cultura y visitar lugares turísticos.
Si ganamos el dinero, yo personalmente quisiera terminar mis estudios.
En mi caso, siendo el menor del equipo, me gustaría culminar mis estudios superiores invirtiendo el dinero.
Por mi parte usaría el dinero también para un lado universitario y a la vez para el streaming, que estoy intentando dedicarme a eso.
En mi caso, invertiría el dinero para terminar mi carrera universitaria.
En mi caso, me ayudaría a terminar mi carrera universitaria y ayudar a mis padres.
Ahora voy a agarrar una pregunta dentro de este gorro. ¿Quién tiene el peor nick? ¿Quién tiene el peor nombre?
Tempo.
¿Podría ser el Tempo o el Stark? Porque siempre lo confundía con Tony Stark.
Tony Stark.
Funny, they also
Qué bonito los objetivos de ellos. Ojalá se los hubiera cumplido, pero bueno, no importa ya. Y vamos a ver qué logran. Queremos que ganen.
Like, oh, I was a little bit disappointed because I was only here to see Spraggles. But let's get into this draft. We'll see if we get any drafts that include 5 Spraggles. All right, so Agil up 1, but now they're going to be second pick in this draft. Bands coming out first, of course. Will we see any shifts around? It looks like the Inteleon and the Lapras once again.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, two insanely powerful Pokemon throughout this tournament. But of course, there's so many Pokemon to ban. At some point, it really becomes targeted. There are just things you don't want to deal with specifically on the enemy team. There are players that you say, I cannot play against you with this Pokemon. And as I mentioned before, it's the highest compliment you can receive in Pokemon Unite to be target banned.
Yeah, there was yesterday when we had some Trevenant ban in that one match. I was like, yeah, that is exactly, it is just a moral victory. But we are going to see the defenders being actually picked first, which is obvious, that's expected. But the first defender picked is Slowbro over Umbreon, which is going to be picked first on the other side. Usually it seems like we've been seeing Umbreon a little bit more favored, but obviously all three of these first picks, probably great first picks.
Absolutely. And you know, it actually feels like there's a little bit of regional flavor here with the defenders. It feels like a lot of our Western teams here are more interested in Slowbro. They really value Slow Beam as this, you know, huge tool inside the final fight to destroy the enemy massive carry. And then on the other side, it seems like a lot of the Eastern teams are much more interested in Umbreon, much more interested in Trevenant, and of course, everyone wants Lapras.
Yeah, I mean, Lapras is almost not even defender territory. Also on the other side, you called it low rent Lapras, but the Blastoise, we're seeing that from pretty much every region, kind of here and there, not every single game, but it's certainly being flexed to a lot. I'm glad we are seeing the Chandelure once again, though. That really popped off, and it's going back to Aksho.
Yeah, and here we go. It actually looks like, you know, Peru coming in here with one of my MVPs of the entire weekend, that Alolan Ninetales. I just think it is so amazing right here. And once again, Delphox is out just so they can prove to me that I am wrong. I get it, Axel. Jeez.
And I gotta point this out again. So I'm just talking about this in the last set that we saw, but the strategy I think for Peru is to always, or at least we've seen it twice now in a row, picking the Alolan Ninetales and the Buzzwole together so that you don't have to run into that as the Buzzwole. It gives you a little bit of an easier time. But realistically, we're basically in the same comps that we were seeing. We're not seeing anything really. No, it's the exact same?
It's the exact same.
Yeah.
We're watching the exact same games. And look, Akchil won with it, and Peru was ahead at the end. They felt like they maybe got a little unlucky here in this moment. So there you go. We have a situation where these two teams have decided to run it back. Peru needs to win this thing, and we need to throw this thing over to our casters. Kello, Zoinks, take it away.
Kello, that last one was really fun. Let's just do it again.
All right, sounds good. Well, these teams are going to have to do it again with not many changes. Why change something that isn't broken? But maybe we have actually just trying to prove themselves and making sure that they can take this to
a 2-0 victory. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good, obviously. The first game works out really well, and I'm honestly really shocked to see that Slowbro first pick from the side upper. I think that's the biggest shock. I mean, a big shock, the one that we are seeing literally mirror comps again. I think the big shock to me is that first pick Slowbro again, because it's really not a dive composition from Axial at all. Yet Peru has drafted themselves an extremely solid anti-dive, both Slowbro and Alolan Ninetales.
I think it's just that slow beam. Obviously, catching out that Hooper last game, whether they can do that again, it worked out really well in their favor. Otherwise, we obviously have them going in, taking their buffs, trying to get those levels earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, it provides great value if you can pull off picture-perfect plays like that. It's just a whole lot harder than we normally see Buzzwole have to deal with. Or sorry, then Slowbro has to deal with. And Nemo on a very early flank, only taking their red buff and coming up to the top path at 9:20 mark, trying to shut down this Umbreon, I'm sure. However, Mule hitting that level 4, obviously not what Peru wants to see, but Axial's game plan going exactly how they wrote it up.
Can I just say, Kea, on the Shedinja doll, they have come in clutch so many times, and it has saved them.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the newest battle items that we have had added to Pokemon Unite. Of course, as soon as you press that, you just become a Shedinja doll for a few seconds, and of course you are immune to damage, hindrances, anything like that while that happens. However, the opponents know your exact position. Umbreon with a big engage with that Foul Blade. Mule all of a sudden caught up by Tempo, though, but the stuns are enough to force Tempo away. Focus Band procs for them, so they're able to stay in this this team fight, but not for too long, as S4L's constant poke damage and Mule's finishing blow takes that KO.
Yes, they are going to go for a reset here, making sure the HP bars are at full. We still only have a chance. He hasn't evolved yet. But look at this, Hooper going in for an invade here, trying to apply some pressure on Anemo here.
One of the best invade Pokemon in the game, and you can see it actually worked out. They do have that red buff circling below them, so clearly Davian obviously getting some good success. Alola 9 just cut out. Yenji actually has to eject button across the wall into, neutral territory to try to escape being knocked out. They're going to try to take this 1v1 versus Chobo, but Chobo, relentless in their chase, is going to try to use that headbutt to move past that wall, but that last little icy stun means that they can't chase the knockout.
Putting up the walls, making sure that Wartortle cannot progress there. Otherwise, we do have those Swabblers and Altira being soaked up by S4L here all on their own.
Yeah, this happened for Axial last game as well. There's a little bit of a different approach to it this time, but again, their 8-minute strategy seems to be allow Peru to win that top half engagement and instead allow S4L to earn their experience from those Swabblers and Altarias that spawn in the middle of the map and instead allow Peru to fight around the top.
Talking about experience, we already have a level 8 Delphox on the side of Axial, along with a level 7 Umbreon. If it ends up getting that next level, it will have its Unite move. Peru not looking so good in the level department right now.
Yeah, they're really struggling. Buzzwole being the top of that chart is not what you want to see. You want that Glaceon to hit that level 8. Of course, the biggest benefit of these evolutions, getting that level 8 Unite move is so impactful, and Anemo certainly knows how to use this Glaceon to the best that we have ever seen. Early positioning kind of given over towards Axial, but Peru is moving in forward. Daystar getting some good positioning, trying to find Chobo, but that is obviously not the target they want to individually lock down. It's going to be Epe, who is dealing out so much damage on the other side, but great 3-person avalanche there from Yenji.
Yes, that was great to just put their backs up against the wall. They ended up not taking the Hooper or getting the reset, but Reggie still is super duper low. We do have Delphox there with the Unite move, but nonetheless, it ends up being the Glaceon that takes it down, but getting KO'd in the process with 3 members of Peru down and allowing Axial to go and empty out their Aeos energy into this tier 1 pad and break it.
We had identical compositions in our game number 2, but a mirror of our first Reggie fight in that top, but the exact same situation happened for Axial last game. They were able to take the Reggie, but they lost the team fight. This one changes around, and Nemo gets that last hit secure, but it is going to be Peru that lose this one. Tempo putting up a pretty decent fight in the enemy essentially. They're actually taking 3 players' attention. They finally do go down. Umbreon finding that knockout, but again, a little bit of space has been created, namely around this top objective of Regieleki. S4L's made the rotation, but they are on an individual mission as 3 members of Peru have already started poking that one out.
Yes, they are poking out indeed, but we do have another fanciful Fireworks being popped out, trying to just create some space and create that Glaceon to go backwards. Little Regieleki ended up getting leashed and is going for a reset.
S4L is one of the most aggressive long-range attack players that we have ever seen. Their positioning is ridiculous, so far forward. I have to imagine that Mule is just constantly shouting to them to rush back and hide behind them instead. But S4L's aggressive positioning has made it so hard for Daystar to play on this slow growth. They're taking so much poke damage before they even get into these team fights that Kea has to focus on their defender and can't really support their big carries.
Yes, look at this. Epe on the Chandelure is looking spectacular right now, especially having the upper on by its side. But no, it ended up getting yoinked by the Buzzwole and taken down. Midnight Ignite to try and get the hit. But once again, the Shedinjazole coming in clutch and then is able to heal itself and make an escape. But the Mystical Fires are popping out. It ends up being the Alola Ninetales that gets the secure for Peru. And now this Regieleki is making its way towards that tier 1 pad that is left on 27. Is it going to walk in? Yes, it is. And look at that.
That is
33 overpower.
Absolutely huge. 33-point overdose into our top pad. And Peru ain't done. It's 4:30, so the jump pad is available. And a Unite move here is by Davian to actually bring the squad a little bit quicker. Peru drops the slow beam Unite move as well, as they are just trying to cover their retreat. Tempo's certainly going to go down in this engagement, and I think the same is going to happen for Daystar. Yes, S4L finds that KO, and a quick rotation thanks to a hyperspace hole in that goal zone means that the basement Reggie is also going to be a quick rotation from Axial. But a few of those players actually taking their time in that central area to earn even more XP. Their lead is climbing so fast in the level department.
Yes, it is climbing fast indeed, as we have a level 12 Delphox already. Does look like Umbreon and Chandelure are going to handle that basement Reggie on their own, as Hooper goes on the mission trying to just get some eyes on the opposing team.
Exactly. Eyes is the perfect way to describe that, Kello. It's all about just being a Pokemon version of a ward or a feint attack, I suppose, that we have in the game from Sableye. Hoopa caught out here, though. Again, just this a 1v4 situation, as poor support Pokemon didn't want to be in. They sure gained some information, but it cost them a knockout. Alola Ninetales pushed around by a huge surf. They're going to Snow Globe in the other direction. Softboiled able to keep them up for a long time. Epe tries a very aggressive flank to earn some overheat damage, but not finding the knockout there is huge. S4L gets the knockout by reducing that healing onto Daystar, and S4L is not done. They're trying to chase down an Emo, but just pushed out of range by an amazing avalanche wall by Yanji.
Yes, that was amazing. That ability to escape. Nobody ended up getting taken down, but it looked like actually they didn't want to get the KOs. They just wanted to get those Swablues in Ontario and take that experience away from the side of Peru.
Sometimes when you are having kind of this experience race, and that's what it's all coming down to, especially when you've lost an objective, you're one apiece on either side, you got to play so careful. If you get one knockout, you can't get overzealous because the other team will swing back, and Peru is one of those rosters that can make those big game-changing swings at the flick of a switch. Here we go, Regieleki earning a little bit of damage. Peru starting to poke it. However, they're trying to get Tempo in position under cover. They have eyes on the Hoopa. They're in an integral spot. I think Davian thinks they are unseen here. S4L finds Tempo, though, with a couple of mystical fires, and that forces the Buzzwole all the way back to the goal zone.
Yes, all the way back to the goal zone that they do have, so they are able to get some healing, some shielding. You know what, with only 13 seconds left to go, I don't think this Regieleki is being captured. Instead, we do have Actual going and getting their positioning in that central area.
And good call that Adabian moved on that Hoopa. Obviously, we had Dave Stark knew they had eyes on them, and that is the priority #1 target for this slow beam. Shut down the Hoop Sunbound before this team fight even rages on, and then Anemo and Yanji can just get to work from range. It'll be huge for them. Axial and Peru even positioning down this middle line. Early poke damage from both sides. That's what you're going to get when this double mage on both of these teams.
Oh, there we go. The poke damage that is coming out. They are just circling around trying to wait for this perfect opportunity. Obviously, we have all Unite moves on hand, so it's just waiting for that engage.
Yeah, Tempo looking to find one member to overextend, and they can smack down superpower combo them all the way into their own team's backline. But Kea having to just heal up every single time this early poke. The big thing here is that Nemo no longer has that Snowcloak passive. It was popping that first mystical fire from S4L. Here we go, big engage, surf for the top, Chobo looking to find this engagement, but Tempo gives it a super swole slam. They're getting the chase down, but Mule stealing away all of those shields. Blitz Assistance charges on and keeps him up as Nemo takes down Chobo.
Yes, the save from the Bliss Assistance. A Snowcloak gets popped out as well. We have two members of Actual being knocked on down, and now the Umbreon to follow along. Now we have a 3 KO streak coming out from that Glaceon, and this is going to be their opportunity to possibly secure this Rayquaza. But look at this. We have Glaceon who's super duper low. Thankfully, they do have the Blissey fight there, but look at this. S4L is coming out, getting beautiful hits on the side of Agile.
Yeah, Peru was able to take out the supporting staff, but they did not find the damaging Pokemon. Yangji and Epe able to still go to work here in this final team fight. Anemo is targeting the Rayquaza, and they are going to secure it for the side of Peru. They grab it. However, do they have the staying power to actually find some scores? I believe the Glaceon has a shield. This Slowbro shield is about to be broken, and now it's all about defense for Team Actual.
No, even though they ended up getting the Rayquaza, those shields ended up getting broken. We have Slowbro trying to make an attempt to dunk in that 20. But you know what? Against two members of Actual, they are not going to be able to get that dunk in.
Team Actual from Korea were able to defeat Peru 2-0 in our first losers match on the main stage. Actual moves on in your bracket. Peru goes out.
Well, there we go. Why change what is not broken? It worked out for them. That Delphox, I might say, you know, I'm pretty strong here.
Entiende que no hay nada que hacer con los coreanos y los japoneses.
So many people wrong in their predictions.
Hicieron un buen trabajo, no hay que sufrir.
Very, very strong, of course,
Es su
making
primera
it
vez,
through, proving to everyone that Latin America South is a region to be feared in terms of Pokemon Unite. Unfortunately, they are making their exit at the start of today. But again, 28 teams to make it out in that 7th, 8th place spot is still so incredible, and nothing that you can be disappointed about. Incredible showing from them today.
A excepción de los norteamericanos que están haciendo un excelente trabajo.
Making that top 8, they do get a share of that 500k prize pool.
Absolutely, yeah. I know they were pushing for that championship title, but earning a decent amount of prize money and, of course, a very successful run in day number 1, and, of course, some success in day number 2 is something we've
Bueno, ahí
got to
terminó la
be
presentación
excited
de
about.
Perú,
What an
lamentablemente.
incredible game. Let's take a look at that score graph and see
Pero
how
bueno,
Axel was able to put away Peru in 2 games in a row. And this one, I definitely think was Axel's early lead, and holding on to that forced Peru into making some risky decisions around that Rayquaza.
Yes,
La
it's an
primera
early
ronda
level
sí
lead, but also
pasaron
that
todo,
early
pero ya
score
esta-
lead here that they had here. You know, you can obviously see it ended up flatlining halfway
Es
through.
imposible.
And you know what?
Si se
Just
hubieran
defense why ends up
topado
going
con
and trying to get
Luminosity,
points in when you already have
hubiera
that lead.
sido
But looking at this damage,
ridículo total, ¿va?
S4L,
Es
86k
que esa gente
damage,
son
obviously the
intocables.
highest damage dealt.
Y yo creo que van a
across
ser
the
los
board.
campeones,
Well,
esos americanos,
Chandler,
americanos,
98,000
chinos.
damage. I love me the candle. I gotta give the shout out. Epe
Y
looking
con
amazing there.
Overlord
That final
de
team
feria.
fight, they had less than half HP, but they were still taking that aggressive positioning and going for
Pero bueno,
just all aggressive, all guns ablazing. It was amazing. That final Registeel, that first Registeel of the game, being knocked out by Anemo was definitely a clutch steal, but actually winning this team fight really set the pace for them in this entire match.
Boswell finding themselves in dangerous territory over and over again, getting caught on out. While they did get some good hits there, you know what? This Delphox Unite to just protect their bases.
Yeah. I mean, this Buzzwole pick has definitely been a risk all weekend long, not boasting the highest win rate in our tournament, really, but a lot of teams find it as that comfort pick and just want to play these more game-changing moments. That Bliss assistance was so huge, keeping Buzzwole up. They were actually trying to knock out some wild Pokemon to earn back their Unite move, but as the fight raged on, Anemo was the one earning knockout after knockout, but everyone was just at too low of HP in those final moments, and Escorel, Chobo, and Epe just kind of cleaned up.
I know you did see the attempt at the Hydro Typhoon for the Blastoise there,
Yeah.
but you know what? They ended up getting the shields, but ended up getting taken out and weren't able to dunk.
Yeah, great shots from Anemo to not only secure that first Registeel of the game, but also that final Rayquaza. But in the end, it is Ebe on this Chandelure with almost 100,000 damage, 5 KOs, and playing that Overheat Imprison build. So strong. We talk about trying to shut down people's movements and abilities. Imprison does both of that and in a pretty huge area of effect, and none have played it better than Ebe. They are going to be moving forward in our bracket, what is one of the scariest losers bracket we have ever seen in Pokemon Unite, but everyone is asking, how far can Korea go? An amazing finish last year in that top 6 kind of spot. They are looking to do that yet again here on today's tournament.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see as the day isn't over just yet.
Yeah.
We're almost halfway there, but you know what? I think we need to go for a break, reset, and get these next matches underway.
The heat is on here in Yokohama, Japan, as we are seeing our first teams eliminated from the Pokemon Unite World Championships, and there's only more to go. We're whittling down the numbers here from the best of the best to even the best of that, as we're going to make our way back down into the losers bracket. I am, of course, Wonder Chef, joined by Zoinks, the classic pair now, but we're back together once again today for a banger of a match.
Feels good, feels real good, Wonder Chef. We are going to be going into an incredible game. You called it a banger match. I could not agree more. This is going to be 0-0 Nation versus Orangutan in an elimination match from our losers bracket. This is going to be incredible. I cannot wait to get to that match. Before we do that, I do want to give everyone a bracket update of what has been going on at home. Let's take a look at this one. Omo Abyssinian is going to go up against Actual in that next round. And of course, 0-0 Nation and Orangutan playing together right now.
That's right, everything down there, an elimination match. The last chance for a lot of these teams in some of these regions. But up top, Luminosity waiting in the winners finals. The only representative from North America, but putting on a great show so far. Trying to repeat their world championship run last year.
It feels like destiny, right? Like LG in a position to be champions yet again from the winner's side. Winners finals is unbelievable for them after so many question marks have been put on that team from the community to prove it. But Orangutan and 0-0 Nation, who we are talking about right now, this is going to be a very intensive matchup. Orangutan, ZZ Ray, Ikura, Shingdi Ice, and BKZ rounding out this roster.
And they qualified in a very interesting way yesterday, almost an out of their own power with such a difficult group that they came out of, but that just goes to show, once again, their level of skill to be able to make it also one of the two player teams that have multiple of their own region within this top 8, just only this, APAC East and Japan. But on the other side, 0-0 Nation.
Yeah.
The last of their chance.
Exactly, the last hope of Brazil, Lel, Fob, Mazo, Soto, and Wolf rounding out this roster. An interesting thing I'm going to be looking at for this specific matchup is Orangutan was knocked down to the losers bracket by another Western team in Luminosity Gaming. So now they're going to have to go up against another similar play style on the other side. However, 0-0 Nation was knocked down to this loser bracket by OMO Abyssinian. So by another APAC East team. Let's see if APAC East is the answer to 0-0 Nation, or if a 0-0 Nation can find a way to move on in our bracket.
Well, that was a broadcast on the B stream. I got to see a little bit of it. I think it was close, so I'm hoping this was close as well, because this is one of the matches I'm most excited for. We're getting into the bands here, and it looks like 0-0 is going for that Urshifu, and the Slowbro on the other side. One of the few matches where we're not going to have a Lapras.
Well, we most likely will have the Lapras.
Lapras
no
ban. Sorry, that's what I meant. Lapras ban.
Very true, very true. Great Urshifu call out though. Make sure that BKZ doesn't have that unbelievably powerful game-changing Pokemon. Instead, take that away from them. It's okay to give Orangutan something else as long as their star player doesn't have their ace Pokemon.
But we are going to actually prioritize, first of all, above everything else, the Umbreon. Very interesting. But yeah, I assume that Lapras is going to go first. I definitely assume it's going to go first on the other side. 0-0 Nation probably pretty happy they're going to be able to grab that. But Umbreon, Lapras definitely switching back and forth throughout the day.
I like the Alolan Ninetales call out as well. Orangutan is known for playing some pretty solid speedster style of gameplay. If you take that Alolan Ninetales, you have a pretty good shutdown tool already in the bottom half. Orangutan having some tough choices to make. Station, though, a pretty good one to grab. You take the Blissey Pocket as well, and Orangutan is bringing this strategy from APAC East here to play.
This is looking like it's going to be very aggressive, but such a solid wall already on the side of 0-0 Nation. It's going to be difficult for any comp, whatever it is, to break through Alolan Ninetales and Lapras. We'll see if these are the other two locked in. A double support with the Trevenant is something that we've seen a good amount today. We're going to be switching over to the Eldegoss, but still a great sort of back and defender line for this team, which is now very hard to take down.
When you grab both Lapras and Trevenant, it's just showcasing a focus on your defender play to be exceptionally brawly. Both of these Pokemon can do a whole lot of damage on their own rights, not to mention the crowd control they can both provide. BKZ is going to grab that Machamp again. Last time we saw this was a submission Machamp, so a pretty good answer for some individual shutdown potential. Again, this Pokemon is very tough, though, when it tries to get up close and personal to a Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales. Final selection from 0-0 Nation was hovered over Leafeon, but a last-second pivot to the Delphox Fox. They're looking to play the sort of front-to-back strategy, and again, Blissi has a really tough time utilizing their Unite move in a good spot if there is a Del Fox Unite on the table. So we'll have to see if that can be impactful enough. Also, wild to see Inteleon this late in the draft.
Yeah, and potentially Leafeon that we didn't even see. Both of those very, very commonly either banned or picked right off the bat. We do know the Matsu was amazing Leafeon as well. So to see that switch, I like it though because there's just so much chance that you just get picked off by either the Zacian on accident or the Machamp just dunks you, or you get caught by liquidation, and then it's just game over from there. So I do like a little bit more of that ranged option. We'll see if that works out as we're going to go into the first game of Orangutan and 0-0 Nation. Let's bring back in Spraggles and Dupe Snacks.
Ooh boy, here we go, Dupe Snacks. What a game to bring you right here. Of course, we have Orangutan that looked incredible, and somehow 0-0 Nation, the Giant Slayers, down here in the losers bracket. One of these two teams is heading home. Their championship dreams are going to be dashed right now. The other continuing to climb towards those grand finals.
The Snack Spraggles Express got 3 stops on it, and we're kicking teams off at every single one. First up are these two, Orangutan, 0-0 Nation. 0-0 Nation certainly captured our hearts yesterday at the tail end of the day. However, Del Fox was one of the Pokemon they brought on the B stage, and that was one of the matches they lost. They're still finding confidence in it. They're bringing it back here, something that you and I maybe raise our eyebrows about.
Esperemos que gane el equipo de Nacho, porque veo que son de Brasil esa gente.
Right here, as you can see, this red buff being handed over to the Eldegoss there in the top path, making it so formidable early. It already slows you down with its auto attacks. This just makes it even worse as they're looking to pick up a KO with it. Right now, the Chansey's in a little bit of trouble right here. So is the Machop looking for a secure on this wild Pokemon. They do get it and somehow able to get out of that horrible situation. However, Chansey does go down as it looks like 0-0 Nation is continuing the aggression here.
Volk coming up, getting that KO is huge. Shindy, way to screen and get BKZ out of trouble. Chansey bites it for the respect of that to try and keep BKZ going. It works out. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. And as the slows are coming in, it's looking dire here. Shindy wasting a lot of time, really needs to be leveling up right now.
You can see 0-0 Nation wins 17% more of the time if they take the first basement Reggie. I want to repeat this for everyone who plays solo queue Pokemon Unite. You win 17% more of the time if you take the first basement Reggie. Obviously, such a power play, right, Dupe Snacks? It just gives your team-wide experience. It gives you a big pop of health. It also gives you whatever buff is there. It is a massive objective.
If it's good enough for one of the best teams on the planet, it's good enough for you at home. Basement Reggie, think about it. Now we got the Trevin Salto, great defender, caught in the mean look, and now they're level 4 getting shredded quickly. That is a great KO onto the Drizzile, and that's what you want to get online. That Inteleon with the liquidation can help take over the game, and Z-Ray is no exception here. Ice is playing incredibly far forward. They're a very aggressive defender. However, sometimes, and we've seen it a few times, it gets them caught out and in trouble. So Ice needs to find that balance, toe that line, engage when the team needs them to, and play a little safer when not.
Yeah, and you can see right here, this Eldegoss just absolutely having a field day in this top path. All the while, we see 0-0 Nation just able to clean up that central area. Finally, they take this Eldegoss down. Here comes the mean look, and it looks like you are going nowhere.
That's the Ice I'm talking about. Aggressive, jumps forward, catches the mean look, and just on the outside of that hula hoop is that Del Fox stuck, and now we're shredding through this 0-0 Nation team.
This combination is so incredibly brutal, and I have to wonder what 0-0 Nation's plan is to deal with it. We can see once again we have Submission Machamp, a build that I do not love, but that's fine. It's not up to what I love. The question is, how are they going to use it in this match? This looks like a counter to this Alolan Ninetales, right? Submission Machamp becoming unstoppable, able to run through the blizzard and still grab the target that they are looking for. So it could be an incredible answer to what 0-0 Nation is trying to do with this Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon that we've seen be absolutely dominant here today. As this first basement Reggie is up, we know if 0-0 Nation gets it, they got a good shot to win.
Yep, and they're going to try and leverage that, but playing far forward is again Ice, and this time willing to sacrifice themselves to catch the body, but the KOs are being caught back the other way. 2 KOs for Shindy right there, and now 0-0 Nation can't close the gap. Ice did their job. You want to talk about playing aggressive? That was it, and they didn't need to toe the line because they knew their job was on a I'm not coming home mission, and they delivered perfectly.
0-0
0-0 Nation not looking incredible at the start here of this match. Feels like Orangutan is taking them in all of these fights. They may have gotten the exact kind of counter picks that they needed for this squad. The mean look has been devastating. We can see Machamp running like a silly goose right here, and it might not be able to make it home. Nice big snipe shot of Machamp, just barely taken down.
The snipe shot in Teleon is a surprise to me, but Orangutan's going to have to make it work. Nice bliss assistance on to Shindy, who's going to look for more opportunities. They got their first one, is the next one. Nice push and a horn leech. Fanciful fireworks come out, so the healing is down, but Zacian isn't even in it. We don't have to worry about heals here as the Trevor's looking for a target. Ice is finally peeling back. They get blown up by the Delphox, caught with a little secondhand smoke there. Yikes. Now, does 0-0 Nation has an opportunity to actually get on this goal zone, and that's the dumpster part of Snipe Shot. It has no peers, so that way they were still able to close that goal zone despite the snipe shots actually hitting their mark.
Yeah, really nice fight there from 0-0 Nation, getting right back into this game right there. And obviously we saw that Delphox Unite move. The amazing thing about a Delphox is it's going to have a Unite move at basically every single big fight they run into. Just has such a low charge rate on that Unite. And now we can see something is breaking out here in the central area as Lapras just gets ripped apart here by Orangutan, moving up towards this goal zone. The question is, does anyone want to break this? Do we want to put the 1 point in? Does it even matter? Or are they going to leave this here? 6 seconds now as Machamp is moving in. Zacian moving in. Can anybody score? And they do.
Fanciful fireworks are there. The goal zone is closed out. Shindy playing very far forward. Nice Machamp Unite catches one. They're caught in the middle of it. Cross chop. Can they get out? That's the question. The pursuit is there. The Lapras is there. The Delphox Firefire is there. Shindy and Nakura screen perfectly and cut that off. BKZ stands and lives to see another day as the rest of Orangutan peels back.
Oh, big horn leech.
Going for the pokes. The Woodhammers are coming out, but there's no follow-up Spraggles until the Lapras pulls up. Mazo's putting the pressure on, but I don't know if they have the damage. Finally, follow-up is back in the mist, chucking fireballs, but like Mario, might just be a little bit late bouncing over that Goomba.
Insane escape there from Orangutan, just doing everything they needed. Like you said, the perfect screen, just blocking for their squishier Pokemon that somehow got out of that insane exchange. We see Ice diving in towards this Delphox right now as this Reg Ice is just being torn apart. Already at half here as the Woodhammers are flying, and Reg Ice is going down to the side of Orangutan.
Zacian takes it, but the pressure was real. Bliss assistance on Shindy to convert there. Occurs peeling back, and so is the rest of Orangutan. They cannot overstay their welcome because 0-0 Nation's on a mission. They get the big-time KO that they want, and that's credit to Mazo for that one. The push continues. Occurs the next one down. The Delphox Fireballs are finally hitting their mark, and now they're moving forward. Playing behind Mazo is easy. Lel's actually frontlining, and now they're sieging this goal zone. The Faithful Fireworks are out. KO Trick a 2 for Bob. They're finding their mark. Can they make it 3? No. Alolan Ninetales gets credit for that. And all of a sudden, 0-0 Nation says, we back, baby. 100 Nation, we doing it, bud.
Look at this right here, up by almost 100 points. Incredible fight there from 0-0 Nation. They had, once again, that Delphox Unite move, able to cut them off at the goal zone. They saved it for the perfect moment when they wanted to fight right there. And of course, like any good Delphox, it will have it back here for Rayquaza. We now have Orangutan moving up to this top path, dealing with this Regieleki. It doesn't look like 0-0 Nation is going to want to do anything about this. Maybe look for a sneaky steal. Not going to happen right now as they're going to back away from this fight. They should be able to clean this up pretty easily and get ready for Rayquaza in about a minute here.
If 0-0 Nation is paying attention, Orangutan approaches every single objective the same way. Send Ice way far forward to try and buy as much time as possible as they rip the objective down. If 0-0 Nation can show up to an objective, not necessarily this game, as Rayquaza is the next one we got, but game 2, if they show up to the objective before the other team, before Ice can actually get deep, they can jump on top of the objective and get a surprise attack from the other team. Something to watch out for in the future, but we got 30 seconds to Rayquaza in this one.
Yeah, big moment here for these two teams. Orangutan behind right now, but not by much. They can peel off and get a score right here as we see Blissey being pushed back right now, and we actually have a little bit of a fight breaking out right before Rayquaza. That could have been our Ray fight if someone got caught there in that moment, but everyone is able to peel back. We have Unite moves full for every single member of both of these teams, and this is that moment that we always feel here. You especially feel it here in the stadium, the calm before the storm. You know something is about to pop off, but the question is, who is going to make the play as Ice gets vision for the team and pushes forward right here. You can see the Mystical Fire flying out. You can see the Snipe Shots looking for their mark. Mystical Fire lets you know when you hit a target because it gives you a reset, so they know Zacian was right there.
Something's coming out. they're getting buckled. Shindy comes in, Trevenant Unite pops because they have to use it. Ice is peeling back, but the faithful fireworks are on top just to protect their Trevenant. The tree getting saved by a fire, can you believe it? Shindy gets caught out by the... Finally, Bliss is in the long range. Gets the KO on the Trevenant, they're able to convert. Alelo Hernandez go down, that's 3 players are champion. Entrance found the mark. Delphox just makes it back, but they got enough firepower on the tank. That's the big question. 4 players down for 0-0 Nation. And now Orangutan has flipped the script. Ice is playing in the face of the Delphox, and they're ripping another objective. Just the strategy I said before. Wasn't sure it would apply to Rayquaza, but they're getting it done right now. Bang! Rayquaza for game 1, going to the Monkeys.
Orangutan taking this one here. Dramatic fight as they take down 4 members of 0-0 Nation, and the 5th stuck in a look that is so mean. Only Umbreon could supply it right here. 504, 194. We have 1 minute left, but they still have Rayquaza shields. They still have Eos energy in their pockets. They can continue to score right here. And what a beautiful fight there from Orangutan.
A very rare misstep out of Salto, one of the best defenders we have here in day 2. They get caught out on the tree, and it was really the beginning of the end. That was not the point in which they wanted to engage. They had to use 2 Unite move Spraggles just to try and sustain Salto. It was not enough, and Orangutan gets it done.
Orangutan getting it done here in game number 1, 0-0 Nation right now. 1 game away from heading home. They are going to need to change something as we move into game number 2. They look like they had a great, match for a lot of that right there. Very, very close, but their fights just never really seem to come together. We're going to have to see if they have a different draft strategy, something else, because they are on the ropes, and their only lifeline is winning their next game. Let's throw it on over to Zoinks and Chef to break this whole thing down.
One moment really defined that matchup. Duzmax and Spraggles called it out perfectly. Trevenant being caught out in that position, and 3 Unite moves expended to save them. And not small ones either. Melissa Unite move, Trevenant Unite move, and the Delphox Unite move, all used in defense of Salto. Able to keep that player up, but in the end, just comes down to the rest of Orangutan, who still have those epically powerful Unite moves to swing the momentum the other direction.
Yeah, and then the repositioning after that was so good. It would be very easy, especially, trying to use a lot of those Unites to try and save the situation where you can very potentially kind of be like, wait a minute, what was all of that? Where's everybody now? But we saw the rotation back from Orangutan to be in this really nice kind of re-engaged position, and they took full advantage of it.
Absolutely, and look at the story of that match, a very close game up until that final stretch. Again, I really want to hammer it home that point of that final fight being so indicative of how this match went. Fall putting up a very impressive performance on the Delphox, though regardless, 117,000 damage, with ZZ Ray with extremely high snipe shot game. Actually running 97,000 damage on that Pokemon while using a very big first last hit style move.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing really high damage now from a lot of these Snipe Shot Inteleons, but I feel like a lot of the time that we see Snipe Shot Inteleon, it tends to fall a little bit short in those final situations. However, you mentioned this actually before. I do really like it based on kind of how the rest of this team works. There's a lot of this frontline damage, and it's following up a lot of the engagements that you can take either with the Zacian or with the Champ.
I like to consider it the hammer and anvil style of strategy. You have a lot of setup coming from Snipe Shot because Elderos can only heal so much so quickly. You get that shutdown when the Zacian or Machamp can dive in at that moment. And those Machamp Unite moves from BKZ were looking amazing. This is a Pokemon that gets overlooked in pretty much every competitive setting every time we see it, but BKZ putting on a showcase showing that this Pokemon should not be overlooked, and these Unite moves, if placed absolutely perfectly, can really swing a team fight. Wow, 0-0 Nation kept it extremely close in these final seconds, though. Blissey getting a KO into Salto, and unfortunately Falco just not able to close out any specific knockouts. That's a secure on the Rayquaza, and Orangutan putting themselves up 1-0, and again, in an elimination match against 0-0 Nation.
And you can see, even in that victory screen there, they were stressed as they should be. But player of the game with 122,000 healing. That's going to be Ikura on the Blissey. Very well earned. That is a lot of healing. Look at that. Oh, that is actually a great gas.
Yeah, I absolutely want that. Ikura, can I have that, please? They can't hear me, unfortunately. Yeah, I really want that Pokemon, but I'm a big Ghost fan. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but that I do like those Pokemon quite a bit. Gengar next game, maybe? We'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely.
when it comes to drafts, it's some interesting things, but we do want to take a look at a little bit more in-depth at 0-0 Nation, as we have a cool team interview with them to take a look at.
Hello, we're 0-0 Nation. We're the first team from Brazil and we're here to win Worlds.
We won 10 out of the 11 official tournaments in our region because, like, from the beginning we're just like 5 good players. But then with time we gain more synergy as a team, we start playing better together, and then that translates well into this year and this tournament.
Last year we got knocked out early in the tournament. No one expected because we won like 5 of the 5 tournaments. The loss was hard on us because we didn't expect it, but we move on. This year we have more preparation, so I think with our coach, Replicate, we have a really good preparation in draft and other stuff, in gameplay. We are confident to play this group.
We are very proud to represent Brazil. This is our 2nd year representing Brazil, and we want to prove this year that last year was just a fluke and that we can do much better than what we did.
And that we deserve 4 slots.
É incrível estar no Japão, porque como eu gosto muito de desenhos, animes orientais, é tipo como estar na casa deles, é muito divertido.
Quando eu ganhar o Mundial, eu vou sentir que o trabalho terminou e eu realmente bati meu ponto.
When we win the money, I will probably spend it all on like Pokemon Center plushies and electronics, a Game Boy and maybe a new Switch.
Now I'm gonna ask questions taken out of this head to all of these guys. If you could ban one team from the tournament, who would it be and why?
Talibobo, because like they're the most threatening team in our group, and that would make life like a lot easier to make it to day 2.
0-0 Nation celebrating on stage. You can see this. This was that iconic moment when they made top 8 bracket after defeating Talibobo Believers. What a game from this team. That energy is incredible.
I know. Look at them dancing. I love, by the way, with the sunglasses. Coolest look, I think, of any player that we had in the entire tournament. Definitely my big vote. I love 0-0 Nation. I love their kind of energy. I love their overall just mental, and right now, I mean, they're going to have to put it to the test because we are one match away from them being eliminated by Orangutan here.
Speaking of energy, Brazil fans, we need you to send 0-0 Nation yours. Send them all your energy as they are down 0-1 in this elimination match against Orangutan. Obviously, they have proved that they belong here on this world stage, having a better performance than last year, but they are aiming for a championship title, and APAC East currently stands in their way.
I think, though, that they can do it. I think they're a team that could make it all the way through. Remember, when they qualified against Talibobo Believers, they were down 1 game and they won the next 2 straight. They're a team that really adapts well, and I think a lot of it is due to the fact that they don't ever seem like they're fully down mentally. They just always can bounce back. They've got good synergy. They've got good friendship.
That Lapras first pick is going to be locked in place for 0-0 Nation. They're going to be able to implement that in the top half yet again. Orangutan does not have the option to grab the Urshifu. Instead, they're going to grab both the Alolan Ninetales and the Umbreon, the best defenders in class, and they're actually going to choose A9 over the Inteleon. So a preference towards this ice type instead of Inteleon.
That's actually very interesting. It's very rare that we see a Lapras and an Inteleon get on the same team. Usually they're either going to be on opposite sides, or one of them at least, or maybe both is going to be banned. The Blissey getting picked up as well, been working very, very well. Blastoise on the other side with the Hoopa going for the double spin.
Wow, yeah, I mean, Blastoise Hoopa is an absolutely wild combination, and now that you have Umbreon on your side, Blastoise is a whole lot safer. One of the biggest components of that Hydro Typhoon is that huge shield you get. Umbreon can take that away in a moment. However, having it on your composition means you're going to be a little bit safer. Gardevoir locked in here from 0-0 Nation. Last time we saw this Gardevoir was in path. They played it in the bottom path, did not put it in the central area. Dodrio can be grabbed up from Valve, though. This is the heart of Brazil, is this Dodrio. It has defined their metagame for quite some time now.
I feel like there's a lot of directions that 0-0 Nation could go as far as where they send each of their Pokemon in path, and that's going to be really cool to see when it actually happens. But the final pick is going to be that Zacian. It's been working extremely well. I feel like, to me, the standout here is the Gardevoir. It can chunk out so many of the picks of Orangutan.
If it doesn't get knocked out first.
True,
right?
true.
There are so many asterisks around this Gardevoir pick. You're right, if it works out perfectly, if everything happens for 0-0 Nation in the right spot, it can be incredible. But Orangutan has a heck of a tool chest to try to shut that down on the other side. Zacian, Umbreon, Alolan Ninetales, of course the Hoopa in these big moments. So many pivotal Pokemon that can take over games. It is game number 2 of this elimination game. Orangutan on match point. Spraggles, Duke Snacks, bring us through it.
Oh boy! Well, I can tell you this, Dupe Snacks. I think 0-0 Nation got exactly what they wanted in that draft, but I don't know if they got exactly what they needed. We're going to have to find out as we head into this game with some really amazing picks, and then for me, some head scratchers at the end. I did not expect to see Dodrio and Gardevoir's final picks.
I didn't either, but what they're doing here, and especially the way that Orangutan closed out their draft, they are stress testing Akura right now. Every hyperspace hole that Akura lays down needs to be an absolute hero play. Between the Gardevoir and the Dodrio, that's crazy amounts of static in the front, be able to pot shot. This is going to be tough sledding, and I like what 0-0 Nation's put together.
I like what they put together as well. It's crazy to see this Zacian that was so dominant from Orangutan go as a final pick here for Xingdi. But that is what has happened here in game number 2. This is a must-win for 0-0 Nation, as we've mentioned before. Brazil's last hope here at the World Championships. 0-0 Nation could continue on in this tournament, but they have to beat Orangutan 2 in a row. And that last match, Orangutan shut them down handily at Rayquaza.
Without a doubt, I like this path. If you're going to put this Gardevoir with anybody, of course, give it a nice escort in the Lapras. So I like what they're doing there. The pressure of 3 up top is looking pretty good, as it looks like the Sabo was knocked out rather quickly. And now, all of a sudden, Orangutan has a couple points on the board, getting some stacks going. But Orangutan, or excuse me, 0-0 Nation Fob is ready to engage and ready to put the absolute beat down on BKZ.
Yeah, really amazing drill peck right there, but what a defense from the side of Orangutan. And that's just that Hoopa, man. I mean, such a difficult Pokemon to deal with. Nice drill peck, stealing away all of that experience right there so that it was secured by the side of 0-0 Nation. And those are a lot of the plays we're going to be looking for as we head down to this bottom path right here. Zacian absolutely cleaning things up as this Lapras tries to defend on the goal zone. Gardevoir with the pot shots from afar, as we talked about, but they are not able to stop the score.
Believe it or not, it was actually Z-Ray's Blizzard Avalanche tandem that actually got Xingdi caught behind that block of ice and couldn't get the KO on Wolf. Otherwise, it would have been all 3 players down, and they would have had a great siege of that goal zone.
You can hear the crowd in here cheering for our suits right now. Very kind of them. Every once in a while, they just look on over to us and throw out a big cheer. I mean, I really appreciate it. The suits! Let's go with the suits. As we head up here to our top path, we can see this Blissey now ticking over to level 5. On par with the enemy Wartortle. Not good for Orangutan. That Pokemon needs so much XP. As once again, Inteleon just being ripped apart.
Yeah, not only was it ripped apart, there's a quality KO. Xingdi got every Swablu in the middle, and now, so much so, they're getting so large that they're literally looking to pivot anywhere else on the map. Akura's going to be able to move their players quickly, so every attempt on a goal zone by 0-0 Nation is going to be tough right now.
Nice drill peck, but getting caught right here. Able to jump kick out just barely. Moving on in with a boosted, but not able to pick up a KO. Zacian is back at full HP. The question is, do they want this fight? As Ice is in a lot of trouble. The focus band is being popped. They do go down. We have this amazing Sacred Sword, but Blissey stays standing.
Yeah, fortunately, Akura still is in the pocket. They got an opportunity to put the save down if they need to. They just go with Phantom Force for disruption. BKZ's putting tons of pressure on Falb, actually. Oh, but the Hoopa's knocked out before it can reset. Now BKZ's desperately trying to make it back, luring the opposition into Xingdi, who is getting, again, rather large here, already level 8, the biggest thing on the map.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And there's that liquidation, just putting a ton of damage onto BKZ. They're in trouble. Level 6 for this Wartortle. Not in a good spot right now as Registeel hits the bottom path. Regieleki hits the top path right here. We're going to see what these teams want to do as 4 members of Orangutan are in this bottom path. 0-0 Nation has to make the long trek on foot. They don't have the Hoopa hyperspace holes.
So exactly what I was talking about. Ice just runs straight across the map, but it's only South Tao there. They can't make any pressure. Lola Ninetales cutting off the Lapras very quickly as South Tao's put more pressure on Xingdi. They might get this KO by themselves. They're putting tons of pressure on. Nice Phantom Force to get the screen that they need. Hoopa gets KO'd, or excuse me, Hoopa KOs the Lapras, and Blissey gets the Alolan Ninetales back the other way. Wolf, though, is a Gardevoir. They are online, and they're looking for bodies, and they only catch one, as this Reggie is still standing. However, 0-0 Nation takes it. 17% better chance to win.
Here we go. Do they get their 17% chance? They do, for all you percentage heads out there in the audience.
Hey, I know our numbers, guys, in the back are popping off for that, just like this Dodrio. I mean, Fob is finding their mark and being able to leverage it in a big way. Nice, very singularity to try and screen this goal zone. They want to close it now. Will they be able to? Yes.
Yes, they do. And what an amazing score right there. You saw Lapras able to score in that final moment there with 22 before the 39 from Inteleon. Beautiful stuff. 119-64 here for 0-0 Nation. They are up in this match, and they are looking like a different team than Game 1.
Suddenly, they have 3 level 10s dwarfing anything on the side of Orangutan outside of Xingdi on the Zashi, who's getting caught right now with no support, and that's a huge KO into the hands of Mazo. Great experience for them. Nice mean look is trying to trap Bob, is doing a pretty good job, but not enough damage there to follow up. Unable to put the pressure on is Z-Ray, and now Orangutan has to sit on their goal zone.
And now you can see Fall, obviously, Ice is looking for Fall. Every chance they get, look, what a massive surf. I mean, surf's up. If there's ever a time to say it, it's right there, but it's not good for 0-0 Nation. Using the Bliss assistance to keep the Gardevoir healthy, and somehow they pull themselves out of that massive moment.
Xingdi comes up trying to make a hero play, but it's a 4-on-3, excuse me, a 4-on-1, and they get buckled. KO streak to 3 for the Inteleon. Now Z-Ray has to peel. The surf comes through, kind of darts through, but doesn't hit their mark as Wolf is just out of range, and that goal zone sitting at 2 can spell disaster.
Obviously, they want Wolf to be able to put their 40 points in right here, but Orangutan knows this. They are defending this goal zone very well. We have 19 seconds now until we have another Reggie spawning in that bottom path. I don't know what the stats are on them taking a second Reggie, but you know what? I bet it goes up to at least 18, maybe even 19% if they get the first 2 right here. And you can see both teams deciding how they're going to want to play this. If they don't leave someone top on the side of Orangutan, they can run these points in. But at the same time, they have this Hoopa, so this is a play they can actually make right now as they decide to break it for only 5.
Break it for only 5 means that they can make plays other ways here, but they're going in for a big fight. We see the Hydro Typhoon come out, but it doesn't really clip anybody as they're putting the pressure on. It's just Lel trying to sustain themselves, but it's Z-Ray that gets the KO. They're sieging this goal zone a good way. Nice little stun on South Town. We see the big laser beam from the unbound Hoopa as Wolf comes up. It's up to them to try and protect this thing. Dodrio from long range ships up Xingdi. They turn to the script and take out the A9. Z-Ray sent back, and they're putting tons of pressure on Spraggles, and this thing keeps rages on. Bob is trying to find their mark, but they get KO'd by the surf, and somehow Orangutan gets some points on the board and doesn't get absolutely wiped in that exchange.
I guess we're going to have to wonder whether or not it would have been a better call to not bring up Dodrio. Just let Dodrio secure that bottom objective as this fight is still raging on. The Lapras coming in with the Lapras Express and the Parrot Song, not able to pick up that Hoopa as they're trying to chase it down. Somehow, throughout all of this, 0-0 Nation gets this Reggie Alecki, and that Reggie in the bottom path is just hanging out all by their lonesome as Orangutan has to deal with this now, and now Dodrio on that bottom Reggie, securing it for the side of 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, we see, of course, Inteleon peeling down that way to help out as well. Mazo going to give a little bit damage as Xingdi is working. They get Lel. They're going to try and get Wolf. They get credit for that too, as 0-0 Nation secures the basement Reggie.
Very nice secure there from 0-0 Nation. Obviously, Gardevoir getting caught out was just sort of the cost of that Reggie for the side of 0-0 Nation. But boy, does Zacian just make quick work of a Gardevoir. As soon as it gets next to it, it is over. This Pokemon just been so amazingly dominant right here, especially in the hands of Xingdi, as somehow, Doomstacks, we're at the end of this match. And this could be the end of the road for 0-0 Nation. They are ahead right now. They are ahead by more than 100 points, but this fight could be incredibly close, and Orangutan has a game to give, so they could look to take this Rayquaza right now, and the fight's starting. Blissey with the Bliss assistance.
On top of Lapras is not the target they want. The rest of Orangutan peels back, but they're low on HP. They're trying to go. The Dodrio gets in there, gets a key KO on low. Not yet, they're playing down, right through, rips through with the drill pack. The Hoopa unbound is KO. There's 4 players down, and it's just Xingdi standing. Dodrio's going for it. and they're on the chase. Can they get Xingdi? They can certainly get themselves a Rayquaza as all of a sudden a 0-0 Nation coming to life.
And look at this right here. What a beautiful score as that goes in. 98 some points right into 100, into another 100, 550, 129. Even with a minute and a half left, the points continue to rain in. 0-0 Nation is still in this thing. They are going to tie this up 1-1 against Orangutan. Woohoo! What a I mean, come on, Mazza. You can't hit him in their base like that.
I mean, they got every pick they could have dreamed for in that bounce back game. I mean, you look from top to bottom. These are
Wow,
they use
hicieron bien los
dispatch counter
brasileños.
believers, and they're in here against
Está
Orangutan,
bueno, está
and they're
bueno.
getting them all over again. They know how to play these Pokemon. They're going to leverage them very, very well as they're committed to putting more points in and proving that they deserve to be on that stage.
Let me tell you, it feels like this Inteleon from both of these teams, whether it's Liquidation on the side of 0-0 Nation or the Snipe Shot from Orangutan, was a big difference maker in these games. I wonder what priority that Pokemon is going to get here in our next round, as we are in what is known as fun time. These two teams just get to continue to have fun, put insane amounts of damage. That Gardevoir Unite landed,
Qué paliza le están dando los brasileños.
where the enemy team was, folding them up like a big bag of grapes.
Beating them up like a big bag of grapes.
Bueno, está bueno,
Just
está
throwing
bueno.
fists everywhere and stuff at this time, like you said. We're in garbage time. They're padding the stats. They're getting those numbers
Están
up.
haciendo el estilo de fútbol, pero al estilo ahora en Pokémon, yo muy bonito.
But you know what? That's cute and all, but you just lost that game.
Yes, you did. All tied up
Le
here
hicieron
in
el juego
our
bonito
losers
a los
bracket.
chinos.
I need to hear from the dynamic duo Wonder Chef Zoinks. Break it down for us, gents.
Bueno, pues no nos defraudaron ellos.
On the faces of Orangutan.
Están luchando, están
Certainly did not
luchando.
want to be
Es que hago
tied
uno nada más.
1-1 to a passionate team like 0-0
Queda
Nation. You see them
una
up and
partida
up,
más.
see them
Esta
representing
quedan
their
empatados.
organization.
Tienen que
I think more importantly
desempatar.
in this situation, representing their region. They want to be pushing forward in this bracket, proving that Brazil is one of the best in the world.
They are doing such a great job. That is exactly how I feel. I honestly could not describe that even better. I need that right now. I'm so exhausted. But honestly, there's so much more to go. And yeah, I have to say, the biggest thing here, it's the mental game. 0-0 Nation and elimination points. They just switch up their call completely, and they just have fun, and they're bullying in the opponent's main base.
I asked the entire Brazilian region to send their energy. Any fans in 0-0 Nation, I think it worked out so well right there. We are tied up 1-1. Let's take a look at that game score overall. 0-0 Nation really started to take over in the midway point of that game. We saw a huge goal zone siege from them that really helped them have a big score lead up until those moments. And there we go. It turns around with the Rayquaza last hit secure.
Yeah, that took Trio really securing all
Le
of
están
that.
dando batalla a los brasileños. Está bueno.
Kind of everybody
Vamos a ver
on
cómo queda.
0-0 Nation, and kind of also everybody on Orangutan did pretty good damage as well.
A lot of fighting going on in this matchup in particular, so obviously these damage numbers are going to be looking high. However, I think both Mazo and Wolf putting up 6-digit numbers apiece is truly impressive, and it just showcases how these long-range Pokemon can be a pretty solid counter towards this Zation. We've been looking for one. We're desperately trying to find some way to shut down this Pokemon, and well, maybe just this poke damage from range is too much for this legendary Pokemon to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, especially too, weirdly enough, you really think of Dodrio as this real, like, heavy, like, I'm gonna dive all the time type Pokemon, but also it can do a great job of healing. It has one of the best kind of charge, knock people back moves in the entire game, so there are some really cool options as far as that goes, but honestly, I think it really did come down to the positioning of 0-0 Nation and their range carries was so good.
And having that pocket Blissey has been huge the entire matchup. Lyle just providing so much support to the entire squad. Orangutan looking pretty good in that team fight, but the comebacks from 0-0 Nation across the board have been looking so good. And Teleon from Baby Mazo looking extremely exceptional. This liquidation pop-up into that Gardevoir Unite move. What a great team fight from 0-0.
Yeah, this was just the epitome of, yeah, we are back in this set. We are back to make a statement, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, it was a great game for them entirely, the entire way through for 0-0 Nation, but I think they just really solidified it even an extra level with not even giving an inch in that final moment. And it wasn't like there was a pick, it was just a great initiation and follow through.
Mazo earning themselves the MVP, or player of the game in this game specifically. We're in the acrobatics liquidation. We talk a whole lot about the more damaging move of Inteleon. We don't talk about the mobility option too much. I mean, Felsinger, acrobatics, both solid options. Felsinger more often if you want to have that constant critical hit counter, always up at 2 or 3 pips. However, acrobatics as a mobility option, just to get out of danger sometimes, might be a little more key. And maybe Mazo playing that one very, very well in that game.
Yeah, there's a big reason why we're seeing Inteleon as the most picked special attacker. Like, sure, yeah, Chandelure can do like 100,000 damage. Alonite's going to 100,000 damage, but Inteleon also is so hard to lock down, while the rest of them are very, I would say, susceptible to diving, which is kind of the classic for a special attacker. But we'll see if we see a very similar comp. The Gardevoir and the Dodrio, I feel like, work out amazingly, but now it's time for a chance to adapt for Orangutan as we get into the bands of game number 3.
Pero démosle todas las vibras a este equipo brasileño porque está luchando y ya están en la tercera. Ojalá que lo puedan ganar. Están empatados.
Minutes of Pokemon Unite to
A ver
decide which
si
of
ganan
these
esta
teams still has
partida.
the championship shot. Slowbro and Urshifu, the two bands, Orangutan probably will be going towards this Lapras. However, the Umbreon dedication for this team has also been pretty big. Let's see what Orangutan wants to grab. Awesome. I totally said that one as well. Everybody knows at home.
Yeah, Umbreon and Inteleon, similar names to me, but no, never Gengar. Oh, wait a minute, is this going to be a real early pick? No, I'm getting trolled every single time. Yeah, there we go, I already called against it. The Blissey is working really great, the Lapras is a great pick, but to go talk back to the first pick, I think Inteleon was a great pick because you just can't let Zero Nation get that again. They've shown that his Baby Mouse is just too good with that Pokemon, and now they've got some of the strongest meta attackers you could possibly ask for.
Leafeon here is a risk, but it is an exceptional Pokemon if Mazo wants to select it. You can actually see them on the bottom side of your screen debating with their team if this is the proper choice. A lot going into this one, and those two selections are going to be Leafeon and Goodra.
Yeah.
So Goodra going to be happening again for Zero Nation. It looked so good for them against Calibobo Believers just last night. Let's see if they can still use it to perfection against Orangutan.
Goodra's been an amazing pick. Every single time we see it, it's being rare, but it has worked. And on the other side, we are going to get the, oh, this is such a scary front line altogether, and blocking in to end it with that Machamp. That is going to be hard to take them all down with that Moonlight healing. But one final pick here. Will it be the Gardevoir again? It will. I think this is a great comp on the side of Zero Nation. I think it's terrifying on the side of Orangutan as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, they just have a really traditional comp outside of that, but Champ, of course, BKZ back on that one. However, Gardevoir is going to have an interesting protection. Look at Valve's item loadout. Muscle Band and Rapid Fire Scarf on Goodra. Of course, that gooey passive, getting that boosted auto attack, it has a chance to slow the enemy when it hits with that big boosted auto. So, having that option is going to make Shindy and BKZ's life a little bit tougher as they try to find these squishy backline targets of what Leafeon and Gardevoir. Let's see if Valve can put the stick on to the enemies.
Oh, that's right. It's time for the Goodra or the Badger, but I really want to see this pop off. Last chance for both these teams. Orangutan, Zero Nation, Spriggles, Duke Snacks. Let's see who moves on and who goes home.
That's right. It all comes down to this one match between these two teams. Someone is out of our world championships and someone is moving on here. Will it be Orangutan? Will it be Zero Nation? Really strong drafts from both of these teams. Big comfort picks on both sides for these teams. You're seeing the Machamp for BKZ. You're seeing Wolf on that Gardevoir. Mazo bringing in that Leafeon. I'm not shocked, by the way, Duke Snacks, to see that first pick in Inteleon. We talked about it. Such a difference maker for these two teams.
And the way Orangutan is built, it looks like they're going to lean back into the snipe shot. I mean, that is just a clump of bodies that they're going to have in front of that Inteleon. Give it the range and space it needs to work, and cross your fingers that that Inteleon snipe shot rings true every time it's fired.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it does, they're going to have some real trouble on the side of Zero Nation. As you can see, we're powering up this Leafeon right here. They can send it to path very early. And while they are doing that, they also are sending over that blue buff to the Gardevoir there in the bottom path.
Yeah, and that's just a good way to get it off to a strong start. Of course, it needs to get to that stage 2 evolution and rank up very quickly. This is a Clefable that's going to go down without a doubt. Akura just buying time. And intelligently enough, 00 Nation allows that Solar Blade to get the KO and giving the most experience over to Mazo.
Yes, extremely intelligent as we head down to our bottom path here. Lapras with the Whirlpool pushing forward right here. Nice big Ice Shard trying to stop that, but no, it heads on over to Ice. There's the meat look, and there it goes.
So good. Ice has been critical and very surgical with those mean looks, able to get just on the outer ring just before they can get out of the range. And then, of course, Xingdi comes in and delivers just in time.
Mazo coming out right here with the Solar Blade, but it's too late, hiding for that fight. Here comes the mean look, and they may be looking to take this down. There were 8 points on that Zacian. That is what you need for Intrepid Swords. You get, those 2 moves off at once, those 2 big Sacred Swords. Did not happen, however, as we head up to the top path right here. Looks like it's gone pretty well for both these sides. However, we still have a chance, so they do need 1 more chunk of EXP.
Yeah, and it's tough because that Gudra is also very EXP hungry here. A defender typically holds an experience share in most cases. Ice able to take that berry and sprint out of range. There's a couple things going against 00 Nation. Fortunately, they have hit the Blissey now.
And here we go. Nice big dynamic puncher. We're seeing a different Machamp here in this game. Huge Solar Blade, but up comes the Zacian. Everyone retreating slightly as Falb's pushing forward.
Solar Blade was lined up, can't quite get the KO, but now BKZ goes down. That Solar Blade, and the next one just clefts them in 12.
It's really impressive when you see a player on something like Zoroark and some of the plays they make. And I have to say, Leafeon is another playmaker like that. You throw your moves, you bounce back with a Razor Leaf, you get a reset on something, you move back in with the Unite move. It really feels like there's so much skill expression from this Pokemon. And when you have a player like Mazo on them, they really put on a show.
That's without a doubt. Good experience going over to the side of 00 Nation, trying to get that Gardevoir online. They're level 7, but that Curly is about to take over. Nice engagement here. It's a 3-on-2. The egg comes in, but I don't think that's enough to save them from Xingdi. And no, we get a KO back on Ice the other way. So an exchange 1-for-1 here. Salto able to get credit for that. Now it's a 3-on-1 push. Z-Ray still a Drizzile forced to peel back, and that's going to be 58 points and an overdunk of 8 there to give them the point lead.
And obviously, the overdunk is not ideal, but what's super ideal is taking this first objective. We all know the numbers, baby.
17% for those of you at home. When 00 Nation takes it, looking to win.
They got a 17% better chance of winning once they secure that. That's how good our numbers people are backstage. They know stuff like that, and that's incredible.
Hey, throw more numbers on the screen. We will repeat them ad nauseum. We got you, dog. Come on, numbers team.
And here we go. We can see Xingdi chasing down right now, actually getting caught out a little bit by the Psychic and Psyshock there from Gardevoir as this Regieleki pushes towards the top path, and it's just something Gudra is going to have to deal with for the side of 00 Nation. Machamp still up there, possibly deciding when they're going to fight, possibly just deciding if they can score or make something happen against this Gudra, as all this experience is being gobbled up here by the side of Orangutan.
Good damage gone to Xingdi, and that's a nice backdoor by Salto. We see the Fairy Singularity come in, but doesn't pull anybody. The Perish Song ticks are trying to go up, but Ice is trying to get out. Ice goes down to save Xingdi and Z-Ray. That is just the order of the day for this Orangutan squad.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love that Gardevoir Unite move. They said, look, I'm caught in the mean look. I have a very good idea where the Zacian's gonna go, right where I am standing. Unfortunately, not able to catch them right here, as we see Falb heading into the central area here of Orangutan, possibly picking up a big KO. And they do, using their Unite move, absolutely worth it for the side of 00 Nation.
That is an amazing expenditure of that Unite move. The Gudra just slime timing all over Xingdi. Rusted Sword getting a little wet right now, looking to get a little rustier. Falb, however, finally a Gudra and now making an impact.
And here we see Z-Ray moving up to this top path. They did decide to go with Liquidation this time around, so switching up from that Snipe Shot. We see that Acrobatics on it as well, as we have a little bit of a fight in the bottom path. Unite move for Unite move. Does anyone go down? BKZ continuing to fight on this point. We're looking for another Solar Blade here from Mazo. They jump in. Can they make it happen? No, they miss.
They are able to muscle through the slow of the Gudra. That second Solar Blade, though, that certainly hit. And credit to BKZ. They just held that goal zone down in the face of 2 level 10s.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there. Another big Unite move from Gardevoir. Only catches one as Orangutan is ready to siege this goal zone. Not a great overcap, but it is gone. That way they can deal with this Regieleki, push it towards a tier 2. But once again, 0-0 Nation on the other side of the map, taking this Regice, securing another. And as we said before, that's got to move up to 19%, baby.
At minimum. You have to give credit again for Ice right there, catching the Gardevoir in the mean look so that the rest of the team could score on the backside of that goal zone, just out of range of that Psy Shock attack. So good look by that. I mean, this is very even right now, Sprinkles.
Yeah, this match is so incredibly close. 0-0 Nation had some nice scores early, but in general, you look across the board, level-wise, almost the same from both of these teams. Score-wise, still within 100 points for Orangutan as they are catching Soto here in the top half. See if there's anything they can do. Big Unite move coming in from Leafeon. Are they able to pick up a KO? They jump on it, not able to take them down. We see them continuing the chase, but no, another miss.
That Ice Mean look was sick, dude. Diving in front, making sure that Mazo had to run around them if they wanted to get to Xingdi. Xingdi is now over half HP, and that is going to at least get them out of dodge. Another goal zone closed. The lead is growing for 0-0 Nation. But again, if you're just looking at levels, this thing feels even.
It feels incredibly even if you're looking at levels, if you're looking at fights. I mean, 0-0 Nation getting really aggressive right here, making some big plays. Obviously not able to pick up the KO, but you have to give it to them. Great overcap there in the top path, and they're in a great position. However, 70 points in that bottom tier 1 goal zone means that Orangutan can make some really interesting plays and come back in a big way. So we see 4 members of Orangutan heading up towards this top path at the 3-minute mark, possibly looking for a sneaky fight. 5 members now.
Jumping in, and the Unite move is expended. They're taking a fight right now, and that's one player down. Solar Blade doesn't hit anybody, so that was a quick dive to get the Gudra, I guess. That's a big time question mark, but now the Zashin's gonna have to get that Unite move.
Yeah, interesting. That was a really interesting fight for the side of Orangutan. One thing for sure is it put 0-0 Nation on the back foot. It's unlikely 0-0 Nation is going to be able to immediately take this bottom Reggie, and it looks like Orangutan knows that as they send 3 players down at it, and 0-0 Nation might be in a lot of trouble right here, as here comes Orangutan. They have the Zashin, they have the secure, and they take it.
That was a nice little follow me as well to get Wolf off of the objective so they can't have a little pot shot and try and take it for the team. But we got 15 seconds till Rayquaza. The pressure's on Orangutan to make a move. They're down by over 100. That being said, the levels look good. They got a real shot.
The levels look good. They have their Unite moves. They have that Reggie Rock buff, and they are ready for this fight. For these 2 teams, it all comes down to this. Right now, Orangutan, 0-0 Nation, their tournament is on the line. Fighting for their regions, fighting for the championship, the chance to stay here in the World Championship Finals for Day 2. They are in our losers bracket.
Pero todos están
This game
tratando de
means
agarrar
it all.
Rayquaza. Vamos a ver.
How will it start?
Están haciendo,
Orangutan is
están
behind.
todos
They are the team
preparados.
that needs to make the play. Ice
Al
getting
final
pretty
del
aggressive,
tiempo.
getting some vision for their team.
¿Quién se la pela?
Foul, staying here in the top path to make sure a score doesn't happen. And here comes Xingdi.
Xingdi goes straight for the dive, uses that Sacred Sword, puts tons of pressure on Falb. Now Falb's going to have to do literally anything but join the fight. This might be the opportunity they're looking for. Tons of HP on Xingdi. They're moving forward, though. Nice engagement, but Champion out on the Gardevoir. They eject button through the wall. Blisses on the Lapras. They're trying to put the pressure on Italian. Force out the Shedinja doll. There's the Clefable, though, trying to get the HP up, but no, the first domino falls for Orangutan. The pressure continues. They're trying to swing through Xingdi's shell and a bunch of damage. Whoa! Gardevoir, huge! That very second, that eject button through the wall was the game-saving play. Just Xingdi stands. 0-0 Nation looking to make it happen. No, look at the pressure on the Blissey too. Putting the egg bombs in. Sprangles. 0-0 Nation up the back of the Wolf. Eject button through the wall. Come back very secondary from way down.
It is not over. Members of Orangutan are coming back. Xingdi is still here, but the HP is very low. They take down Xingdi, and they're turning their focus on Rayquaza. But here comes Orangutan. Inteleon is here. Clefable is moving through the top path. They have one chance to do something right here. The Solar Blade doesn't take it, but they still get it. 0-0 Nation secures Rayquaza. 0-0 Nation secures Rayquaza. They're looking dead in the eyes of Orangutan. They planted the 0-0 Nation flag straight on the plane of the apes. They're saying this guy now belongs to us. Putting the monkeys back in the zoo. 0-0 Nation getting it done for Brazil. And these are the last 5 seconds for Orangutan here in the World Championships as 0-0 Nation from Brazil makes it true.
Excelente, lo hicieron los brasileños. Un aplauso, los ellos lo pasaron.
great plays by both teams.
Por lo menos
I don't
ponieron
know
cara.
how you look at
Hay que
that game
reconocer que
and you
Brasil,
tell
aunque
everybody
sean
on 0-0
portugueses, pero
Nation
ellos son
needs to give a big old
latinoamericanos.
high five and a kiss
Entonces hay
to
que
Wolf, because
darles.
that getting caught in the champion night, a check
Que
button
está
to the
bueno.
wall, become a non-factor for just that split second. Very singularity to literally blow up the entire orangutan squad.
Los peruanos no hicieron nada, pero
just pop right in the
hicieron
middle.
algo y
Sick business.
pero los que
After I
hicieron
saw
fueron los
Gardevoir caught there, I thought it was all
los
over
brasileños.
0-0 Nation. I thought they were completely done. Beautiful Machamp Unite, like you said, living on a sliver, living on a prayer. That fairy singularity finally found its mark, grabbing multiple members of Orangutan right there. You can see these two teams obviously hugging it out here. A lot of love for them. These are some of the best players in the world going at it here on the world's stage. Orangutan, amazing performance, amazing tournament, amazing year for this team. But 0-0 Nation, the Giant Slayers who took down Talibobo, dispatches another massive team.
You have to give credit again to Orangutan for how far they've made it into this event. Top 8, of course, dispatched there in the losers bracket here. Mazo just points to the watch. You know what time it is. It's time for 0-0 Nation to win their next game as they move on in this one. I can tell you, I mean, all of Brazil just went up on that win. Holy smokes, what a game, what a play. And I have to say it again, Wolf! With the eject button of the absolute century.
Incredible stuff right here. And you can see 0-0 Nation in control of a lot of that match. We talk about this a lot. This huge moment where a team needs to make a play. They could let Orangutan make a mistake right there. And I don't even think they did. I just think they got outplayed barely by 0-0 Nation in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, if Wolf isn't on Giga Brain Galaxy mode, I mean, the game is over. It's lost there. That fairy singularity was the one turning factor that literally turned the tides as we watch these highlights from this amazing Game 3 Spraggles, which felt really even bell to bell.
Yeah, incredibly even. I mean, it felt like there were so many counters. I love this play, by the way. This Gudra picking up this KO. What a massive play right here. And Xingdi just felt like they set up every opportunity for this player, for this Zash to do some incredible stuff. And here is that insane moment. You see this huge Unite move into this massive fairy singularity. There they come, grabbing 3 members.
You barely see Wolf, just the top of the Gardevoir head, show up on screen and actually fade back to hit that fairy singularity and make sure that it catches as many players as possible. And after that, it was just elementary. It was super Fisher-Price. The rest of 0-0 Nation just pivots on the Intellion C-Ray, the last person standing, take themselves a Rayquaza, and a big-time win.
Huge win. They are still here in this tournament. Incredibly impressive stuff. And I have to agree. I mean, look, there were some amazing hero plays throughout this fall. Incredibly impressive on this Gudra. A Pokemon that we only see a few teams pick up, but when they do, ooh, it's so good.
It was incredibly good. It was incredibly good. You said, you know, they were able to get that 1v1 KO onto Xingdi there on the Zacian, which was massive. They were able to slow targets down with that boosted auto, as you mentioned.
Les voy a recordar cómo está este proceso. Supuestamente ellos ya pasaron, es una eliminatoria que están, pero es la eliminatoria de los, digamos que es como el mundial. Van para lo que es el partido del tercer lugar y hay otro partido que es la final, que es la de la Copa. Ellos van para el tercer lugar, obviamente, porque ellos no pudieron ganarles a los otros, pero pasaron. Si hubiera ganado Perú, se hubieran enfrentado a ellos, pero bueno, ganaron los otros, los coreanos.
Like, I mean, yesterday it was against all the odds. No one believed in us. So, I mean, we are really confident. We got out of.
El que está en estos momentos en la gran final son los, ya sabemos, los que son los norteamericanos, los chinos americanos, los de Luminicity, que son los que están. El otro, no sabemos cuál es el otro que tienen que enfrentar, pero ellos son donde está el famosísimo Overlord, que una vez nos topamos con él en uno de nuestros directos.
No one knows, but Brazil has a bad historic on winning MOBA games. So what we did yesterday was like historic, right? So I think I'm really happy to represent this country. I love you all, man.
It's the best cheer in the world. Sure.
Awesome. Best cheering in the world. We love to see it. We are going to see more of 0-0 Nation later today. But until then, we are going to jump to a very, very short break.
And welcome back to Yokohama, Japan. We're here with the World Championships for Pokemon Unite, and we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. We are just about halfway done. We've said goodbye to some of the best teams in the world, and there are still some left that we still have to say goodbye to very, very soon, including our upcoming match. You hate to see it, but you love to see that one of them will advance. It's going to be Jill versus Homo Abyssinian. But of course, I am Wonder Chef, joined by Kello. Kello, what a match we're going to have.
What a day it has been today. As you mentioned, halfway point, but you know what? This is not the final stretch just yet. But I must say, Actual, Homo Abyssinian, both of the last remaining teams for their regions, are they going to be able to represent and make it on through?
Oh, it's a tough, burden to bear, I guess. You have to represent your entire region at this point. We started off the day with 2 APAC teams, but we're down to just 1 in Korea. Of course, only having 1 representative here in this top 8. You can take a look at the teams that are going to be playing. It's going to be Actual representing Korea and Homo Abyssinian representing APAC East.
Yes, and just to recap, I must say S4L, they are looking good out there so far. Choco, Mule, Epe, and Darwin on Actual. We'll have to see how they go, but I mean, these player shots, they are looking spectacular, Chef.
Oh yeah, I really like kind of just how this team has been gelling together. We saw their video earlier where one of them said, oh yeah, like if I had to choose a dream team, I would just choose our team once again. And S4L, along with Epe, they have been playing this really amazing backline of special attackers that have been synergizing together really well. But honestly, they've been able to flex through a few different comps over the course of this weekend, and you really have to be able to. If you're locked down into one comp, you are going to have a very tough time making it through when you find the best of the best all across the world. And again, a very big surprise that they are just doing so well coming out of Korea, a region that I think a lot of people very much underestimated going into this weekend.
Yes, but as we mentioned, one of these teams will be going home today at this position. So we're going to have to see. Let's take a look at Homo Abyssinian.
Oh, another team. This is actually one of the teams that I feel was really, really feared. A lot of the teams that we talked to when they talked about, like, oh, what teams do you feel like are going to be the ones to pull off the biggest upsets this weekend? Maybe not even upsets, just the ones that are less expected to win, but have a great chance. This is one of the teams that people have been talking about, Abyssinian. Honestly, following through on that, anybody who's still left in this tournament has had an amazing showing so far. Both of these teams included, but now it's going to be a little bit more of an underdog, I would say, for the side of Actual, but just how they've been playing, this does not feel like an underdog match at all.
No, well, they are playing for that crown, but it's also that prize pool. They want to make it as far as they can to rack up as much cash as they can. Obviously, whichever team does go home, they do not go home empty-handed.
Oh, yes. Yeah, once you've made it this far, you are definitely far in the money. There is a ton on the line, I would say, this weekend. But we're going to go into the start of fighting for it as we're going to go to the draft for game number 1 of Actual on the left, Homo Abyssinian on the right. Let's see what these bands end up looking like. It looks like we may get the Inteleon and the Zoroark.
Ooh, this is interesting. I feel like the bans have been pretty similar across the day. There are obviously these Pokemon out there that just shine. You do not want to come across them. But taking off Zoroark off the map along with an Inteleon, I know that Liquidation has been chasing some members down.
It has. Also, though, I really like the ban on the side of Akjo. We mentioned that they've got a really strong special attacker backline, and Zoroark just eats that for breakfast, quite literally. It's just like, oh, feed me. I want that experience. But it looks like we're going to have the classic Lapras first pick. I think nothing super surprising there. If you've been watching this weekend, or the month before that, or the month before that, you've definitely seen that as the first pick pretty much every time that it can be. On the other side, though, what they prioritize will be a good question. You ban out one speedster, it might be the Leafeon instead.
So you've got to bring in those evolutions. Umbreon and Leafeon, I must say, great combination together. You mean look them, and then Leafeon comes in with that huge burst damage. It is massive. But you know what? We have Hooper and another tanky defender, Slowbro. We have talked about this Pokemon endlessly today.
Yeah, this has been, for quite a while, the real big meta double defender pick, the Slower plus the Lapras, but now that Umbreon's here, it's a little bit different. They're actually going to be going double defender. On the other side, we're going to have the Umbreon plus the Blastoise, which is another great choice altogether. But the Glaceon, I feel like still this has been a really big MVP Pokemon for me that we've seen not that often still this tournament.
Well, we did see this earlier from this team, having those 3 evolutions plus the Blastoise and the Eldegoss there, the fake evolutions maybe, I don't know, they may be in disguise. But Zoroark, no, not Zoroark, Zacian and Mew also being picked up on the side of Akjo.
Oh, I just feel as far as like meta picks, this Agile comp is extremely scary. Having Mew to back up this terrifying front line, and then of course the support of the Hoopa to keep them up forever is going to be such a great comp. But on the other side, yeah, all these evolutions, they can be very, very scary. I think the biggest thing is, are you going to find great targets for the Leafeon, or is Leafeon just going to end up taking some collateral damage from the Sacred Sword out of the Zacian? Only one way to know. Once again, we're going into game number 1 here, Agile versus Omo Abyssinian, and we're bringing back Spriggles and Doob Snacks to call the action.
Here we are, Doob Snacks, another elimination game. Like you said before, we've got 3 in a row. Call us in sync, because we're saying bye to some of these teams right here. Omo Abyssinian, Akjil, 2 incredible teams from their region, 2 first seeds from their region, going up against each other here in the losers bracket. And I might have to remind everyone at home, a team from the losers bracket is going to crawl all the way through this thing to the grand finals, and you could be looking at that team right now.
Without a doubt. And they've got a heck of a hurdle in front of each other, because both of these teams are formidable, without a doubt. I was looking at this draft, and it really looks like both teams are incredibly strong. They got a lot. I mean, the triple EV comp is something that you and I have cast once before, not with these specific EVs, but it looked incredibly impressive. And then on the other side, you have Slowbro, Hoopa, Lapras, and then why not a Zacian and Mew to round it out?
Yeah, incredibly powerful compositions from both sides right here. And even though you have an experience-hungry Pokemon like this Blastoise, you also have 3 Pokemon that become amazing at level 4. 2 of them just ticked over. We've got the Glaceon and the Leafeon on the side of Omo Abyssinian right there. Obviously, there's so much value into a Pokemon that is good right at the start of the match. Take that lead and use it throughout the game. Don't let it go. Make sure that you're ahead early and don't let your opponents catch back up. That's what Abyssinian's looking to do here in game number 1.
Without a doubt, and they're off to, Akjil is actually off to a good start, as Chopa was able to get that K opener onto Eevee. So, I mean, that's why they're still missing that Umbreon right now.
Yeah, here we go. We can see them moving up the top path right here. We can see Hoopa kind of hiding out in this tall grass. A lot of this experience looks like actually is heading over to the side of Akjil. We get that level 5 already on the Lapras. Huge break point, big power spike. We're going to see if they're bringing out the Water Pulse or the Perish Song right here.
Akjil doing a great job to split the attention of Omo Abyssinian there. They couldn't decide if they want to try to get the KO on the Hoopa or get the experience in the middle, and ultimately they didn't really get either.
Yeah, not great right here for Abyssinian as they're jumping forward, trying to take down this Glaceon. Great play, sending the Eldegoss down, using that X speed so that they can make it there to support their team. But you can see S4L still hiding in this tall grass, moving back down, big boost and attack. Leafeon barely makes it out.
Now we got a portal in the middle and 3 players suddenly disappear, and I can't imagine they're coming back through that one. Nice play.
And these are the plays by Hoopa that they're able to make, right? They can head right to the enemy central area, put on a ton of pressure, and then just send everybody home through that hyperspace hole.
Great look here. Finally, the Leafeon is kind of jumped. They're peeling back, and they get hit with the electric ball, and then the hyperspace hole actually is enough to get the KO there. Quick work and nice movement by Akjil. They've looked phenomenal.
Yeah, Akjil looking incredible right here, making great use of their Hoopa. It feels like it's in every single engagement, putting down portals for their team. Also picking up some massive damage and some stuns. Incredible, incredible plays from Akjil to start this thing. However, Abyssinian, the only team to put some points on the board here, 50-0 right now, as we are 20 seconds away from this first Reggie in the bottom top half.
Looking to fight a little bit is S4L. Chobo doing a great job on the front line here as FA is screening well with Mew. I mean, Akjil just seems to be moving in sync. Oh, this Lobro gets poached on over by the Umbreon back on the other side. Solar Blade comes through. They're getting solo. Finally, the KO happens from Tempest. And not great when you're looking to do a 3v3 on this Regice. Now it's up to the Mew and the Zacian to get it done all by their lonesome.
And here we go. Looks like they were trying to rip this here, but a nice play to peel back and attempt to secure that. The Unite move does not get it, but the Hoopa does. Once again, this Hoopa just doing so much work for Akjil.
I mean, Davin coming through, but finally they bend, and finally they break. 3 straight players get KOs, and now they use the Glaceon Unite move to put the pressure onto Chobo. Nice engagement here by Tempest, just so they can get some points in, and they close out that goal zone.
Huge goal zone closeout right there, even though Akjil was able to take the better of that fight to secure the objective. The push there from Abyssinian was huge. Like we talked about, those are those evolutions. Big Unite move right there at level 8, able to push forward and take a huge fight and win for their team, up by over 100 points already. And while this was happening, we finally have ourselves a Blastoise in the top path. And I say finally, but it's the 6-minute mark. They've done a great job of getting their experience.
Yeah, without a doubt, all the credit in the world to Miva as they know exactly what they need to get that Blastoise online. They hang out. Omo Abyssinian is able to do a ton of work without them present, and it totally pans out. Suddenly, Akjil is ripping through this Reggie like he's secured by the Zacian, and nobody really from Omo Abyssinian shows up for that, so they're going to peel back and just try and maybe catch this thing, not give up too much as the Rapids and Water Spout is absolutely flying. Zacian's showing in damage. Eldegoss gets KO'd off the back of the Parish Song and the Lapras follow-up, and just nabbing a berry and trying to stay in the pocket as long as they can, but this goal zone is going to be broken by plus 15.
Not a terrible overcap right there. They get rid of a goal zone, a little tit for tat. You take our bottom goal zone, we will take your top, but you do get a little more value having your top goal zone gone than your bottom, forcing out the Mew Unite move right here. As Mew's looking to be a little aggressive right here as they push towards that Leafeon, and everyone just backs up. They don't want to take this fight too prematurely. We have a Reggie spawning in the bottom path here in 15 seconds, and look, I don't know the statistics on any of the other teams as to whether or not they get the first or second Reggie, what the odds are of them winning, but I can tell you taking these objectives is a huge boon for the team.
There is a percentage involved, and I'm sure it goes in one direction or the other. Chobo screening in front of 2. Finally showing up is Mule as the Lapras, able to put some decent pressure, but hiding out in that tall grass is, of course, the Leafeon, ready to Solar Blade any target that steps up close. FA moving in with S4L. Those two have been working in tandem all game long. Chobo gets engaged on. Tempest is looking for an opportunity. Regirock helping out a little bit, as now it's caught in the middle as the Zacian. They force out the Unite move, kicks up through Hydro Typhoon. The Mew takes the Regirock, and now they're trying to use these shields to do something, but no, it's actually Omo Abyssinian that gets the KO and is able to sustain.
They send him to the top path with his Hoopa Unite. What a sneaky move right here from Akjil. After they took that victory, they send them up and they rain points into this top path. Omo Abyssinian trying to do something to push them back right here, but an amazing play. Hoopa not down at this fight, instead setting up this amazing moment for them to score, almost evening up this game, and if they can score 4 more points here, they will break this tier 2 goal zone. It's pretty easy to do. 4 points is an easy amount of points to grab somewhere on the map. They can send someone up here, and then that Reggie Alecki will push towards their main base.
And it just has hit the map, and all of a sudden, Omo Abyssinian knows this thing's going to be a problem for us. So Leafeon joins the fray. They're going to try and rip this thing on the map as Umbreon and Eldegoss are trying to take the Zacian's attention. Finally, it is taken by Luis there, and it's sent into the goal zone and breaking it.
Yeah, easy decision there for Akjo. They're saying, all right, we're going to let that goal zone break with only 5 over. You won't get a good overcap later. Little did they know the game was actually tied in that moment right here. 204 to 224. At any point, someone can sneak up here to this tier 2 goal zone and get rid of it. Akjo can break this pretty easily, and then that opens up the classic Yamada play. They have the Hoopa. They can bring the whole team to that central goal zone during the Rayquaza fight, and we may see that from Korea, a region that is really well known for their, prominence of score comp in the first season. I can definitely see them make a trick play like that heading into the final few minutes here of our match.
Yeah, before I had said that Regieleki was taken by Luis, it was actually sealed up by Shua, the Glaceon there. But that's a great point. That's why we got to keep an eye on this goal zone, specifically Miba, see what they can do here. If they even want to try and just insulate this goal zone as they get bigger. And Akjo says, no, we want to rip the objective. We want to get this Regirock. We want the experience, and we want to fight this thing in the middle. They got 15 seconds, and there's a lot of HP going down. First player down, 9-second timer on there. Shua gets engaged on, they get KO'd. The follow-up is on top of the Leafeon, forcing out the Unite move. The pressure continues. Wow. This is going to be our Rayquaza fight. I think Spriggles KO streak of 3 as they keep moving through. S4L puts pressure on. KO by Lapras on the Umbreon. 3 players down. Those timers are pretty big, but they're forced to reset. The Hoopa portal comes through, and they're shredding this Rayquaza. It's down to 25%. Can a cotton crash coming through? Is that the thing? The cotton crash! The cotton crash! Obsidian snatching that thing, baby. Let's go! Eldegoss, all you need is a flower and a dream, and you're getting it done. This is the 70s. Flower power, we getting it. Obsidian all of a sudden shatters in front, takes the lead.
Incredible stuff here. 272 to 324. This is not over, but look at that massive Rayquaza shield there for Glaceon. We do not have one for Leafeon. However, there's another 100 points that can go in. There's a minute 20 left, so this match is nowhere near over as we see members of Akjo deciding how they are going to want to attack this. They have a tier 1 goal zone in that bottom path. 100 points inside there puts Akjo ahead. In fact, even less than 100, they can get there. The question is, are they going to be able to suss out the sneaky play that this Glaceon can make with their Rayquaza shield? Obsidian is up right now, and they just saw it. They see that Glaceon has the shield. This Glaceon is actually peeling back right now to try to deal with this push on this goal zone. We see Hoopa in the top path being pushed around by Umbreon. There's very little time left. 40 seconds. We're getting ready for the fight. Lapras Unite on the side of Akjo while we have 4 Unite moves on the side of Obsidian. And here comes the sneak play from the Glaceon. Hoopa coming up, but I don't think Hoopa's going to be able to do anything about it as they start to move down towards this tier 1 goal zone. Akjo needs to make a score happen here.
They need to make something happen. Swordblade comes out. They're putting tons of pressure on. They're putting points in. They're still down by 116. And I think this defense is going to stay strong. Obsidian up the back of a legendary Cotton Ball. Holy smokes. They're back to the middle. The Hoopa portal brings them through. Can they get enough points? And I haven't seen anything tick up. Plus 10. But they needed far more than that. I believe what is going on, Spriggles. Nice attempt by Akjo. But it's all on the back of that Eldegoss. Hero support plays front, right, and center. Getting it done.
Amazing stuff there at the end. I mean, what a fight from Akjo, taking that moment so that they could push forward and secure Rayquaza. But they were actually running into 2 members right there. You had a Blastoise Unite move, and then of course we saw the Unite move from Eldegoss securing Rayquaza, securing that victory there. Akjo, unfortunately, down 1 game. I need to hear this thing broken down by the 2 greats. Kello, Wonderchef, take it away.
My gosh, what a match. I think more happened in the last 3 minutes of that match. More happened in the last 2 minutes of that match, actually, than happened in some 10 full-minute matches.
Yes, indeed. Look at this graph. They were neck and neck. There was 1 point where they were actually tied in points. But that Cotton Cloud Crash coming in clutch. Oh my gosh, let's go look at these numbers.
Oh, speaking, also on top of that, 52,000 damage coming out of Travis from the Eldegoss. Not only getting that steal, but quite a few confirms, I would say, on some player Pokemon. Very well played overall. I mean, that was a lot of damage in general on the side of Obsidian. Actually was placing all of their damage really well, so it looks like less than it truly was, because it did feel like they were ahead for a good bit. But just amazing stuff near the end game in every direction from Obsidian.
Did you see that Blastoise? It is a defender. I don't know, we classify it as a defender, but I think it's an all-rounder. It can just do everything.
Yes. I know. Honestly, there were so many things that happened in that last little bit that we need to take a look at it again. We didn't even get a chance to talk about, for example, like the Hoopa stuff, so we're just going to start here. There was a huge commitment from both teams to try and take this basement region, and that is so risky when you are at less than 20 seconds left until the final stretch. That means that we got to see a lot of picks here, multiple picks on the side of Oma Abyssinian, or I should say they go down on the side of Oma Abyssinian, and it felt like Akjul was really in a dominant position as far as where the positioning was going to be able to be, especially having a level 14 Dash.
But this was the moment, the Hooper coming down with the rings unbound to teleport Akjul and shred this great Quasar. But wait a minute, hold up. There's an Eldegoss in the sky and it crashes down, landing and the finishing blow on the Rayquaza, securing them those shields.
Yeah, and then you got to see the Blastoise unite with it. It just went underneath everybody. It looked like they were playing jump rope, very fun. But Schwa on the Glaceon, just such a star player to me from this team today, playing a lot of speedsters, but also this Glaceon, such an amazing pick to be able to do a ton of damage to this extremely tanky front line that we saw on the side of Akjul.
Can I just say, obviously they are the player of the game, but we have to give special shout outs to that Hooper.
Yes.
Like the ability, as I said, to just teleport their team over to the Rayquaza, but that final stretch where it teleported them all to that home base.
Yes, honestly, there were a lot of different MVP moments, I would say, throughout the course of those final 2 minutes. But yeah, I love the fact that we didn't get a chance to see it in the literal, final moment, but the Hoopa teleporting everybody over, the Eldegoss who pushed the steal, the damage from Schwa, everything is just, it was an amazing game. Love that game as the first of the day.
But obviously, the back cap from the Glaceon sealing the deal.
Yes.
That's the thing, they didn't account for that.
Yes, 100%, which was, I believe, Schwa. So let's see if there's any differences this time around. We're going to have the Slowbro band coming out of Omo Abyssinian, and Akjul is going to be saying no Zoroark.
No, they do not want to deal with it, and I think these are pretty common bans across the board. Very similar, but you know what? As I said, we do not want to come across that Zoroark, the slash and dash.
Yeah, especially, again, with Schwa, a very well-known speedster player, picking Zoroark as a cover pick earlier in the... I think actually it was only 2 sets ago on broadcast, and doing extremely well. That's right, that was their match against LG, where it was going head-to-head with Overlord. And just think about that, when Overlord had a Comfey. So you want to get rid of that. Labra's first pick, as we expect. On the other side, we also are beginning to expect the Inteleon and the Umbreon.
Look, 2 incredible characters as we have seen, but this does leave it open for Omo to pick up Hoopa and Leafeon as well.
Oh, the Leafeons, that might be the option. We've seen that before. When the Zoroark gets banned, you go to Leafeon. That's a weird thing to say. Usually it's the other way around. We've seen Leafeon banned, I think, a little bit more, but we do get so much secure coming out of that Leafeon. It's really going to add a lot to that already strong team. And the Blastoise, which we've seen, I feel like almost every game over the past several sets, is coming back in. That Unite can be such a big deal if you don't use it right underneath everybody as they get popped up.
And once again, we have Shua on the Glaceon and Minfa picking up that Trevenant. So, obviously, having those 4 defenders on the map.
Yeah, I like this. I like this flex where they switch their roles, and that Glaceon again, it works so extremely well. But S4L, we've seen play the Delphox before. It's a strange pick, I feel, here. There is going to be some healing, but that's not the healing that you can really prevent. That's usually, I feel, where you see the Delphox come into play, when there's like a Comfey, you want to prevent either that or maybe so like a Clefable. But the Hoopa, totally different thing. They just want to use it kind of as his backup support for, I believe, Ampeg, who's going to be their kind of main range damage dealer. We've seen it in other sets. Looks like it's going to be this again.
But it's all going to come down to that front line there, right? They have to protect that Inteleon and that Delphox that are going to be doing that back line of burst damage. But I think we need to throw it off to our casters to cast this next game, Omo Abyssinian versus Akjul.
Here we go. Akchil in trouble right now. Omo Abyssinian having a miracle play at the end of game number 1. But that was an incredibly close series. I mean, amazing stuff from Akchil, able to take them all the way to the end there. They almost took Rayquaza away from them. So now the question is, can Akchil repeat that performance at the end of game 1, except actually finish it out? Or is Omo going to be able to move forward here?
Well, I'll tell you what, Omo actually wants to execute their strategy, not leave it up to Drapson. Absolute prayer. By the way, they both use their Unite moves simultaneously to try and eat that Rayquaza out, and obviously it worked. I am surprised again by this Delphox, to be honest with you, Spraggles. I mean, I thought S4L's Zacian was going absolutely banana lands. Could have been a decent option. Maybe they're concerned about the range they had, but you still have the Inteleon as well. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, they've got an extremely tanky setup right here. So obviously they're going to have the Inteleon, they're going to have the Delphox to play from, behind that massive curtain of defense. And hopefully that is enough. We've seen some amazing Delphox plays this tournament, and we've also seen Delphox sort of fizzle out. The question is it going to be a firework, or is it going to kind of explode on the launch pad there?
It's going to be a real firework. We talk about snakes and sparklers out here. I mean, this Delphox needs to leverage, because its only true prime target is going to be the Trevenant. I mean, Hoopa portals don't really care about fanciful fireworks, which, as we know, shuts down the healing factor of a lot of these classic support Pokemon. So we'll see how that works. Drapson being a real mean bully out here, playing on the side of the map. Finally, S4L is about to gets credit for that KO, but a lot of time burned off the clock.
Yeah, take a look at this here. Akchil looking pretty good here in this bottom path, leaving that Bunnelby behind them on 1 as the Solar Blade able to secure a ton of that right there. The Acrobatics moving on in, picking up some more critical counters there for Inteleon, but unfortunately not able to really pick up much elsewise, as we need some experience over here on the side of this Blastoise.
They're like you said, looking good, and they're trying to keep some level parity here, but the fact that Drizzile is already level 6 is critical. Get the Inteleon online, let it play behind your tankier Pokemon, the Blissey, the Umbreon, the Blastoise, and then go to work.
And you can see Trevenant just being pushed all the way back. There's still a little Phantump, unfortunately. Not able to do too much into this Inteleon. Nice big water gun looking for the secure right there. Hoopa trying to pick this up and just putting so much pressure on the central area of Akchil.
There can't be anybody playing with more motivation right now than Drapson. I mean, after that clutch play in game 1, they're feeling themselves here in game 2, and they're playing like it.
We still have a Squirtle here in this bottom path. They just need to pick up just a little bit. There you go. Get them the Wartortle. And we have the Inteleon at the same time. Obviously, they're running that EXP Share, so they knew they'd be a little behind on experience. But, Wartortle is a tough Pokemon. You need to get that evolution at some point. EXP Share just makes that a little bit harder for Akchil, but we've got the early Inteleon.
Without a doubt. Now, finally, Luis looking for an opportunity to jump on the team, playing very far forward is Tempest. They catch quite a few. That's a big-time KO, and all the damage is going in. Chobo gets shredded by the next Solar Blade that comes through, and all of a sudden, they find themselves by themselves as Dabine is just getting tons of damage shelled in, and this is a great early goal zone siege, and if they can they got it to 3, that's pretty decent, but most importantly, they're all over the basement ridge.
Yeah, this was beautiful for Abyssinian right there, and you saw that Woodhammer. They moved below the tall grass right there onto the other side of the ruin so that they were able to pull them out from that bush. Incredible play. I mean, really amazing Trevenant play from the side of Abyssinian. As we head up to the top path right here, that is secured there by Akchil.
Well, we've got James Pond on the liquidation. Quick KO. Not a bad look on Chobo. On the other side, sent packing is the Wartortle. Here's my question, though. What are they going to do with this goal zone now that they have the opportunity? Tempest needs to frontline. They're going to try and get this 35 in. They're doing pretty good. They eat the shot from S4L, and that goal zone is gone with a nice overcap.
Man, Tempest is just playing an amazing game here on Trelvis Prestry. Incredible stuff right in the face of Akchil the entire time, positioning them exactly where they need to be. Great scores here from Omo Abyssinian as they are starting off this game really strong.
Yeah, who is in the lead in the level race here for Akchil? The Inteleon is actually behind and just kicking over to level 9 behind the Umbreon and Delphox. So I'm looking at the other side, I'm seeing this level 10 Glaceon, and it can start being a menace.
And now we see this Leafeon waiting up here in this top path, trying to secure some of that with the Solar Blade, but unfortunately missing a lot of it right here. Hoopa coming on in, not able to get knocked out there by the Egg Bomb.
It actually came back through a Phantom Force, if you notice that, not through the portal. Well, fanciful fireworks out, nobody looking at them like that video you took back in the day on your cell phone.
Please
We're trying to put
my
some
fireworks videos. They're so beautiful.
Things people say all the time, guaranteed. Peeling back, though, and able to sustain is Elvis Press Tree, no questions asked. Tempest, you said, is kind of on one this game.
Yeah, Tempest looking incredible this game. I mean, the Trevenant plays are just unbelievable right here. See Leafeon trying to sneak something, but obviously Umbreon is still up here. There's the Snarl, could jump in with the foul play, and they do, able to secure the wild Pokemon experience as well. Kind of playing this Umbreon more like an all-rounder and brawler up in that top path with this huge stun and this huge displacement move. Foul play, able to jump in and then push the enemies around, and then the stun on Snarl is still massive.
And Luis with no fear running straight at S4L, having no problems drawing out Mule, and now they have a decent engagement, get a half HP down, force them to eat an egg. Decent support here by Devine. Oh, that Woodhammer goes wide, they can't actually pull Devine to the front, and now the liquidation is shelling in damage cut off by Tempest. So a good back and forth here between these two teams over this Regieleki, and now, oh, nice little poach on Mule, forces the Bliss Assistance out, and the Unite move by the Umbreon. Elvis Pressure comes through as well. Blissey gets the KO on the tree immediately, and now Mule's looking to put the pressure on. They decide to stop to score to get the time they need to close that goal zone. Okchill, nice little push.
Really nice from Okchill as they're going to be able to secure this Regieleki. Obviously, Abyssinian has had Hoopa in this bottom path waiting to bring the team down with their Unite move, but unfortunately, the fight here at the top did not go well. Come on, this tree!
Coming through KO Shrika 2, though, on the back of Miva, but that is all the work they wanted. That thing hits, and they close it with a plus 37, and all of a sudden, Omo Abyssinian finds themselves way out front.
Incredible stuff. MVP, MB Tree this game. Trevenant looking amazing on the side of Abyssinian with these hero plays as they secure Regieleki and Registeel right here. Okchill in so much trouble here in game 2.
Without a doubt. And Drapson just looking great on this Hoopa. They, like I said, they're feeling themselves. They're playing forward. They're not afraid to engage because they know exactly what the limit of this Pokemon is, and they're doing a great job pushing it. Enough time for who else but Tempest to come in and start laying in some damage. Nice hyperspace hole. The Hoopa blinks out, takes their Phantom Force back, and that's a cool little Dipskirdu there and a good way to get back in the mix without just telegraphing back through the portal.
Dipskirdu, obviously a technical term that was used perfectly there by Doob Snacks as we see what's happening here in the top path. Okchill just getting some experience there for their Delphox and Teleon, waiting in that top path, seeing if there's anyone that they can catch right now. If you look around the map, there's almost no experience for anyone to grab, as now finally Okchill can head back up to this top free experience that they have for themselves there.
I'll tell you what, I believe it's Epe on the Inteleon hasn't really been a factor this game, hasn't shown up to a lot of these fights, but they are level 13, so they're keeping pace with the Omo Abyssinian top players as well. So that's going to be important. The moment they step in, they have to have an impact.
And now we see we have 15 seconds here until Rayquaza. At any moment, the Rayquaza fight could start. We have Umbreon and Lapras kind of going at it in this upper area here near this top L bush, but unfortunately, no fight for either team right now, using the Hyperspace Highway to head back home and get full health on this Lapras. Omo Abyssinian up right now. They could take the very aggressive play and look to take Rayquaza off the map, but obviously that's something Okchill did last time, and it did not work out for them. So the question is, who is going to start this fight? As the Mystical Fires keep hitting 3 in a row for this Delphox, but they are going to just send the tree back through that hyperspace hole as they are crowding around this bottom section right here, pushing towards the enemies. You can see Abyssinian right now getting very aggressive in their positioning all the way towards Okchill's side right here. Lapras heading up to the top path, possibly looking for a little score here, but getting pushed back by this Umbreon. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Someone needs to start this fight. Delphox getting caught with some damage
damage right here, but peeling back. And no one wants to make this decision. So much is on the line, Doob Snacks. The tournament life of Okjil hangs in the balance of this fight. Two big wood hammers come out, but no, they still peel back.
Okjil needs to do something now. There's a minute left in this game, and finally, are they going to make a move? Shua just chipping to this Rayquaza, putting the pressure on Okjil to make a move, and they decide it's time. They're just shelling in damage, and Shua needs to make a move on the players. Blissey takes a chunk of that Icy Wind. Rayquaza resets. Finally, the rings are unbound. The Bliss assistance on to Chobo. They're trying to push here. Wood hammers are out. Hydro Typhoon catches. Nice little stun. First player down for Okjil. Homo Abyssinian looking to close this thing out. Next player down, and that's the Inteleon. They keep pushing around. Let's see if they can find the next target. Blastoise and Blissey rolling on each side of that horseshoe. Surf comes back through, but now it's time running out. Leafeon scores. That's Luis the Hundo Burger, and honestly, this is kind of fizzling out. Was the Delphox the trick? No, that was a Husker doing a Husker done with no scooter stick, and now Homo Abyssinian get more points, and with 10 seconds left, it's over.
Homo Abyssinian will take this game. They will eliminate Okjil, and they will move forward in our tournament. Okjil, the last team representing Korea, has been eliminated here on our World Championship stage. And you can see Homo Abyssinian feeling pretty good about that performance.
That was a great game 2. Game 1, a little sweatier than they anticipated, of course, putting everything on Girafson and that beautiful Eldegoss Cotton Cloud crash. But here we go. This is a little bit more to their strategy, more properly executed. They isolated the players they wanted, and ultimately get a big W.
That was Homo Abyssinian's game. They just looked amazing that game. They looked like world class. They looked like the kind of team that could head to the grand finals and really do something. They completely shut down Okjil, a team that we've seen be incredibly powerful throughout this entire series. Again, flawlessly winning their group, going 3-0 as they made their way here to day 2, but their run is cut short by Homo Abyssinian.
Homo Abyssinian looking to continually push through this loser's bracket now, and if they keep playing like that and executing their strategy like that, I think they've got a pretty good chance. I mean, look at this. They're saying goodbye. At least you love the respect that we see on stage between these teams, but you know that Okjil is hurting right now.
You know Okjil's hurting, especially after that first game where they really had that game almost sewn up there. 2 Unite moves thrown by Abyssinian. You know, the big problem is if you don't shut down the entire enemy team, if you don't throw that knockout punch at any moment, they could come back, they could secure Rayquaza. They did, and then coming back here in game 2, looking fantastic. We can see our scoreline right here. Homo Abyssinian ahead the whole way, all the way to the finish where they win this thing without taking red.
Yeah, and there really didn't feel like there was a time where Homo Abyssinian was out of control and had to regain the lead or make sure they had to preserve it in some wild way. Okjil just never really able to step up to what Homo Abyssinian was doing. I mean, we mentioned Epe on the Inteleon was a complete non-factor, and when you have a top 3 pick in the format right now, you cannot have that happen.
You take a look right here. Interestingly enough, I mean, it was Miva on that Lapras really putting in the work, putting out that damage more than sort of those carry Pokemon, the Glaceon, the Leafeon, obviously more than what we saw from Okjil. They just could not get a good fight started. As you can see across the board, really low damage numbers. They were just not able to do anything to Abyssinian right here. As we take a look at some of the big moments here from Abyssinian's game win.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight on that screen that we just saw, Drapson 50k damage. You want to talk about a Hoopa player that's feeling themselves smurfing out on the Inteleon on the other side is a great look. And this is kind of where it started there on that big Regieleki push, and subsequently on this great Rayquaza defense.
Yeah, great Rayquaza defense. You see that Unite move from Delphox once again. It cuts off members of Homo Abyssinian, but it's just not able to do enough unless they want to fight inside of it. There really was nothing for them to fight inside of there for, so they just run away from the Delphox Unite, continue to KO members of Okjil until they are able to take this thing down. Miva on the Lapras, the MVP of that game.
Yeah, I mean, a great amount of damage, obviously a ton of points, but they were just everywhere, constantly in the face of their opposition, putting the pressure on and really limiting any comeback angle that team could have had. So Okjil really couldn't stare down Miva's Lapras, and it showed.
It's just one of those games where you see a
pretty flawless performance from a team. It really was not too close. We actually have an interview back here on the main stage with a winner from that match. Let's send it on over to Chef right now. Chef!
All right, what a match that was. Congratulations. So close, so intense. But I've got some questions for you here. First of all, what were comms like when the Eldegoss, when you, of course, confirmed that Rayquaza?
So, of course, the comms went crazy. We were all shouting after I got it. Like, before I died, and then when I respawned, I had to make up for my mistake. So, I was just really happy that I got it.
All right, well, you definitely made up for it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I had to.
Yeah. Oh, of course. But, well, more than deserved. All right, now, the more serious question. You are now your only representative from your region here, and you've made it so far. You are down to the end, and I got to ask, first of all, how does that feel? And then second of all, if you have anything to share or say to all of your fans at home, since you are representing such a huge region.
Yeah, we feel really proud to represent our region. Of course, Asia Pacific, and of course, the Philippines. I'd like to say thank you for everyone supporting and watching right now. We're gonna try our best to move forward and, hopefully get the championship.
All right, well, you're doing an amazing job so far. Congratulations once again on your win. An incredible set. We're expecting more incredible ones, but we're going to have to wait after a short break that we're going to go to see more of these incredible sets as we're getting down to our last teams here. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more of the Pokemon Unite World Championships right after this.
but time to shine.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series. We are here today at Pacifico in Yokohama, Japan. Might I say it has been an incredible day so far. These two teams, they are fighting for their lives right now as they do not want to go home. But next up we will have MJK versus a 0-0 Nation as they get prepped, ready to go. I am so excited to see what is going to happen next, Zoinks.
I cannot wait. These teams have made it through an absolute gauntlet of a bracket so far today. What's up, everybody? I am Zoinks and joined by Kello here on the analyst desk as we are going into one of my most anticipated loser round matchups. Of course, Kello, you just said it. Their tournament lies on the line. Lose this match and you go home. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it has played out so far. Our winners finals is awaiting of Oyasumi Macro versus Luminosity, but we're down here in the losers quarters matches, MJK versus 0-0, and just a moment ago we watched OMO Abyssinian dispatch Axial and move on to that losers semis match.
And that's right, either MJK or 0-0 Nation will go to verse them up next, but obviously there's one big thing, the big stakes, the 500k prize pool. Just for being here today, you already get yourself $5,000, but can we just say, obviously, that top 8, 25k, obviously we were working towards that end of the bracket, and you won that $100,000 prize for your team.
Absolutely. No one wants it more than Spraggles, but we have told him again and again he is not allowed to take that grand share, but hopefully he'll get it soon eventually. But we do have another thing to mention, and that of course is the lucky number that will be announced before that grand finals. Get your tickets ready, and by that I mean go into the game of Pokemon Unite and check your lottery tickets there to see if you can win some very cool holoware and things like that in game.
Do I get some holoware?
Yeah, I think if you asked very nicely, I think you would.
Our holoware's looking pretty nifty today.
I think so as well. Now, we look pretty incredible, but the teams on stage are also in that conversation. We have MJK versus 0-0 Nation. MJK is the team that we are going to be discussing first, a team representing Japan. This region still has two teams in the top 8. Pinty, Neri, Lucapo, Sona, and Hagu King representing this squad.
And they are the regional second seed as well. So, are they going to be able to come up against 0-0 Nation, which is their first seed? But I must say, are they taking a little nap there with the Jigglypuff? It must have sung them to sleep.
Yeah, they've got Jigglypuff wrapped in an unfortunate spot to be. However, I think it might just be the epic hair covering the eyes in shadow. I like the look there from the side of MJK. Now, this roster has been putting on an absolute show in our 2-day tournament format. In group stage, MJK looked unbelievable, dispatching teams like TTV, Team MYS, and even more than that. 0-0 Nation, though, has also put on an incredible show, and in terms of teams they've defeated, those names include Orangutan and Taliboba Believers.
And we have heard the crowd go wild for this team. But just to recap, we have Lel, Fel, Malzo, we also have Suto and a Wolf. Hear that crowd.
I mean, the crowd coming out for the Brazil region, and what a better team to represent them like 0-0 Nation. Again, I have to remind everyone of the storyline around this team. Last year, they went out in groups in a heartbreaker match, didn't even get to play on the main stage, and now they are in contention for a championship title. They have defeated tournament favorites. They have defeated teams from other regions where they were not familiar with the playstyle whatsoever, and now they might have to go up against their toughest opponent they have seen yet, MJK, who is looking like an incredible region, or an incredible team from one of the best regions in the world, and of course, is Japan.
Well, that's the thing, these teams, they fought their way through, halfway through, it's about that momentum. Are they going to be able to keep up that stamina? stamina.
Exactly. And I mean, if there's any team that can keep up stamina and ride that momentum, it is 0-0 Nation. You watch the energy and the passion from these players when they are ready, and after they win a match, you know that if they get that early bit of momentum, it can carry them all the way. But they're no strangers from playing from behind either. They've dropped a lot of game ones, but still won out the match. A lot of hope behind this team from that Brazil region.
All right, here we go. We are going into that ban phase. And sorry, what? Scissor ban? This is interesting. Please break it down for me, Zoinks.
Lukapo exists. Lukapo is a walking, living, breathing highlight reel on the site. 0-0 Nation with an amazing call out, banning that Pokemon away immediately. And Lapras going to be selected by MJK, but this is going to get two top tier Pokemon for 0-0 Nation. Sometimes taking a ban that is very off the beaten path actually makes MJK's first pick decision extremely difficult, and your double pick spot on that orange side is so profitable after that.
Oh, profitable indeed. They have picked themselves up a Slowbro and a Alolan Ninetales. Interesting to see that Alolan Ninetales was preferred for that first pick rather than later on down the zone, but Urshifu, Zacian, two monsters in this game.
Yeah, 0-0 Nation giving up those two, but grabbing the Blissey in response. When we have seen Lukapo go absolutely wild in this Pokemon, it is usually with the Blissey. However, that Comfey duo has also looked amazing for them, and this final hover, if it is true, it's going to be a really interesting play for MJK. 3 Pokemon incredible at burst damage and team fighting, but I can say Neri kind of can fill that role with the Mew, so instead going to do a last-second pivot. They want to shore up that bottom path against the Alolan Ninetales. They don't want to get swept down there at all.
No, they do not want to get swept down at all. I feel like they just baited Wonder Chef there with that Chronoman.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's immune, but do we get a triple-headed bird? Is this going to hype the Scraggles up here? We need to see if they have the 3 hats.
They take it. The trio is grabbed. However, he's bumped. I love it. However, we do have to say, so trio being chosen here, but when 0-0 Nation has went up against the Zacian in the past, it was Phelps Gudra that was a huge playmaker. That Acid Spray Muddy Water build was so strong on keeping that legendary Pokemon down in the early game. Going into the Dodrio is still a successful path for them. They found a lot of success on this Pokemon, but changing up their strategy match to match is going to be interesting. 0-0 Nation is capable, but they're going up against one of the best in the world in MJK.
Yes, one of the best in the world, but as we get these final preparations about to wrap up, I think we need to pass it on over to our casters, Spraggles and Duke Snacks.
All right, 0-0 Nation back at it again with the Dodrio as they are here in our losers bracket against a team that I think looks world class, possibly the best in the world, but they are also here, MJK from Japan.
Look, you've got 0-0 Nation that has had a great crowd absolutely popping off for them. We know everybody in Brazil is cheering them on. MJK is fighting on home turf, and there are a lot of fans of MJK sitting in the stands, excited for this game, and ready to come unglued if this squad were to move on in this event.
I have to wonder, we have that targeted ban of that Scyther. Obviously a very interesting ban here. They don't want to deal with Lukapo's Scyther, but at the same time, I felt like Lukapo's Urshifu was insane. I'm more worried about that personally, and they're bringing it into this match here with a Comfey collar.
I agree completely. I'm right there with you. I mean, Lukapo's Urshifu, the walking highlight reel on that absolute devastation when they ran through, got that Unite counter up to 21, I think it was, buckled the entire team and took Ray solo. That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very worried for the side of 0-0 Nation in that respect. However, you can see that they definitely have a strategy, and they are using it here this match. So I have to see how it plays out. Obviously, their Dodrio looked amazing last time we saw 0-0 Nation. We're going to have to see if Dodrio can really do anything into a Zacian Comfey.
My eyes are again on Hagu King. From day 1 into day 2, they're obviously finding success. But whenever Hagu King goes for an engagement and Lukapo is there for the follow-up, it spells success for this team.
And now we can see in the top path right here, 3 members of 0-0 Nation. Down here in this bottom path, just cleaning up some of this experience here as we have 3 members of MJK. We're going to see what they can get here. Do they take a lot of this with the drill peck? Yes, they do. Pull it on back, and we're only able to give 1 piece of it over to that Zacian, who's not yet level 5. This could be a time for them to push and fight. You can see MJK right here
raining the points in this bottom goal zone.
Yeah, getting their points in quick, and then the top has a lot of work is being done. But Zashin able to KO the Do Trio, and the Comfy actually pops off and put the damage in on the Comfy. Little scrambling for a berry, no such luck. Sona KO streak 2.
Not great here for 0-0 Nation. Not only do they lose the bottom path that they might expect because of that Urshifu, they lose the top path as well, even with that Dodrio. Now we can see the Urshifu heading into the central area here of 0-0 Nation, just doing whatever they can to steal away some of that experience as Mew is defending here in the bottom path.
It's a good look here with the Comfy on top of Lucapo, and again, Hagu King, known for their traveling, at least from yesterday, onto the Lapras. What everybody would argue is the stronger of the defenders going in the game right now. I mean, they've set themselves up for success.
Yeah, it really feels like this composition here from MJK is a deadly one for 0-0 Nation. But of course, they have a lot of power Pokemon on their side. Prioritizing the two Pokemon we're looking at right now, Slowbro and Alolan Ninetales, first picked for the side of 0-0 Nation. Obviously, they have seen how powerful not only that Slow Beam is, but of course how powerful Alolan Ninetales has been all weekend, as Dodrio once again gets taken down after a beautiful eject button.
Valve is battling out of they're just in deep waters, right? Like every time they go for engagements, they're just kind of getting outclassed by the Zacian. It's bigger than that. We see a Unite move already out of Lucapo, who flips it up, deals tons of damage back the other way. The target becomes Salto. They get KO'd immediately. Nice little screen by Hagu King, and they're trying to get Lucapo out. The Dodrio decides to poach Lapras, and that's a consolation prize because Lucapo was the one they wanted.
Of course, Lucapo was the one that they wanted there, but I think that was a real heads-up play from 0-0 Nation. They actually could not secure that KO on Lucapo. Sona now has to run right here. The acrobatics move again. Nice big Unite move from the Zacian, but they are not able to take anyone down. Of course, while this is happening, big secure for MJK. No one from 0-0 Nation is really down there to deal with this as they are pushing onto this goal zone, just setting up for a nice big overcap here of 40.
However, they're balancing the score sheet of 0-0 Nation. They're getting a ton of points in the top path for themselves. Importantly, getting more stacks on top of Fob. Doing it the easy way. You don't have to stress too much. They get those in. 24 points. Close a goal zone for themselves and maintain that score lead.
Now they're pushing down here, actually looking for a fight instead of moving up towards Reggie Alecki, possibly setting up a situation that it looks like MJK did not expect for them to pull down. I think MJK would probably expect for them to be up there at that fight. Big Unite from the Dodrio into a Bliss Assistance, picking up a KO possibly on this Lapras. The Comfey not able to save it. Comfey goes down as well.
That, it's always a BOGO deal when you get a KO on whatever Pokemon the Comfey is hitched to, and they certainly got another one there. Nice little counter punch by 0-0 Nation, clawing their way back into this game. Nice little snow globe coming through, nabbing a Zacian for themselves as Dodrio gets the Urshifu in tandem, and now 0-0 Nation close that goal zone early and take the Regieleki.
Really beautiful plays here from 0-0 Nation. I feel like the standard play is just stay top, take that Regieleki, but instead 0-0 Nation just starting to cook right here, eating a big solar beam. Gonna have to watch out Dodrio, eating some eggs as well so that they can pull back right here. Only one Pokemon defending right now, and Mew kind of pushing around as you see multiple members of 0-0 Nation heading down to this bottom path, and we see the same thing happening for MJK.
Nice
they move down.
Surfing and slow beaming Urshifu absolutely buckles him. Comfey's looking for a ride, and the Mew is not the intended target, certainly not the one they desire, as they're pressuring this goal zone. Lapras goes down again, and now they're putting points in this goal zone. Another one gone, and 0-0 Nation has truly come to life.
Yeah, 0-0 Nation looking amazing right here. They're trying to pick up a KO on the Dodrio. They cannot find it. MJK in very poor positioning right here for this bottom Reggie, as 0-0 Nation should be able to take this one for free. Mew might come in with a possible. Oh no, here comes the Lapras Express, looking for the secure right here, hiding in this tall grass. Who's able to get it? It is 0-0 Nation, but here comes a big fight.
Yeah, the release on the Lapras there was great, but the surf back in the other way keeps 0-0 Nation going. Now they've got tons of pressure on the Lapras. Engaging is, of course, Zacian, followed up with the Lucapo with that Comfey collar, and they're getting a KO. They're sieging this goal zone well, but finally striking back the other way is Fall, but another snow globe comes out, and MJK has to stop this push because Falb is just too much.
That's a 5 KO!
3 heads, 5 knockouts. That's quick math, 1.25 apiece. 1.75 apiece. Dang it, we did it.
Someone in the stats room figure out how many KOs per head that is. I can tell you how many it was per hat. They've only got one hat. 5 big KOs on the Dodrio here for 0-0 Nation. They are looking amazing in some of these fights against an absolutely stacked team here from MJK.
I mean, 0-0 Nation, like I said, have come to life. Fob is enormous. Finally, Lukapo hitting level 13 as well. They're looking for KOs. Another little chip in by the Lapras. Their Unite move is gone, and so are they. That Inteleon got the golden gun. Bliss Assistance back on top of Lukapo, who's going in deep. They're looking for 1 KO. Can they get 2? Fob gets a berry. They get the second one. Follow-up. That's huge. Another all of this goal zone. Lukapo counter punching like an absolute monster, and just closing the door is Neri with that Mew KO as well. And all of a sudden, the scoreline is back to balance.
202-223. 1 minute left in this match. No one from 0-0 Nation able to do anything about this Regieleki, but I don't think MJK wants anything to do with it either. They're going to make sure that 0-0 Nation has to deal with this while we have a basement Reggie spawning here in 15 seconds. This is a great spot for MJK. Even though they are behind on the scoreboard, they can get a massive buff right here. And look at the levels on the side of MJK. That is a level 14 Urshifu, 13 Zacian hiding in the tall grass right here, trying to pick up Dodrio, and they are not able to.
What coverage? Are you kidding me? This is a back and forth. Lukapo taking the red ice for the team. 15 seconds until Rayquaza. And I'll tell you what, these levels look good for both squads, Spraggles. This is going to be an absolute brawl.
I think what's going to happen here is the catch. Whichever team can get a bigger catch on their opponents, that's going to be it. 1 KO goes down, and that could be the end for either of these squads. You're going to look for that slow bro Unite move to make something happen. You're going to look for that drill peck on the side of MJK. A big Sacred Sword could make something huge happen right here. And then, of course, Lapras can set it off with their massive Unite move. Here it comes!
So it's going in. Bliss Assistance back onto the A9. They're coming back through the surf. Back the other way. A9 hits the game on this option. 0-0 Nation is coming alive. They're coming alive. They're trying to find more. They got this option. They got the target. Fob has to bail their Unite move. Inteleon, Kano, Mew. 2 players down for MJK. The pressure keeps going. Lukapo gets the Fob back the other way. But now it's just a 3-on-4. Can they get more? That's the question. Lukapo darts out of dodge. 120 on the clock, and we're going to have a re-engage.
We are going to have a re-engage right here. Now, 0-0 Nation is ahead, so they definitely want the clock to start ticking down. They also have Dodrio coming back in a few seconds. Dodrio can peel off and make something happen right here. MJK possibly looking to fight before that Dodrio hits the board, as we see Zacian actually ripping down Rayquaza right now. Rayquaza is only about a quarter down. Here comes another big fight.
Big engage. 3 players down on 0-0 Nation. MJK gets the catch. You want to talk about it? They just got one at the fence, preventing the home run. Chaos Trigger 2 for Lukapo. Chaos Trigger 3 for Lukapo. Sealed up by MJK. 0-0 Nation's dreams are dashed here in Game 1 as they get aced easily by the Sword Dog.
Incredible stuff here from MJK, just wiping them off the map. That re-engage did not go well at all. We talked about the catch, and you saw it right there from that Zacian. So incredibly aggressive, jumping in there with that Compe, making sure that they could just rip down 0-0 Nation. And once they picked up 3, it was all over. They're going to go up 1-0, and that puts 0-0 Nation 1 game away from going home.
Zacian was the only one stepping up off that spawn with a Unite move, and they put them on Rayquaza duty. They lured the fight to MJK, and man, did they get the opportunity. They punched that ticket. Nice work by MJK in the last 90 seconds.
Incredible stuff here from MJK. As you can see, their supporters in the crowd. I believe that was Obi-Wan from Secret Ship cheering them on. Obviously, so much love here for Japan in their home country, looking to move forward through this loser's bracket. 0-0 Nation in some trouble. Let's send it on over to Zoinks and Kello to break this thing down.
A nail-biter of a match to kick things off. MJK winning that on the back of an incredible refight in those final moments. We've got to take a look at this score graph, because look at how close this game was the entire way through. through. But Kello, those objectives being traded back and forth, but I think MJK winning the majority of those ones.
Yes, it was neck and neck between these teams, but look at this, securing that last Rayquaza, shooting up. You know, it was just insane.
Absolutely, that final team fight was so wild to watch. Sona with 108,000 damage on the Zacian. In day one, MJK did look good, but I think one of the talking points was the Zacian wasn't quite finding its place in this team composition. However, today, not the case at all. Having that Comfey support, obviously fantastic for it. Lucapo making them hold on in those final moments, getting a very important 2 KOs back the other direction, so that refight was even possible. We have to see that one again, because it was back and forth all game long.
Yes, you just didn't know which way it was going. Neck clutch moments here and there, but you know what, I feel like the power of the Zacian really shined throughout this match. As I said, you know, it had a great support, but also the backline that the Mew provided as well.
Yeah, so strong. If I was to kind of dictate from start to finish how this match went, MJK had a huge early game presence, but honestly gave up a lot of their early advantage in the mid fight with a lot of over aggressive pushes that 0-0 Nation was able to turn some KOs around. But that started to change around that 4-minute mark right here with MJK's huge push towards this bottom tier goal zone. Dodrio comes up with a couple, but MJK's momentum started flowing, and after this moment, they secure a Regieleki, they secure a basement Reggie as well, and their levels just were skyrocketing from that point on.
Skyrocketing indeed, and they want to skyrocket all the way to the grand finals possibly. But you know what, that was only the first game, but look at this in slow motion here. You have the Bliss assistants being popped out. They are caught into that chokehold being blocked on out, but you just see MJK cleaning 0-0 Nation up. I thought for a second maybe an Inteleon steal, but no.
The
MJK
last
had
hope of 0-0 Nation was that Inteleon, like you were mentioning, did have that invisibility, a bit of a disguise around that center, but MJK holding on, and who else but Lucapo to be our player of the game? Honestly, if we are going to be picking MVPs of the tournament later on, Lucapo, I think, has a little bit of a lead in terms of my vote. They have been so phenomenal all day. A superstar in every fashion. I love watching this player play. They elicited a target ban from 0-0 Nation in game 1.
Exactly, that's the thing. I feel like that is huge respect there to have your main Pokemon are just being banned on out. But this is what I'm talking about. You have to do that homework, see who your biggest threat is.
Okay, but Kello, did they do too much homework? Were they too deep? Were they lost in the sauce a little bit with that Scyther ban? I mean, it's a huge call out. You know what you're going into, and you really want to make sure you get that double pick the other direction. But we'll have to see. We have 0-0 Nation, a bit of a deep dive with them as we got this really cool interview. Let's take a look at that.
Hello, we're 0-0 Nation. We're the first team from Brazil, and we're here to win Worlds.
We won 10 out of the 11 official tournaments in our region because, like, from the beginning we're just like 5 good players. But then with time we gained more synergy as a team. We started playing better together, and then that translates well into this year and this tournament.
Last year we got knocked out early in the tournament. No one expected because we won like 5 of the 5 tournaments. The loss was hard on us because we didn't expect it, but we move on. This year we have more preparation, so I think with our coach, Replicate, we have a really good preparation in draft and other stuff, in gameplay. We are confident to play this group.
We are very proud to represent Brazil. This is our 2nd year representing Brazil, and we want to prove this year that last year was just a fluke and that we can do much better than what we did.
And that we deserve 4 slots.
É incrível estar no Japão, porque como eu gosto muito de desenhos, animes orientais, é tipo como estar na casa deles, é muito divertido.
Quando eu ganhar o Mundial, eu vou sentir que o trabalho terminou e eu realmente bati meu ponto.
When we win the money, I will probably spend it all on like Pokemon Center plushies and electronics, a Game Boy and maybe a new Switch.
Now I'm gonna ask questions taken out of this hat to all these guys. If you could ban one team from the tournament, who would it be and why?
Talibobo, because like they're the most threatening team in our group, and that would make life like a lot easier to make it to day 2.
All right, there we go. That is 0-0 Nation in a bucket there. Just to see this team here. You know what they said? Is it a fluke? I don't think it's a fluke. They have definitely demonstrated their prowess today.
I can't believe this 0-0 Nation we've been watching here in year 2. What a storyline from them. The bounce back has been amazing. Mazo making sure everybody remembers the name of 0-0. What amazing performance from them. But we're celebrating more than just competitive teams here at the World Championships. Pokemon Unite is actually having its second birthday. We are celebrating the second anniversary of Pokemon Unite here on the World Championship stage, but of course in-game as well.
Yes, look at these emblems that you can grab. Platinum Mew, Platinum Mewtwo, but then also having those limited license up for grabs with that gift code. Second anniversary into the gift exchange.
Make sure you use it before August 31st when that gift code expires, because that is some pretty cool rewards. I definitely need to make sure I remember to do that. So
yes.
Everybody in chat, make sure you remind me to make sure that happens. Oh boy, MJK versus 0-0 Nation. I know a lot of our job as commentators is try to bring that energy that is here in the venue to everybody watching at home, and you have to know this crowd is split 50-50 between these two teams. The Japanese crowd cheering for MJK, and of course Brazil's fans cheering for 0-0. Alright, we're heading into our second draft, and 0-0 is going to stick to that same strategy of the Scyther ban. They are going to be giving up the Urshifu unless they first pick it here.
Well, that's the thing. Lucapo, they obviously played a pretty mean Urshifu, but Suto, they picked up that Slowbro. So the question is, are they going to be able to get that Urshifu later on, or are they going to prioritize something else? Oh, they're going to go Zacian, Urshifu, who's it gonna be?
It's gotta be Urshifu. In these situations, you gotta make sure your star player has their iconic Pokemon. Sona has been putting up an amazing performance, but still, Lucapo on Urshifu is just too good to pass up. So, Soto had this Slowbro last game, Wolf had this Alolan Ninetales again. Looks like we're gonna run it back, but this time, the top path is gonna look different for 0-0 Nation. Now, we have the legendary Pokemon on the side of Brazil's team.
Yes, they are possibly looking to chop them down. They want to take this game and bring it to a round 3 situation. On the side of MJK, we have them picking up that Inteleon, a switch once again, and we have Lucapo picking up the Blastoise, possibly to switch it around, or maybe they might play it themselves. We'll have to wait and see once those final preparations come around.
Alright, 0-0 Nation wanting to add some longer range to the team, hovering the Gardevoir and the Eldegoss currently. No consideration for the Umbreon in this specific team composition. I'm a little surprised to see that, but MJK not going to pick it up either. A snap pick on the Leafeon, and MJK has had an amazing performance with this Pokemon in particular. I cannot wait to see them playing this one. I mean, in their match against Oyasumi Macro, it definitely felt like a Leafeon battle, whichever team got that one, so it's going to be exciting to see here in game number 2. A reminder to everyone, winner of this match moves on to our top 4 of our tournament, and the loser goes home. MJK on match point.
Yes, MJK on match point. I'm really interested to see how this Gardevoir fares out in this team composition, but I think we need to bring it to our casters. Spraggles, Doobsnacks, come on back.
Here we are, 0-0 Nation, 1 game away from being eliminated. MJK 1 game away from moving forward here in our losers bracket and into our top 4 for the World Championships of Pokemon Unite.
I mean, the Snack Spriggles Express has already dropped off Orangutan. We've dropped off Occhill. And now is it time for us to drop off 0-0 Nation? That's the question. MJK looking to end that ride for them right now. And that comp is definitely one that can do that.
Yeah, it is a mean look here from these two teams, but we're going to have to see what 0-0 Nation is able to pull out here in game number 2, stealing away that Zacian. It might be the secret sauce that they need to really make this team fly. You know how sauce makes things fly.
I've heard that. I think that's what Peter Pan and Tinkerbell used, a bunch of sauce, right?
Almost positive.
Yeah, that's got to be right. Here we go. MJK, of course, sending Lucapo in the middle. They want to get that Urshifu Urshifu online as fast as possible. As we know, Lukapo has just been leaning into the rapid strike Urshifu every single time, and why not? You're absolutely dominant on it. Haku King getting pressured very well, able to skull bash out, get a berry for themselves, and peel back. Mazo on the Alolan Ninetales here, looking to make a difference on the front line.
Yeah, looking to do something special there for the team. Not able to pick up this Inteleon this time around. They are going to be on the Alolan Ninetales. So we head up to the top path right here. Fob looking to get level 5 very, very quickly so that they can use those massive Sacred Sword, Intrepid Sword combinations.
I mean, Lel is going to want to be in Fob's pocket pretty much the entire game, making sure the Zacian gets clean and quality engagements and really leave the work of Mazo and Salto up here to provide those opportunities and cash those things in. Rapid Strike Urshifu goes in, the Sable able to evolve into Drizzile off that water gun, and now forcing back the 3-on-2, 0-0 Nation to just babysit this goal zone.
And this is Lukapo, though. They want to continue this push, and they are in that bottom path. As you see the top path, we've got ourselves a metal claw, Zacian, something I don't think we've seen at all throughout this competition here in the bottom path. Points rating in for MJK. You really can't stop this rapid strike water bear early on inside of a match of Pokemon Unite. And you know what? They couldn't stop it late either.
Yeah, Sona actually trying to jump across the map, sussed out very quickly by Lel, not going to let any shenanigans happen on their watch, of course. Just throwing Pollen Puffs, getting Wolf topped off on this Gardevoir, which has been absolutely amazing for them, not only against Tally, but previously on stage as well. Quick KO on Lel, moving through his Lukapo. They want more. They're going to go into this Zacian. They've got 2 support players behind them to try and push over the line, but they actually have to let the Zacian off the hook because they want to get their points in.
Yeah, they do. As more points are reading in here for MJK, and things are looking fantastic. Obviously, we have this level 6 on this Alolan Ninetales, which is very, very nice. You're able to have that Blizzard Avalanche combo. I can't wait to see what their plan is here with Metal Claw. It is not a build we often see on Zacian. Of course, Zacian can still do a ton of work with it. It's basically like taking a Zacian and making it Mega Zacian here for a moment with increased attack speed on all of its brutal basic attacks.
Tons of damage getting rained in on Haku King. They forced to peel back, but that was putting them on the doorstep of getting knocked out. Finally, in Inteleon, it is liquidation. And, I mean, they need to find an opportunity to just get in there right now. Lukapo waiting in the wings. We need to get Neri back and Pianti back into the flow. Sona playing across the map and grabbing the attention of Fob, taking them away. That's the second KO on Leafeon that Fob has gotten. Oh, nice secure by Mazo, putting the team on their back in a quick moment, keeping everybody else in safety. They're going to be able to peel back to their goal zone. Lel shows up to top everybody off, and that's a nice little play.
Beautiful stuff there from 0-0 Nation, and you can hear the crowd chanting 17%, 17%. 17% after they secure that bottom range, the 17% better chance to win this thing. As you see Lukapo saying, yeah, I think I have a 100% chance to KO your entire team right now, as they are jumping on in here looking for another one. But we can see Zacian with that big time Metal Claw, and they are both just ripping them apart.
KO streak of 3 for 5. MJK gets one, 0-0 Nation gets one, but that KO streak of 3 is shut down by Lukapo.
MJK up on the scoreboard, 141-57 already, level 11. Same thing here for our Zacian, except they don't have the points on the side of 0-0 Nation. Great fight from both of these teams, and we just saw, a little bit of a preview of what some of the bigger fights in this match are going to look like, as these 2 power Pokemon are just cutting through the enemy team.
My only concern here is Haku King is struggling to get to Blastoise. Nice KO onto Wolf. Is there going to be any follow-up as Sona's moving through in support with Lukapo? Who else going to get it done? Nice surf to get the spacing from Lel, and they bang, 38-point overdunk.
Really amazing stuff here from MJK at the start of this match. We are not even yet at the 5-minute mark, and they are up over 200 points. 0-0 Nation needs to claw their way back into this match, and I'm really interested to see what the thought process is behind this Gardevoir, what they are going to be able to do right here. As Metal Claw catches this Urshifu, they're continuing this fight with the Eldegoss Unite move, but Eldegoss goes down. Bliss assistance onto Urshifu.
Great support by Haku King as well to close the door on that. They got 21 strikes on their rapid strike Urshifu, and they're moving forward. Finally, Mazo steps up, gets a KO back, and they're trying to stymie this push. Wolf shows up as well, chucking in tons of damage. Pianti's trying to get out. Soto's putting the pressure on. Are they going to try and pivot and get this KO? Meanwhile, Neri's peeling back, and that liquidation is not going to do enough for the slow throw. And this is the high-speed chase that we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, let's see who is going to be able to chase this thing down. And it goes down both ways right here as Inteleon picks up a KO, and then Mazo on that Alolan Ninetales grabs one for the side of 0-0 Nation.
Neri dual-wielding the claws and just mowing them down with that liquidation. Nice look. Hagu King takes over to level 9. That's crucial. They have their Unite move. They need to leverage that here shortly, though, to try and get the ball rolling for MJK, because, yes, they're a lead on the scoreboard, but I think 0-0 Nation is leeching back some of that momentum.
MJK right here, putting in more points in the top half, 257-57. Massive point lead right here. They need to do something down here at Regirock. They are aware that Inteleon is not here, but here comes a big Unite move from the Leafeon. Are they able to get to the secure? They do with the slow bro surf, but it looks like MJK just able to clean up the entire squad. More points raining in, 334-57.
Listen, they heard I said 0-0 Nation has momentum. More jokes, Kirk. MJK coming through to shut that down immediately. Holy, 334-57 with 3-ish minutes left in this.
That's right. These could be the final 3 minutes of the World Championships here for 0-0 Nation. They need to get something together. They did not look this far behind in game number 1. This is a scary moment as we see Lucapo almost a level 15er Shifu. I have to wonder how brutal their Scyther was, because this looks like the scariest thing on Eos Island.
Without question. Lucapo moving through quickly, dispatching a fall, going after Lel. Lel is low, they're peeling back to the rest of the team. It's really going to be on Wolf with this Gardevoir to make more hero plays at this point. The Fairy Singularities have to gobble up 3-4 players, and the follow-up by Mazo has to be there as well. And then, throw in Fall just for a little bit of seasoning. But that's the only way I see them getting out of this one, because MJK is massive.
Yeah, MJK is looking incredible. The score lead is insane. They're fighting on this Regieleki, and obviously 0-0 Nation wants to do something about this. As Leafeon comes in trying to pick up a big KO, not able to take it on Gardevoir, but they are able to take Regieleki that is walking towards the main base. They're pushing right now. This could be their Rayquaza fight unless they start to pull back right here, but obviously MJK...
Very Singularity got taken the fight! They cancel Lazlo's KO streak of 2! Are you kidding me? 2 players down. Is the pivot going to happen? They're on the chase. Get on Lucapo, half HP. Can they actually close? No! The Selgor blocked Fall from getting the engagement when they wanted it. The X are coming through. Blissicist on top of Lucapo, but they're slow beat down. They're turning the pages. The KOs are coming. The Unite move is out. The liquidations are flowing, and they're getting on top of Salto. Oh no! 0-0 Nation watching their flag get torn asunder. Can you believe it? On the back of a Selgor voice stun to keep that door from closing. Come on! You can't write this script, Spraggles.
1 minute 30 seconds left. Not a single Unite move on the side of 0-0 Nation, and they are down by hundreds and hundreds of points. You see MJK positioning forward inside this tall grass, making sure that every time 0-0 Nation pops their head out, there is a liquidation ready for them. Huge amounts of damage. 1 minute left, and everything is on the line for 0-0 right now. They are looking for their fight, and they might not have a good one, but they have to take it. This is it as they slowly move forward towards this Rayquaza pit. The Intrepid Sword charged up. There's the Fairy Singularity.
Right on top of Lucapo. Ultra Typhoon. That's Lucapo down. They get the follow. Can they get 2? They have 2 players down. They got to pivot on Rayquaza. They need to start doing damage. They need to rip it off the map now. Meanwhile, Neri scoring 100 right in the gut zone. They're pivoting on Rayquaza. It's getting low. It's at 20%. They're moving through. Hagu King starts through. Gardevoir clutches it out. Do they have enough points? They need to scramble and score. Who's actually playing defense? They're moving through. They're trying to rip through the shields. They're trying to get Wolf to that gold pad. Keep moving, Salto. We need your points too as well as they're moving along. 327 to 528.
No! They broke it! They broke the slow row shield! More points for MJK! There's just not enough here for 0-0 Nation! The Rayquaza, the shield, they don't have enough points in their pockets! They took the fight, but MJK took the victory with the sneaky scores, and they sent 0-0 Nation home!
What was that game, Doc? What?
Wow!
MJK 2-0! Look, that Fairy Singularity, when they pulled
the trigger on that, I thought 0-0 Nation had this locked up, but it was the Aselgor voice chipping into Falb, who couldn't jump on top of Lukapo, allowed them to peel back in the middle. The whole team was there, and then it was the Blissey, one soft-boiled egg, Bliss assistance in the middle, and then Lukapo came unglued, said, I have a unite button to press too, homies, and we're going in for it right now.
I cannot believe that final fight. I cannot believe how close this was for these two teams. MJK played this perfectly. This is how you play with a lead like this. You make sure you can give up a couple of KOs, you can even give up Rayquaza, but they were so far ahead, peeling away in those final moments, sending Neri to score those 100 points, and they absolutely needed to keep putting the pressure on score-wise. Amazing stuff here from MJK, looking like a team that could be your world's champions as they just dispatched one of the best teams to ever play the game in 0-0 Nation.
Lukapo is something else, my friend. Good night. Woo! That was a game. I call that a game.
I would say that was absolutely a game right there, as 0-0 Nation obviously devastated. They've made it so far in this tournament. They've played so incredibly well, but they just ran into one of the best to do it. MJK from Japan, moving forward here in our losers bracket, and now moving on to our top 4. There are only 4 teams left in this competition, and 2 of them are here from Japan.
Taking a moment to absorb the moment is MJK, as a very wistful 0-0 Nation is slowly getting up from their spot on that main stage. I mean, 0-0 Nation, we talk about that Gardevoir fairy singularity. When you're that far behind, you need to take any opportunity you had. And that was it, Spriggles. That was the moment. That was perfect. Wolf identified it and told the team to go. And I can't believe this. Aselgor stunning out Falb so the Zacian couldn't close on Lukapo. I mean, that is going to be the stuff of nightmares for the 0-0 Nation team and letting them wonder, what if?
Well, there was also a huge moment, I don't know if you saw it, but for whatever reason, we saw the Unite move explode from the Alolan Ninetales, but it was nowhere near catching Lukapo on the side of MJK. I don't know if they didn't have their eject button or they just weren't able to make something work in that moment. They thought they were a lot closer than they were, but unfortunately for 0-0 Nation, they just could not catch them in this moment.
What a game by both of these amazing teams. The last ditch team for Brazil falls today, and MJK, representing their home country here, moves on, and you can see that score graph. MJK firmly in control of this game. There was a glimmer of hope for 0-0 Nation, but quickly dashed by who else? Lukapo.
Yeah, MJK just played a phenomenal game here. I mean, this is a flawless game of Pokemon Unite. You're even able to let your opponents take Rayquaza, but you know you can still take the victory right here. And if we look across the board, I mean, take a look at that Neri with 100,000 damage. Lukapo, 87,000. Of course, some impressive numbers here as well from 0-0 Nation, but it really was, a lot of these moments, the Lukapo show.
Let's take a look at what happened here in Game 2. MJK really at this time in the game in control, and firmly so.
Yeah, firmly in control throughout, honestly, all of this match up until the final moment where it was teetering back in the favor of 0-0 Nation. This was MJK playing exactly how they won here on the world stage. Scoring at will, putting pressure on these goal zones, just continuing to push 0-0 Nation around here. You can see at this point in the match, up 217-57. They peel off Inteleon here to score more points in the top path, putting them up even further right now. 57-86 as more points are reigning in here for MJK. And this score lead is something they were looking to foster. They were also looking to make sure that they took this Regieleki here in the top path and send it towards that central goal zone of 0-0 Nation. Once that was on the way, they couldn't put all of their focus on this fight because if they walk away, they're in trouble.
There we go. That's the fairy singularity there, jumping through. And then Lukapo, of course, leveraging that into the tail end of the game. Another fairy singularity that really gave them an opportunity here. Lukapo getting KO'd quickly, but they couldn't pivot fast enough on top of the Rayquaza here, and really just running out of time. Of course, that lead at that time was gargantuan, so there's still a ton of work to do, but breaking that Slowbro shield was really the last nail in the coffin.
Absolutely. Even if they get those points in, just the lead that MJK had was so intense that they were able to take that match. Expertly played match of Pokemon Unite from MJK. They are moving forward here in our losers bracket. Lukapo, the MVP. Color me shocked. I'm shocked.
No surprises there. We'll get a co-MVP to that of Selgor as well. 87k damage, 128 score, a bucket load of KOs, and Lukapo is doing a great job leveraging how his team is facilitating them from getting in there. Guess what? We got an interview with the man, the myth, the legend, Lukapo. Lukapo, come on, throw it to the
I didn't realize. Take it away.
Speaking of that Lukapo show, I have none other than Lukapo himself to break down this match. Now, I need to ask you some questions. How does it feel to be banned 2 times in a row, known for that Scyther?
お越しいただいております。今まで使っていらしたストライクを今回2回連続相手にバンされました。どうお考えですか？
今まではウーロスがバンされることが多かったんですけど、この大会で自分のストライクが脅威ってことを世界に知らしめて分かってもらえたので嬉しいです。
It's been an honor that my Scyther can be one of the my Scyther has been threatening all over the world, and because Urshifu has been banned currently, so it's been an honor.
Well, an honor indeed, and it must be an honor to play in front of your home crowd. How does it feel to be here with so many fans in the crowd?
はい、確かにそれは誇らしいと思います。さて、誇らしいといえば、このように観客席にたくさん日本の皆さんいらっしゃっていただいております。こうやってたくさんの日本のファンの皆さんの前でプレーするお気持ちいかがですか？
こうやって大きい世界大会で日本代表として戦えることを誇りに思っています。皆さん優勝するので応援してください。
Alright, yes, it's also been a great honor to be up on stage representing Japan, and yeah, it's representing Japan, and it's we are going to win this match. So please, can I have your cheer? Thank you very much for your cheering.
Let me hear it, folks. All those cheers for MJK and the player of the game, Lukapo. Now, it is not over yet. MJK have progressed through, but they need to take a quick breather before continuing through that losers bracket. So we are going to take a quick break, grab a snack, hang tight, and we will be back right very soon.
First of all, rotate, Wicked Blow! Wicked Blow steals the TCB, makes the magic happen! And Waterspout is still ripping and gripping on nobody, but Sunrun's about to throw on a burger back the other way! Cannon Trigger 2 for Overlord, then goes straight to score! Welcome back, everybody, to Yokohama, Japan for the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Whew. We have our top 4 teams set, and we've got more Pokemon Unite to play to crown ourselves a champion.
That is right. These matches have been incredible as these teams do get settled into their chairs, warmed up, ready and braced for this next match.
Well, we're going to have a heck of a next match. This is going to be Oyasumi Macro against LG. Japan versus NA. The hometown favorites versus the current world champions. But while we're getting that set up and staged up, you're now going to play a little game of Heads Up.
Ooh, Heads Up. What's that about?
Great question, and I hope I don't duff this explanation because I just found out myself. So, what we're going to do here, Kello's going to lift up a card with a Pokemon on it to her forehead. I'm going to give amazing hints. She's going to guess that Pokemon, and we're going to burn through, I think the number's 5.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so
hopefully I know my Pokemon then, right?
typically this is timed, but they're taking the pressure off because they know I'm kind of an idiot, and it'll take too long if, or we won't get any if they don't, time limit me or whatever. Let's just get into it. Flip up the first card, don't cheat on the side monitor, Kelly.
Okie dokie, are we ready?
We're getting some hints. A ring.
It's not upside down, is it?
No, it's a ring.
Hoopa.
That's a terrible, see, this is what I'm talking about. A ring that jumps onto other players.
Ooh, comfy.
Yep. All right. Technically, 1 for 1.
Okay.
I can't believe as a Hooper player that I said a ring and it was just like, there it is. We nailed it. All right, next one.
Okay.
We got this. Oh, I'm really just saying that. Oh, the most popular Pokemon.
That one is a tough hit. There are a lot of popular
hold on,
Pokemon.
no, that's a bad hint.
Hello?
That's a bad hint. No. The most popular Pokemon as voted on by Pokemon fans, not necessarily the iconic Pokemon of the brand. I am awful. Why did they pick me to do this? This is a tragedy.
I feel like I'm going to get roasted for whatever Pokemon I pick here.
I've really set you up for failure.
You really have, because when you said most popular Pokemon, thought Pikachu. But
right, no, that's not the most popular.
No, what's the most popular? Lucario?
Jeez, oh Pete. All right, okay. Kanto starter breathes fire. That's
Charizard!
What I should have gone with. I am an embarrassment. Okay.
Charizard?
I don't know how I'm getting worse. Yes, it's Charizard. I don't know how I'm getting worse.
Breathes fire. That gives me the good.
Good night. What am I doing? Okay. I'm like...
Look, you gotta make it a little bit tricky here, right?
I'm beyond flustered right now, so let's just get...
I'm the one guessing, okay?
Okay, well, you're doing great. You're just getting all plans. Okay, flip up the next card.
Alright, next one.
The little gentleman. Goblin.
Sableye.
Okay, we're picking up pace here. That was right. That's right.
Okay. We're doing well.
Right. I feel
3
good.
for 3.
We're doing well.
We're doing well.
We're doing well.
Hey,
excuse me.
I know my Pokemon. Who would have thought we are here in the World Championships? Imagine I wouldn't know them.
I cast this game and it looks like I don't know my Pokemon. This is an awful look for me. All right, let's get one more card flipped up.
Okay.
Maybe even another one after that. We'll see how this one goes. Another Kanto starter shoots water.
Blastoise.
All right, I found my groove. It is Blastoise. How did I mess up Charizard? Throw me off a bridge. It's my turn to guess one? Okay, let me slide this card over.
Oh, now the pressure is on. The pressure is on.
Clearly, the pressure on. Here we go, flipping up the card.
No pressure, it's just the world. Ooh, it is green.
Green, Venusaur.
It can slash.
It can slash?
Green.
Oh, Psychic.
Yeah, congratulations.
Okay. We saved it.
Yes, we did. Look, I think you are better at these hints than I am.
Okay, that's enough of that. Let's check in on the bracket. Holy smokes. good night. Let's take a look at where we've been, where we're going. Kello, break it down as I take a drink of water, because that was a crime scene.
No, I think we did okay, but we just had MJK versus 00 Nation. They are going to progress on through. Next up is going to be Omo Abyssinian, but have a look at these finals here. We have Oyasumi Makaro versus Luminosity. So we'll have to see how that goes, but I don't know. This next match, what do you think?
It's going to be an absolute barn burner. Oyasumi Makaro has faced so many headwinds today, and they have overcome all of them. LG, on the other hand, have been dominant. Return to rare form of UCS Season 1 World Championships last year, and they're looking to keep that train rolling. We're looking at these two teams here. You've seen them before. You're going to see them again. Mame, P, Sui, Yume, and Tonchi is who we got lined up on Oyasumi Makaro.
And obviously being on that home turf as well, having that Japan crew cheer them on. I mean, the thing is, there's still two Japanese teams left, but only the one NA team.
Correct. And that Japan team, those Japan teams are looking to send NA packing and keep these trophies on home turf. On that note, Oyasumi Makaro, we're taking a look right here. Their regional placement was 4th. A bit of a shock, kind of, that rippled across the globe as we were getting that result. And honestly stymied, because Oyasumi Makaro looks like such a strong team. Had a bit of a misstep in regionals, but have rallied back big on the world stage.
They have rallied up, but I must say a fan favorite, Mame, a returning player here to the world stage. They popped off last year. Are they going to be able to continue that this year and show off?
Love them or hate them, Mame is a gamer, and they are good at this particular one called Pokemon Unite. We're taking a look at that team right now, and they are gearing up, ready to go. You can tell the focus. I love the little Piplup shoulder towel there. Dab off some sweat, because you got work straight ahead of you.
That's right, dab off some sweat, because these matches are going to get heated up. I know you are fanning yourself right now. Things are about to get spicy.
That goes understated. Now, Oyasumi Makaro has been battling hard all day, and sitting across from them, again, is the reigning world champions in LG, Elo, Overlord, Curio, Slash, and Rin. Really stepping into their own today for me is Rin on that Lapras, having some big-time plays in big-time games. Of course, Overlord does what they do, but every member of this team has stepped up to return them to form from last year.
But look, there is no I in team, right? The thing is, there are 5 members, they all have to work together. But it's not only that Lapras, it's that Buzzwell, and obviously, as you said, Overlord just does his thing.
Without a doubt. And it's only facilitated because of that person right there. Elo on the other side here is Overlord. They're tandem and tan, always next to each other. Why not? That's how they play. That's how they stay. Curious, the team captain, level-heading all of these players out. Slash, Indomitable Will, of course. And lastly, Rin, the newest addition to the squad for this year, that's looking to earn their place amongst these current world champions and solidify themselves as deserving to be there.
Well, look, they've already made it this far. I think they might have already solidified that spot, right?
If you ask LG, they would say absolutely not. The job's not done. So we're getting into the ban phase here. Kello, let's tackle this thing.
All right, let's see what is up first on the chopping block. We have obviously had some really popular picks, but then also some targeted bans. So, are there going to be any targeted bans, or is it just a general thing? We have, ooh, looks like they're hovering over a Lapras, and wait, is that, I was going to say, green? What are you doing with that Greedent?
Switching back over to the Urshifu, of course, Lapras and Urshifu not going to be options this game. A premier defender down, and of course, we just saw what Urshifu can do in the top players' hands, such as Lucapo, such as all 5 of these players right here. It is off the chopping block, but grabbing the slow bro here is going to be a great tool to slow beam to isolate wherever Overlord ends up.
Look, I think that is a great pick. We have Curios and Slap picking up that Umbreon and Inteleon. I know these 2 Pokemon, once again, really popular picks, really at the top of that metagame.
Without a doubt. We've seen Inteleon look great all day long. Leafeon as well. Mame locking that in. Yumi on the Blissey, which is a slash favorite as well. And that's one of the best support tools that they like to put into the pocket of Overlord. Quickly snatching up Azashian though. And Hoopa's Elo is stuff of legend. They won the World Championships on this Pokemon specifically. They haven't stopped playing it since then, which means they've only gotten better.
No, it is such a great Pokemon to have on your side. We've talked about its kit, its healing, its maneuverability to go from that top to the bottom, but we need to see what these last two picks are going to be for Oyasumi Macro.
Espeon definitely a surprise here. They believe it's going to have the tools it needs to combat wherever, again, Overlord ends up, because I'm not sure we found that Pokemon quite yet. Is that Wigglytuff going to be locked in? No shot. We got the Overlord on the Venusaur. Of course, PE locking in the Zoroark. That's going to be a formidable opponent as well, but we are 40 seconds away from these Titans knuckling up and squaring off.
Look, we've seen Overlord on this Venusaur before. It's just a matter of this team sticking together and being that wrecking ball. But the thing is, they don't have the Blissey on their side this time round, so they don't get that instant healing from that egg bomb. We'll have to see, like you said, Stuff of Legends, Elo. We have Rin on the Zacian, another legendary here. But, you know what, I think Oyasumi Macro, they're also looking pretty feisty.
I mean, Overlord with that loadout, they're going Venusaur for sure. Zacian is going to be playing the front line, and they're going to be pot shot and damage from a distance. But we need to get the casters in here, because we got a game underway. Oyasumi Macro, Luminosity, Chef, Zoinks, take it away.
Winners finals time here in Yokohama, Japan. One of these teams is going to earn their spot in the grand finals, and we haven't talked too much about how profitable that position is in. You are going into best of 5 territory, and if you come from that winner's side, you have a bracket reset advantage. Whatever team comes from loser's bracket is going to need to defeat you twice in a row. This game is so important in this tournament run.
It is, especially between these two teams that have been so dominant at this point in the top 4. Any of these teams could easily take it, so you want that advantage. You need that advantage to feel even some semblance of safe. But here we go. Game number 1 of Winners Finals. Oyasumi Macro on the left, Luminosity on the right.
Oyasumi Macro bringing a double speedster composition into this Winners Finals match. And Luminosity going to last pick that Venusaur. I think we're going to see the Solar Beam like Dukesax mentioned, but I have to imagine Overlord is going to grab that Giga Drain as well. You need some kind of healing support when that Zoroark and when that Leafeon charge you down.
Yeah, I have to assume that's why they decided that as kind of a flex. This team is not going to be the easiest on the side of Luminosity to run over with this double speedster comp. And if there is a team that knows a lot about the double dive comp, it's probably Luminosity themselves. They probably know a great strategy to counter for that Leafeon going down.
Elo getting the knockout there. Red Buff and Astonished Stun working together to make sure that knockout happens. And Mame's eliminated as well. Rin with a huge play. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if we have seen Rin's Zacian so far today. But he with an incredible engagement. Japan is on the KO board as Oyasumi Macro finds the knockout onto Rin.
What a brawl already. They are just ready to fight in this top path. They're just like, whoever's going to win this is going to win the entire game. We're willing to bet it all. Overlord looking a little bit low, but has to fight for those Altaria. There's no other choice. Gets quite a bit of it, of course. Great way to secure that with all that AoE damage on the Ivysaur. But a lot of it still is going to come down to all these fights happening on the top. He's coming in for the invade. Not going to be able to stop it of Elo alone. But in the meantime, Mame going down. This is definitely already a battle between these two top path Pokemon. Whoa, and that's 2. Can we get a third?
Rin looking for 3. Huge stun by Elo, trying to chase down with that hyperspace hold, but I don't think the move speed is going to be enough. Yume is going to be able to reset back to base, and a Solar Blade from Mame is going to KO Rin. Trying to stack has a tough price there, as a huge KO comes from Oyasumi Macro. They don't have the space to invade a second time in that central area right now, meaning that Overlord is going to hit level 7 on this Ivysaur, so close to level 9 before we hit that 7-minute mark.
There is already so much experience on board. There's so much fighting on board before we're just barely hitting that 8-minute mark. This is wild. We've not even hit the first Reggies yet, and already we're seeing these teams really come together. But most of it, again, I keep saying it, this top path is a battlefield. There's non-stop fighting here. Currently, we see the side of Oyasumi Macro trying to force stack and push through to try to get some goals in here, maybe get some stacks, but pushing it on a Hoopa and a Zacian together can be very tough. They're going to try regardless.
Good patience by Rin so far, but he is going to be able to find the knockout. Hoopa Portal is going to bring Curios up to join this fight, and the Ninja Doll is going to buy them a little bit of time, and he actually, amazing play there from Curios. The wait time on that feint attack was just long enough. They hold out, and they were able to wait out that dash reset. Amazing work, and look at this. Luminosity with an extremely quick goal zone break so that they have a better chance at this first basement Reggie fight, and Slash is taking a great 1v1 against Mame in the bottom path. They are pushing very far. More stacks for the Umbreon.
It was an excellent manual dodge as well on the Solar Blade, but now we've got two tier 1s down. Obviously, Macro taking the top tier 1, the bottom tier 1 going to Luminosity, so I'm assuming that they're going to be prioritizing each of the spots that they have the spacing advantage in. It's exactly what's going to happen. Bottom Reggie going to the side of Luminosity, top Reggie, Regieleki going to the side of Oyasumi Macro.
Oyasumi Macro prioritizing top path, 1 for scoring, but 2 to make sure that Rin's Zacian is kept at a low level, and he's been doing a very good job of that. However, that level 9 is maxed on either side, and Overlord has been able to hit level 10. Full defense from LG here, as Slash gets on the KO board, and Sorok gets knocked out. Overlord finds 1 onto the Espeon as well, and Curios starts getting involved in the fight. KO's Rika 2 from Slash, as that Snarl hits so many members. Mean Look traps this poor Slowbro, as the rest of LG cleans up, and a first big team fight victory for LG.
5 KOs straight, not from the same person, but just a team combined, and then getting healed back up immediately. A great lead for LG to take.
Overlord steals away that blue buff as well, not really needing that cooldown reduction, but taking it away from Mame's Leafeon is a pretty good start to this initial mid-fight. We have a 1v1 starting to be kind of sized up between P and Rin in that top half, but Rin going to think better of it and decide to escape. LG does have this Registeel buff, so both of these teams are going to take it a little bit slow. It's tough to go in against a huge attack buff like the Registeel can provide.
This is an awkward moment. There's very little EXP, wild EXP on the map. Everything now is being farmed, but there's no real place for Oyasumi Macro to be. They're holding this forward position. They've got a few things that they can take, but I think they're really just waiting for somebody to be out of position.
Yeah.
And now they might be rotating. We are going to get the Reggie spawning at about the same time. They're both taking nearly instantly.
I think they were waiting for that portal to show up on the minimap so they could actually rotate towards this top path, but not all of LG rotated into the bottom. Instead, Luminosity trying to find this double speedster composition of Oyasumi Macro and read the flank, but instead, Japan is going to be rotating down to the bottom path. The last hope of the West in Luminosity Gaming is making that rotation, and Elo's Hoopa is in position to use that Unite move, and a big score push from LG into the top path.
Oh, they're gonna, it looks like they're gonna, the Hoopa Unite's actually coming out, but in the meantime, there's gonna be Rin taking most of the center area. It looks like we're gonna get 1-for-1 in the trade. A huge battle.
Overlord's burn and anger hits so many members, and Elo's Hyperspace Fury is a huge shutdown onto Oyasumi Macro. And I think with this team fight win, we can truly say the momentum has swung in the favor of Luminosity Gaming. Oyasumi's Macro's lead in that early game, that big experience push they had with those early game Pokemon over top of the Venusaur, seems to be non-existent at this point, as LG is online.
They are doing such an amazing job. They've got a ton of experience as well on their side. All that center experience just going to Rin in the meantime. Regieleki going uncontested by both teams, but they used that Hoopa Unite so extremely well, deciding whether or not they decided to flex down. They did decide to flex down. This is going to be a huge outnumber. Still going to manage to get out of there, but Rin still just waiting in the tall grass to take him out.
Wow.
Whoa, gets lifted.
Telekinesis there from the Slowbro to hold them in place for just a moment. Amazing work there as Rin tries to hold this goal zone defense up. Caught by yet another telekinesis, but this time only the Espeon is there for the damage buildup, and that's not going to be enough. Mame and P are going to be scoring in that top half right now, but Curios actually takes 1. Amazing work there as Curios defends that goal zone thanks to a very quick rotation from Elo's Hoopa.
And look at this. We actually are seeing Overlord, despite not really being the one that looked like they're popping off, as
14 already at the above 3-minute mark. Finally, this Regieleki, the second Regieleki, going down this late at the 3-minute mark as well. That's going to be the last one we're going to have. Not going to have to worry about that later, but that's just going to push a little bit more space as they fight towards these final 2 minutes.
Yeah, if you're looking for big Overlord pop-off moments, watch out for when that Verdant Anger comes in with that Unite move from Venusaur. Every single time they have been hitting multiple targets, and since they are running the Energy Amplifier in their item loadout, the next Solar Beam after that Unite move is dealing considerable more damage. That combination has been devastating so far. Slash again, escaping from a 1v4 situation, not from a 1v5 though, as Oyasumi Macro is going to shut down that escape route.
Now there is the option, well I gotta say Rin is at a very dangerous position. There is an option for either of these teams to go for this basement Reggie. Not a lot of time, they kind of would have had to be there already. It looks like they're all gonna be focusing on this Rayquaza pit, and it's understandable the lead is big but not too significant.
I love this positioning from Rin actually on this station, playing from behind, because it's going to be up to Luminosity to do some early poke damage, and then trust Rin to be a sweeper, but with an early knockup from Curios onto Mame, Mame's got a 15-second respawn timer. LG with a huge advantage towards this Rayquaza, and Rin now has eyes on PE.
G and Rin, they were just switched sides. They were both in the top again, but waiting to flank. Here we go with Telekinesis. He's not going to actually pull all that much, trying to stop people from getting back into the Hua portal. I love that strategy. It didn't really actually mean that much yet, but it still could come into play. Most of the members of Luminosity are sitting right next to Ray. A lot of the fight happening above Rin, getting 1v3, getting out of there, escaping, gonna be going back, gonna have time. All these Unites are still up. The big engagement has not yet happened.
Yeah, Oyasumi Macro able to buy enough time for Mame to come back off of respawn. We're gonna be trying to dunk in 30 in a split push, but Rin is getting the chase down, utilizing that Zacian passive on that chase move, and then get the KO as Beyond Rotate tries to lift them all up in the air, but now Slash is stealing away those shields from the Bliss Assistance Unite move. That on-paper counter working out perfectly as LG is going to take 3 KOs in a row.
Only the Leafeon and the Slowbro up. The Leafeon is an amazing tool for potentially getting this secure, but can it be there in time? No, it's not going to be there in time. It's going to be Curious taking it in the Ray Pit. 49 seconds left. There's already a lead on the side of Luminosity. Only one up, only the Zoroark, and that's going to be none, as it's going to be Luminosity securing game number 1 of Winners Final.
Not without my heart beating out of my chest, Wonder Chef. That was so incredibly close. There were definitely chances for a Rayquaza steal from Oyasumi Macro, but Luminosity Gaming holding on in a clutch moment. Overlord trusting in their damage numbers with a big Unite move towards the Rayquaza, doubling down with the Solar Beam, and then Curios, the captain, securing the Rayquaza, and now Luminosity in Winners Finals is going to go up 1-0. This team is very familiar with this situation. They remember what it feels like to be champions. They want to see it again.
You get to see them in the cameras right there. Overlord just laughing like, hey, I remember this. You love to see it. What a beautiful repeat. The Luminosity fans out in strength. The Japanese fans as well for Oyasumi Macro. I've never heard the crowd this loud, but now what I want to hear is our analysts, Kelsosaurus and Dubsnacks.
Holy macaroni, Dubsnacks. That was an insane match. Luminosity, they are looking clean.
I mean, there's so much to say about this team. I mean, we're getting a quick little cheap peek here, 709-160 score, but let's look at that score graph itself. Bang! And it wasn't any surprise after they took Rayquaza, but it was team fight after team fight, convincing win after convincing win. They were seeing the bodies and they were taking them down, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. Now you see Macro looking to bounce back here in game 2, but they're going to have to switch up what they're bringing to the table.
Well, they're going to switch up next up in that Pigman base, but first we need to crunch these numbers. Have a look. We obviously had Overlord there on that Solar Beam Giga Drain, dishing out 64k damage, but Rene on the Zacian there, and Curios as well, securing themselves that Ray.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I want to note, though, yes, LG won the game, but something that you have to give credit Oyasumi Macro for, this is the lowest damage number we've seen out of Overlord all weekend, 64k, spreading the love across Curios and Rin, and we're going to see exactly how Oyasumi Macro pulled that off, and of course how LG pulled off the win.
This is why I said there is no INT, okay? You've got to spread it out across the board. Gotta let these makes the whole team shine. But here we go, the slash and dash, the Zacian trying to fight back, ends up getting taken down, and it was back on the hunt.
Yeah, but really a great start by Osu Macro. We saw that KO streak of 2 from the Slowpoke early on. A nice little follow-up there from the Zorark as well. But then the tides began to turn a little bit as these levels bounce back out and then swing into the favor of Luminosity.
Well, I mean, Zacian did have that holloway, so was able to manage those tides and captain that ship. You can obviously see the push here, everybody there to try and defend that pad.
I mean, just great work all around. A nice Hoopa Unite here, going to help leverage that. 3 players down, and they're following that up and following suit. As quickly everybody had to go down, Espion had to get out of dodge, and that basement Reggie became free for LG.
Yes, it did become free, but here we go. We almost had that final stretch. As you could see, the solar beams that were coming out from Overlord, the poke damage, the chases that were happening in this match. It was such a scramble and so incredible to see.
Yeah, I mean, also the mean look there from Slash, following up and trapping the Leafeon so could not get out was a key and critical play there. 1 minute in the floor, but there was 4 players down. Just coming out respawn was the Zorark there. LG seals it up and puts in a bucket load of points. Game 1 to the NA squad.
That's right, game 1. It isn't over just yet. They haven't locked in that deal in that grand finals. But as it was mentioned, they have been in this position before. They want to make it all the way to the end. But we have to highlight the player of the game, the Umbreon. You were talking about those mean looks played by Slash, having that experience, Aos Cookie and Focus Fan to just give it that sustain.
Yeah, taking a ton of damage, of course, but a lot of assists as well, and that's what Mean Look does. Trapping players, and then you have somebody like Overlord with that Solar Beam, just knocking them down as you line them up. Slash did their job expertly there, getting those 12 assists, and that's a nod to them.
Look, it's not the bowling ball I was thinking about, right? I mean, it's a long solar beam, so not a ball. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, if the beam is not the ball, it's definitely the alley that everything's getting thrown down. But they were able to rack up some KOs. It was nice to see Slash getting a little bit of credit for all the work that they put in for this team to facilitate players like Overlord and Rin and Curios, of course.
Yes, it all comes together, and you know, as I said, there's no I in team. It's all about that team communication, that trust that these teams have of each other.
That's without a doubt. Now, Yokohama has absolutely come alive with the Pokemon World Championships being here. And at night, we actually have a little bit of drone show action of a show that goes on right outside of the venue here. And we wanted to give everybody that couldn't quite make it a sample.
Look, we've seen fireworks in Pokemon Unite, but why not just witness it, especially if you're here at the venue, right in that sky. That Pikachu looks spectacular.
Well,
look at the electro.
According to me, the second favorite Pokemon of everybody at home there. Sick call, Dude Snacks. You're crushing it out there. A nice representation. Of course, the globe, as we are here for the World Championships. And is that the second favorite Pokemon's Lightning covering the globe? Good question mark.
I can't answer you there, but look at that. We do have the little Pikachus popping on up there. That is so cute.
The little Pikachu heads, the lightning bolts, it looks good. I just wish maybe it was Charizard. You know, everybody's favorite Pokemon.
Well, I mean, we are all wearing Pikachu pins here today.
What?
And I have seen a fair few Pikachus, but I must say, this is looking incredible. The double Pikachu as well. So if you are here
truly
in
adorable.
Yokohama, Japan,
Truly adorable.
please check it out in the night sky.
These are, again, this is a drone show, so all drones being put up. I mean, obviously, I don't know how that works. I'm not a scientist, but it looks great. And it's here for our entertainment and our enjoyment. I mean, we've seen the Ferris wheel outside of the venue get lit up with a bunch of Pokemon-themed things. Of course, there's the manhole lids that were painted differently to represent different scenes across the city as well. Everything, like we mentioned, has come alive for the World Championships here in Yokohama.
They have decked this place out. It looks spectacular. Not only in the stadium, but out in the streets as well. Obviously, seeing that Fuecoco there, one of my favorites for sure.
Yeah, we just saw Sprigatito. Hopefully Quaxley gets a little bit of love. I would think maybe my personal favorite, definitely Spraggles with that head of lettuce that Quaxley is sporting, no doubt about it.
I am a Quaxley for this one. But,
really?
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm a fan of all three. How could you not? They're all very, very lovable.
I tend to agree. This is a nice 3D Pokeball here, of course, to round this thing out. You see what I did there? So the ball's round.
Round.
Bang,
Okay,
here we
that's
go.
it.
And now you can see how packed this house is. Believe it or not, Unite actually has 2 stages going on. At the B stage, they're broadcasting what we have on the main stage, and all of those seats are filled as well. People are hyped about Pokemon Unite.
Look, it's not just the United crowd. You can see the whole stadium there. It is looking incredible. Everybody is cheering for their favorite players, their favorite teams. They want to watch this action unfold right in front of them.
Yeah, and 2 favorite teams that we've got are right here playing against each other. LG with the backing of NA, and Oyasumi Makaro battling on their home turf with the backing of Japan. LG up a game, banning the Urshifu, Oyasumi Makaro taking away Overlord Zora.
Well, it makes sense they do play a very mean Zora, but we do have Renee picking up the Lapras first pick. Not an unusual thing, well, no surprises here.
Not an unusual thing at all, but as we mentioned before, Rin really leveling up their game on that Lapras specifically this weekend and especially today.
Look, speaking about level up, we have one level up picking up that Umbreon, and they have picked up that Zacian away from Luminosity.
It almost felt like LG's pick of Zacian in the first game was just to make sure that Oyasumi Makaro would not have it. And of course, when they had the opportunity, they snatched it up right away. But also gone is Elo's Hoopa.
Hoopa and Leafeon as well. So these are going to be these final picks. They are going to be so crucial for this team composition. Are we going to see another Venusaur Overlord? No. Oh, look, they had to give some love to Pikachu, right? They had to put their own mistake.
Without a doubt, they're going to pick the Speedster for Overlord there on the Dodrio. Elo's back on comfy duty, and we're going to see how well Elo can do their job because Overlord is looking to take over this game. PE maybe going to this Espeon again, and that was my big question mark here in game 1, and it looks like they might be going with a pivot here in game 2. I like this Mew pick when you just saw a Dodrio on the other side of the map.
Look, it doesn't matter if you take out the Zora because you have the Dodrio Comfey Duo as well. With that speed to come and chase them down, but also the stuns that the Comfey might end up coming out here, depending on which move it goes, whether it's a Grass Knot or the Magical Leaf. You do not want to get caught out of it.
No, without a doubt. And we're talking about, like, Comfey doesn't have as much skill expression as you'd like to see a player as phenomenal as Elo have. Grass Knot is one of those things that Comfey has in its kit, and Elo is a player that can use that skill expression to take over games on a less take-over game-ish Pokemon, if you will. These teams are locked and loaded, and our casters are as well. So we're going to get Zoinks and Wonder Chef back in here. Take it away.
Oyasumi Makaro with their backs against the wall against the team that is very familiar with the World Championship stage. In fact, they currently hold that title of being World Champions. Oyasumi Makaro trying to play spoiler, but also trying to prove to their home region that they belong in that grand finals.
What an excellent set of teams to be in this winners finals, but the pressure is truly on at this point. And I gotta say, I'm gonna play a game of heads up with you. All right, here's the hint. It's a legendary from Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Yes, no, it's Zacian. Yes,
It was a trick question. It was a trick question actually because it was 2. I want to talk about them both.
Okay.
The fact that we're still seeing the Urshifu ban and the Zacian go to the other side, I feel, are 2 huge parts of this match.
Yeah.
But let's see how they affect it exactly. LG up at match point on the left side. Oyasumi Makaro on the right.
Oyasumi Makaro building basically another double dive composition, right? You're running that Leafeon, you're running that Zacian. Both of those are melee damaging Pokemon. They need to be up close and personal. It's going to be up to the Mew of the unit to really do some early damage and soften up those HP bars before the top tier level players at Oyasumi Makaro can get to work.
And can I just note as well, I love the role switches that they have on their team. It's going to be Mame now on the Hoopa. Yume, instead of playing the support, is switching over to the Mew. It's that level of flexibility that is super cool to see. We've seen it from Oyasumi Makaro before.
Yeah, Overlord trying to get a bit of an invade. Oh no, sorry, this is actually P getting this invade done, and they steal away the blue buff from this Doduo. It's going to be real tough for Overlord to hit level 5 now. They are going to get that knockout. Elo takes credit for that one, but thanks to that experience share, Dodrio is going to be here on the map.
And Elo with the double buff, a little bit less useful, I think, than some of the other supports that could potentially get it, but, you know, still can be used. Like you said, one of the best support players in the world, without a doubt. A huge throwback, that's going to be at least one. They're going to go back to Ninja Doll. Synergy with the hyperspace portal is so amazing, but still, that's going to be a good win on the side of LG.
As good as that looked when everybody just watched that, it was even better, I promise you. That Sacred Sword with that big circle of AoE damage is such a problem for Luminosity to deal with, but Overlord choosing that drill peck is huge. It's going to give them just enough mobility to not only do damage, but avoid those huge area of effect damages that Zacian was just trying to put down. Incredible work from Overlord and Elo in that duo, but here we go, Oyasumi Macro looking to have another robbery.
Oh, look at this. 3 members of Oyasumi Macro trying to take down Overlord, but that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world with the Comfei hanging on. This could turn around very quickly. Can't get out of there. The meat looks going to be a great option, but only so great backup is arriving. LG just going up even in more KOs. Can they catch the Umbreon as well? The answer is yes.
Mame putting down that portal for their Umbreon was essentially a sacrificial play. They had no more mobility options to dodge Overlord. Even Phantom Force wouldn't be fast enough to avoid this trio. Overlord getting up close and personal. He lands a huge Solar Blade with the Comfei healing as well as the escape route from Overlord. Looks like it's going to be enough as they chase away. Razor Leaf, though, bringing a ton of damage. And Overlord goes down. Elo drops off. They need to earn some more flowers as now Rin is going to be the major one taking this fight. A Grass Knot locks on the key, but Rin unfortunately does not have the mobility to chase down that KO.
Ooh, there was a chance for a lot of KOs here, but that Hooper reset was gigantic. Now, Rin is probably not going to be going down. They realize that you don't want to try to take that, especially on the tier 1 this early, so they're going to be rotating down. They're going to be immediately focusing on the space with Reggie Ice, and only a few members of Luminosity are here to even challenge it. There's a chance to steal, but they're not even focusing on them.
Yeah, Surf tries to knock up a couple of people, but Solar Blade is going to lock it down from Oyasumi Macro. They're going to grab the first objective of the game. Curios able to dodge the Unite move from Leafeon, but not the Solar Blade as Ninja Doll runs out, and that huge damage enters the field. Overlord, Unite move, triple trample, gets a ton of damage onto the Constitution, but it's not enough. FP turns the tide of this to match right now, and Elo and Overlord are down.
An amazing play. So much damage to the team, but nobody there to follow it up. So maybe not the right time. Whoa, man, just to get around. Catch P. An amazing little dodge right there. Rin with the maneuverability. That was an amazing call, but now I think they're going to have to back up. That was a 4-person reset.
We're in Japan, so that's a Tokyo Drift on that Lapras Express.
Right. I wasn't going to say it. I thought it, but I wasn't going to say it.
Amazing play there from Rin to get that 1 KO. It is a small trade, but Leafeon, one of the highest level members on the opposite team, actually means that Rin is going to take that credit now since they have hit that double-digit level. 40 points going to go in for Rin, and this goal zone is getting extremely close to breaking. They want to break early because of that Hoopa, but now the Mew finds a KO the other direction. Zacian getting the chase down, but I think they are finally deciding to relent. No! Oyasumi Macro wants to put this siege on now.
This can actually be so scary between the Lapras and the trio. You can turn this around pretty quickly. Right now, it's just a little bit of a distraction. That actually allows Rin to heal quite a good amount, but that is a chunk! A double hit of possession and the Leafeon!
A 3-player knockup though from Rin with that Lapras Express. That is so much damage the other direction. Only 2 knockouts as the 2 defenders from Luminosity are going to grab either one of those, but a Solar Beam from the side of Yume is going to take out Curios. That is a huge, impactful Pokemon eliminated from that team fight, and Oyasumi Macro holds on to a victory in that small moment.
We can see P rotating up, going to get 40 in this top tier 1. That is huge. That's going to set up a great overdug potential. They also have the ability to try, I don't know exactly what that Solar Blade was, but they have the ability to try and get that Regieleki if they want to. Only 2 members down at the base of Reggie spawning from Luminosity. In the meantime, it looks like there are going to be some rotations back up towards top. They might be taking down the tier 1 on the side of Luminosity as we're watching.
Finally, this goal zone break is going to happen. Luminosity Gaming cutting off Mame's value on this Hoopa just a little bit, but Mame going to try to find value elsewhere with a huge top path push. A Unite move is going to bring multiple members of Oyasumi Macro to increase that score lead. That is going to be very contentious, but Luminosity is still holding on to it. Curios trying to secure that Registeel, but Leafeon is in position to take it. Solar Blade grabs it. Curios shut down, and the Ninja Doll not enough to survive P.
Curios has really been on the receiving end of that Leafeon Leafeon's damage a lot this game. And look at this, things are starting to turn back in the favor of Oyasumi Macro. It seemed like they were kind of behind, but they're finding all the picks, Overlord included. They are running as a group. They are not getting picked off. However, Luminosity is holding on to the score lead, and that's going to be very important. We did see a match off broadcast on the B stage where Oyasumi Macro, when Mame was on the Hoopa, decided to completely forego Rayquaza and just unite everybody towards their home base, counter score.
We call that one a Yamada, and it looked like one of the best ones we'd seen so far. And in this game, what I have been watching is this player right here, Level Up on this Umbreon, has had Overlord's number in this mid-game. Mean look after mean look, and Overlord has been caught out and just put in too much danger. Hilo's healing on this Kompe is fantastic, but when 4 members are turning towards a small circle, Overlord has got nowhere to run.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a classic counter. Whoa, going in a circle saying, I don't know if I want to do that, actually. Maybe let's go the other direction, make a U-turn. Just kidding. Picking up my friend before we come and hang out. And that's going to be a pretty angry friend, I think, bringing along Overlord on the meantime on the bottom side. Not too much going on, a little bit of an engage, just trying to challenge each other for a lot of that neutral experience. Rin as well, just getting healed back up by the Comfy slowly, and of course just by the self-sustain of the Lapras.
I actually really like that offensive use of the Lapras Express from Rin, because we're at that 330-minute mark. You're going to want to use that Unite move no matter what, because you can earn it back, but just even trolling around in your own area, you're being a really tough opponent to push into. So a great defensive positioning around that spot really opens up the battlefield, and Oyasumi Macro cannot push into that defender while they are uniting, else they're going to be terribly stunned.
All right, here's the decision. Will there be an attempt for the 15-second long take on the base and Reggie as it spawns, or are we just going to preemptively position? Definitely know the answer here for Oyasumi Macro. They're behind. They need points, but as far as experience goes, they are ahead. They are leading. They have been winning most of these fights. It doesn't look like anybody's going for any objective, but the most important one in the game.
It's really interesting, too, because I don't think up until that point, either team had much intel about where the vision was, either direction. Amnesia going to shrug off that boosted auto attack from Yume on to Slash. They're going to be doing all right, again, defending that goal zone. Both Elo and Rin are hanging out around this top path. They know that the Leafeon wants to score, and Leafeon is going to move undetected towards that tier number 1, as our team fight still has yet to pop off around our final stretch.
And just as a note, Umbreon Unite, just barely coming up as I say that. Everything's available. That's going to be the protection. Protection going down off the bat. Rin coming in from behind as well. Can we get pick number 2? Umbreon Unite coming out, going to grab some shields. Not sure if it's enough. A lot of the ship popped on the side of Luminosity. After the fact, Mame popping the Hoopa unbound, but who's there to even come through the portal?
P with an amazing eject button solo by combo, and they get the chase down with the Unite move. The Emerald 2-step is going to knock out the Inteleon, and yes, even with that back cap, they took the lead momentarily, but Luminosity Gaming sent Overlord to score as well, and now they have the lead, 293 to 242. This is going to come down some last-second heroics in terms of score.
Oh, catching in the MP with an amazing solar blade. We're going to have defender versus defender. Rin definitely the advantage here. The idea might just be to defend. It looks like we're going to see an attempt maybe to take this Rayquaza with 40 seconds left. Everybody retreating back towards the middle.
They have Station Unite move, one of the best secures of the game, but they're gone. Lapras finds the KO. Rayquaza down to a fraction of the HP, and it's going to be Oyasumi Macro taking the last hit, but only 2 members have the Rayquaza shields. Luminosity Gaming is going to be charging towards these goal zones and trying to score, but Oyasumi Macro is going to start putting up their defense.
Oh,
Lapras scores!
Lapras scores! It's gone back! It's gone back! That's a 200-point lead! Do they have anybody in position? No! That looks like that's going to be it! No chance! It goes in! And Luminosity, your current world champions, are moving to the grand final!
The title holders are back again! The last hope of the West! North America's dreams coming true as Luminosity Gaming goes to grand finals with some last-second heroics. Unbelievable. Despite losing a Rayquaza, they are going to be going and winning this match 2-0 against a team the caliber of Oyasumi Macro.
Setting themselves up in the best position you could possibly be in. What an amazing end of that game. I always say, the real test of how strong a team is or a player is not how they play when they're ahead, but how they play when things don't turn out the way they want to. And the immediate speed at Now, if they shifted to score in a difficult situation after they lost that Rayquaza and win the game, was a sign of how strong Luminosity is as a team.
Oyasumi Macro keeping pace that entire time. Though Kui with that back score, that back half, actually tying up or getting the lead for a short moment, but then Overlord winning that 1v1 and scoring in the bottom path to shake things up yet again. I mean, it all came down to a final fight, and there they are, Luminosity Gaming in a brand new form. We all recognize this team, and we all recognize how powerful they have been in the past, but I'm talking about the present. This team is unreal.
They are playing so well. And it looked a little bit shaky as the tournament started, but they have over time just looked better and better. Even in this set, I want to bring up the fact that they switched to two completely different comps.
Absolutely.
From game 1 to game 2, and that has been something that infamously over the course of this season, Luminosity has had somewhat of a shaky history with.
And we've talked about a lot of heroics in that match specifically, but I think the biggest moment was Rin's Lapras in game number 2. So many moments. No, I genuinely think there was Lapras Unite to Lapras Unite that was impactful with those final moments around Rayquaza where they were able to secure the knockout onto the station. That target priority is so unbelievably big brain, I can't not describe it. Such a good job from Luminosity, and yes, they're a new addition to this roster, but oh my word, have they earned their place up there.
We talk about the caster curse, but this wasn't, I mean, literally, but you can't say it's caster curse because it was them having the same idea that you knew. You were literally saying that Zacian Unite is what can take this Rayquaza, and then boom, the Unite comes in, they take down Sui, and that is that.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's basic math, and I'm glad these teams have went to elementary school because it is such a solid showing from these teams. I gotta watch this one again. I know we're doing just one highlight package for production. If we could watch this 4 or 5 times, I'd be very happy.
No, they'll do it. Don't tell them to do that. I said we need to watch this at 10% speed, and they legitimately did it, which thank you very much. But this was such an amazing set. This also set, man, it was brawls from literally like minute 1 to minute 10 of every single game.
Peas Leafeon, by the way, is something that they are going to have to watch out for in loser's bracket.
Yes.
Their Urshifu has been schmoovin' all weekend long. I don't think I've had the chance to see their amazing Leafeon play as much as I would have desired, because this game, their Leafeon was getting knockout after knockout. I don't think they ever lost a 1v1.
It's true, and they had some amazingly aimed Leaf plays as well. That's the thing about Leafeon, and it's very skill intensive. If you miss that, you are just doing nothing. But I also have to say, there's so much to talk about the set. Like, can we have an extra hour, please? But the fact that LG, infamously one of the strongest teams in the world at using Urshifu, banned Urshifu both games. I gotta say, you called that they should do that before the match. Everybody out there, you should know already, Zoinks is a genius. But they did that. It worked so well for them.
Thank you, sir. I'm blushing. It's really hard to talk when I'm blushing as much when Wondership is complimenting me like that. But this was Oyasumi Macro's hope, though. If you're watching this highlight reel right now, the Umbreon was looking real good in that mid-game from that point on. But this call-out, oh my word, I mean, it happened twice. The Zacian target priority happened twice in this match. Umbreon unites before the Slowbro Unite move, and they get that shields after. Luminosity Gaming just playing picture-perfect macro in Pokemon Unite. I mean, they are true masters of this game.
Yeah, it's Luminosity Macro after this.
Correct.
No, absolutely. That was a great pick, by the way. That was almost a game-winning pick, I just gotta say.
Yeah.
It was that close to being the other direction. Apparently, because of that, you can watch it right here, your moment.
These final moments, Mew with the Unite move to try to get that Solar Beam, but and they are the ones to secure it. However, Zacian going down here means that only 2 members received those Rayquaza shields, and with Luminosity having that slight lead, they were in good position. The crowd popping off, LG popping off, and now they have a winner's bracket advantage in Grand Finals.
And our player of the game, maybe honestly the player of the set, honestly, looking at both games, Rin on the Lapras. Of course, this Lapras, we just went over so much of why it was important. I also want to just point out how impressive that Zacian was. The way that they ran away with that in that top half really dictated the entire pace of the first game.
Rin has had to be anything and everything for this roster from time to time, right? They are that hyper flex. Overlord gets to pick their character. choice, but Rin really needs to fill into that slot. And there you go. You have Jungle Book, of course, also a record holder for that world champion last year. Currently the sub for the roster, congratulating the team on what was an amazing winners finals. One of my favorite matches that we've had so far today.
Yes, I seriously feel like we could break that down for like an hour.
Absolutely.
Like without a doubt.
I think it's just a huge credit to how amazing North America and Japan are as regions. Whereas Japan does have 2 teams here in the top 8, and North America not quite, but only having 1, but hey, they're in grand finals. Let's take a look at that bracket that we've had so far today.
That's right, Luminosity sitting in grand finals, the final hope of the West, but what a hope that is. And down in the loser semis, Omo Abyssinian is going to take on MJK to see who will fight Oyasumi Macro.
Oh man, that's going to be an amazing game. Obviously, MJK wanting that run back, the Battle of Japan in the losers finals, but it is going to be an amazing, amazing day of games. We have had so many already, but we're going to have even more to come. Before that, though, we have an interview on stage. We have Slash from LG. Kello, please take it away.
So many amazing games indeed, but we have a team or a player from Luminosity here, Slash. I need to ask you a few questions. Now, I know you did a tier list of the players before coming to the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Is there anyone in particular that you think you might change?
Actually, Oyasumi, who we just faced, I rated them kind of lowly, which I regret because they're an amazing team. So, yeah, all the players on that team I'd rate a lot higher.
Well, they have obviously made it this far, so I think that is a good choice. But I also need to know, going into the grand finals here, is there a team in particular that you would like to see right next to you?
For teams that are still in, I'd say Oyasumi. I'm a big fan of theirs, but I was really wanting to face Baby Mazo. Unfortunately, they already got knocked out, so...
So you want to do a rematch then?
Yeah.
Alrighty, folks. Well, as we do get ready for these next matches, we are going to take a quick break. So hang tight because these matches, I bet, are going to be amazing.
2. There's still plenty. No, Auto goes down. He won't get to me.
Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. But it wasn't enough. 64 points for the
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships live here in Yokohama, Japan. I'm Spraggles, your resident content cowboy. Yeehaw to you and yours. I'm joined by the one and only Zoinks up here in the booth as we get ready for an insane game in our losers bracket. Obviously, you can see the stands are full. People are pumped. We are getting ready to see the top 4 in Unite compete, Zoinks.
And an elimination match as well. OMO Abyssinian versus MJK, a team from Japan that has looked incredible on every stage that we have provided for them. This tournament has honestly been so fun, Spraggles. In terms of Unite competition, we gotta add a little bit of extra fun as well. We are gonna get our chance at heads up, actually, and I'm pretty excited. We got a fun few twists for you. We're gonna start out pretty standard. I'm gonna raise a Pokemon up to my forehead, and I'm gonna have to guess what Pokemon it is. Everybody, this is what this Pokemon is.
Okay, Zoinks has it above his head. I am allowed to tell him any clue. Beam.
I'm gonna say Venusaur.
Boom! That is how good we
Could have been
are.
Mew. Could have, yeah, anyways.
Yeah, I guess it could have been Mew. I didn't even think about that.
All right. My turn to give a clue.
Okay.
Okay. I will say Metronome.
Clefable.
Correct. Well
What
done.
some sort of genius at Pokemon Unite.
Everyone was just cheering for you. Did you hear that? That was really cool.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much, everybody in the crowd.
All right.
Thank you for the cheers.
Our next round is going to be only one-word clues.
Okay. Icicle.
Glaceon?
You better believe it's Glaceon. Come on.
Again, could have been Mamoswine, so we're really making this one tough. Okay. All right. One-word clue. Duck.
Crab, baby.
Yeah.
Cowboy crab.
All right, fantastic.
We're
Now-
too good at this game, actually. I'm realizing we're
True.
too good at this game. Kanashi can't even believe how good we are at this game. Incredible.
We're too good. We gotta make it a little bit harder. Now in round number 3, the clue the clue giver.
Stop already, guys. We're going to round 3. This crowd's insane for this game.
They are loving it. The clue giver is going to have to act out the Pokemon with charades.
Great. Oh, no. What?
Umbreon.
Yeah! That's
Oh,
a
my
mean
word.
look for you, ladies and gentlemen.
That's true.
And I figured it out on the fly right there. Could have been some foul play, but I don't know how I would have done that.
Yeah. Spraggles is so nice, too. It's really hard for him to accomplish that maneuver. So well done. Well done, Spraggles.
All right, you are going to need to act this one out for me here, Zoinks. Gardevoir? You're using your brain? Okay. You're crawling. You're jumping. Oh, no. What are you? Keep going. Don't stop.
Oh, man.
You're throwing out a ball. You're throwing it. Lucario. You're making the ball smaller. The ball needs to be small.
Am I maybe storing something?
Power? Storing it with some, I guess, Espeon?
Yeah! That was pretty good. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, our final one.
Now we have 2 more.
Well, they did. We're getting.
Okay, there we go.
Which one would you prefer to do?
Of course, the last one. We have to act out this Pokemon's Unite move.
Okay.
Right now.
All right, let's see what I'm doing.
Do it again. I think this is perfect, but I have no idea what this is. Machamp? No. What are you? Stop acting out its Unite move. Give me more. This isn't real. What is this? Greninja.
Yes! All right, I think that one about wraps that up, unless you want to try acting out that one. All right. Wow.
Wow.
We have a game of Pokemon Unite, by the way.
Please Super Ninjas Unite one more time.
All right. Also, before we get into the game, we did want to talk about one more thing. We are going to be talking about the welcome kit that these players receive before attending the World Championships. Of course, every competitor here had to earn a spot, and well, we want to reward them handsomely. We really got to check out this video. Backpacks, ramen bowls, play mats. I mean, these competitors have it pretty good.
Yeah, they have it great. I was told I was the only one who is not able to get it. I felt weird to be singled out, but they explained it's because they didn't like my attitude.
I think we can all empathize with that one a little bit. Yeah. Let's take a look at our top 8 bracket that has been happening so far today. Obviously, we started this event with 28 teams, and now we are down to just 4 remaining. We're going to be sending one home rather quickly.
Yeah, you can see earlier in our quarterfinals, Oyasumi Makaro taking down Peru, moving to the semifinals, taking down MJK, and finally meeting their match, at least for now, against North America's Luminosity. Luminosity dispatching Orangutan and Omo Abyssinian 2-0, all of their teams headed to this grand final. So now we are in our losers bracket. And of course, all of these games are do or go home. The team that does not win gets eliminated from the World Championships.
Real tough spot to be in. I mean, the pressure has never been greater. Every win you get here as well, not for nothing, that prize pool increases drastically with each win. MJK, though, is one of the 2 representatives of Japan still in this tournament, and I have to say, they have looked amazing every single time we have seen them. You can see Niri, Lukapo, Sona, and Hagu King. Every single one of them have proven themselves to be star players.
Without question, superstar performances across the board. I think you noticed Lukapo so much. They are just such an in-your-face player. In fact, being target banned in the draft mode so that they can't play Scyther, which is a very, very bizarre Pokemon to get banned out for, because they're bringing out their Urshifu, and I don't know what their Scyther must be doing, because their Urshifu is one of the scariest things I've seen in Unite.
I've had the chance to witness the Scyther on B stage and on main stage a couple of times, but against Team MYS in the group stage, it was ridiculous. I mean, we had Lukapo 1v5ing in that game. It was absolutely ridiculous, but the competition is so fierce here that we're going to be going up against APAC East's last representative, Omo Abyssinian, here to bring up that region.
That's right, the first place team from their region, and they play like it right here. Obviously, they were a favorite heading into this. I feel like a lot of teams looked at them as a possible grand finals contender for this whole event, and they are not wrong, playing flawlessly throughout most of their days here, actually having gotten dispatched only by Luminosity.
Yeah, which was a tough matchup for them, obviously, but going into MJK, I think they have had time to regroup and rethink their in-game strategies. But, I mean, Omo Abyssinian, yes, maybe taking a loss here in the top 8 bracket, but in that group stage, they were looking incredible, taking down teams like Nats Esports and just having a lot of impact there.
Yeah, I think the real question is what strategy is going to come out here? What is going to be the deciding factor between 2 of the top teams in the world.
Yeah.
We are getting down to the nitty-gritty at this point, Zoinks. We're talking about the top 4 teams in the world of Pokemon Unite, not counting my team, that didn't play because we knew it would be too easy.
I love that flex and I love that confidence, as misplaced as it might be. Now, we're going to be heading into our first draft of the game, and I do think that this draft is going to be defined by the 2 superstar players on your screen right now. Luca Poe from MJK and Shua from OMO Abyssinian. The Leafeon from Shua, there we go. The Leafeon from Shua is literally untouchable every single time we have seen it on broadcast. An immediate target ban from MJK. That seems very well thought out.
Now, I'm interested to see what happens with MJK, because I do not think you can first pick Scyther, but I have been wrong before. I don't even know if they want to bring that Pokemon into this match with how good their Urshifu has been doing, and they first picked Zacian, a Pokemon that we've seen dominate. I did not know how much play it was going to get here at Worlds, and the answer is a ton. Teams with Zacian are crushing.
And speaking of players with a lot of minutes on that Pokemon, it's going to be Sona, who's basically played in that patch so many times. I love that too. But Jay Rapson on the Hoopa is going to be a big boon for OMO Abyssinian. Easily that player's favorite support Pokemon with how much they can impact the game. Their macro has been really solid. I think it's been one of the things that has put this region entirely, but specifically this team, apart from the pack.
Yeah, look at Hagu King right here, locking in that Trevenant, just incredible. And then, of course, we have the Urshifu that can just drop down over there for Lucapo. This is looking like an amazing draft for MJK right now. I'm not really loving it so much from Obsidian, but look, they're grabbing an Inteleon, they're grabbing an Umbreon. Super powerful picks here. I'm just kind of shocked to see Blastoise is really that first grab.
Yeah, it is shocking for sure. And check out Hagu King on this Trevenant, giving up Umbreon in that position, and instead grabbing that specific Ghost Grass Pokemon, running a Floatstone experience share on this Pokemon as well, having a little bit of that movement speed to the roster. Comfey being locked in for MJK, and the Cramorant. Are you kidding me? There's a specific person standing to my right that is quite excited.
Yeah, me and Wonder Chef. I love me some Cowboy Cram as we see these teams lock in their final picks, bringing out Zorororororark for the final one here for Abyssinian. Looking at both of these teams, I am very afraid of a few of these picks. For me, I feel like the standout is Lucapo on the Urshifu with that Comfey collar. I really don't know what Abyssinian is going to be able to do about that song.
Also, what does Omo do in the top path? You put Blastoise there, but I mean, having a Blastoise for a long time in the early game, just getting run over by a Zacian from Sona, that's going to be a big risk. I think Omo Abyssinian is going to need to put some presence toward bot path to try to just win that one as much as they can, to try to have a fight into the late game. Either way, it's enough number guy stuff, because we're going to throw it to our casters, Kelosaurus and Wonder Chef.
It's finally here, the Cramorant. By the way, I'm really angry that you said duck as a hint and that you got the answer was Cramorant. That is not a duck at all. But regardless, I'm so excited for this. The winner of this moving into our top 3. Oh, Abyssinian has been playing so well. On the other side of MGK, I mean, all the same, everybody here, of course, right, Kilo?
Oh, definitely. And we know that Cramorant Neri, they have racked up the outs as they are rocking themselves a golden badge.
Oh yes, that is a thing you love to see. Any sort of Cramorant fan out there, but here we go. MJK on the left, Omo Abyssinian on the right. MJK representing Japan, one of the 2 teams remaining, but Omo Abyssinian fighting to keep APAC alive.
Well, both of these teams, you know, they want to stay there. They want to go on forward to that grand finals. But as we do have a look, it looks like Hooper is going in for a bit of an invade, and we know that Kubfu Secure isn't quite the strongest here, so it is going to have to battle on back, just poke at it and wait for the perfect opportunity to get that last hit. But look, the Hooper, yoink, I'll steal your berries, I'll steal your bus, I'll steal everything.
On top of that, it looks like it's getting out of there, maybe. Oh, actually, it's just going to be a little bit more annoying, waste a little bit more time even. You're not going to have a great fight right there, but the Squirtle, this is going to be such a tough path. Trying to deal with this Zacian for so long. Getting out of there was really nice. Both players using their eject buttons, but already we see a good bit of, actually said Baniri coming up. It's like, wait a minute, what is that? Wow, what a risk to take right there. I'm surprised we saw them going in off the bat.
Yes, they just saved that Squirtle, such low HP, but they were able to get in some stacks, take that Bumblebee, and take down this Zacian as well. But look at this, 4 members of MJK are pushing this bottom half so early.
Oh yeah, I mean this early damage from the Cramorant can help so much in these situations. Look at this bullying, but the Whirlpool is going to do a ton, and that's going to allow them to get quite a few stacks in themselves. It looks like we're going to be seeing another very aggressive game as this pattern goes on. Once again, we've started to see teams really focusing on different paths and really pushing down those tier 1s of the opposite goal zone of the opponent.
Alrighty, here we have that Phantom that hasn't evolved. Hooper trying to water it out with that pocket ring around its waist. But we are about to have these Swablues and Alterios spawn on up. But look, Zoroark, I don't need that farm. I'm going to get some KOs instead.
Yeah, Zoroark just definitely farms player Pokemon. That's the goal right there. But yeah, you do not want to fight this Ukapa with the Comfey on them. It's just like, I don't even know what to say. It's like the ultimate raid boss. Like, how do you even deal with this? Ukapa has been literally 1v5ing teams earlier in the tournament without a Comfey. But now with it, this is what we're going to be seeing.
Oh, how the tables have turned. They have just got some revenge and taken down that Zoroark. And I guess this is the thing with having a pocket Comfey with a rapid strike, a Shifu, you cannot escape that. Another raid boss, the Zacian, has struggled earlier on being alone in that top path, but here we are getting some comeback.
Oh, the Zoroark getting a pick, and now how can you get out of there, Lucapo? Can you 1v3, 2v3 technically with the Comfey? There's a great chance here. Everybody getting very, very low. That's, oh my gosh, everybody's one hit away. Are they going to keep going in? I feel like you're going to be scared. The mean look.
The mean look to catch them out, but you know what, Zoroark, I think they were on cooldown there. They weren't able to finish them off, unfortunately, but look at this. All the meantime, we have 2 objectives that have spawned on the map.
There's objectives other than just fighting the other team. I don't know if these teams actually know that. This has been a brawl, absolutely. It does look like we're going to have most of the members of both teams collapsing down to this red. They might be even there a little bit late. It's going to go down to a flip. The confirms coming from the War Turtle spin of all things.
Did you see how much HP that War Turtle was on? And thankfully, as they got that red ice, it regenerated. But all the meantime, we have them breaking tier 1. You may take the objectives, but we will take your pad.
The big win as well for Omi Obsidian there, even though they did have to give up that tier 1 goal zone, is the fact that they are going to get this Reggie Lucky for free. And on top of that, we did see some farm going in for the Zoroark. So Schwa going to be trying to pop off as well. We've seen before this exact matchup against LG, where they actually did, they lost, but it was a winning game, I should say, where the Zoroark went up against a Urshifu with a Comfey on it and did very, very well, piloted by Schwa.
Oh, look at this Inteleon just hiding away, going into invisible, making sure to make use of those walls, and then that way it can get that maximum crit damage. But we do have those Swablues and Alterios going on down. They're not looking for an engage here, as there is an Umbreon with a mean look, and you do not want to get caught out.
Yeah, currently Comfey on the 3rd really strong target for itself. I mean, this is an amazing Comfey team. You can go on really kind of anything at this point. Even the Cramorant can be pretty annoying with a Comfey on it, depending on what you're doing, especially if you're uniting. But we'll see if that happens a little bit later. I really want to see the impact of the Cramorant just on a personal level as far as just liking it. But there goes down the Zacian. That's a great initiation. They might be having to back up, though. Not sure they can follow it up truly. The Zacian not being as much of a menace as is Urshifu as of right now.
No, I feel like earlier on they really shut it down. But look at this. Down in the bottom path, we do have Shua dunking in at 31 points. Trevenant wasn't able to ward it off, but they have gone back to base for some full HP, and I reckon they might end up going for an engage here. But look at this. Miva waiting in the tall grass for the perfect opportunity. Zacian ends up ducking down, but no, it looks like they're backing on up. But we do have an objective that is about to spawn.
And MJK just barely hitting a lot of their level 9s. They're going to be getting a lot of their unites right here, especially the Cramorant one. We are seeing now that it's dive guaranteed, but we are going to have such a great way to space people out if you want to use it. Now, the fact that there isn't that much of a challenge means you're going to have to find a great spot. That's actually taking it solo. It might actually, yes, use the unite in the Comfey grass. That is such a cool combo. You're going to have to get out of there. Not getting full mileage out of it, at least taking out down the Umbreon, getting some damage as well. Still, I really like that combo. They already got what they were there to get regardless, which was that basement Reggie. So now they're going to see if they can defend this bottom tier 1.
Yes, it is left on 5 points, but you do have a Zacian here that is trying to use their Sacred Sword, get some KOs, but that Blastoise and Hoopa does retreat back to pad, getting some full heals, and it looks like they're going to go into the top, but all the meantime, there is a lot of yellow dots on this mini-map, so they have to farm on up, make sure to get that experience, get those Unite moves back before the next big engage.
Yeah, they've been fighting so much, I think it's a moment to kind of slow this down. We can even take it a little bit slower and look at what the levels are, just slightly, I would say, in the advantage of Omo Abyssinian, but looking very even. However, the score, an exact 100-point lead on the side of Omo Abyssinian, so they are going to be winning in that aspect. However, things can turn around really easily in either direction. That Regieleki is going to at least build some space. Everybody going back. Oh my gosh.
Yes, they all went back, but the Sacred Sword was there to try and stop them. Regieleki ends up going in, and we have some dunks coming on out. Karam finishing it off, breaking it up, and now we have MJK with a little bit more space of the map on the map.
Ooh, and that was something like a 45-point overdone, 44. I actually couldn't see exactly how many were in that tier 1, but that is huge. A great pick, though, on the Blastoise. It looks like they might be using that pick to try and take some forward positioning, to try and get some scoring, but no. 3 members of Omo Abyssinian are going to be down. At that tier 2, yeah, you're not going to be able to push that. They know that. At the very minimum, though, they are giving themselves some spacing for this basement Reggie. As I say that, though, the Zacian goes back.
Well, interestingly enough, we obviously have this basement Reggie, but there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to have enough shred to bring it down, or are they just going to try and defend it? It looks like they are prioritizing those wild Pokemon on the side, trying to get those levels up. As you said, it is pretty neck and neck, but I think over Abyssinian, they've kind of slightly fallen behind now.
Yeah, just barely, though. I mean, this is really high level overall for both teams. Like, they're pretty close. It's definitely going to come down to a huge team fight. I feel like the Cramorant Unite especially is going to be gigantic if it can be in a good spot where they can't just retreat. It's one of the hardest ones to place in the game. And look, there's an initiation on the little bait right there. The mean look, topping Zacian. They're going to jump on it. But no, it doesn't go down. And the wait to counter engage from Lucapo is going to be big. They don't know that Urshifu is in there. Oh, you have to get away. Rayquaza is the one who's going to give you away. And now still no big initiation, which is really good for MJK because they're waiting for the Zacian to come back.
Well, the thing is, it's 205 to 264 points in favor of Omo Abyssinian. We do have the Blastoise making an attempt at a back cap here as Cramorant comes up from behind. But here we go. We have the engage. The Rings Unbound has been pumped up. They are trying to stun. We have Unite Galore coming out here. Shifu is on the chase. Does it devoting Ward on back, and we finally have the first KO. It goes down to the Zoroark, but it is traded for that Zacian. 2 members are down. Blastoise is also gone.
That was actually a huge Cramorant Unite. It was able to get 2 picks. That's going to at least stop them from being able to take advantage of the fact that the Zacian went down, but a 4 in a row for the Cramorant. Can we see a Cram Penta? Just needs to find one more here on this Hoopa, but that is a huge lead. They might not even need to. That built more than enough space for them to score, including that 100 with the Ray take.
Why is this the only first match we are seeing Cramorant?
This is the first match I've been able to commentate Cramorant this entire UCS season. I may or may not be a fan of Cramorant, as you see what I'm wearing today, and this was such a good Cramorant match, but MJK, only 2 teams, man, have we seen pull out Cramorant this weekend. There's been both Japanese, and it's won both times. It may have a 100% win rate, at least on broadcast, from what I know.
Well, looking at the scoreboard here, it's 670 to 264. We have a whole team wiped on the side of Omo Abyssinian, emptying those pockets, racking up those stacks. Another 4 KO streak for the side of MJK by that Urshifu.
Yeah, that is honestly just a beautiful thing to see. I truly, of course, am a fan of Cramorant, but I just love how that team came together. The combo of being able to create grass through the Comfey Unite and then being able to unite from it is one of the coolest things that I have honestly seen as far as the combo with Cramorant.
Yes, it was a beautiful match there, but we have to look at these stats, right? I mean, Lucapo, they actually shined on that Urshifu and Comfey.
Yeah. This is, you can see, I mean, this was a pretty close match overall. But we see in the end, of course, it didn't really come down to that big Ray take at the end. I mean, there was some scoring otherwise, but it's honestly, I thought it was a really, really good close back and forth, right? That's really what you like to see, especially when we're this late in the match. I felt like Omo City was definitely ahead in a few different situations. It just, they weren't able to lock things down at the end. And now that we're getting to the damage numbers here, I'm going to throw it back to our analysts, Spraggles and Zoinks.
Wow, I mean, what an amazing set here for MJK. Looking fantastic. And once again, we have Luca Poe in this incredible moments with Urshifu.
Unbelievable. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see those again with this highlight package. They're looking ridiculous. Shua had a really good start to the game, though, on this Zor arc. I think moments of brilliance there, but just as we headed into the late game, it all became the Luca Poe and Sona show. And actually, we still have to shout out Neri on this Kramer for those final moments, but I think it took a little while until they really hit the scoreboard.
I have to wonder how you are not banning Urshifu against this team. It just seems insane to me. They didn't even want the Scyther. I don't know what's going on here, but please take away this Urshifu. I beg of you.
Yeah, banning Lapras away instead, so really trying to take away one of those top-tier defenders, but Haku King's Trevenant play has been so phenomenal all game long. And here we go, this was a big moment for Omo Abyssinian. However, Cramorant coming in clutch to slow down this offense again and again, and that burst damage from that dive air slash combination is sometimes too much to deal with, and they found the knockout of the Shua.
Abyssinian put themselves in a pretty good position heading into the final fight right here. Obviously, they were ahead on the scoreboard, so they could really set up a situation that was not good for MJK. MJK had a nice push right here, able to score. We can see possibly catching the Blastoise right here, and then here was the big fight. Here was the big catch, as you talked about this. Haku King just pushing forward with this Trevenant, extremely aggressive.
And even their presence around the initial just reset portal there, it meant that no one from Omo Abyssinian could really play around it, and so it was just a great shutdown play, even just by positioning. And then we got to talk about this Cram from Neri, getting a KO streak of 4 in that final fight. Hooba having a chance to steal away the Rayquaza, but not given, as we had that final last hit from Luca Poe and the Urshifu.
Yeah, just incredible stuff right there. Obviously, you have this amazing zoning from the Trevenant, and the enemy team, they obviously want to run in, get to Rayquaza. They don't want it taken away from them. And then the second they do, they're running into a Cram Unite move. Yeah. So you're either completely pushed out, or you're inside trying to stop them, and you simply can't. Amazing plays here from MJK as they are looking to head into our losers finals here if they can take one more game.
And it's a tough Pokemon to really say, don't come into my backline, right? Trevenant's so tanky, but also having a lot of self-sustain options in terms of healing. So even that early poke damage from Inteleon isn't enough to dissuade an amazing defender player like Haku King from getting some good positioning despite that damage. So MJK playing around their composition exceptionally well. And I mean, they got some power picks, they got Sonization, they got Luca Poe, Urshifu. So a lot of things fell their way in drafts. And I do think that that is going to be a big thing for game number 2.
As we look forward to game number 2, obviously Omo Abyssinian is not out of this thing. Let's take a closer look at this team.
Hello, we're Omo Abyssinian. We're from the Philippines, and we're here to give it our all and hopefully win the World Championship.
Yung team na gusto namin na makalaban sa World is yung RQ at yung IS dahil lagi namin silang nakakalaban sa script at front game.
I'm looking forward to the other teams to see their skills and to win against them and get some prize money. If I get the prize money, I will buy some skincares.
Skincare brand. Okay. We're feeling very confident that we can win the championship. We've been practicing and, of course, honing our skills and facing the other teams here in scrimmages. Overall, our synergy right now, it's looking pretty good.
I'm nervous on the stage when playing because of the crowd and the pressure, but I'm confident to my skills. In winning game, I can do it perfectly.
Shout out to my family and to my friends. Thank you.
Shout out to my mother and to Omo fans. We are here.
I would like to shout out my family, of course, my mom and dad and all my siblings. And I'd like to shout out all my friends in Discord who I play Pokemon with all the time.
I would like to shout out my family, especially for my mother. They are very supportive, and also shout out to our manager and also our coach.
I would like to shout out my family and friends because they supported me.
Now I'm gonna pick a random question. You guys ready?
Yes.
Who do you think will sweat the most on stage? Anthony, right? Our player Tempest. Because he'll be very nervous and he gets
Right now,
sweaty palms right now, even right now.
If this team had any nerve, it's hard to believe that those are still in place. Omo Abyssinian here in a top 4 position in the World Championships, and now they have a chance to move on farther in this top 8 bracket. They are in against match point, where MJK holds that advantage. Omo Abyssinian needs to come away with this win if they want to keep their dreams of champions alive.
Here we go, heading into our draft. We have our ban phase right now. It looks like Omo Abyssinian banning out the Inteleon Lapras from the side of MJK. The question is, what is that first pick then from the side of Omo Abyssinian? A lot of teams grabbing Lapras if it's available. Obviously, it has been a power Pokemon all weekend. These are 2 huge choices right here that a lot of teams like to pick up. So let's see what they're able to take. Perhaps a counter pick against something that MJK wants to bring into this match.
Yeah.
Possibly a Zacian, possibly a top tier defender, and they want the Hoopa.
I told you, Jay Rabson really likes this pick, so they're going to show a lot of priority to it even in the draft. However, this is giving MJK a whole lot of options, and MJK going to take a first pick of the Blastoise and probably grabbing this Zacian as well. So MJK understanding that Omo Abyssinian really likes this pick in particular, and they are going to actually choose that counter draft strategy.
The counter pick of the counter pick of the counter pick is my pick, as we have Umbreon being locked in. Possibly 2 big time defenders here, which, I mean, the Trevenant was so incredibly mean on the side of MJK. I kind of get wanting to steal that one away.
Yeah, it makes sense. And now Tempest is going to have some interesting choices of where they want to play this Umbreon, but I think that double defender pick and draft is just making it so MJK has to dig really deep for any kind of defender viability. Hagu King can play this Blastoise in that defender style spot, and it looks like they probably will be with that pick of the Clefable for the support.
So after you have the Clefable, there are just so many Pokemon that shuts down due to gravity, right? So it really limits your choices, but of course, it still opens up the possibility of an Urshifu for MJK. We see the picks coming in here for Abyssinian, Glaceon Mew. I love both of these. Extreme range, and there is that Scyther that we've been talking about. As soon as you see those 2 squishy Pokemon picked up, Scyther is coming on in. So now I finally get to see on the main stage the target band, Luca Poe's Scyther.
It's been so incredible, and into double attacker, this is going to be phenomenal for Luca Poe to go to work. However, they're going to have to play around the exceptional defender play of both Tempest and Miva, who are going to be trying to shut them down constantly. Luca Poe's path to victory is not an easy one, but this Scyther has certainly been the roadmap before. I am so excited to see this game number 2. Our series is currently 1-0 up for MJK. OMO Abyssinian need this one to stay in the tournament. Kelosaurus Wonder Chef, it's your turn.
Thank you so much, Zoinks and Spraggles. Now, I'm sorry to say, Chef, we have no Cramorant this match, but you know what? Luca Post Scyther, I am so excited to see this.
I'll be excited enough with just leaving the Cramorant at 100% win rate while I'm commentating, and I'll absolutely take that. But yes, this Scyther, I've seen it before, and I mean, honestly, we've all seen it before now. If you've been watching this broadcast, and it's been a long broadcast, so if you haven't, let me tell you, it is disgusting. And I say that in the most complimentary way possible. This is going to be the ultimate slice and dice team, combining that Scyther with the Zacian.
Well, that's the thing. It was target banned previously by the team. I mean, this team, they thought, oh no, we can handle the Scyther. Maybe, I don't know if they were expecting to come up against it, but it is taking that central area, making sure to prioritize those levels.
All right, let's remember here, this is match point for MJK. They are one match away from going up once again against their country mates, or I should say their region mates, really both, in the top three. Oma Obsidian needs to win 2 straight here. Very difficult against a team that's been as consistent as MJK. But we are going to be sending, actually, first the Glaceon to the center area on the side of the center. Oh my gosh!
Oh, the Hooper finishing off that Zacian. It did dive in a little bit too deep, leaving this Clefairy all alone. Is going to grab a quick snack before heading on back to defend the pad. But look at this. We do have Tempest that hasn't yet evolved. Is possibly going to secure this Indeedea. That way, it can get those moon looks happening.
Got the evolution after the stun ended right there. Oh, this could be a huge turnaround, actually. That Squirtle is extremely low. If you can just catch one solid hit here, the Scyther might go down as well, and it will. Lucapo, despite being really well with the Scyther, was just not in the right position there, and now they're going to have to give up that entire set of experience, actually not even being focused there. They're just going to take more players down. They're going to get more scores, and Oma Obsidian doing very well in this bottom half. Keep it going.
Yes, it's this early aggression that you want to see. We saw 4 members last game, and once again, sending those 4 members to just push that pad, and that is the benefit of having the Hoover on your side. If top needs backup, they can portal on back, but you know what? I said, look, it's actually a foul play, Umbreon.
I actually like that. I mean, there's a lot of strong offensive physical attack Pokemon on the side of MJK. That could still do a ton of damage if it's placed correctly. I mean, the mean looks would have made sense too. I mean, that's the thing about Umbreon, right? You can pick anything and it works.
Yes, exactly. Otherwise, we are going to wait for this opposite Ontario to spawn. Ooh, the side that ends up getting taken down by the solar beam of that Mew there. And now we have Clefable just trying to poke around, trying to get some eyes as we have these teams getting on ready. And look at this, another push here for that top pad, getting in some dunks and leaving it. Oh, no, look at that. Mifa recognizing that it's only left on one. It would have only been a 2 overcap, leaving there so that way they can get it on back later.
That was great reactions to kind of cancel that like a split second before it actually went off. I gotta say though, Oma Obsidian really taking control of this early game. 119-point lead before we even get to the first objectives of the game. There's going to be a fight over the Altaria. That's going to be a lot of damage on the Hoopa already. It is going to be able to reset. They don't have the follow-up. It's going to be a counter-engage from Umbreon. And now most of the team of MJK is low. They are going to have to Moonlight from the Clefable to be able to heal back up eventually. But will it be in time for them to regroup and try to fight for this Registeel? It looks like they want to try to take it.
They want to try and take it. And this burst damage that's coming out from the Solar Beams in the backline. We do have a Registeel that has popped on out. War Turtle is trying to make an attempt to get on in, tackling through, but we have Zacian here. Can they get the Sacred Sword? No, it ends up being the Glaceon that gets the secure, and now the pressure is on MJK. Also, look at the scoreboard. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can they get any more dunks in?
That was a beautiful Phantom Force. That knocked 3 members of MJK back into the team of Oma Obsidian. Oma Obsidian absolutely running away with this game. What is going on? This is a 191-point lead that's just going to keep growing. I shouldn't even say the numbers at this point. Over 200 points. And they're just getting bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger. And these Pokemon like the Scyther that really need to keep up in level are just simply not going to use the Unite to try and catch up. Only taking down 2 members right there. And they're not going to be the highest level. They do need that experience though regardless.
Look at this. Lucapo is on the hunt. The Scyther just jumping over these floors, trying to take these bugs. But what's the dodge of the Solar Beam? That was so close, Chef.
That was great little movement right there to stay in the game at all, honestly. I mean, you can only get KO'd so many more times before you realize this side of the pick just didn't work out this particular game. But the level difference is starting to shrink a little bit. The point difference is going to be the biggest focus, I think, for the next bit of the game. We are hitting just about the 5-minute mark. Regieleki, the first one, still available up on that top path, but we could see some really huge overdunks. Aside from the fact that almost Obsidian has a gigantic 200-point lead, they could build it even further.
Yes, they have that point lead, but also these level lead. They have 3 level 10s on their side. We have a Regieleki that is getting leashed on, but it looks like these teams want to battle each other in the tall grass. We do have a Hydro Typhoon popping on out. Wasn't able to really catch anybody here, but Ninetales does end up getting taken down. 2 KO streak from you. Is it going to be able to get some more with those Solar Beams?
Zacian going down as well. Everybody having to back up, and this might just be an aggressive push. The Scyther Unite coming out. How many can it actually take? It looks like Mew maybe is able to avoid it with its own Unite. Also, Glaceon taking out the Scyther itself. Everything is going wrong for MJK right now. I feel like the way that their team is built, they need to stay on parity as far as levels. They need the Zacian to be able to brawl. They need the Scyther to be able to brawl. And, you know, they're starting to catch up in levels, but they have just fallen so many times. They've given every bit of positioning and every bit of scoring to Omo Abyssinian.
Well, the benefit is both of their tier 1 pads are gone, so they do have those siding deities for that comeback experience. But first, they have to take care of this Reggie, Aleki, Trevenant hiding in the bush, seeing if it can possibly just distract this Zacian and push it away. Oh my gosh!
I love the attempt! That was cheeky. Actually, honestly, still a chance, right? You have to be really worried that's gonna happen again! Oh, that's really okay, you made it. But hold on, you're actually taking a ton of damage right here. You gotta be worried. This Regieleki does a lot, and the Unite actually came out to try to follow it up, but we're actually having a battle. In the meantime, while we're laughing at that, in the bottom, Koopa Unite comes out, everybody teleporting in. That's gonna be a Alolan Ninetales going down. It's gonna be a 44 now, or 43, because one member isn't there. The Zacian still has to run down. It looks like Blastoise might go down as well. No escaping that Glaceon inevitably. And who actually took that Regieleki? The base Reggie, it looks like it was Omo Abyssinian.
It was Glaceon once again securing it, and you can just see the powerhouse that Shua is right now.
Right now in every other game, Schwa has been a star player. I mean, every single member of Omo Abyssinian obviously incredibly strong, but Schwa has been the one that gets to have a lot of the star moments, I think is what we get to say. Whether it be on a Speedster or a Glaceon, which is definitely a strange set of Pokemon to be kind of playing in general, but it's clearly working. Whatever it is about those set, you know, like, I guess, I don't know, there's two of them are evolutions, one of them is a Zoroark, I don't know. I got nothing.
All right. As we are almost at the final stretch here, are they going to attempt one last push? Just trying to get some ice, test those waters. But no, they are going to retreat on back because you know what? With almost only 30 seconds left to go, they do not want to risk it for the biscuit.
If Omo Abyssinian can take this Regieleki right on time, that is going to be huge because they are threatening the ability to just go and dunk in their backline. I mean, look how much ability they have. They've got over a 200-point lead. That tends to be kind of the threshold where even if you take Rayquaza, you may not actually win. And look, they're getting the Regieleki with 10 seconds to go. That is beautiful timing. Nobody's even there from MJK to be able to defend it. And on top of that, they've got to defend in the Ray Pit itself with a nice initiation. We're going to see the Trico win, but immediately take so much damage.
Here we go. The final stretch is here. We have moves popping on left and right. And Phantom Force coming out, taking down the A9 here. We had Clefable using their Wonder Wish and it ends up getting the close combat, but it ends up getting taken down. 3 members of MJK are currently knocked out. Scyther is on a roll trying to get some KOs and pick up the scraps, but no, it ends up getting taken down as well, and Blastoise not too far to follow.
And that should be enough. Alolan Ninetales is here. A9 does have its Unite. That could be the best chance to steal it, but what a huge chunk of damage that he was not letting you get even close. You tried it. It's the best thing you can get. No damage on Rayquaza yet. There is such a huge lead that Omo Abyssinian knows they may not need to even take it. They're not prioritizing it. They're going to wait. They know that the backcapping from MJK, if they manage to get any, is not going to be enough. They would have to break down so many of their go zones, but 2 tier 1s are up with a minute left. This is not out of the realm of possibility for MJK.
They are trying to keep a stronghold of this Rayquaza pit. They are not letting any members of MJK in. Looks like they're trying to collaborate together, possibly go in for one last push as a wrecking ball, but there's chunk damage that is coming out from the Mew right now. Clefable is trying to hardest to heal its team, but look at her. Sneaking in from behind with a flame. We have A9 Zacian ends up going down, and Lucifer ends up popping their Unite move and taking down Glaceon.
Oh, this is their first big chance. They're both at half HP. They've got to burn Rayquaza, though. They've committed to it. They're not going to be able to go the route of just getting those back dunks. Lucaball is one of the only ones that's available, though.
Sorry, wait a minute. All the meantime, while this is happening, we have Mew just widening that gap even further with a sneaky 100 back cap. And look at this. 70. I think it is a good game to Omo Abyssinian here.
There is just not going to be a chance past that. I love that defense from Abyssinian. They played that so well. How many times have we seen a team try to hold on to a 200-point lead at Rayquaza without taking it, choking it, losing one team fight, and throwing the entire set? Well, you know what? That's not what happened here. Abyssinian held on and tying up the set 1-1. And now I got to see what the analysts think with Zoinks and Spriggles.
I think the biggest thing that I'm thinking right now is I didn't understand Scyther before.
Yeah.
And I still don't understand Scyther right now when Urshifu was just such a powerhouse for this player.
Yeah, I mean, OMO Obsidian just really showcasing how powerful they are. And we're going to get to a specific stat line in just a second, but we need to look at that Muse scorecard, by the way. Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable work there from Lewis on this Mew. But look at this scoreline. OMO Obsidian, they were talking about nerves in their team preview. Well, they woke up on main stage there. An irrefutable victory against MJK in game number 2.
Yeah, this match looked a little bit like Zarina because it was an absolute stomp. Omo Abyssinian coming right back in here. And take a look at that damage. 104,000 for the Mew. A Pokemon that has been surprisingly absent here from our World Championship Series at our big day. I mean, we saw it a lot throughout the season, but for some reason teams are not picking it up right now. Of course, there's so many big Pokemon.
Right. I mean, it certainly wasn't missing in this match, as Lewis actually was able to get a scoreline of 16 knockouts throughout the entire match. They were playing absolutely incredible Pokemon Unite. And this is, again, a time after time we're going to see this happen. Lucapo getting caught out, Lucapo getting stunned, or even Lewis just landing a huge Solar Beam or Light Screen stun and taking that 1v1 advantage. Great Glaceon secure on this Registeel, and from this point on, it felt like MJK could not find a way back into this game number 2.
Yeah, just so far behind. It was one of those moments where they just kept sinking further and further and further. And I love seeing these picks. You know, I love seeing a team bring Scyther into these matches. And normally, my opinion is, you know, simply let them cook.
Sure.
But at the same time, when I see something like this and I see the performance it has, I'm just confused. It feels like the draft went so horribly wrong for MJK.
Yeah, again, I have seen things that I cannot unsee. So I know that this Scyther has been incredible in the past, but in this game, not really having that same value, certainly. And that Regirock stun did not help in that situation, by the way. Yeah. Poor Lucapo getting hit by all 3 of those Regirock projectiles and sent back to base. And OMO Abyssinian, I mean, this is a team that is first seed from their region, but honestly, they are pretty brand new to competitive gaming. They are some young guys, but they are putting on an incredible show. Top 4 in the world, number 1 in their region, and they are looking for even more.
And now we have evened this thing up. 1-1 between MJK and Omo Abyssinian. Both of these teams obviously are so hungry to move forward. MJK, they are looking to go back up against Makaro and see if they can take them down here in the losers finals. And then Omo Abyssinian is looking to rep their region and head up to the grand finals somehow. Both of these teams can do it, but not that MJK.
Yeah, definitely not that showing. Now, we do have to bring up the fact that the draft will be reversed again, so MJK will have their chance for first selection. Abyssinian going to be in that second spot, but there it is, the player of the game, Mew, 16 knockouts, 104,000 damage. If you want to get some wind back in your sails, it's going to be on the back of a performance like that for Lewis. What a play!
Yeah, and it felt like they almost didn't bring Mew out. I can't remember, but if I'm looking back to the draft, I know they were moving between a few attackers, it seemed like, and I wasn't sure what they were going to settle on. Wow, did they pick the right Pokemon for this match? I mean, just absolutely brutal, especially into a Pokemon like Scyther, or really any Pokemon that behaves a little bit like a speedster. You know, you have that Electro Ball, you've got the boosted, you just have these sure hit moves on top of these solar beams that can poke you from a million miles away.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many ranged options to slow down the frontal assault of a Pokemon or a speedster like Scyther can be. be, but you also have versatility tools in late screen, or even, coaching to try to dodge some of these maneuvers. Late screen, though, and providing that stun was used exceptionally by Lewis in that last game. And with this rotation so far in this match, every second draft that we have seen, it's always been a Blastoise pick. But Spraggles, I want to hear what you think.
Well, I want to talk more about this match, and production doesn't want me to do this, but I insist that we take a look at the Pokemon Center video between me and Spraggles. That's what they said to me in my ear. Like me and Doomsnacks are the same person. I'm Spraggles, he's Doomsnacks, we're just wearing the same suit. Let's roll that footage.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Doomsnacks, the Island Scout, AO Silent.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm fitting a sport in that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
One of my favorite parts about doing that is when I was covered in clothing and things like that, there were people who did not know we were making a video, and they were truly walking around me, helping me put clothes on my head.
Bit of a documentary series on an average day in the life of Spraggles. I like that. I like that look into your average day. But what I'm more excited about, though, is going to be this game number 3 elimination match between MJK and OMO Abyssinian. This is to decide our top 3, and MJK are hovering that Leafeon ban. They do not want to see Shua on that Pokemon.
This is a massive game right here. Lapras, Leafeon being banned out early. MJK getting this first pick. The question is, what are they going to want to grab? Is it going to be the Zacian? Do they want a defender? Let's see what they take out of the gate right here.
Yeah, with so much priority given over towards Zacian, it's going to be there yet again. Zacian locked in for Sona. Omo Abyssinian looking at that Trevenant, going to take that away from Hagu King and grab the Hoopa in combination.
Look, the fact of the matter is, Hagu King on Trevenant is insanely scary. It's already a very spooky tree, but in the hands of Hagu King, it is a thing of legend. However, you just gave Lucapo Urshifu. I think they just have to sort of dust the cobwebs off, say, I don't know what that whole Scyther thing was there for a minute. Let me get back to the Pokemon that's been dominating this entire time. However, Abyssinian says, I think we just might have found a secret weapon here, possibly bringing Mew into game number 3.
Yeah, with a performance like that, you need to run it back. Mew going to be here for that game number 3. A reminder, OMO Abyssinian is now tied up in this match, but that second game was not close. OMO had a complete control of that one. So Lewis looking for a repeat performance, and they're going to have the Umbreon to back it up. MJK needs some kind of pocket support. We've seen Comfey, we've seen Blissey in these scenarios, we've even seen Clefable, and currently Hinty is going to be locking into that Blissey.
Blissey, obviously, Bliss Assistant's just one of the most powerful save tools in the entire game. The ability to rocket across the map, knock people, up and do damage as you are going in, at the same time give a massive shield and damage increase to an ally. It's just such an
incredible way to support one of these powerful Pokemon. I'm really excited to see Hungry King on this Snorlax here, because there were some other defenders that could come out. Of course, we could see a Slowbro, but they're bringing out Snorlax for the final game here for this best of 3 game. This is so important for these two teams. Someone is moving on. Someone has a chance to still make it to the grand finals, and the other's heading home.
They have had incredible tournament runs so far, but that does not need to end here. OMO Abyssinian looking to make this comeback sweep. MJK wanting a rematch against Oyasumi Makaro. I'm so excited. Casters, please take it away.
One more match to decide who makes it into top 3. The final chance for both of these teams, and they are bringing out some new stuff. I mean, I guess I should say a little bit more on the defender side. Definitely stuff they've played before, but they're going with some strategies that they've really liked this entire tournament.
Going in with some strategies, that's the thing, there's only so much you can change here, but I absolutely love this Snorlax pick. I feel like we haven't seen enough Snorlax.
I always want to see more Snorlax. Such a fun Pokemon, a defender that can really show off, make some star plays itself, and especially piloted by a player this strong. I expect we're going to see it, but here we go. Game number 3 of the losers semifinals to see who breaks into top 3. MJK on the left and OMO Abyssinian on the right.
Yes, they do not want to go home just yet. They want to fight their way through, possibly through to the grand finals. But another fight that is happening right now is this Zacian that is trying to take down this Phantom as it is trying to get its stats in. Ends up getting denied and has to back away with that XP. Can it make the great escape? Yes, it does.
That's pretty fast for a tree. They usually don't move all that fast, but that one in particular, I think it's using its roots very, very well. On the other side, a very far forward Eevee, not quite an Umbreon yet, really wants to get that extra little bit of EXP. It would have been a very nice thing to steal that right there. Still, there's some opportunities. This is an aggressive little path down here. Mew, especially early on, can be absolutely devastating.
Absolutely devastating, but it isn't until that level 5 where it can switch up that move. So obviously opting for that Electrobro for the secure earlier on. But look at this, we have Urshifu hiding in that tall grass, waiting for these Swablues and Altaria to spawn. But they are not going to put the pressure on yet, as we have Snorlax also coming on down.
Wow, they actually didn't get that last hit. I feel like they should just turn around and get that one just like before anything else happens, but no, they're going to go for the aggression, and look at that, trying to get some more stacks maybe, but going in is the Urshifu. Can you escape? No, going in a little bit too far. The Umbreon's going to evolve as well. That's going to give them a huge boost as the Solar Beam continues to work out. That has been the pick of the past 2 games. One more just for good measure. 3 Pokemon on the side of OMO Abyssinian, KOing 3 different Pokemon on the side of MJK.
Both of these teams are playing super aggressive right now. We have seen that kind of push that bottom path earlier on as those birds do spawn. But obviously it didn't favor OMO Abyssinian there. MJK Abyssinian were able to get 76 points in.
Yeah, that is, again, one of the ways that they really dominated that last game that we watched, game 2 of this set, was that they had a huge score lead, and they're already building it up 70-something points as far as they're even, like, before the first objectives, right? They're not even close to spawning, 7 and 40 seconds left. Now, there hasn't been quite as many attempts to go in from Sona like we saw in the last game. I felt like it was a big reason why we saw Team MGK fall far behind, so they're not really as far behind, but they've got to fight to keep up.
They have got to fight, waiting for the right moment, though, as these birds do spawn. And I might say that Rapid Striker, Shifu just soaked that up.
Yeah. What bird? I actually didn't see any of them. I just saw a bunch of attacks on a row, but definitely going to be a fight here for this basement Reggie. We see the forward positioning. Now, I do really like the Snorlax in this position. Snorlax can be very, very good at blocking off a lot of these paths, splitting up these teams for these basement Reggie fights, but how the initiative be made? One slam is going to hit, and actually Snorlax the one getting initiated on, going down first, trading for the Umbreon that's won a piece. Both members backing up except for the Zacian. That's going to be Sona going down as well. A big advantage here for OMO Abyssinian, but they're all very, very low. They don't really have all that much healing. Nobody going through the Hopa portal. That's a lot of confidence, but they do not want to give the chance for the enemy team to burn down the Registeel, and it's going to be the beam once again.
The trusty Solar Beam to get those secures, and also we have Inteleon. The Shedinjito wasn't enough to save that, but it did buy some time here. We have the Rapid Striker Shifu trying to dive in deep. We have the Snorlax trying to wait for the perfect opportunity to use that Heavy Slam. Hopefully really get some knockups. But look at this. The crowd control that this Trevenant is bringing right now is insane.
Lucapo not able to quite get the target that they want. They had to back up, and look at this. The reset from the side of Obsidian allows them to pick up the Inteleon too. They are just winning so many of these early fights. Like I said, they were not far behind on the side of MJK, but they're starting to fall behind once again.
Starting to fall behind. They need to get these levels up and running, but we do have Oma Obsidian going and starting that Reggie Alecki. All the tier pads are up currently, so it's just a matter of time of whether the Zash is going to come in. No, they're going to favor these birds instead. And now that Reggie Alecki, the secret 6 member for Oma Obsidian.
This has been such a perfect counter on the dives. Oh, the Snorlax actually getting pulled back by the Umbreon. It's going to go down as well. Any attempt to go in has been met with defeat. Mew catching another one on the Inteleon. And I feel like there's going to be more than that. 3 now down with Sona as well on the Zacian. The Regilecki's going in. They can score if they want, but they want that one more. While you catch it, you will. That's 4 KOs all together while they're breaking that potentially that tier 1. Look at that. They want as much overscore as they can. And they're... Oh, wait, no. Regilecki actually stopped, but they're still going to get it. And I'd expect one more KO for good measure.
Who needs the Reggie Alecki when you can have the Glaceon just score in there? I was really worried they missed their opportunity there. But all this fighting is happening. We have another objective that is about to spawn in 10 seconds.
I know, that it's just fight to fight to fight, but the thing is MJK keeps initiating and they keep not being able to follow it up. The damage from the backline is so good on almost Obsidian side. When they try to jump in and then retreat, it's the Umbreon that just keeps catching them, and more importantly than anything else, every single time they attempt something, Mew just melts their entire team. Thank you for the example.
Perfect timing there from that Mew. We do have the Hooper using their Unite move to bring down the rest of the team. They are engaging on through, but we have Mevo the Trevenant using his spectacular holding to just pin that Zacian against the wall. Mew once again getting the secure for Oma Abyssinian.
Oh my gosh, Mew MVP for sure. There's still though, we see the attempt to try and get some picks from Mr. Shifu, not able to catch this Umbreon. This Umbreon movement has been top tier, absolutely dodging so many different, aimed moves, so many different initiation attempts, everything about it. This has been beautiful play from Tempest.
It really is. They are showing no bounds right now. They have control of this map. 2 T1 pads are gone for MJK. They have this space to go on through. But you know what? We have a Reggie Alecki that is waiting up in that top half. So we'll have to see who ends up getting the secure.
Yeah, look at this level advantage. It's so heavy for the side of Oma Abyssinian, but the Urshifu, that's going to be Lucapo, of course, been a star player, is on par with the rest of the levels. However, every single time you attempt to get in, it's so difficult to get out. Finally, we're going to see one pick here. Sona taking down the Hoopa, and so many members very low on the side of Oma Abyssinian. That beam almost taking out Inteleon once again. Zacian going in deep this time. Not going to be able to find its target, but just building enough space to take down that tier 1. This is the first sign of life from MJK.
Yes, getting that point. Obviously, there is still a bit of a lead, 99 to 254 in favor of Oma Abyssinian. We almost have that Rayquaza spawning in about 40 seconds. Otherwise, we are going to go into that top half because Reggie Alecki is still there, being chipped away by this Glaceon.
Yeah, and the level advantage being taken back, actually. Lucapo is going to be the first member of the entire game to get to level 13, so that is really huge. I'm not actually sure how they managed to do that. A really efficient method of farming and just distributing the right EXP to them. And actually, we're going to get 2 level 13s now. Finally, everybody's starting to catch up, especially with that take from Oma Abyssinian. They've already got the lead. That's going to help them, especially as pushing down to tier 2. What are they going to do? Just let it in, I guess, on the side of MJK as we get to the final stretch.
Look, the thing is, they still have rings unbound from the Hoover. So if anybody tries to capitalize on that back cap, but no, it looks like they are going to prioritize this fight right now.
All right, the attempt to initiate is there. Umbreon's going to be able to initiate the side of Oma Abyssinian. Unite's coming out from Snorlax just to give some more of those shields. Nobody picked off quite yet, but that's going to be the Umbreon going down first. This might be a bad sign for Oma Abyssinian. They're trying to retreat, but they can't retreat that much with the damage on board for MJK. Looks like they might be picking up the Trevenant as well. No, it's going to stand just barely. Zacian's the one that goes down. Instead, Hoop Unbound coming out to counter, but it's going to be Glaceon going down 3-3 here in the Ray Pit.
It is goes back and forth right now. MJK, they need to get this Rayquaza if they want to try and take a level lead. 336 to 99. Rayquaza is at a quarter HP, but we have Trevor using a huge Hornleash to push 4 members of MJK here, and it ends up being Omer Abyssinian that gets the scoring shields.
Oh my gosh, of all things, of course, the Hoopa. This should be some points going in for the side of MJK, but not enough to even regain the lead. A few members with the shield available. That's going to be a lead building up to 200 to 300 to 400, and Omo Abyssinian maybe in an indefeatable spot. Just an unbelievable showing at that Ray Pit. It looked like that could have been over. MJK, I love the fact that they really made that attempt. They had to try something, but can 400 points go back in? They don't even have that many in their pocket.
They don't have that many in their pocket, but 25 seconds left to go. And look at this. Miva once again going in for the backhand. Has that scoring shield going to get another 90 points.
That is it without a doubt. A fight's going to happen up here at the top tier 2, but that's almost just for fun. 10 seconds left. Omo Abyssinian will be your team, making it into the top 3. And we're going to have our top 3 of the World Championship be represented by 3 separate regions.
That is insane. Oh my gosh, look at them cheering. They are so happy. We see the fans in the crowd with their flags as well to represent their region.
Oh, they have been representing their region so well. And now it's going to come down to APAC, Japan, and North America. What a final 3 we have. Well played by MJK, but Omo Abyssinian truly found the answer in those final 2 games. And if I had to say one thing, it's probably the Mew.
It was probably the Mew, but you know what? I think the Trevenant, Miva played spectacular. Those Horn Leeches were out of this world. We are obviously going to have to take a look at those highlights very, very soon. But I would absolutely love to see that breakdown.
Yeah, it was honestly kind of everybody. It was just an amazing adaptation from the side of Omo Abyssinian. I just love the way that they played. Again, we can go back to when we saw the video about the team where they were saying about themselves how there were some nerves. I refuse to believe that when you are down in a spot to make top 3 of the World Championships and you are down a game and you come back so strong 2 games straight, I feel like you have nerves of steel.
Nerves of steel indeed. You cannot fold under that pressure. You just have to keep that momentum going, especially on a big stage. They are doing it all for the fans. They're in the crowd cheering for them. Obviously showing that great sportsmanship there to shake hands. But it does mean we have to say goodbye to MJK.
Another amazing team. First of all, going 3-0 in their group, representing their region so well. Actually, literally the only team, I believe, in the entire tournament to actually be taken out by their own region as well. And that's how little we've actually had the same regions cross paths. They put up an incredible showing, especially for their home crowd. If you're out there in the stands, can you give one last cheer for MJK representing Japan?
Let me hear that cheer.
I actually probably should have had to say it in Japanese, but, hey, they put on, seriously, a truly amazing show, and 4th place is certainly nothing to be that sad about. Of course, no true competitor is going to be happy with 4th place, but you should at least be content that you put on an amazing show. And I am so glad, I said it before, but I'm so glad that we have these top 3 teams from 3 separate regions representing the top 3 of Worlds. We can take a look at this graph. It's looking very similar, I would say, to the graph from game number 2.
Can you just see the dominance that Omo Abyssinian had over MJK here? They did not even let them overcome them, locking down all of those objectives too.
100%, and we can look at the damage as well. Honestly, quite a bit of damage from everybody but Lewis on that Mew. Seriously, so MVP, but like you said, Mia, with this 59,000 on a defender, and of course, not only just a defender, but one that is the most crowd controlling, right? It can push you in a spot that Mew gets more damage from. So just an excellent set of teamwork from the entire team. This comp that they kind of settled on within the 2nd and 3rd games was looking beautiful.
Now, was the Mew there the secret key? I think it's just teamwork. But we have to take a look at these highlights. Obviously, as we said, that early aggression, the push on that bottom half. But Omar Abyssinian, they were able to shut that down and turn the tables and get in some dunks. The objectives, as we said, it was the Glacier on getting those secures.
And once again, I feel like NJK's team comp, it's not like it's bad, it's just so based on being able to stay at least on level with the opponent early in the game, and that just didn't happen for the past 2 games. We saw the early game go so completely and so dominantly to Omo Abyssinian over and over again, well, I guess just 2 times in a row, that there was just never a chance for them to catch up. They were going into initiations that it looked like they had a chance to try to get some picks in, but then they were just giving up more EXP, whether it was the Urshifu, whether it was the Zacian, whether it was even this Snorlax that we know that's an amazing, Hog King, amazing defender player, but just they weren't able to get those big initiations they wanted.
No, but I think one factor as well, having that Blissey on your side, it can only provide so many heals through its X. But obviously, the Hooper Portal, the ability to send multiple members back home for full HP regeneration and to back into these fights and take them on.
Yeah, especially with this comp, the double defender comp. I gotta say again, Tempest on this Umbreon was unbelievable. A really key part also of why they were able to stop so many of these initiations. You can see here, this final fight, it was chaotic, and honestly, it could have gone either way. I still think this was a great choice to somewhat try and flip from MGK. They had to try something, especially if the frame was so low, but yeah, it all came down to that. And in that beam, I like that it didn't even manage to take out the Rayquaza, but it did manage to take out a member of the opposite team.
You had that Hooper locking it down, getting the secure, but as I said, Neva on the Trevenant, they really shined for me during that match.
Yeah, honestly, just the entire team, right? There's no way that you can get into the top 3 of the World Championships without every member of your team shining. And hey, you know what? I think production agrees with you. Why don't you read the stats for Neva?
Well, we can obviously see 59 damage on the Trevenant. This is a defender here. But on the meantime, we have it scoring 226 points as well.
Yeah, a lot of scoring, a lot of damage taken, but more damage dealt than taken from a defender is always a really good sign. Especially, again, like I said, a very control, heavily focused defender. So it just did everything that you needed to do. Emil did great. But let's take a look at the bracket. We can now see who our top 3 teams are. Losers finals will be Oyasumi Makuro from Japan taking on Omo Abyssinian from APAC, and then Luminosity sitting in grand finals in winners, that winner side advantage. Kello, do you have any predictions for what could happen?
I have told you, expect the unexpected here. But you know what? Luminosity, I hope you are taking down notes right now.
All right, well, we do have an interview ready, so we'll see if there's anything unexpected there. We've got Lewis on stage, and I don't know what's happening back there, but why don't you take it away and show me what's even happening on stage?
You know, sometimes I just get scared at night, but it's just because I don't have a light on. Oh, hey, I am here with the incredible Luis from Omo Abyssinian, and what an incredible match they had as they are heading to our losers finals. First, I have to ask you, I mean, what do you plan to do against a team like Oyasumi Makuro?
We're planning to do these strategies which is we can avoid our mistakes and play along with them.
Amazing. And if you were to have Pokemon in the world become real and you could ride one, and this is an important question, ride it like a horse, what Pokemon would that be?
Maybe Kyogre. Especially Kyogre was my favorite Pokemon when I was a child. And I feel like I'm being on Pokemon Emerald.
I think that's a really great answer. We're going to send it back up to the booth. You know what? Actually, I think we're going to send it to break. Do you want to tell everyone that we'll be right back?
Hello, everyone. We'll be right back.
Oh!
Nice move there. Now Gatlo and Redmond and Rover all focusing on the Zapdos. They're starting to come up with respawn now. I am standing needs to win. Another team fight and another one after that. Oh, next time it's from Overlord. Steals it again. Undefeated. The best team in the world.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series. We are sitting on the brink of our losers finals here in Yokohama, Japan. And representing Japan is going to be Oyasumi Makaro squaring off against Omo Abyssinian.
I'm sure glad that we learned how to say that name because we had to say it a lot this weekend.
Just in time.
Yeah, oh yeah, just in time. And I think there's a good chance we're going to have to see it again and again and again. They've been playing so well. That last set was incredible for them. And once again, I have to mention, I'm so happy our top three is from 3 separate regions.
Absolutely, really vying for regional dominance here, world dominance, if you will, as they try and get the crown of the world champion. We're taking a look at these teams. They're gearing up, they're squaring up, and they're getting ready to go, chef. Losers finals, no joke.
Yeah, no, it's certainly not a joke. I have seen these teams play for so many hours. I mean, how many hours have we been watching Unite over the past 2 days? I mean, we can actually take a look back at the bracket and try to count. Actually, there's way more than that. Doesn't even work.
So many hours, as it
Yes.
turns out.
That's a good
number. Waiting for one of these two teams in the grand finals is Luminosity, your current reigning world champions. Oyasumi Makaro sent to the losers bracket by Luminosity themselves, and Omo Abyssinian looking to take a big win off the home team here, Oyasumi Makaro, and get their first bite of the apple against Luminosity here in day 2.
Yeah, you can actually see both of these teams going down to Luminosity. So both of the teams, I love when this happens, in the losers finals are fighting for their rematch. This is a fresh match, not one that's happened yet in this tournament, and both of them have that revenge on their mind. Our two teams here, of course, on the top, Oyasumi Makaro representing Japan, and on the bottom, Omo Abyssinian representing APAC East. Both of them want that rematch.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at Oyasumi Makaro right now. Again, the team from Japan fighting on their home turf, representing their country, and want to keep these World Championship trophies right here. Mame, Pie, Sui, Yume, and One Lev Up.
Yeah, and we've heard the Japanese crowd be so loud. They have been cheering for the Japanese teams, and now they are down to 1 left. But hey, no region has an advantage in numbers anymore. Just the advantage of the cheers from the crowd.
Cheers from the crowd indeed, and I'll tell you what, the Japanese fans are out here in full force as we have 2 broadcast stages right now, one streaming in the Japanese stream, of course, and our stream in the English language, obviously. All the seats are filled on both sides, people ready to come unglued for these 2 spots.
Oh yeah, this is such a huge moment. Of course, making it to top 3 at Worlds is unbelievable, but I mean, for these teams, they both had such interesting stories to get here, right? I mean, of course, we just talked about Oyasumi Makaro, but Omo Abyssinian. A lot of teams were saying that maybe this is going to be the year for APAC, right? APAC, a team that has done okay, well, but currently, I mean, this is a great showing. It's one of the best showings that we've had technically, and I think that they have what it takes to make it past Oyasumi Makaro.
I mean, Omo Abyssinian is representing the APAC East, a region that looked incredibly strong all year long and only kept getting stronger. And that is paying off right here as Omo Abyssinian is 2 match wins away from finding themselves in the grand finals as we enter our ban phase.
It looks like Hoopa is gone. That may be a targeted ban against J-Absent, who's been an incredible support player throughout the day. Lapras on the other side, I would say a little bit more of a blanket ban. Looks like Mira wants to get rid of that Greedent. I feel that, can I get rid of some Greedents for my solo queue games, please? But these make sense. I do like some targeted bans. Once we get a little bit further in there, I mean, Hoopa just a great ban as well. So let's see what the first picks are.
First pick is going to be an Umbreon, and of course with Lapras off the table, a premier defender is Umbreon itself, and quickly locked in by Oyasumi Makaro.
It'll be interesting, actually, if we end up seeing... Okay, I was going to say the slow road here because we've seen Omo Abyssinian really prioritize this tree. I love the fact that they've been doing so well with it. Trevenant, Miwa in particular on that Pokemon, and then actually getting the Inteleon as well. We may be seeing Luis stick with that instead of the Mew this time around.
Well, the thing that's going on here, of course, is so many power Pokemon are still left, including the 2 that they are hovering right now. Zacian and Urshifu, just resident nightmares here in the Thea Sky Ruins, always giving the opposition trouble.
Yeah, but we did just see Omo Abyssinian run against multiple games of the Urshifu plus Zacian combo, and they just dominated. So we are going to be seeing the pick of the Eldegoss and the Blastoise. The Blastoise can have a little bit of a tough time there, especially if it's going to be in that top half against the Zacian. That can be rough.
That can be very tough indeed. Oyasumi Macro favoring this Espeon, hovering it again, locking in the Blissey for sure, and the Espeon as well. Omo Abyssinian has a real opportunity here with the last pick, what I call the gutter pick, and it can be a great counter pick, and they see the Zoroark and they snatch that thing up.
That's undoubtedly going to be Schwa picking up that Pokemon. Been doing so well with it recently, and this is going to be definitely a brawl of a game. Just seeing these comps, you know that especially this type of Oyasumi Macro, they're going to want to be diving. On the other side, Omo Abyssinian has shown that they are absolutely not afraid of challenging that over and over. So, I mean, when we get our casters in, it's going to be a lot for them, and I'm excited for it.
I'm expecting big plays out of Tempest here on this tree to set up Shua on the Zoroark as well, without a doubt. And Luis, who we just saw crack off with the Mew, picking up Inteleon, another strong attacker ready to go. But this game is ready to go, so let's get our casters in here because they're ready to go. Kellosaurus, Zoinks, take it away.
Hello, we have another elimination match on our hands, and this is the difference between a bronze or a silver medal at the World Championships of Pokemon Unite in our second season. Omo Abyssinian on an absolute heater run through this bracket, but they are going to be going up against some of the toughest competition we've seen yet.
A heater run indeed, but are they going to be able to keep up that heat going into this next match? I must say, looking at these team compositions, I feel like we are going to see all-out brawls happening.
Absolutely. I would be disappointed with anything else. These teams have shown that aggression is the name of their game, and it has been such an excellent match to watch. Here we go. Yokohama, Japan, excited for this match just as much as we are. And already we have heat leveling up in that central area. Shua versus P is going to be the story of the match for me in particular. Their Urshifu on Oyasumi Macro is absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see what they can do in this match.
It may have been incredible previously, but are they going to be able to keep up that momentum and really shine? Otherwise, this Zacian, this Chansey combo up in the top lane, it's quite scary. But then again, you have the Gossifleur with the red buff to slow down this Zacian. Can they get the KO? Ends up using its eject button, the tackle, to try and catch on up. But no, it managed to make it back to base and get those shields.
Yeah, the resource they did steal away from that Zacian, though, is that eject button, so some early game aggression will be available for Omo Abyssinian, knowing that escape tool is not there for them. P on this blue Shifu, the rapid strike Urshifu, is looking to get an early knockout, but Shua and them just exchange blows and immediately retreat back, trying to get some positioning for this first 850 fight.
Just a little bit of a respect there, not wanting to engage just yet, as we do have some experience on the map, but the Eevee ends up getting denied any of that and wasn't able to evolve. Thankfully, it was able to grab that with the experience share, and now they are at their full evolution. But look, we have Shua on the hunt. Thankfully, there was a green berry there for the Urshifu to make a quick escape.
Yeah, Shua hunting down that chase, and what we are seeing from Oyasumi Macro so far is just the identity of that Japan region. They are a snowbally region. They play very low evolution Pokemon that can get to their power spikes quick, and then they try to run over top of their opponents. Omo Abyssinian, though, playing a bit more late scaling, and great play by J-Rapsid. They're going to make it out of danger. That defender and support, not too much of a threat to this Eldegoss. They get some information, and they escape back to their team.
Information is key. You just have to have your eyes on where all of your opponents are. But look at this. We have 3 birds for this Urshifu right now for Oyasumi Macro.
Yeah, some great experience going there. Also, really cool stat card we saw on the bottom of our screen. Omo Abyssinian having so many game 3s, having a huge match record. Over 10 wins to their name. But here we go, the defense around the goal zone. Oyasumi Macro getting a few stacks in, but immediately trying to retreat. Poor Blissey caught up. He's in the top spot there, and there goes the support.
There goes the support, and there goes the defense as well, along with the Zacian as well. 4 members of Omo Abyssinian, they are looking to take this tier 1 pat. But I must say, Urshifu is putting up quite the fight, using those kicks to try and defend. Can they stop them? Yes, they did.
Yeah, great stop there. Great defense from Oyasumi Macro. The Blissey finally returning meant that he could fight a little bit more aggressively and finally have the HP to work with. However, thanks to Omo Obsidian winning a couple of fights in a row, their War Turtle is already at level 7 at that 7-minute mark. Of course, they won a Blastoise for that first team fight. However, it's a pretty solid advantage to have this late game scaling Pokemon already at this break point.
Oh, definitely. But otherwise, since there is no Hooper on the map, everyone has to use their legs to go down to these objectives.
The old-fashioned way.
Exactly. We can see that Omo Obsidian, they were able to take advantage of this Reggie Alecki. 2 members up there. All the meantime, we have Zacian trying to shred down this Reggie steal for themselves. Or Eldegoss lurking. Can they get the steal? No. It ends up being the Espeon.
Great play there from Oyasumi's Espeon. That is Mame. Of course, we all know this name from tournaments past, last year's World Championships. Mame put on an absolute show, and this tournament is no exception. In the top 3 position, again, Oyasumi Macro has had a fantastic tournament, and now they are trying to go up against Luminosity Gaming in that grand finals.
That, they have their eye on the prize, right? They want to go up against Luminosity, but they have to get through these matches first.
Every single match from this point out is going to be an elimination game, and we have 3 different regions vying over this title. Any team that goes home means that their region's hopes end with them. Oyasumi Macro, of course, going to be representing Japan. And this initial team fight from Shua looking good so far. A ton of damage onto Umbreon, but the Blissey plus Umbreon combo is just too much HP for them to cut through.
Yes, that was great support there coming from you, making sure to provide those eggs and just regenerate. But there we go. We have a bit of a brawl in the top half, and Shifu takes down that Blastoise.
A great little 1v1 win, and that's going to be a whole lot of scoring in the top half. Oyasumi Macro really needed that. Great wood hammer, stunning up 3 members of Oyasumi Macro, but unfortunately no follow-up on the rest of Omo Obsidian. Shua trying to take this 1v1. They want a bit of a rematch here in the top half, but they're going to lose it. You not move use from Key, and that rapid strike Urshifu is going to take 1, but now they have to face another challenger.
Yes, they have to brawl that Blastoise over again as it has respawned, but look at this, the Trevenant using those Hornleech just up here, ignoring that flop zone, getting another KO on that Blastoise. No revenge just yet.
The crowd explodes for a KO from the side of Japan as a goal zone break from Oyasumi Macro happens, but Omo Obsidian is turning this team fight in the bottom half into their favor, and a bomb position is not enough to chase down Oyasumi Macro, playing this one safe, waiting for reinforcements as Omo Obsidian has all the space, and they have an initial KO to start this team fight.
Yes, but they also have that Blastoise Hydro Typhoon on hand if needed. You know what? It's not needed. It's they just shredded it up.
Yeah, saving that Unite move is actually going to be pivotal. You want to use it in big team fights, and the way Miva has been playing so far this tournament, I think they are going to be excellent at just that. Sweet goes in deep, but it's only going to be Blastoise to try to cut them off. Not enough damage. Oyasumi Macro has their eyes on this goal zone break right now, but Tempest's defense around has been solid. Hornleech brings Umbreon in, stun onto the Espeon, but Japan has let the Regieleki go in, and they are scoring multiple times in the top half.
There is just a whole nother story happening in that top half between that Urshifu. But look at this brawl that is happening in that bottom half, trying to just push out flows left, right, and center here, getting in more dunks, and it is now 260 to 107 in favor of Oyasumi Macro.
But while those scores happen, Shua absolutely popping off here in the bottom half. We are going to have a 40-point overdone from Omo Obsidian, and that's going to give him the lead. But Kello, it is only by 1 point.
1 point zones. That is so close. And this just shows the caliber of these plays. But Urshifu looks to be collapsed on in by Oyasumi. They pop their Unite move, but it wasn't enough, and they do get taken down. I don't think there was no escape from that.
Yeah, a trade 1-for-1 in that scenario, but just look at the respawn timer on me. Over 20 seconds when they went down. Obviously having an amazing game, sitting at level 14 for them. The comeback experience at Omo Obsidian is going to be looking pretty good right there, with maybe a bit of an overextension from Oyasumi Macro. However, look at this position. They find Tempest, Umbreon and Zacian chasing down that knockout, but Tempest finds a way to get out. Shua wants to capitalize on that damage, and Zacian goes down. Sweet is out out of this team fight, and a little engagement, OMO Abyssinian takes the victory in.
They do take that victory. Regieleki is about to spawn. They are circling around. They are possibly looking to shred this and create a little bit more pressure leading into the final stretch.
Yeah, they're going to get this one for absolutely free. Oyasumi Macro not putting up a stop to this whatsoever. Instead, prioritizing the levels on their Urshifu. That is a level 15. We headed into this final fight. Only level 13s on the other side, but the way Shua has been playing Zoroark in this game so far, I think you have to be terrified of that specific speedster in this final fight.
Look, that is not the only Pokemon that I am terrified of. You know what? I'm terrified of a lot of these. Here we go, the final stretch. It's here. Liquidation does end up being popped on out. Trevenant pushing back that Umbreon with that Hornlink. Can they get the last hit? No, Blissey is there by its side to help it survive.
A lot of support Unite moves used already. Both the other guys, Hyper Typhoon hits nobody. Almost sitting not able to follow up on that. However, Tempest does land the Trevenant Unite move, but Umbreon is able to escape. They are not going to be knocked out. Switch chasing down Unite move from the Zacian, and the Eldegoss also escapes. Zacian tries to pivot back, but a Unite move from Shua is going to take out Sui. They now have an advantage 5-4 in this final stretch.
But look at the HP pools of Oma Abyssinian right now. They are super duper low. Blissey trying their hardest to just regenerate that health. We have Umbreon trying to be that tank, getting to that front line, get in those stuns.
Great knockout by Mame, and now the positional advantage is completely over to Oyasumi Macro. However, Shua has found a way into the Rayquaza pit. They're trying to do some initial damage, but only at half HP. They are so squishy. Mame drops that Espeon Unite move. Psychic Solaire perhaps absolutely no one. A double stun from the Umbreon. That's a problem. And there we go. Mame follows up the big KO.
Oh, but there's an Eldegoss here. No, they did it. It ends up being that Espeon that gets the secure, and you can hear the crowd go wild for Oyasumi Macro.
Enough about the crowd. I'm going wild, Kello. Mame getting a huge secure, and now Oyasumi Macro is going to rack up a gigantic score lead. 1, because of the race secure. 2, because of the amazing team fight win. As 5 members of OMO Abyssinian were down. They are slowly going to be respawning back into this game, but with with just under 500 point lead, Oyasumi Macro has dominated and won this game number 1.
It is game number 1 after all, but you know what? They did put on a spectacular show. This Urshifu, it is not finished. It wants to get more KOs.
He has been absolutely phenomenal on this pick in particular. A Pokemon that has really defined the metagame of the World Champions. And Oyasumi Macro are now at match point in the Losers Finals, having their chance to go up against Luminosity Gaming and Brands. It's within their grasp, but let's send it over to our analysts to break down that game number 1.
Oh, I can tell you, I've said this before, but never heard this crowd so loud. For anybody out there who doesn't know, we're standing right next to the Japanese casters. They're on their feet right now. They've got the chairs. They are just electric. They are screaming their heads off.
Well, Oyasumi Macro on that revenge arc, trying to get back to LG, the team that sent them down. Coincidentally, both of these teams, as you mentioned, were sent to this losers bracket by LG. Both kind of them on a revenge arc. However, Oyasumi Macro one step closer. You can see after convincing Team Fight of Ray in a narrowly close game, they absolutely skyrocket that score.
Yeah, look how flat that line is right there. That was just a gift. This is a top 3 match for sure. And look what we can contribute that to 107K from P.
You highlight that, I'll highlight the thing that I always do. You may, of course, Blissey over 90,000 damage healed, and that really allowed me to go in, of course. Let's take a look at how this game 1 shook out.
That's right. Behind every good carry, there's a good support. That's what they say. And it's a saying now. I'm making it true. But yeah, yeah, sure. No, honestly, this was a pretty heavy level lead altogether on the side of Oyasumi Macro for a good amount of the time. And so much of it was being able to get even level 15 very, very early. You can just see kind of a highlight reel here of just KO into KO. It's like, yeah, what are you trying to do? You trying to stop me from scoring? You want to give me more points? Thank you very much.
Nobody's safe in that speed flux zone on over at the Strike Urshifu. That's just the truth. Now, Shua had a good little push there, getting a KO streak of 2 themselves, and that was one of the pushes that allowed them to balance the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah, that was at least a good attempt. There were a lot of really great fights. Obviously, this is a very, very close match, and this was, like I said, a huge level deficit. You can see right here, even, this was the level 15 already. Urshifu was level 15 for quite a while. Nobody ever caught up, really, on the side of OMO Abyssinian, but in this final fight, I mean, that was, of course, what really decided. Gosh, this took so long to even start.
Yeah, I mean, the Zacian was picked by Omo Abyssinian early, but it took so long for them to flip onto the red or make something happen that Zacian came right back and took right over.
Yeah, it was a scary spot. They were just trying to play safe. They're trying to make sure that they didn't make any big mistakes right there, but it may have been just a little bit too long, and that means that now, like was mentioned, this is going to be match point for Oyasumi Macro NP on the Urshifu, of course, with, not only a huge amount of damage, but a huge amount of score as well.
Yeah, about, I don't know, a fourth of their points with that score. 8 KOs, 107,000 damage. P really showing up on the big stage and taking this thing to heart. They're fighting for themselves. They're fighting for their country. And like I said, they do not want those World Championship trophies leaving to go anywhere else.
Yeah, they want the shipping to be minimum cost, absolutely. You want to take that back with you on the plane, we're taking it back in the car for sure. That's their attempt at least, maybe on the train, maybe on whatever they're taking back home, but definitely
Some
not
sort
flying.
of land-based travel, most likely.
Bicycle, maybe?
A Schwinn, maybe? I don't know. Okay, you put one, it's like a four-person bicycle, one person on the back on the pegs, and they've got a backpack loaded with all 5 trophies, and they're cruising right on them.
It might be heavy enough to do a wheelie on a 5-person bicycle, that'd be sick, but here we go. We're going into match number 2. Match point in the top 3 here for Oyasumi Macro to make it into the grand finals. We're going to get into this draft. Will it be the same sort of target? It might be the same, at least on the side of Oyasumi Macro.
Yeah, really not wanting to contend with the Hoopa. Again, it's kind of like a macro in-game cheat code, right? Is the Hoopa. You can just portal up and down, go wherever you want. Of course, the Rings Unbound pulls the whole squad through. But if you think you have better and stronger macro player than the opponent, take that out of the equation and beat them the real way. And that's exactly what Oyasumi Macro is saying. We're already game up. Beat us straight up. We'll see what happens.
It is literally their name. It just makes sense. But the Lapras getting first pick. I do like the Urshifu ban, of course. I think Urshifu did kind of well in that last game. I could be wrong. I'm not very good with numbers, but I think over 100K is pretty good.
I thought you were the numbers guy. What happened
Why
to
do
that?
you think that?
Zoinks
is the numbers guy.
Zoinks says it a lot. One lev up, logging in the Umbreon. And of course, Inteleon brought in as well. Inteleon has looked great. The liquidation is terrific, of course. But that just leaves these high-octane picks on the other side. The tree, of course, has looked dominant with the Lapras, and of course, frontlining for a Leafeon is a chef's kiss.
Oh yeah, now the big question here is, are we going to see that Glaceon and Leafeon going to somebody else? We've seen some flex around on the side of Omo Abyssinian, but it looks like Oyasumi Macro is going to be the ones to get the Zacian once again, so they're going with a very similar comp overall to what they had. The only big difference is going to be, of course, the Urshifu band now. We're going to see what Omo Abyssinian chooses here. Jarabson has obviously made a very fun steal with the Eldegoss earlier on a Rayquaza, but there are some other options, of course, going into support. It looks like they are going to be going with the strategy with the Glaceon, so it'll probably be Schwal on the Glaceon, and then the Leafeon flexing over to maybe Luis. We'll see, but one final pick in the game.
Cotton Cloud Prayer, Drepson is locking in here as he is cycling through these characters, and where will they land is the question. I'm not going to pull a chef and guess, but we've gone with the Goo Boy, the Goodra, getting locked in quickly, and honestly, Goodra has looked great in almost every game we've seen it.
Yeah, even when it's lost, it never feels like it was like the wrong pick or like that's why the loss happened. I think that this currently is in a great spot in the meta where it's never going to be banned, and you can choose it in a lot of really cool, unique situations.
Of course, and it plays well as off-tank, it can frontline well, it can self-sustain, so you don't have to have the Blissey focus on it at all. So I like this pick, and put it in the hands of a player like Mame. That is a recipe for success, at least Oyasumi Macro believes so. I know there's about 15 seconds, we usually sandbag this thing a little longer, but let's pitch it over to the casters so they can get right into this. Kellosaurus, Zoinks, please walk us through this game too.
Kello, we're in early to this matchup. Oyasumi Macro versus OMO Abyssinian.
Yes, this may be the final match for Omo Abyssinian here, because if they end up losing this, they are knocked out, and Oyasumi Macro ends up progressing and refacing Luminosity.
Both teams wanting that revenge arc. Of course, OMO Abyssinian also being knocked down there, and with a very interesting draft in game number 2. I actually think OMO Abyssinian have put themselves in a very decent spot to find it. Right now, Oyasumi Macro is pulling out picks that we have not seen them play yet, namely the Goodra is the specific one I want to talk about, but we're going to have to see how it plays out throughout this match. Shua on this Glaceon is going to be a very, very pivotal part of this matchup, I think. And, well, it looks like we have the team hanging out in base. We'll talk about that in a second. But this match right now, we cannot explain how important it is to these two teams. We are in the top 3 right now, and these teams have a chance at the grand finals. Not only is that just moving you into second place, everyone, that is a chance at a championship title. It's what these players have dreamed about all year long when they signed up to play in the Unite Championship Series at the beginning.
Well, the thing is, last year, Luminosity, their dreams came true. But can they do it 2 times in a row? But it obviously all depends on this next match. Who is going to be their opponent? And obviously, I mean, top 3, that is looking pretty good. As you said, bronze, silver, medal, gold, but also the prizes that you end up getting from that 500k prize pool.
Absolutely. Going for that $100,000 point is what all these teams are pushing for. And the storylines between these 3 teams have been so interesting, Kello. OMO Abyssinian coming out of a really tough group, trying to prove that their region is truly as competitive as we all thought it was. And wow, have they done that here. Oyasumi Macro, an amazing season, but a little bit of a subpar performance in their regional finals. And obviously, they have flipped that script here in our top 8 bracket. And then, of course, Luminosity Gaming chasing that crown for a second time.
They want to chase it, they want to lock it down, but you know what? It's almost the end of the day. It is.
Say it ain't so.
Oh my goodness. We have had match after match. It has been incredible. You can see the crowd is cheering for their favorite teams.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it may be a marathon of games, but the energy has been incredible the entire time. Pokemon Unite is one of, obviously, my favorite games to ever watch, but obviously it is capturing hearts all over Yokohama, Japan. It has been so amazing to celebrate competitive Pokemon Unite on a stage like this in Japan.
I mean, I wouldn't have guessed it. So he asked Pokemon Unite if it wasn't your favorite game, then what are you doing here?
That is true. No, I of course want to enjoy it as much as I can, and this grand finals, or this losers finals, sorry, has been a great way to do so. What a fun game to cast, Kello. We saw such an aggressive game in that game number 1. Our 2 analysts were talking about how brawl style that matchup was going to be, and we saw that team fight after team fight after team fight in that specific match.
Team fight after team fight, but also having Key up in that top half with the Yoshifu, no wonder they ended up banning it.
Exactly, yeah. A specific target ban towards that player. And let's face it, that target ban plus that first pick was actually a point that put Oyasumi Macro into a bit of an uncomfortable position in terms of draft. We have not seen a lot of these picks, and maybe I shouldn't call it uncomfortable yet. I have yet to see how it plays out. But Oyasumi Macro going to something kind of new in a losers finals game for their chance at LG again? I mean, let's see. I think Omo Abyssinian really forcing that draft.
Well, I guess it's all about keeping your opponent on your toes, maybe.
Yep.
Maybe that's the strat they are going for. Trying to make them uncomfortable, makes their opponents uncomfortable. I don't know. I mean, these teams are of such high caliber. I think they have so much talent up their sleeves to just utilize this full roster.
And they have been showcasing it. But we have more to showcase here at the World Championships. We actually have something really cool called the Play Lab here in Yokohama, Japan. We got a really cool video taking a look at that.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここは、ティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
What an incredible opportunity for new players to the Pokemon franchise to check out some incredible games here at the World Championships. We're obviously celebrating a whole lot of stuff, but it's very cool that things like the Play Lab can exist.
Definitely. I think one of the highlights there is just to see the range of ages that we have for Pokemon, young and old. I mean, you know what? It's Pokemon. We grew up with this Zoinks.
It's true. I mean, I remember back in the days of old, cracking open a brand new Pokemon game, but we're going to be jumping into a brand new game for game number 2. We will be remaking this lobby. However, the drafts will be identical. Obviously, there was no problem during the drafting phase, so when this game begins, we're going to be looking at the exact same team composition on both sides.
But I guess this will also give these teams to readjust their builds and everything, making sure that everything is correct. But as we said, you know, same draft, the Urshifu and the Hoover band.
I honestly wish I didn't tell the folks at home that, because I would look absolutely like a genius if I had predicted everything. I think we're probably going to see an Umbreon up here. Maybe a Blissey. Ah, there it is. Wow, I'm really killing it up here. But yeah, of course, we're going to see these two compositions that were chosen in drafts show up again on the main stage. This Lapras Trevenant, of course, and we're going to see a bit later, is joined by an Eldegoss in this composition, which both of those Pokemon, with any bit of damage reduction from Pollen Puff, are pretty terrifying threats to deal with. Defenders with that much damage reduction and HP? Oh my word, Kello.
Oh my word indeed. But one thing I want to see is this Goodra, as we have highlighted, does have that build, the Slick Spoon, Aeos Cookie, along with the Focus Band, just to give it that little bit more sustain.
Goodra has been used in some really interesting ways so far. I think 00 Nation probably showing the best Goodra that we saw on the main stage at the very least. And they had a very interesting take on it. They were running that Acid Spray Muddy Water combination, and it seemed like it was their best option into the Zacian on the other side. It was an interesting counter pick there. However, you're going into Leafeon and Glaceon as kind of the two offensive threats you're worried about. I feel like Goodra is going to be more of a more utilizing that Power Whip build in this scenario. At least that's how I would play it up if I was Oyasumi Macro's coach. However, I do not have those qualifications or even close to them, Kello. So where you're going to trust the roster of Oyasumi Macro to take care of it?
Zoinks is looking for a team, guys. He wants to become a pro player in next year's World Championships, maybe. Maybe he's looking to coach, who knows?
That'd be a whole lot of fun, and I'm sorry to whatever team tries to accept that offer. But these two teams, Omo Abyssinian and Oyasumi Macro, both have a chance at becoming champions today, Kello. Obviously, they have to be proud of their accomplishments so far. That goes without saying. But these teams are unrelenting when it comes to chasing that championship title. The world spot, that world's first place, the $100,000 prize pool is still on the line. Let's get into game number 2.
Game number 2 of Oyasumi Macro versus Omo Abyssinian. I cannot wait.
It's gonna be so fantastic. He on this Zacian this game around, where so many times before we have seen them on that Urshifu. Target banned by Omo Abyssinian. Is that gonna be enough to slow down this star player?
Look, it's still early days here. We need to make sure that we get their levels, get those stacks in. The Solar Blade of that Leafeon just being so deadly.
Yeah, Lou's already hitting that Leafeon evolution, by the way. Things must have gone absurdly fantastic in those early pathing moments. Mame hitting level 4, getting into that tall grass for that passive. However, the Zacian chase down on the Lapras is going to be tough for Omo Abyssinian to deal with, but they're turning around on Mame. Focus Band starts proccing. They're back up to almost full HP. This Pokemon is all about that HP bar.
All about that HP bar, because that is what keeps you up, but we need to get those levels. We do have a Blissey now online, and it is going to be able to provide that HP we were talking about.
Exactly. You want to give it to Goodra, you want to give it to Zacian. Both of those are hungry Pokemon that want to have that support from their support player. A great Lapras play early. Glaceon, that Shua getting in a ton of damage from range, and Mame's going to go down. No Focus Band. We saw that proc earlier. They do not have that defensive item off of cooldown. The Blitz is going to take a lot of damage, but great hunt down. Shua chases that one, and they're going to come away with 2 KOs in that engagement.
Look, I know the Zacian is usually the one that does the hunt downs, but this Glaceon on its tail getting those knockouts with those icy Icy Spears.
OMO Abyssinian taking their early game power spike Pokemon of Leafeon and Glaceon and using them to full effect to chase down Mame, who still was just that Goomy a moment ago. Lapras in charge of defending this goal zone. Some small stacks going in. Every dunk from this Goodra is another Aeos cookie stack, and it gets even stronger with each one.
Even stronger, even tankier, even harder to take on down.
Harder? I can't believe it! This Pokemon has so many defensive resources, and with that Aeos cookie, it's just going to be getting better and better. Leafeon trying to play outside of this Umbreon's range of vision, but OMO Abyssinian have earned themselves a decent amount of space. Great call out by Jay Rabson with that Pollen Puff. They identified the Zacian was in that tall grass, called it up for their team, put that Pollen Puff on, and Oyasumi Macro had to bail.
Yes, they had to bail. They're just playing it safe, making sure to get eyes on the squad here before going in for an engage. We just have a little bit of a wonder, trying to go and see if they can pitch this Voltoy off this Eldegoss, and they do.
It feels like in the game number 1, we had 4 or 5 1v1 team fights by this point in the game. So far, we have only had one, and OMO Abyssinian had that one go in their credit. Jay Rabson just playing around Lev Up here, keeping vision on them, but of course, making it so that Lev Up can't just push into their enemy and have a free flank. Great support positioning by Jay Rabson.
Alrighty, we do have a Registeel that has spawned on the map along with that Regieleki up in that top part, but Blissey is looking to be in a bit of trouble. The glacial stage is set. Can they get these KOs? Miva is also on their tail, knocking out that Blissey.
The Parasong is there, and Inteleon is going to be the one to secure Registeel. So Oyasumi Macro may have given up a knockout of the support Pokemon in that central area, but I don't think they're worried in the slightest since they were able to secure their objective. But Leafeon swinging the other way. Lewis with a huge Solar Blade knockout, taking out that Inteleon.
Yes, they do take out the Inteleon. He says Sasha going to be next as that Hornleech comes on out, but they were able to eject on out. Maybe it ends up, no, it ends up being that Umbreon that gets taken down and grabbing some, no, yeah, they are going to grab some berries, but you know what, all the meantime, we have Leafeon getting in some dumps.
Never count out OMO Abyssinian from a team fight when Tempest is still a part of that engagement. Ridiculous defender play so far all day, and the Trevenant looking the same. They swing in a great Inteleon knockout, but Leafeon is there to trade. Lewis is now caught out in a little bit of danger. Liquidation does so much damage, but the Eldegoss is going to be there for support. But there we go, a huge play by Miva in the top path to earn a KO, and more Lapras stacks on the top path. OMO Abyssinian with a huge...
Just so much happening in this match. There is so much at stake right now. We have Oyasumi Macro up on 1. OMO Abyssinian, they have to win this next one. I feel like, you know what, 179 to 45, it is still early days, but they are holding quite the lead.
One of the biggest talking points around OMO Abyssinian was their lack of experience on the main stage, but they are clutch when their bats are against the wall. They are proving everybody wrong in those scenarios. Big engage by Lewis, the Emerald 2-step on top of Queen, and they're going to get the knockout. A huge 1v1 KO, and that sets the pace for the rest of OMO. They charge forward. That is 4 KOs in total. Only Mame going to be hanging out, and Lewis has got their eye on them.
And they're going to make sure to do their quick math, get in some dunks, create some space for this basement Reggie that is about to spawn.
Abyssinian with some incredible macro game, taking individual team fight wins, but also winning these big rotations. Tempest getting a huge stun down. Miva hit by a few of those stuns. However, their HP pool on that was able to get away. Great little play by Eldegoss to absorb the last few hits of that liquidation, making sure that Miva can still be a part of this fight. Mame is caught in the Parasong, and Glaceon finds that final hit knockout. Registeel brought down to a fraction of its HP, and Zacian is going to secure it. Great last hit by Queen.
Now this is the comeback experience that Oyasumi Macro were needing. They needed to get that Registeel buff, obviously having that benefit of the extra attacking. We are going in for an engage. No, we are going to back on out.
Wow, even a Registeel buff Swede on that Inteleon wasn't able to get the chase down knockout. Tempest able to live through so many of these engagements. Both first tier goal zones available for OMO Abyssinian in these final moments. We're 2 minutes away from the final stretch, but if those goal zones remain, they are very easy to defend. But there we go. Finally, a 1v1 team fight goes away with Macro, but not for so long. That takes out Unite move, though, back the other way. But Glaceon shuts it down. Glacial Stage finds that one.
I don't know if that was a smart idea going for that Zacian to go back into that fight, as it ended up getting wiped out. It was on such low HP, but you know what? They thought, they were Zacian, we can take it on. All the meantime, we do have Omo taking down this Reggie Alecki trying to secure and capture it for their team.
Yeah, Reggie Alecki will be secured by Omo Abyssinian. He's going to be walking towards that second tier goal zone. Big engagement by the Umbreon, though. They try to take Tempest towards Earth 13. Mame is the next one to rush in, try to utilize their big body to do a ton of damage. Muddy Water pulls back in Tempest, and that's a big KO. That's the front line, or at least half of it gone for Omo Abyssinian, but they're still putting up a defense, Kello.
They are putting up a defense, and this is why I absolutely love to see a power bit with Ono Gudra. Can they keep this sustain, especially with that Blissey by their side, but the Solar Blade ends up knocking them out, well, alongside the Lapras.
Yeah, it puts them within range of that Parasong, right? That burst damage is something that Gudra normally doesn't mind. Oh my word! A 4-player Solar Blade, no KOs, but that's flashy. That's going in a highlight package later, I guarantee it.
Oh, I bet, but you know what? Level 13 Glaceon right now, they are looking mighty. On the opposite side, we have a level 13 Inteleon.
Would you believe me if I told you Omo Abyssinian is down 1-0 in this match right now? They are playing like they know every single one of Oyasumi Makuro's tricks, and they are having an amazing game. Registeel is going to be going over completely to the side of Omo Abyssinian. However, a great big flank here by Lev Up on this Umbreon. They have good positioning. Mame trying to get in there as well. Mame pinned up against the wall. So many Trevenant stuns, and Mame's down. Glaceon finds that last hit. Quick trades though. They find the Eldegoss. J Rapson is gone before the Cotton Cloud crash is used.
It is a 4v4 currently, and the final stretch, the Rayquaza has been enraged. Look at that Phantom Forest from that Trevenant to just knock them up. We have Umbreon getting taken down, and now they are on the hunt, seeing if they can get any extra KOs. The Zasha diving on deep, but Leafeon is able to use their Unite and get out some damage. Can they finish it off? Glaceon gets another knockout as well.
We received that Bliss assistance, but the damage from Omo Abyssinian, it was able to top even that. Mame is back though, and that is a healthy Gudra at level 12 with some very aggressive positioning. Omo Abyssinian needs to take it slow. However, they still have the Eldegoss Unite move. If the attrition is the name of the game here, the support play is going to be there. There it is, Cotton Cloud Crash, bringing everyone back up to full HP, and Tempest pulls away the Inteleon. A big start to this team fight.
Yes, that is a great start, taking down that backline damage. You only have the defender and support here. We have Mame also being taken down. This Lapras is on a roll.
This double defender composition from Omo Abyssinian has been so fantastic so far, but can the Zacian be the answer to it? Pui getting in range, the Sacred Sword going to hit absolutely nobody, and they're going to try to move towards the top end of that Rayquaza, maybe threatening a back half, maybe threatening a last hit on the Rayquaza. Either way, Omo Abyssinian is holding all the cards right now.
They are really holding on tight. They are down almost 220, but Zacian ends up getting knocked out, and Inteleon is in a bit of a pickle as it is getting troubled by a Trevenant pushing in.
Tempest has made their mission to specifically take down Sweet on this Inteleon. Every single time they are chasing them down. Tempest with an amazing defender game so far, and we're having a bit of a 1v1 there. Again, the Inteleon is going to be acrobatics away, but there's the chase down by Shua. A great Icicle Spear finds that KO. Mame going to be down to the Parasong again. Who cares how much HP you have if you are underneath that execute bar of the Lapras? Omo Abyssinian hold on to their lead, and they are going to be tying up this losers finals 1-1. APAC is 8 out of it yet.
This is why these teams are in the top 3. They have the power. They want to show it. They are not going down easily.
Oh my word, I would not call that easily whatsoever. What a fight by Omo Abyssinian. You see Lewis there on stage taking a sigh of relief because that dream is still alive for OMO. What a game from them. Miva and Tempest playing so phenomenally, and Shua putting on the best Glaceon performance we have seen on stage. Full stop.
Full stop indeed, but first we need to look at this graph. Look at the dominant performance that Omo Abyssinian had.
And with no Hoopa on their team either, right? That has been J Rapson's bread and butter, which has given them a huge macro advantage in so many of these matches. But having that score lead despite not having it is a massive. And there we go. Take a look at the damage numbers. Miva and Shua, ice types looking real good on the side of OMO.
They are looking to ice out Oyasumi Makuru right here, but Yume, Obviously, they were by their side. 93 recovery.
So much HP recovered. We gotta take another look at that match. We had a lot of question marks around the draft screen of Oyasumi Macro, but a whole lot of check marks on the side of OMO Abyssinian, and you can see in this match exactly how it played out.
How long is that list, those zoinks, to tick them off?
Exactly. I mean, it's a laundry list. It's going real deep. OMO Abyssinian. Honestly, we were talking about how they were winning team fight after team fight. I don't know if we talked enough about how OMO was also winning 1v1 after 1v1. And I honestly think that has been kind of the definition of the metagame that we have seen. Where so many split pushes are defined by these 2v2 engagements, these 1v1 engagements, and OMO Abyssinian looking absolutely clean on the day. Early Leafeon play, so strong.
So strong, especially in this raid pit right now. They were able to put up the defenses, but also protect both of those tier 1 pads.
Yes, exactly. And again, without that Hoopa, the quick defense not available for them, Oyasumi Macro just could not find an angle for the comeback. And a lot of that is because this player of the game, Miva's Lapras, absolutely unreal. Not only 6-digit damage, but 78,000 damage taken. This Pokemon was up and it was ready to fight.
That Perish song is stuff of nightmares. You do not want to come across it, especially when you are at such low HP. Just being able to finish them off, but you know what? Game 3. Zoinks. Oyasumi Macro versus Oma Abyssinian. Here we go.
Only one of these teams will keep their championship dreams alive. The other will go home in that 3rd place spot. Oyasumi Macro going to be banning away the Umbreon. OMO Abyssinian, they know better. They are banning away that Urshifu.
Look, the first game that they obviously had, they did not want to come across it again. But interestingly enough, this does leave it open for Lapras to be picked on our first pick.
Yeah, Oyasumi Macro finally having their chance to grab this amazing defender Pokemon. There it is, locked in for the side of Oyasumi Macro. OMO Abyssinian, though, obviously going to grab this Trevenant. Tempest has been absolutely unstoppable on this pick in particular. And Hoopa grabbed again. J-Raps it back on that comfort pick.
Look, if it's not banned, you're going to take it and lock it in. But I must say, Tempest on the Trevenant, though, they have been spectacular. But on the other side, we can see Mami Herbert hovering over that Inteleon and picking up that Blissey as well.
Wow, okay, so this is going to be an extremely powerful bottom path no matter what. When you have access to Sobble and Drizzle's water gun, it's an amazing secure tool. They are going to have a fantastic showing there. However, Lewis is bringing the Leafeon back to the fight into that bottom path. That was such an electric one to watch.
You know what? Another electric pick is this Glaceon. Shua has really shined on through, but this does leave these last 2 picks on the side of Oyasumi Macro. We do have Blastoise and, I believe, yes it is, a Zacian once again.
It's going to be a Zacian. Oyasumi Macro really throwing all of their strategy towards a final team fight. Lapras Unite, Blissey Unite, Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon. So many of these keys could be the success they need in a final stretch scenario. OMO Abyssinian going to grab another defender, so going to stick to this double defender strategy that they've been playing so far. I really like it. Not having the Lapras, though, is going to be tough for Miva to deal with. They're going to be locking in that Slowbro, though. We'll have to see if they can pop off the same way as they did in that game 2.
Well, it's all going to come down to that Slowbro. Who is it going to target? Is it going to target the Zacian? Is it going to target the Inteleon? It all depends on the positioning and whether they can pull it off. But look at this, we do have a bit of a switch up. We actually have Tempest on the Slowbro this time. Oh no, they've switched it back again. They're just trying to trick me. Keep me on our toes.
Lots of tricks coming out of OMO Abyssinian. Let's hope they saved a few up their sleeve for this game number 3. We are in elimination time in our losers finals. 2nd place or a chance, or 3rd place or a chance at a championship. Right now, these 2 teams are loading in, and I cannot wait for this match to start, Kello.
Oh, I bet Oyasumi Macro, they want to go up against the grand finalist Luminosity. But will Oma Abyssinian, will they get their chance?
I mean, they are going to be wanting to have their chance, of course, but just as much as Oyasumi Macro. OMO Abyssinian, they are playing for the heart of their region. But if I'm going to talk about a team playing for their region, it's Oyasumi Macro. We're playing in front of a home crowd here in Yokohama, Japan. This crowd is full of supporters for this Japanese region. Let's see if they can go.
Yes, you can hear the crowd clapping as this match is underway. We can see that Zacian is going to take that central area. Otherwise, we do have the dual water Pokemon taking that bottom path.
Yeah, we were having a bit of a Slowbro debate in where that Unite move tends to go. I think it has to be on that Zacian, and if you can get it before that Unite move pops, and if you can outplay the Bliss Assistance, those are two big ifs, though. That would be a huge team fight win.
Too many ifs to question. You do not know what can happen. We do have that Chansey backing on out, making sure to grab that Voltoid. They want to get their heals ASAP so they can support their team as much as possible.
Absolutely. Lewis here again with that full chlorophyll stacked there, so the Solar Blade going to be hit for a whole lot of damage. Boosted auto as well. Already hitting that level 4. They're going to find secure, but there we go. Oyasumi Macro starting things off early at 9-10. They already find 1 KO, and Mame trying to get in 1 stack. They do, but they're going to be in too much danger. A KO slides the other way. Jay Rapson picks that one up, but Mame does find 1 stack, and he is already almost at level 6.
But the thing is, they do not have a Lapras that they need to come against. The Zacian Sacred Sword to just wipe it on out. Oma Abyssinian didn't even have a chance to take any of that experience.
And that's why you aggressively push. Make sure that Zacian gets to that breakpoint level and gets access to that incredible move of the Sacred Sword. Great little micro play by Oyasumi Macro. Here we go. First engagement goes to them. OMO Abyssinian looking to try to even the score.
Well, can I just say, level 7 Zacian already? This is insane. We do have Mame making sure to get in some extra stacks. They want to get those special, I believe it was special attack specs, stacks on up.
Yeah, exactly. So much damage can come out of this Lapras. We see 100,000 damage games from them quite easily. Mame takes a whole lot of damage, though. That Scald plus Ice School Spear combination is so powerful. Hoopa goes down the other way, and again, a knockout for Pui is a bigger experience lead on that Pokemon again and again. This Pokemon is easily going to be at that level 8 mark. They just find it, and they have a minute to get to their Unite move before the first basement, Reggie.
But the question is, are they going to be able to find enough experience on their map, or are they just going to take these balls out? But no, is it going to get caught on out? No, it does end up using that agility to back on down and try and escape. Oh my gosh, the eject button and Woodhammer, they weren't able to finish it off, but that was a great attempt.
Aggressive play, trying to punish the greediness of Pui there, who's trying to get in stack to earn that level 9 that we just mentioned. That's the last instant here for them. Easily a Unite move going to be online for Zacian here in a moment. Oh, so close to that level 9. Great little play trying to play around the Swubble Altarius, but there it is. That fabled level 9 is here for this Fairy Steel.
Now, the thing is, Oma Abyssinian, they do have 2 evolutions on their side. Getting that level 8, they do not need to get level 9 to get their Unite moves. Leafeon has it in check.
A great point there on your screen. You can see that little yellow pip above the Pokemon's face, meaning they have that Unite move prepped and ready to go. Registeel damage is done early by Omo Abyssinian, but they gotta take this Hoopa portal to reset their HP. Engaged by Tempest. However, that Sacred Sword damage with those 2 hits in a row deals so much damage the other direction. Registeel walks very far. Yeah, it's gonna leash back and earn its HP.
Did you just see the Registeel just knocked up that Trevenant, so it couldn't even go back into that portal? Thankfully, there was that Hoopa provided, and they were able to at least get some regen. They do get the reset there, but also the Registeel ends up going for a reset too.
Yeah, we're still doing a lot of work at the C5, but Emerald 2-Step gonna find that first knockout. War Turtle is down. OMO Abyssinian strikes first, but Mame strikes back in the top path, by the way. Gonna get more stacks up there. Registeel brought down to about half HP. Tempest trying to shut down this Zacian. They find them, they Hornlynch, they Woodhammer, but now Shua needs to try to get through. But it's the Solar Blade that finds it, and all of OMO is gonna be able to reset.
Yes, they are going to reset. They are trying to get the hits, but they ended up pushing him. They are locked up against the wall here. Another berry for that Zacian to get that sustain, and there are no KOs. Oh wait, no, I take that back. Talion KO.
Shout out to the Yume for being an incredible support player, keeping up everybody happy and healthy, and they're actually gonna find a KO on a J Ramson, but OMO Abyssinian was able to strike back the other direction for 1 KO. Oyasumi Macro taking the better part of that exchange though, they knocked out 2 members of OMO. Tempest trying to slow down Pui again, but at level 10, it's already get the knockout. Plus the system from across the battlefield is gonna be supporting. Great play from this Japanese squad. Slow beam monetization though, no plus assistance to protect, and that means the Solar Blade can find the KO.
Yes, it was such a great Bliss assistance. Unfortunately, against 4 members of Oma Abyssinian, it was not enough to sustain that Zash.
Yume really wanted 2 of those. If they could utilize both, obviously that team fight sliding the other way, but great macro decisions from OM Obsidian. Takes one fight, they lose a little, but they leverage it back for a big swing, knowing that Unite move is off. Amazing play from Miva on this slow bro. I think for the first time we've seen them recently on this Pokemon, and they are proving that they are masters of it.
They are masters indeed, because they have a 50. They're actually behind currently.
Yeah. Not very many stacks going in. I mean, all of these team fights have been great, but they've only been getting 1 or 2 knockouts. That's not enough room to score onto these goal zones. Oyasumi Macro's been holding on to a lead. However, it's not very large at all, right? We're looking at around 40, 44 points or so. So, Oyasumi Macro holding on to the lead. Omo Abyssinian, though, having a pretty fantastic early game, but Zacian is hitting that level 11. I got a feeling we got to keep bringing up just another level check on that Zacian.
It doesn't matter. Leafeon is able to match it with a level 11 as well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a great point there, Callow. Scald goes onto the Blissey. That's going to be a slowing effect on Yume. However, they are going to be able to escape for a moment, but not too long, as a slow rope auto attack is going to find that KO. Great play by Miva. Hydro Typhoon is going to knock out a couple, but a big scoring push from Omo Abyssinian in that top half. Hoopa Unite move there from Jay Rapson, bringing the whole squad and getting a couple of huge stuns. Great capitalization by the team of Omo Abyssinian, and they trade 1 away, but they have gotten so many KOs the other direction. Can Yume and Pui defend this goal zone?
I do not know. They do have to pop down a Hoover portal here, but we have Tempest diving in deep, just trying to create some space for the rest of Oma Abyssinian to take this Reg Ice. But we do have the Blissey trying to take them on, but no chance against that slow.
Yeah, I mean, both supporting Pokemon trying to earn time. No, Scald almost securing that Reggie, but Zacian is going to be able to grab it. Oyasumi Macro earns themselves a basement Reggie, and that scoreline is going to be currently tied 1-1 for both of these teams. And again, neither team able to break 100 points yet. All of these fights have been great, but nothing enough to leverage a push towards a goal zone.
This is why these teams are in the top 3 right now. The amount that they are able to match each other level for level, point for point, it is actually so close right now.
Power rankings are out the window. Storylines are out the window. What matters right now is what happens in these final 3 minutes. Both of these teams have fought tooth and nail to make it into this moment, and they are playing like champions in their own right in our game number 3. Amazing play so far. Mame does not find that score. Great defensive play by Shua. His Icicle Spear proving to be such a powerful goal zone defensive tool.
Look, they are champions of their region, but can they be the champions of the world? They obviously have to overcome this first stepping stone here. We have Reggie Alecki that has spawned on up, but it looks like they're going to prioritize all of these wild Pokemons that are here to make sure to get those levels, get the Unite moves on him, because Hoopa is still missing theirs.
This matchup has been the slow and steady one, but you're right, they're going to need to take a little bit longer to find those Unite moves. Tempest can't play their normal aggressive strategy they were hoping for that time around. You may look at a reset, and they do! Great little egg bomb to stop the reset through the Hoopa portal, and the second one not going to quite make it. There we go, the Tempest is going to be back in that home base, and Oyasumi Macro having all the positioning they could have ever wanted around this Rayquaza.
But positioning might not be the key. We have seen that table being flipped on over. They do have the Zacian going and poking at this Rayquaza, trying to chip it on down. We have Inteleon targeting that Slowbro up in that top.
Yeah, and Miva's actually going to have to reset, but we need to watch where that Slowbro chooses to use that Unite move. That Slow Beam obviously is going to be important, but the rest of the team is going to need to capitalize on it as well. Oma Sinian earning themselves a little bit of space thanks to a great split push from their Leafeon. However, Mame is going to be depositing some Eos energy. No, great little stop by Miva on the Slowbro to stop the Lapras from scoring.
This is where that map awareness is key. Having eyes on your opponents, knowing where they are and where to stop that. But Lapras Express does ends up coming on in. It is trying to get that stun, and now the Hydro Typhoon also gets being popped out.
It knocks out multiple targets, and Tempest is looking for one specific one to pull that Horn Leech away. Miva is brought down to a whole lot of low HP, but great little surf. Zacian caught in that one, but Bliss assists us to keep that Zacian up and running. They charge away, utilizing the Unite move. However, the Leafeon has earned the first KO. Sui is down for over 20 seconds, and now Omo Obsidian is turning their attention towards the Rayquaza. Pui is here, but they are at such low HP.
They are at such low HP, but thankfully they do have a Hoopa by their side. Are they going to take that portal? No, they are not. Rayquaza is super duper low, but we do have Slowbro. They being taken down.
Mame pumping up here for Oyasumi Macro, keeping Japan's home of a championship alive. Rayquaza brought down, and it is secure. And it's going to be Omo Obsidian who secures that main objective. Apex is up, and only one of these teams is moving on. And with that pop-up, it is OMO Abyssinian. They have knocked out so many incredible teams, and add Oyasumi Macro to that list. OMO is going to be in grand finals.
Holy macaroni, that was intense! 288 to 172. That was such a nail-biting final stretch.
So close to call. It felt like everyone just had such low HP in that final fight. And when it comes down to those clutch situations, it's OMO time and time again that pull away for an incredible fight. Oyasumi Macro will be going home in that third place position, and you can see on stage, obviously, the emotions are running high, but we have to give this team their flowers. An incredible run, dealing with a lot in that top 8 bracket, having such an incredible day here. Ending in third place is something that needs to be respected, and a round of applause for Oyasumi Macro.
Proud to say, well deserved as well to make a top 3. That is pretty incredible. But as these teams do shake hands, say goodbye. Honestly, I need to look at that highlights package because that was insane. There was just so much to break down.
Yeah, that final fight, I think, is one that we will look back on in just months from now to review again and again. OMO Abyssinian, this team from APAC East, proving to everyone that this region needs to be put on the map. This team in particular have that championship material, and with a victory here on main stage against Oyasumi Macro, well, what an incredible way to do it. We are going to be jumping into a review of that last minute of the game because I gotta see it again.
There's no time to breathe here, Zoinks. We need to look at this. There was obviously just so much happening, so messy, trying to take down that Rayquaza, but there were just so many fights happening.
Yeah, this match was defined by little 1v1 engagements. I believe the Leafeon kicks things off with a KO onto the Inteleon at some point here. You can see Lewis just really playing around the bottom side of this Rayquaza pit. Jay Rapson with an aggressive Koopa Unite with getting a couple of stuns, makes things a little bit dangerous, and there it is, that 1v1 win from Lewis, and they're able to escape all the way back up to the top half. I think they're even able to back cover the situation. No, they actually retreat towards the team fight.
Yeah, but you can see that Luck was going in and getting that back half. You had Oyasumi Macro that were in the lead.
Yeah, it's been so incredible to watch this team fight yet again. What a match from OMO Abyssinian, and look at these final moments. Mommy getting a KO streak of 2 there for a second. Oyasumi Macro saw it happening. The knock up there, but the final hit goes towards the Glaceon. Really a challenge between Shua and Yume to see who can secure that one, and the Glaceon comes out on top. APAC East comes out on top.
They did come out on top, but it isn't the very top just yet, as they still have those grand finals. But you know what? I think these teams, they need a breather. I think you need a breather. I think I need a breather. We all need a breather.
We will in a moment. I mean, obviously, rest will be given eventually, but ain't no rest for OMO Abyssinian. They need to rally back quickly because they have a salty run back opportunity against Luminosity Gaming here very soon. It is going to be a grand finals that is APAC East versus North America. Japan out at third after a very, very impressive here at our World Championships.
I still think Oyasumi Macro, they should be proud to represent their region. But let's have a look at the championship bracket right now. We have OMO Abyssinian. They are having such a great run through this losers final, obviously getting knocked down by Luminosity. So they are going to be able to have a chance and run it back in the grand finals.
Just in case anyone is unfamiliar with our format, grand finals will be a best of 5, but since Luminosity has not dropped a match in our grand finals yet, they're going to have winner's side advantage, meaning that OMO Abyssinian will not need to win just one best of 5, but 2 in a row to defeat Luminosity and become your world championships. OMO Abyssinian is going to be put into a very tough spot, but if I've learned anything, it's that I count on them in those situations to make it happen again and again. OMO Abyssinian on an absolutely incredible run.
Look, there is something that we need to present here.
True.
The lucky number reveal that we have all been waiting for. Get your numbers ready. Are you a winner here? It is 841. 156.
All right, I see nobody popping up from the crowd, so maybe no one knowing their specific lucky number quite yet. But make sure everyone you check in the game of Pokemon Unite, check those 5 digits, 84156. If you got that one, fantastic. Coming up very soon is the grand finals. I cannot wait right after this. the Pokemon Unite World Championships of 2023. An amazing day of games yesterday and today has led to this point, starting with 28 teams arriving here in Yokohama, Japan, and only 2 remain here at the end of the day. Luminosity Gaming, of course, our former World Championships, having another chance at that title, and the new challenger, OMO Abyssinian. What an amazing grand finals we have ahead of us.
I can't believe it's all come down to this point. Not just our 28 teams this weekend, but all the way from the start of this season. This has been the most hard-fought year of Pokemon Unite. These players have been just working their heart out. They've been doing their best to make it to one point, to one stage, and this is it.
Oh my word, and what a stage it is. You can see it behind us, but even metaphorically, it's a pretty big deal, Wonder Chef. These teams have played all season long with this one thing in mind. Luminosity Gaming wanting another chance at that trophy, and OMO Abyssinian joining the fray this year. Let's take a look at how these teams got here today, though, in our top 8 bracket.
Alright, just looking all the way from the start, Luminosity taking down Orangutan. OMO Abyssinian themselves, this is going to be a rematch. And then Oyasumi Makuro in the winners finals. This is going to put them up ahead in the grand finals. On the bottom side, OMO Abyssinian, after getting knocked down, had to defeat so many other strong teams. We can see Akchil, we can see MJK, and then finally Oyasumi Makuro after, of course, taking out 00 Nation at the start of the day. What a path it's been for them.
I mean, an incredible day playing for that championship title, but of course also playing for our $500,000 prize pool. We can actually see what these teams have earned so far. Oyasumi Makuro, who we just saw depart, earning $65,000 for their team. And now this is going to be a difference of $25,000 between first and second place.
A huge amount of prize, and well earned it is. Like I said, these teams have been grinding non-stop since the beginning of the year. They've had just incredible storylines. They fought through thick and thin, trying to figure out rosters and metas and just everything this year, with draft being added, draft and ban, and they fought here to see who is the most flexible, who is the one who wants it the most.
Exactly. It has all been for this one thing. Luminosity wanting it again. Abyssinian fighting for it for the first time. These teams have performed all year long to try to earn their place in the Arena of Legends.
All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables. We can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them down for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Everything we can almost taste it.
Here we are, the grand finals of the Pokemon Unite World Championships live in Yokohama, Japan. Luminosity, OMO Abyssinian, and one of them will be crowned our champion.
I can't even believe the run that OMO Abyssinian has had. Across the way from them, though, world champs themselves, the reigning world champions, Luminosity Gaming, trying to find their footing for an entire year, and they decide, day 2, world championships? Why not today? They are humming.
Luminosity somehow making their way back to the grand finals through the winners bracket. It's the impossible dream to somehow win the world championships and then do it again back to back. Can anyone stop this unbelievable squad?
If you would have asked me that question on day 1, I'd say maybe. If you're asking me today on day 2, no shot. This team looks like an absolute mutant. They are 2-0ing everyone under the sun. They have leveled up. Rin is playing out of their gourd, literally taking the pressure off Overlord for once. The first time we've seen that happen all season. This team, quite literally, is coming unglued at the seams of how much power they're just exposing.
I have never seen Luminosity play better, even when they won the World Championships last year. They had a wild season through North America. They had their ups, they had their downs, but look at them now in the Grand Finals through this winner's bracket. Truly a legendary team, but can they do this twice? The unthinkable, win the World Championships of Pokemon Unite.
The argument you could have made in Season 1 is there weren't that many teams invited. This time, 31 teams invited, 28 showed up, LG cruising through all of them, and especially looking in a next level here in the top 8, where we had our top 8 teams transcend, and we're supposed to be the best, and literally, Luminosity making them look like they're not playing the same game.
Luminosity is on a different level today. There's no question about it as they get ready for this match. You can feel the energy on that stage. This is the zone that Luminosity thrives in. They feel playful in the highest stakes environment possible. They are feeling joyful. That is incredible.
We've seen Luminosity on stage at NEIC at the regional finals. They didn't look like this. They didn't have this energy. They didn't have this focus. They didn't have this level of humbleness. They expected to win there. They just did not. They're delivering on the world stage, and they're one set away. Standing in front of them, Omo Abyssinian, the APAC East Cinderella squad, looking to cruise through the losers bracket and crush some NA Dreams.
First place in their regional finals. First seed from their region. They came into today looking amazing, and they have dispatched every single team in front of them as they clawed their way through that losers bracket, taking down the incredible Oyasumi Makaro in that last match. Just amazing stuff. You know, they talked about earlier how they were nervous to be on this stage, how this is a new experience for them. Luminosity has been through this before. Well, this team hasn't, but they look like seasoned pros. If anyone is going to take down Luminosity, it's Omo Abyssinian.
To say they're on a heater right now is an understatement. The best thing, if you're an NA fan, is that Omo Abyssinian just sent every Japanese fan into your camp because they dispatched both teams that were in the top 4. They absolutely eviscerated. Step them down. Omo Abyssinian is all momentum right now. LG's been on ice for a minute. Can they carry that through? That's the question, because they have a long road ahead. They win this first Grand Finals best of 5. They've just reset this bracket. They got to run that thing back.
That's right. Luminosity has a few games to give, but of course they don't want to give any games away. Abyssinian is ready for this, though. You can feel it, and you saw it in their past games. They were a little shakier earlier this morning, but right now they look insane. Dupe Snacks, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a bit of a psychic.
I thought you were a magician.
Well, I'm a bit of a magician and I'm a bit of a psychic. I'm a bit of both, okay? You can do both in this world, and I actually had a pretty good feeling how this was all going to go. Why don't you take a look?
And so we find ourselves here, this pivotal moment. The World Championships of Pokemon Unite in Yokohama, Japan. And this is it, what all of these regions have been battling for. The Grand Finals are upon us. And the team is going to make it. I can feel a disturbance in the air. The Eos energy flowing through me. Closer, I can see something here. Closer, closer, closer. Okay, too close, that's on me. I said closer too many times.
Yes, I can see it much more clearly now. Speak to me, Thea, sky ruins with your magic. Whoosh, whoosh, sounds. Yes, I can see it. Two teams battling it out. Team Luminosity and Team Omo Abyssinian. What are they battling for? A beautiful trophy. A tiny Pikachu trophy.
Luminosity, your current world champions, are moving to the grand final! Omo Abyssinian will be your team, making it into the top 3.
That is insane!
This This is the grand finals between Team Luminosity and Team Omo Abyssinia. Incredible. This will be a match for the ages.
I hope you're ready, because this is the grand finals of the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
A magical prediction from Spraggles is going to lead us into draft of our game number 1 of our grand finals for season 2. Luminosity Gaming versus OMO Abyssinia.
I can't believe we're finally here, and the one thing that even Spraggles couldn't predict is who's going to come out on top. It looks like it's going to be the Hoopa Band on the side of Luminosity. Once again, looks like maybe Jarapson's getting a little bit target banned there, but on the other side, the Lapras.
This is the second time these two teams have played against each other, so a bit of knowledge going into this specific team fight. Hoopa banned away, Lapras banned away, so Rin not going to have access to that super powered defender Pokemon.
And that has been so successful already, but we've also seen some other options from Ren, many throughout the day. Looks like we're of course going to be starting with that Umbreon, a great meta pick, and a highly, highly valued over the weekend defender, the Trevenant.
I mean, this is so cool because I think Luminosity Gaming and OMO Abyssinia's path to the grand finals have been very similar in terms of draft. Picking some comfort picks, even though they're strong, but kind of avoiding some of these more meta picks sometimes and relying on those comfort spots. And both teams making it look amazing. Tempest with the Trevenant, Overlord on that Zoroark.
Oh, going back to the comfort pick, you love to see it. One of my big questions is what Schwa going to be picking up eventually. Will it be the Glaceon once again? And yeah, we're just going to a lot of comfort picks that all these teams have been going for. Nothing's really been stopped from them getting it. And one of those picks that I mentioned earlier that Rin's been great on is that Zacian.
Oh my word, with that Kobe pocket as well. Now, one thing that OMO Abyssinian had last time they ran this competition was the Eldegoss. This time choosing that Clefable instead. Hopefully some big gravities will help slow down the Overlord onslaught, but I don't know if anything is going to be stopping that player in this position right now. And great call out, Wonder Chef. It is the Glaceon from Shua.
And I do have to mention, OMO Abyssinian has fought now, I believe, 4 wins of their last 4 wins against Zacian with some other diving partner.
Yeah, great meta call there by this team. Obviously, they have found some kind of answer, but will that answer work against a team like Luminosity the way they are playing right now? LG with winner's bracket advantage. They, of course, are familiar with this position from last year and a draft to look like it.
Oh, yes, they are. This is their chance. They just need to win 3 games. Abyssinian has to reset the bracket as well. But, of course, like I said, nobody can truly know who will win until they do. But I want to hear the predictions of who else but Spraggles and Dupe Snacks.
Here we are. It's grand finals time. To the tens of thousands of you watching at home, to the thousands of you here in Yokohama, are you ready?
Spraggles, they are gassed up to the gills. Like I said, we got 2 stages. Every seat in the house is full. Everybody's eyes on Unite. You know why we're on Saturday? Because if they're on Sunday, we make every other game look a little subpar. Unite delivering on every level, no question. These teams, no exception. They're squaring up. Game 1, World Championships, Grand Finals, start now.
Let's do this thing. Luminosity, your purple team. Omo Abyssinian, your orange team of the first game of our grand finals of the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Hundreds of teams from around the world competing, and it all comes down to this. North America versus Asia Pacific East. Luminosity, the former champions looking to regain their crown. Omo Abyssinian, the upstart team from APAC East. The one that everyone believed could take down the champs, and somehow here they are.
They're just buying time for Overlord to get through this central area. That's who they're going to leverage, of course, per usual, LG, to try and get into the face of this other team. Luis, though, leveling up very quickly, hit their level 4. on time. Glaceon as well. So now they're going to be able to bully this lane a little bit, but here comes the Zoroark cheating down. Rin staying up there by themselves per usual. We'll see where this engagement goes, and Overlord immediately tries to dive on Luis and dips right back out.
Overlord just extremely aggressive in situations like this. Here comes the beat. Look, a perfect setup for Overlord. They pick up the big K opener right here in our first game.
That Phantom Block split immediately. Overlord is hungry and wants another Pikachu trophy to set right next to the first one. Of course, Rin up here, Elo in their pocket. They're going to be able to put tons of pressure, especially on this path where the Wartortle stands and the Clefable is as well. Tons of pressure being put on, but Clefable evolving means it has Moonlight, and they're okay for a moment.
Clefable and Wartortle evolving right there was actually huge for Omo Abyssinian. Also, we just did not have enough Eos energy on the side of that Sashi for it to move in and make a big fight happen. You can see multiple members of Abyssinian actually hanging out in their own central area just so that they can make sure that Overlord doesn't come in to try to pick up a big KO. And here they go, diving forward, trying to take out a KO on Wartortle here and score on this goal zone.
Well, they're putting tons of pressure on Overlord with Rin, of course, and the Comfy just hanging out, trying to get from one player to the other to see if they can make any magic happen. Not quite in the cards this time.
Omo Abyssinian doing a great job of pushing Luminosity back. Luminosity loves to just overstep those boundaries, make their way into that central area. But you can see Omo Abyssinian doing a great job picking up a big KO on Slash.
K opener to Omo Abyssinian in this one. They get a good one on Slash, as you mentioned. That's a good start for them. That's a confidence builder. You were talking about momentum. You want to keep that going in the positive direction. They've certainly done that now on the scoreboard and getting the first KO.
Here we go. Overlord sitting in this top path, now running back down towards this central area, looking to see if there's any experience they can take away from all the fighting. Both of these teams just kind of left these Altaria and Swablu alone. They're able to clean this up, make their way back up to this top path, and see if they can get level 9 before this first big objective. The top and bottom Reggie spawn on the map here in 10 seconds.
In 10 seconds, but look at Zoroark getting more points in, of course, and Miva just trying to hold it down, but they know if they get too far in front of Overlord with Elo right there, they're going to go down, so they stay at a safe distance. Slash is sussing out this basement Reggie, and they're seeing where they can go. Tempest checking the bushes with that wood hammer, leaving Slash down all here by their lonesome. Finally, Rin shows up, but are they going to engage, or are they going to look for the other team? That's enough to force them off the Regirock, and now all of a sudden Rin has positional advantage.
And it looks like, Luminosity's just in a great position to take this right here. It was almost like Omo Abyssinian didn't want this fight at all. They maybe were afraid of Luminosity right there, but they do pick up a big KO, sending it the other way after a really, really nice secure by Luminosity, almost uncontested.
Yeah, and that means that they've kept up with the level race here. Now Overlord's taking out, they use their Unite move. They're going to go down to Luis. Are you kidding me? Tons of pressure. Omo Abyssinian's feeling it. Kyrios gets one back the other way on Luis. Comfy Unite comes out, but that doesn't matter. Kyrios goes down. Now Elo has to defend this goal zone. Finally, Slash shows up. They can hop on for a ride, but there's still 3 players there. Is the Tempest going to peel out and get out of there? That's the question. Yes, they decided to play it safe, and Omo Abyssinian just looking good.
Beautiful, beautiful play there from Omo Abyssinian. You know, they gave up that objective pretty hard, but then they moved back in and pick up this massive KO on Zoroark. And then almost every other member of Luminosity starts to fall afterwards. Reggie Alecki up here in the top path, already at half, being ripped apart by Luminosity. Here comes the big secure attempt, and they are able to take that down.
Nice KO by Overlord on Luis there to let that thing run in. If it hits, they have a good chance for an overcap. Nice pressure by Overlord on Miva, so they can't keep them from that happening. And now they're going to get a big overdunk if they can get the right player in the position.
Yeah, they're looking for some more Eos energy right here, but they don't want to break this goal without it. Otherwise, they'd rather keep it up, keep more experience between these 2 goal zones rather than giving a lot of it over to Omo Abyssinian right here. They're just looking for some points, but they're eating some Unite moves as Omo Abyssinian picks up another big double KO.
It takes 3 players on Omo Abyssinian to use their Unite moves, but they cashed them in on the right player. Overlord goes down, and now this goal zone is going to go down. Tons of points rain in, 185 to 111. Omo Abyssinian now has the level lead as well.
They have the level lead, they have the point lead, and as you talked about, they have the momentum moving into this match. It looks like Luminosity needs to get their heads back in this game. Feels like they're not giving any respect over to Omo Abyssinian, and they're counterpunching extremely well every time LG moves in.
Without a doubt, nice little score there by Slash. Miva not interested in doing too much. Kyrios gets poached to the side of Omo Abyssinian. The Glaceon shows up just in time for that KO. Kyrios goes down. Now Rin is caught without a partner, and there's 3 players that are going to pivot. Look look at Tempest's positioning. They're going to look to space out Overlord. Nice wood hammer to push them and bubble them out. Jumping on top of Luis is Overlord, though. That's the engagement they want. Kofi Unite comes out as well. They're going to keep pushing. Do they get the follow-up? No, nobody goes down there. They roll block and push them against the wall, which means Rin can seal that objective, but now they're trying to get KOs back. The Glaceon's already down, but so is Overlord.
Once again, amazing objective secure here from Luminosity, but these fights are going the way of Omo Abyssinian in a big way. That Leafeon picking up massive KOs and Zoroark getting shut down. This is the only team that has been able to shut down Luminosity Zoroark all day.
Without a doubt, and it started in a weird position where Tempest was able to poach Curios to their side of the map just in time for Shua to come in with the Glaceon and get that KO, but now Rin picks up the Comfy and they're putting the pressure on, but here's Shua and Luis to receive them as they come across. Miva looking for the engagement. Glaceon uses their Unite move as well. Nice little blade comes out, Hydro Typhoon chips it up, and poor Elo is left out to the wolf. Here comes Overlord trying to go for the save. Does everybody can hitch a ride? Curios has to dodge out. Glaceon runs back. Luis is charging up a Solar Blade. That doesn't hit its mark, and all of a sudden, we just had a big skirmish that kind of fizzled out. Just kidding. Overlord said, what about that fizzle out? I'm here.
Omo Abyssinian is destroying at the top of this game. They are winning all these fights off of Luminosity. Scoreline very, very close. Level lead, however, is heavily favored to Omo Abyssinian. 1 minute left until the first Rayquaza of our grand finals. And right now, this is Omo Abyssinian's game to lose.
It really is. However, Luminosity is not playing the way we've watched them play all day today. I don't know if it's a strategy switch or a mentality switch, but they need to revert back to where they were. They need to flip that switch, get back to where they were, Spraggles, because this is not the same squad.
That's a good point. If there's a switch, I would recommend that they start flipping it right now because they're in a lot of trouble here against Abyssinian. Moving on in, Overlord just not able to make any of their combos work. Obviously, Gravity from Clefable, a huge counter. He says, counter this, picking up a big KO in the central area. 25 seconds now until Rayquaza, and obviously so much matters here. This fight is so incredibly important as Slash is in a lot of trouble, and it looks like they just lost their focus span before this fight.
That's a key prize for Omo Abyssinian. We're going to square up here. We got a Rayquaza in our final stretch in 5 seconds, Spraggles, and this thing is not an insurmountable lead.
No, it's very, very close between these two teams. Someone can peel off and score, but more importantly, they are going to look to win this fight. Luminosity just seems like they can't get their fights together this game, and every time they move in, Abyssinian has an answer for them. Well, we'll see if that continues to be the case as they start poaching Slash, pushing them towards their team, but no one wants to take this fight just yet, as everyone is very okay with backing off in this moment. Abyssinian is ahead on the scoreboard right now, so they are waiting for Luminosity to throw that first punch so they can do something about it. We see that it looks like Overlord is heading down to this tier 1 goal zone, looking for a score. It looks like they are going to get that, and that is going to put Luminosity ahead right now. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Rayquaza is being hit right here, but no one is starting this fight, as here comes Overlord. No, stopping because of the gravity, and it looks like Trevenant's in trouble.
Tempest is getting low. The chase is on. Slash wants a Glaceon Unite comes out. There's Overlord trying to cut them off. They're kind of caught in the middle. Trevenant Unite back the other way. Woodhammer doesn't land true. So Overlord darts back into the middle. Nobody goes down just yet, but it is a close battle indeed. Thanks. As we're moving through, the gravity is down. Slash can't pursue. Overlord's kind of caught on the backside, but they keep the pressure on. Oh, Shua's so low. Are they going to be able to get that KO? No, but they are going to get some points in. 265 though. The back cap was huge. Omo Abyssinian still in the lead by 8 points. We have 40 seconds left in this one, and now they're trying to collapse on top of Overlord. Big Solar Blade does not find his mark. Overlord's getting low. Can they gravity them down? They dart back in. That's a big KO. Shua. Now Slash is scoring back, but look at the rest of Omo Abyssinian. They're trying to hold them down. Can they get their points? And they're down by 20, and they have no clue.
24 seconds left. Here comes a massive liquidation trying to take down this Glaceon. Rayquaza is already going very, very close to being KO'd right here. Who's going to be able to get this here? Blastoise Unite move, but it's way, way, way too early as they spin it. And Inteleon gets it with a basic attack. Unbelievable!
Curios, who was putting the int in Inteleon earlier in this game, clutches it out for LG to really solidify that Game 1 win. And Omo Abyssinian let it slip through their fingers. That's not a way to dethrone the world champs.
I cannot believe that Curios secured that entire fight with the B button. Unbelievable. A single basic attack onto that Rayquaza perfectly
time, we're going to send this thing back on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef, as you can see, fucking crowd losing it.
Yeah, can we send it over to Jungle Book actually, please? Because yeah, the substitute player is popping off here for Luminosity Gaming. A start for them that I don't think anyone expected in the first few minutes of that matchup. OMO Abyssinian absolutely hot out the gates, but Luminosity Gaming with some clever backcaps and some great fighting potential. They bring this thing back up to 1-0 LG.
My gosh, look at that graph, how close it was all together. And I gotta say, we've talked over the course of the season where Kyrgios hasn't been able to pop off as much as we know that he has in previous seasons, in previous games. But I gotta say, Inteleon has just been the perfect match.
Yeah, I mean, NAIC and now here at the World Championships has been a completely different story for them. Kyrgios is absolutely a animal in these situations. Only 39,000 damage, of course. Overlord with 69,000 damage. And I mean, these players are making it look clean on the world stage. Taking another look at this game number 1, but how LG has earned themselves a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and just barely, to be honest. I feel like a lot of these highlights are going to be moments that were led early on by OMO Abyssinian. A lot of it, too, was Overlord going down in the early moments of the game, giving OMO Abyssinian that early lead, and you can see actually even just 2 in a row right there.
I think disrespecting the combination, a little bit of that Trevenant lead beyond too much from OMO Abyssinian, that aggression, they are maybe the best counter dive team in the entire world currently. Those two in tandem have been shutting down aggression from teams time after time. But in the end, and right there in that situation, Faith Attack, not going to be a success. But these final seconds were all about LG as they tried to fight to earn themselves a lead.
Yeah, if OMO Abyssinian is one of the best, if not the best team at defense in the world, stopping that dive, I have to say Luminosity may be the best team in the world. Well, maybe the best team in the world, both of these teams clearly, but maybe the best in the world at the final 2 minutes of the game. Over the course of this weekend, they have won so many of their games in those final 2 minutes, even when they're behind, just like that. And who else but Overlord is the player of game number 1.
Shadow Claw, Feint Attack, all damage all the time, and with Elo backing you up, it's the reason you can put up damage numbers like these, even if you were losing a lot of those engagements. And look, Overlord has fans worldwide, even here in Yokohama, Japan. Look at this guy! What a face of Pokemon Unite. What a great player on this Luminosity Gaming team. And wow, what a championship form that we are seeing them in today.
Yeah, every single player on LG had, I think, kind of a hero moment in that first game. It was looking so good. And even the fact that they had to do all of that from behind, they still stayed solid. And on top of that, OMO Abyssinian has an amazing amount of momentum right now, going through that huge losers bracket run, defeating a bunch of tough opponents, but LG just ready off the bat.
Yeah, let's see if LG can kind of counter that early game dominance that OMO Abyssinian was able to find, or if OMO can carry that on and find a way to clutch up in those final moments. I mean, if I've learned anything from this weekend, it is that 8-Pack East is capable of just that.
That's true. Another big stat is that OMO Abyssinian, I can't say I'm so excited for them. They've won from behind the past like 3 or 4 of their sets, which is just ridiculous. So maybe this is their plan all along, take the first loss.
Yeah, this is the game plan. Take that, LG. We already have OMO with their advantage state, banning away Overlord Zoroark. So do we see that Venusaur that is being the popular choice when Overlord can't grab it? Or maybe the Dodrio? Either way, no surprises for that Koopa selection from J. Ramson. They're going to grab that one immediately. Kyrgios grabs that Inteleon, and wow, I mean, that Pokemon currently no Hollow Air equipped, but I think we should put a cape on it for that hero moment in game number 1.
I think that's fair. But yeah, I mean, honestly, LG just doing such a good job of taking advantage of the new Pokemon in the meta. You can see those first 2 picks going to Slash and Kyrgios, the majority of the games that we've seen them over the weekend, for very good reason, that they have been able to make just the most amazing plays. But as expected, we're not actually seeing too much of a challenge on the other side. We've seen a lot of comfort picks coming out from OMO Abyssinian, and the Trevenant is going to be one that I feel like is really going to be their option every single game.
Yeah, most likely. I don't see any reason for them to go away from it. Here we go. We're going to be locking in the Blastoise, so not having their opportunity for the Lapras, since their team banned it, they are instead going to move towards it. And knowing that Viva has liked to play it, especially in that last game, they are going to select it for that huge Unite move, Bless Assistance plus Hydro Typhoon. That is so much shielding for the side of Luminosity Gaming in these final moments.
Yeah, and another thing is that we could see Rin have picked the Zacian, but we've known that OMO Abyssinian hasn't picked Zacian, I believe, the entire tournament. tournament, or at least if they did, it was like maybe once or twice that I didn't see it. And Overlord, like you called, will be taking that Venusaur. So I love that pick from Rin, being able to deny a Pokemon while knowing that their opponent's not going to choose another one in that role that you could choose.
And knowing Overlord's item build right now that we can see, it will be that Solar Beam of Venusaur, and you're going to have to, when you're going up against Leafeon and Glaceon, I mean, Glaceon dealing so much damage from range, you need somebody to match up with that, and the Solar Beam is going to be there. Energy Amplifier as well for some huge verdant anger moments, but Luminosity Gaming with a very late game scaling composition. 2 Kanto starters on their team. OMO Abyssinian are going to be coming in with a Leafeon and a Glaceon. 2 level 8 Unite moves. It's going to be strong. We're going into game number 2. LG up 1. Let's give it to the casters.
That's right, here we are in game number 2. We have Overlord, formerly the Lord of the Sword. We're going to have to see if they're the Lord of the Venusaur here in game number 2, Doob Snacks.
Well, it's looked good whenever they've queued up with it today. Whether it was Giga Drain Pedal Dance or this Solar Beam, sometimes Giga Drain build that we saw earlier today. I mean, they just have to get Overlord protected and let them just shoot pot shots. So this is going to be up to Rin to level up here. They did it all day long on the Lapras. We need to see it on the Blastoise if they want to put Omo Abyssinian their backs against the wall with 2 straight wins.
That's right. If they get another win right here, they're 1 win away from being your world champions. Omo Abyssinian, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team here in game number 2. We can see Overlord heading into the central area here for Luminosity, and we can see those evolutions splitting that central area for Omo Abyssinian. It looks like they didn't even need to take it. They're already a Leafeon in the bottom path, as we have a little bit of an invasion happening in this central area. We're going to see if Hoopa can steal away this blue buff right here, and they are not able to do it with help from Curios.
Yeah, Curios step up. Water Gun, one of the best secures in the game, forcing Overlord to actually eject through the wall. Drabson doing a great job putting the pressure on, buying time for the team. As we look over here, because of that, LG still had, at that point in time, an Eevee.
Yeah, here we go. We have Elo evolving over. And once again, Overlord being bullied here in the central area. This must be a very different experience for Overlord right now. This is normally what he's all about.
Yeah, Elo's support, Umbreon, nothing to scoff at here as they're getting in the pocket of Overlord with that experience share. Going to see what kind of magic they can make happen. And the quick little pop shot, Astonish doesn't get it done. It is sealed up by Overlord, the person you'd like to have that thing going into the top path as they are fighting to level these 2 Kanto starters up.
And look how much time they have wasted for the side here of Luminosity. Just incredible stuff from Abyssinian here. This Hoopa play has been absolutely brutal, and they've slowed down this freight train that is Overlord.
However, because Curios went and helped and got the last hit on one of the central farm, they are the biggest thing on the map, hitting level 6. So they're going to be leading the pace for this LG team, and they're going to need that if they're going to get Rin and Overlord online.
Yeah, you can see Rin just backing up right here, needing to get a lot of that experience. We see that water spout, so we know this is going to be that rapid spinning Blastoise if they can get enough XP. Obviously, we talked about this before. All the early scaling Pokemon on the side of Abyssinian moving on in with a big Solar Blade looking for the KO, and they pick one up.
They pick one up, and Curious going down there is just bad news. I just said they were the biggest thing on Luminosity, and all that experience just went into the hands of Omo Abyssinian. That's a great pick for them as Elo's peeling back, just seeing if they need to babysit Overlord through that central area, as Omo Abyssinian is just sticking to their game plan, getting all their wild Pokemon on their side of the map.
Yeah, we talked about this. I mean, a ton of early scaling Pokemon on the side of Omo Abyssinian. The latest evolution is level 5 for a Trevenant. However, you have multi-evolution Pokemon on the side of Luminosity, and it's going to be a little trickier for them to get the experience that they need to get online and be as impactful, as we do have that level 7 Ivysaur, so we have the Solar Beam in the top half.
Omo Abyssinian moving around this map very, very well. Already have the positional advantage here for this basement. Reggie, Tempest taking their spot up front, looking to just horn leech the opponent away. Not too worried about the Blissey, forcing out the Shedinja doll though, but Curious is here shelling in damage. That's the person they want to space out. They're going to try and reset Tempest, but they can't quite make it back. Sealed up by Luis on the Leafeon, and they've been doing that all day long.
Omo Abyssinian playing so well at the start of this match, and of course you would expect it given all of these early game Pokemon. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, you can see Rin the Wartortle staying in the top path. You can see Overlord the Ivysaur staying in that central area. They need this experience right here, and they recognize that they are behind. They're not going to be able to compete for these objectives the way they would like to. They need to get their levels right now, as Omo Abyssinian is continuing to put the pressure onto Luminosity.
This is their first opportunity to really do some damage, and the LG game is all about damage control in this moment. Can they make something happen? No. Overlord is ticked over to Venusaur, and they take out their grass-type counterpart as the beams are starting to fly, and now they're able to deal with this Regieleki very quickly. Overlord hitting level 9 just in time.
Just in time for this fight, and we can see Wartortle now looking for experience all over this map. They absolutely need their level 9 as well. And now that we have this Venusaur, we're going to have to see what Luminosity can do now that they are finally scaled up. A nice big 30 points does not go in because of a beautiful Icy Wind, but they eat a Solar Beam right back the other way, and they pick up a KO.
Cover them in water and then burn that stuff off with some sunlight. They got it done. Curious goes down quickly to the Slowbro, but they're already down on HP to begin with. They're still shooting in more Solar Beams. The Shedinja Doll comes up, and they're poached to the side of Omo Abyssinian. This is the KO they have to cash in on, and they do.
Unfortunately, sometimes with that Shedinja Doll, you're just delaying the inevitable. You're waiting around for everyone to go, okay, as soon as we're done here, I'm going to pick up another few KOs on the side of Luminosity.
I mean, Lord of the Sword today might be Luis. That Solar Blade is just looking amazing, forged in the heat of the sun.
Curios right here in a little bit of trouble, barely makes it out from that Solar Blade. Nice big eject button to pick up a KO. Glaceon Unite back the other way, in trouble, but actually nicely defended there by Elo and Slash.
I cannot believe Omo Abyssinian let Curios off the hook after the eject button KO Shrika 2. They were so low, there just wasn't enough follow-up or no trust in the follow-up there on Omo Abyssinian, and really Curios getting out with absolute criminal behavior.
We have a slow beam here in the top path, and they are pushing this advantage. Beautiful score right here. 35 into a 40 and a 40. Nice big overcap, putting them up 125 to 52. Unite move comes out from the Venusaur right here, but they are in some trouble as Rin unites back the other way.
Coverage by the Hydro Typhoon is huge. They take out the Trevenant. The Rapid Spin Water Spout is trying to find the Rings Unbound Hoopa. They just devolve down back to their tiny baby form, and now they have to scramble back. Look at all the damage that's just sitting on Omo Abyssinian. They can't really fight too well up front, and honestly, Luminosity is more concerned about the wild Pokemon. They want to keep leveling up, keep pushing this advantage. Finally, the focus on Regice, but that Solar Beam catches 3.
That's
so good.
Massive.
Man, Tempest played too far forward. Elo trying to get them back onto the side and get that KO, but ultimately LG just peels back and says, let's hold tight until Curious shows up.
You can see Omo Abyssinian just poking at this Regice right here, looking for an in on this fight. Massive stun right there from Slash as they run back towards this Regice. It's very, very low. Secured by the Blissey.
Listen, Slash is an absolute legend on this Blissey, and securing objectives with an Egg Bomb or a basic attack or whatever tool they've got available to them is no new news. They are world champions, and that's a Pokemon that they used to ride that wave to the top last year.
Take a look at this play here from Omo Abyssinian. Nice 40 points while everyone was distracted. Same thing happening on the other side for Luminosity as well. Blastoise scoring in this top path, bringing this game to 165, 172. Once again, so incredibly close as we are 1 minute away from Rayquaza. Luminosity up 1 game, however. They want to make it 2 very, very soon.
One thing you got to keep in mind is Rin has not really been a factor this game because they've just been powering up in that top path. They did join the fight for a little bit, but now they're sitting at level 12. They're at parity with the biggest things on the side of Omo Abyssinian, and Rin is ready to go to work and really unlock the key that is Overlord and those Solar Beams.
I think the big question here as we move towards this fight is, are these late game scaling Pokemon going to be able to win inside this fight? Because it does look like Omo Abyssinian has definitely let their foot off the gas since the beginning of this match. They're slightly behind on score, and they're not taking as many good fights.
Yeah, those Wood Hammers not pulling back Slash the way they wanted to. A nice little Phantom Force to pop them, but they're just going to eat an egg and meet back on their own goal pad as the rest of LG is peeling up. Tempest looking to make a push here. The portal's down if they want to try and score, and now the pressure on Elo's there from Miva as well.
And here we go, 10 seconds now until we have Rayquaza, and they pick up a big KO on Trevenant somewhat early right here. Slash looking to get another one right here. The Phantom.
Oh, that's a huge egg bomb.
Beautiful egg.
No reset there. Miva's like not super low on HP, but just having them chunked is a big deal here. So is Drabson. They have low on HP. Another portal comes up. They're going to have to take that one.
And now we can see Trevenant coming back into this fight, eating a little bit of a solar beam right there, but it's a slow, bro. They eat those all day, num, 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 as we get ready for this big engagement right here. The scoreline is so incredibly close. Anyone can peel off and make a big play happen at any moment. Rayquaza is still being chipped, but no one looking to move in for this fight just yet. The hyperspace hole sending Trevenant possibly back, and yes, way too early on the Unite move as they come back in for this fight.
Now that forces LG to try and take this battle. They're all over Miva, and Elo tries to go in, but now they're half HP. The Glaceon chunking them, or are they going to start ripping this thing? That's the question. Half HP is Elo sitting in the middle. Curios wants an opportunity here. They're going to find one. Miva gets jumped on by Elo. The rings are unbound on the backside. Drabson's pulling the team through. They're trying to stun them down. Rayquaza's absolutely getting melted. Who's going to take this thing? It's so low. It's on the brink. Chaos Trigger 2 for Luis.
No way.
Take it. No way. Shot. No shot. Ren stepped up. They said, we don't need a solar beam. We just need me, baby. I'm a turtle. We're getting it done on the Thea Sky Ruins.
For a minute there, I was having deja vu. I was 100% convinced that was another Inteleon basic attack on that Rayquaza, as points are raining in for both sides right here. But Omo Abyssinian is down 246 to 372. They need to make something happen. They only have 34 seconds left as we pick up a massive double KO in this bottom path. And it looks like it's going to be too little, too late for Omo Abyssinian, as Trevenant living on a sliver and goes home to the Pokemon Center.
Rin is praising everything under the sun that they were able to secure that Rayquaza, because otherwise they could be having a real conversation about that Hydro Typhoon. But that is in the past now, and Luminosity takes themselves a game 2, and the world champions are one game away from a repeat performance.
Wow, what an incredible match right here. And you can see how excited they are up there on the main stage, taking some incredible fights near the end of this match, and it just seems like everything goes the way of Luminosity in these final moments. We're going to send this thing on over to Wonder Chef and Kello to break down game 2.
With how strong they are in the final 2 minutes. Oh, Sneaky, come on, the flip. With how strong they are, it's not a flip. It's not a flip. LG's now standing for last-minute gamers for sure. They are just in such control of everything around that raid pit. And joining me this time, I'm going to have Kello, but Zoinks gets ready.
Look, I was lucky enough to witness that from the grandstands on the crowd. The crowd was amazing. All of the oohs, all of the ahs. But can I just say, Rin has been securing those objectives.
Yeah, that is a big deal. That was a tough one, too. The aggression was so strong early on from Omo Abyssinian that they really needed to fight their way back into strength, and that's exactly what they did, so they could have that amazing final 2 minutes as they've been having. But let's take a look at the graph. Honestly, this is what we've been seeing. It's been so close, no matter what, especially in points, and we have been within 10 points of each other on a point here, and then Rayquaza.
Honestly, it was just neck and neck. They were able to match each other left, right, and center. But let's have a look at the numbers here. You can see Curios on that Inteleon, 90k damage. Overlord, though, Giga Drain, Solar Beam, being able to do 79k as well.
On top of that, having a bit of a late start and still being able to get 79k. Very impressive on the side of Luminosity, and that's been one of their greatest strengths, right? They are a team that really focuses around their power players, and they know how, when those power players are behind, to bring them back into the game. So that's what we did end up seeing just a little bit. Of course, didn't end up getting all that bad, but the ability to bounce back and then, of course, win in those final 2 minutes is unmatched, which is why they're now one game away from being repeating world champions.
Yes, well, that's the thing. It's all about that restraint, keeping calm, knowing what is on the line, what is in front of you, in front of the table. But as you can see here, we have the Hooper popping their rings unbound. It was just Unite, and it was so close with this Rayquaza. We didn't even know who was going to secure it.
Yeah, no. Oh, look at the
split.
Look at that. You can see everything just an inch away from
from actually being able to take it. But of course, what did take it in the end was that Blastoise. Obviously, the Poopa Beam as well was so close to that. But when you get down to teams like this, it comes down to microseconds.
Comes down to the wire.
Yes.
Like a needle through a thread. What is it? A needle in a haystack. I don't know what
a needle through a thread also very difficult. But Curious, I've been talking so much about how Curious on this Inteleon has been the perfect match, leading the game in score and damage for game number 2 of Grand Finals. And this has been amazing. This is a mobile team. LG has been a mobile team. Curious, an amazing player on so many special attackers, but being able to keep up with that speed, being able to outplay as a star player on this new Inteleon has been just beautiful.
It has been beautiful, but the thing is it enough of a threat to warrant a ban?
Maybe for them, they're the ones hovering it. Relax. Curious is doing great. No, it looks like we may be sticking with some of the similar options. We're going to go back to the Koopa. The Lapras is still going to be there. These teams, they're feeling comfortable playing with what they've been playing, and I do feel like, quite honestly, that's fine. None of these games, to me, felt like they came down to a really bad draft. None of them felt like it was like, oh, we just got to find an answer. It was really just who's winning in those final moments. And so far, it's been Luminosity, and one more Luminosity, and that's going to be 2 Luminosities in a row as world champions.
Well, that's the thing. If they end up winning this, they're going to take that. Over Abyssinian, though, they have a long way to go if they are to get a bracket reset.
Oh, they do have a long way. They've got to win 3 straight, then another one altogether, another set. But we're going to have Slash start off on the Umbreon. That's been extremely strong. Tempest taking the tree. We're going to have the Inteleon actually this time being picked up by Abyssinian. You were asking if it was worthy of a ban, maybe more worthy of stealing.
Yes, that is right, but you know what? This opens up for Overlord to take this Zoroark, and we have Rene picking up that Zacian, and we know that these 2 Pokemon have been quite a force.
Oh, they have together, but like I mentioned before, we've seen Abyssinian play very, very well against this kind of double dive comp in their previous sets in this tournament, and this is kind of what they go towards. I would not be surprised if we did again end up seeing maybe the Glaceon, although it's slightly different with the inclusion of the Inteleon. However, some more classic picks on the side of Luminosity. Well, Pikachu would not have been a classic pick. We are going to see Curious, though, have to flex over to something else aside from the Inteleon. I assume maybe the Mew, maybe the Yellow Ninetales. Looks like it could be the Mew. The Chandelure would have been a great choice as well, I think. But Mew, I mean, hey, Curious, so well known for Mew.
Now, this is the final pick. I was going to say, Yeshua, are they going to go for their bread and butter, the Glaceon? But no, they've locked down the Talonflame. And I believe this is the first Talonflame we have seen today, if at all, this whole weekend.
That is a very interesting pick, but you know what? When your entire tournament life's on the line for your entire season, you gotta try something. You gotta go with your heart, and their heart is a Talonflame. Schwa has popped off on so many different Pokemon, even on different roles throughout this tournament. They've got one more attempt here with the Talonflame. Will the surprise pick be enough to turn things around for Abyssinian, or will Luminosity close out the tournament and the season? Casters, this could be the last one, or it could be the start of a great comeback. Let me see what it's gonna be.
Here we go. Luminosity looking to close this thing out in Yokohama, Japan. Abyssinian relying back on those comfort picks, those Pokemon that we have not seen in this tournament. One of my absolute favorites, the Talonflame.
I mean, we're looking at this. Abyssinian has to climb to the top of Everest, and they're starting at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. That is a long way to go, and they got to start by winning 3 on the hop against the current world champions. And honestly, the world champions are not going to give that up. They are looking to absolutely buckle this APAC East squad, crush their dreams, and relive their own.
That is quite a climb for anyone who does not know trenches. That's a real deep one, and that's a real big mountain here. Luminosity, that mountain, 2 games up. Abyssinian down in that trench, 0 games. They need to win 3 in a row to reset this thing here at the World Championships, our grand finals. Doob Snacks. I mean, you could feel the energy in this room. We may be crowning our champion very, very soon.
Can you re-crown a king? Or are we just going to gently lift the crown and then set it back down?
Look, if I was a king, I would request to be crowned
like
quite
every
often.
day.
I would say at least once a week, put a new crown on my head, sure.
You're worth once a day.
Thank you so much.
I didn't know you part-timed as a fortune teller.
It's, it's like...
Do you do that in between our magician gigs?
A little bit, yeah. Okay, when I'm not doing magician stuff, I do fortune telling. It's a lot of palm reading, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Read my palm. Who's going to win the game?
Okay, let me take a look here. You're going to win. You're going to do great.
All right, I appreciate that. We're all going to win. Everybody at home tuning in is also going to win because this is the grand finals of the Pokemon Unite World Championships, baby. LG looking to repeat this thing. Omo Abyssinian again. As Chef mentioned, this could be the beginning of the greatest Pokemon Unite comeback we've ever seen.
And here we go. We are heading back into our game here in just a moment. You know what I've noticed about this crowd here in Yokohama? Such a good-looking crowd here in Yokohama.
Beautiful crowd. Beautiful crowd. Give it up for the crowd that looks so good. Give it up to yourself, crowd. All right. I mean, I thought I'd be hyped if somebody would say, like, hey, look, got little pirate rap there.
We are getting ready for our teams to head back into this game here in just a moment. Doob Snacks, obviously, everything is on the line right now for Omo Abyssinian. They are down, but they are not out.
They are down, but not out. It's all about how you pick yourself back up. We talked about momentum. Clearly, they've lost that now. They have no momentum. We need to find out what their mental's about. Can they reset? Can they pose a challenge to LG? They went with a Talonflame in that last pick slot. You and I looked at each other and said, that's bold. Well, make it look bold. Leverage it, use it, and make us doubters believe in you right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see something from this team. They need to pull something new out because the stuff that they've been using is not able to stop Luminosity. You know, this reminds me of that incredible run that we saw from Team Peps when they started bringing out Talonflame, when they started playing these Pokemon that we did not expect to see in the championship series. That was really exciting to see them bring these out. And you saw them once they got into their comfort picks. There's just that moment where you feel like you're playing this game again. You're enjoying it. You're free in these moments. And if Abyssinian can get there, they can win. They've taken LG very, very close in all these games. These are razor thin margins until finally a moment switches over and LG is able to get a big secure.
Were the two secures a basic auto attack and then a boosted auto attack out of LG? Are we actually going to see an actual move secure, an objective in this game 3?
I think the way it's going to go, it's got to go basic attack, boosted auto attack, and then it has to some sort of passive, okay? Or maybe a Rocky Helm. I need to see a Rocky Helmet secure Rayquaza here in game number 3.
All right, this just in. Every player on both teams forced to play at least 2 Rocky Helmets.
I don't think that's unreasonable at all as we get our teams ready here, heading back into game number 3.
We're taking a look, of course, the draft screen is going through. We've seen this before. The picks will remain the same as we're working our way into this game 3. Just want to make sure everything's above board. We'd hate to have something go sideways in the grand finals, the Pokemon Unite World Championships, of course. So let's just rebuild this thing. Let's do it right.
Yeah, let's build it from the ground up, but the same.
But yeah, the ground up. But with better foundation, stronger structural integrity at the base.
Yes.
But everything from the ground up, the same.
The same. If the bones are good, the rest don't matter. I've heard that for sure.
That sounds completely correct, my friend.
It's true. It's a song.
It's a song.
You haven't heard that song. I'm not going to get into it with you about that song on broadcast because everyone knows what song I am talking about as we have our teams locked in here. Luminosity, 2 games up right now. Omo Abyssinian, they are living on a prayer, and that prayer is a Talonflame.
I think that prayer is actually trapping on their Eldegoss. They had that Cotton Crash holy maneuver before. Maybe they're trying to rekindle some of that magic and say, okay, let's bow down to the support gods here. Let's get the Eldegod into the mix and see if we can take ourselves an objective, win ourselves a game 3, and start ourselves on that road to a championship.
Definitely interesting, by the way, to see Curios here on the Mew. You know, we saw Luis from Omo Abyssinian on Mew earlier, and it was some lights out Mew play. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that here in our grand finals.
Me too. I mean, Luis has just been gaming from bell to bell, but that Mew specifically in 2 consecutive games was absolutely dominant. They could not touch it. But Luis says, I want to go back to that comfort, back to that Leafeon, and favor other things. Of course, in this game, switching the script a little bit, but to your point, shocked that Mew isn't part of that remix.
Taking a look at our teams right here, you can see them getting ready for this next match. Abyssinian actually looking pretty confident, looking pretty good, loose up there on stage. We can see our crowd right now. As I said before, one of the best looking crowds in esports. What do you do? Gorgeous crowd.
I believe in you, crowd. I say you are the best looking crowd in esports. I love you more. I'm better. Game 3, and this could be our final game of the World Championships.
That's right. Luminosity, your purple team, up 2 games. Omo Abyssinian, your orange team, down 2 games. They need to win 3 in a row to reset this thing against the world champions who are looking to take it for a 2nd year in a row. Unthinkable almost that a team could claw their way through all of their region and then through their insane group stage here to the top 8, win every single match and make their way back to a grand finals. How is a team this good? They are Luminosity.
It's insane that they're doing it in such a dominant fashion. K-Opener goes straight on top of Rin, and if they wanted to push that pressure, they would have had a decent chance. Coming in is the Talonflame, not able to engage on that very robust tandem of Rin and Elo.
And you can see once again looking for a KO here on that Phantom. You know, they remember that from a couple games ago. They say, yeah, I think I remember exactly how this goes. I'm just going to go ahead and leave that goal zone to you guys.
That's what's amazing in the early game and getting Overlord online so quickly is they can get into these paths, try and take over. Tons of experience and a KO to Squirtle. And now all of a sudden Shua has to peel out and poor Eldegoss is left helping nobody. Who you supporting? Nobody but your own lifeline here. KO streak of 2 and we got more points and an LG is cooking, my friend.
LG is cooking there in this central area, and I don't think Omo Abyssinian wants any part of it, as they are just bullying this little Squirtle, my favorite Pokemon. How dare you, Overlord?
I mean, this poor Talonflame is doing everything it can to just get away from Overlord. We have a Phantom, a Sobble, a Squirtle, and a Gossifleur. This is an absolute nightmare on L-Stream situation, and Luminosity is ready to Freddy Krueger through that whole squad.
Here we go, Squirtle heading back to base right now. They just need to look for some experience. We don't yet have a Talonflame on the board, so they don't have the ability to fly over the battlefield, land some of these big, massive moments that Talonflame is known for, as they are eating an Electro Ball right here, just trying to pick up some experience somewhere, but Luminosity is chasing them down. Relentless Nightmare on Elm Street, more like Michael Myers, just relentless, following them to their home base.
Whatever this is an 80s slasher flick, and the victims are Omo Abyssinian, 125-0. They are struggling in levels, just getting crumpled on the scoreboard. LG smells blood in the water, and like a Sharpedo, they're going straight for it.
They just keep the aggression. They just keep pushing forward. Nice big score stopped here by Luminosity. 132-1 right now. Trevenant finally evolves. This could be a big moment here for Abyssinian, as we still don't have a Talonflame.
We have an Overlord that's ready to go to work. Finally, we're going to put the pressure on. If they take down Overlord, that's a big catch. All right, that's where it starts for them. Woodhammer's coming out. You got to pick up Elo as well. They're trying to put the pressure on, but they're able to hit your right very quickly on top of Slash. Mew sorts out the Eldegoss, but their pressure continues. Tempest is very low. The follow-up from Slash, the Grass Knot goes wide. Crash landing is the Talonflame, but they can't flame charge back out. Boosted Auto trying to find some mark. No, they make it out. Okay, Omo Abyssinian found a way. They're getting, like I said, waffled on the scoreboard, but they got a chance.
Right back in this game, when you pick up a massive KO on an overleveled Pokemon like that, you get right back in this. They might get another one right here, as Rin is in so much trouble. No way. Rin, how do you get out of this? The liquidation finally takes them down.
And that's why liquidation is awesome. It sure hits, Sprinkles. It sure hits. They got that KO, and now they're putting the pressure back on the other way. This scoreboard is looking rough, but they're finding a way. They're trying to get it done. Slashes forces out the Unite move. They get a KO for that expenditure on the Talonflame Shula. That's huge. New follow-up with back on the Inteleon, and suddenly LG is starting to regain that composure.
Yeah, they're regaining that composure while we see the Zoroark just crashing that tier 2 goal zone here of Omo Abyssinian.
What are these levels, Spraggles? I mean, Elo 9, Slash 9, higher than everything else but the Inteleon on the other side. I mean, LG is humming right now. This is a grand finals, but if you asked, you'd say this is a scrim block. What is going on?
This is absolutely insane. If you're just joining us, I'm going to do my best Rihanna. Where have you been? 228 to 5 as Luminosity is looking to become your world champions once again in an absolute dominant performance right here. Omo Abyssinian so far behind, but you can always catch up if you can pick up a couple big KOs. I just don't see where they are because Luminosity is taking them all.
336 to 5. Luminosity, the last hope of NA, is looking to say, nah, 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 nah.
Keep
hey,
going.
hey, hey, goodbye.
That's right. Incredible stuff here from Luminosity. I mean, this,
come on, dude.
I don't know what to say at this point except that Luminosity is dominating this game. If you were worried about what they were going to do here in the World Championships, I don't know if you need to worry too much longer. Omo Abyssinian is not out of this thing, but it feels like they are so far away and the World Championships are slipping through their fingers.
Technically, they still have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It's looking bleak, though, as more KOs are just stacking up, raining in. If they can get Overlord again, that's where it's
huge.
That's where it starts. Getting Elo as well is big. Let's take a look at the levels here. That just brought them up and Talion at least to parity with the highest on LG, and they're scoring the level of disrespect. Rin brought the Uber Eats and tried to deliver it on the doorstep. Didn't quite come through. Sealed up by Trevenant. Okay, they're making moves now. Tempest is seeing, Slash is getting low. Solar Beam comes through. Curios is peeling back. Looking for another target. Prevents the reset there. So 336 to 22. Omo Abyssinian is trying to find opportunities.
Omo Abyssinian is fighting their way back in this game, stopping that massive score there from Rin, and then taking that bottom objective. Level-wise, they are not looking that bad here, Doobsnacks. Points-wise, it could be better.
Correct. But, I mean, when we get to the final stretch and you're talking about Hundo Burgers, you can rack those up like Jughead and eat all day long and get enough to overcome this lead. What Luminosity needs to do is not hemorrhage everything back into the hands of Omo Abyssinian. Omo Abyssinian got to make some plays.
Yeah, it's definitely not over for Omo Abyssinian. I have lost games. I was winning harder, so it's definitely possible right here. As we see a nice big Comfey Unite move, able to keep Zoroark healthy right here. Up 387 now to 22. Luminosity putting themselves in a position where even if they lose Rayquaza and they lose some big KOs like that right there, they can still win this game on score. They are way up right now, Doobsnacks.
I mean, Curios getting KO there isn't the end of the world. We already saw their respawn timer is like 26 seconds. So picks here on any player on LG, it means their KO timer is massive. So Omo Abyssinian has to keep that in mind and look for those opportunities because that is their way back into this.
They need one big pick, one big catch. And they have a level 14 Inteleon. In fact, the highest level on the map is on the side of Omo Abyssinian. This is definitely not over, but this is so incredibly difficult. If any team can do it, it is Omo Abyssinian. But if any team can stop them, it's Luminosity, who's been stopping them all game. Rayquaza hits the map with a Sacred Sword.
Rayquaza the middle with the KO. Curios get the follow-up on the Talonflame. Hydro Typhoon comes up, kicks up 2, but Rin is down. Can they get more? Curios is heating up 2 players down. Omo Abyssinian needs to find more targets. Can they find one? Overlord's trying to eat this cotton ball. Or are they going to follow up? The pressure's on. Curios gets the Blastoise. I feel like Curios, is this their game? They're getting that land buff here. Another KO streak of 2. 3 players down for Omo Abyssinian, and Luminosity doesn't even have to touch this Rayquaza.
Luminosity does not need Rayquaza right now as multiple members of Abyssinian are down. They are respawning, however. We still have a Unite move on the Talonflame, but we have 2 Unite moves on the side of Luminosity. One on that Comfey. That Comfey is going to be able to keep Overlord alive almost no matter what is going to be thrown at him right here as Trevenant finds him there in the tall grass, and we're looking to see how this fight is going to play out. Omo Abyssinian is so far behind. They need to make a Hail Mary play, pick up some massive KOs, and they start with the Mew.
Oh, Overlord's trying to go in. They're trying to protect the rest of their time. They're starting to eviscerate. They're starting to eat. Unite move comes out. They're going to go for the follow-up. Blastoise is the next one up. They're lining up. KO Streak 2 on the Eldegoss. Following back the other way. We're just keep pushing Slashes on top of the Blastoise. And now we're looking at the Talonflame. We're darting back through. Rin takes care of the Trevenant. 4 players down. Oh, come on. Give me all 5 players down for that ace. You can't break the wind. You can't smash a mountain. You can't bury the sea. And you can't stop LG
Championship Grand Finals.
Incredible as the points rain in on this main goal zone. Luminosity with a flawless performance here today. 2-0ing every single team on their way to the Grand Finals as they just put on an absolute clinic. One of the best performances I've seen in Pokemon Unite, and that was a statement. That was a period. The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity from North America. Let's go!
LG stands for Let's Go. You're not wrong there, Spraggles. LG said, making it back, we never left. Are you joking? LG has not looked like this team at all this year. They didn't look like it yesterday either. They woke up to say and say, oh yeah, we are the best. We are built different. That crown never left our head. And remember who's sitting on the throne.
Look at this here, and you can feel it from this stage. An absolutely dominant performance from Luminosity. I love Curios so much. I just love the emotion, and of course they're feeling it right now because somehow they have done the impossible. Somehow they have won the Pokemon Unite World Championships for 2 years in a row. And let me tell you, year 2 was quite different here, Dupesnacks.
Yeah.
Year 2 had their ups and downs. Year 2 was turbulent for Luminosity, but it wasn't today as they came back here and they did this in dramatic fashion.
Ironically enough, the region that gave LG the most trouble all year long was on their home turf in NA. The other teams in NA fell by the wayside, and LG said, oh, all of you are gone? Too easy. Let's get it back.
Unbelievable stuff here from Luminosity. I think we all expected the world champs to look amazing here in Yokohama, but I don't think anyone knew what that was going to look like. I don't think anyone recognized how dominant they were going to be. Yeah, that game was a championship performance.
I mean, that's a nice little slope. I'm going to compare it to our background. That's a nice little Mount Fuji type crest there out of LG.
And take a look there, that orange line, that might be the Marianas Trench. You might have been right there, dude. Snacks.
If you could have gotten negative points, we might have gotten there. Let's take a look at these numbers. Overlord 88K matched by Curios, who came unglued in game 3. Come on, let's go. Everybody stepped up this game, and it shows LG in true form.
Incredible stuff from Luminosity right here as we take a look back at this last match. You know, this is a highlight reel, but I think you just cut to any moment in this match and see a highlight reel from Luminosity.
Yeah, when we have to give credit to Omo Abyssinian, they did take every opportunity they had. They got 2 good KOs on Overlord, tried to leverage those, but couldn't quite piece it all together. Of course, by that time as well, the score lead is so high that you put back against the wall, you've got to try to make plays, and sometimes when you force plays, there's none to be found.
And here we go. We just see points raining into this tier 2 goal zone. And it felt like this match was really over from the beginning. I don't know if Omo Abyssinian just realized they couldn't beat the champs, or if it took this match to really prove it to them right here, because this was just an absolute disaster for Abyssinian and such a championship performance from Luminosity. There is no team that wins harder than Luminosity wins.
I mean, we said it, we saw it. They smelled blood in the water, and they knew this was their game to win, and they did not relent. Counter to everything else we've seen this year, when they've smelled blood in the water, they've overextended. But this time it was cold, calculated, pursuing their prey, delivering a win in a big-time fashion.
You know, we talked a little earlier, Dupe Snacks, about some teams being nervous in the big stage and what it does to you. Let me tell you what it does to Luminosity is it absolutely energizes them. It brings them to another level that we have never seen before. A more dominant performance somehow than last year. I don't know how it's possible.
That's the first smile I've seen from ELO since the last time they were at the World Championships. I mean, we've got an interview, of course, with our winners here. Zoinks is on stage with LG. Zoinks, interview this World Championship team.
Thank you so much. One more big cheer for Luminosity Gaming, your champions here on the world stage. An amazing tournament from you, and obviously the story here is back-to-back world championships. This is almost unheard of in the world of esports, much less Pokemon Unite. Elo, how does it feel to get that world championship trophy 2 years in a row?
I mean, yeah, it feels really great, and I don't know. Our team didn't have the cleanest season this year, but I think like all the hardships we went through just made us play better, and we really showed up today, and I'm really proud of the whole team.
Well, they proved it here today, I think. Overlord, you had one game dropped all tournament long, the first one, but after that, it was locked in. How did you turn that mentality around to a dominant tournament run?
I think first set, we were definitely still nervous. You know, we hadn't played on the world stage in over a year, but, you know, as teammates, you know, we pick each other up, we make sure we're all playing as best we can, we're locked in, and after that, it was wraps.
Kyrios, you just mentioned, or Elo just mentioned that this was a season full of ups and downs, but now you stand here on this stage, world champions. How much does that mean to you to win with this roster of 5 that has been through so much together?
I think why it means so much to us is because a lot of people really had faith in us and really thought that we could still make it happen. And I think the people who had the most faith were, you know, family, friends, fans, who all thought we could still make it happen. And there are a lot of people who doubted, including myself. But we really pulled through. We went through a lot of discussion, a lot of conversations, and it really just means so much because we were able to make it happen with
2 years in a row, they made it happen. Now, this tournament run was on the back of some incredible games, back-to-back macro gameplay, draft, micro, everything looked amazing. What was the secret sauce here for Luminosity Gaming to have such a dominant tournament run?
Lapras.
You heard it here first, folks. Yes, I mean, Big Brain Slash on the case. I'd love to hear it. Rin, obviously, it was mentioned already. Luminosity Gaming, you all have a whole lot of supporters. You got some doubters, but you proved everybody wrong here. What do you want to say to the people out there that have been with Luminosity Gaming through thick and thin? All these people here that have been cheering you on all tournament long. Any words for the fans?
I mean, without the fans, we can't be here, so I love all of you. I actually do. We can't do what we do without you guys.
Much love for everybody at home and here cheering them on. Can we get one more big round of applause for your world champions, Luminosity Gaming? Amazing stuff from this team. Let's take it back to Spraggles and Juice Snacks.
Wow, Kyrios got me crying about Pokemon Unite up here.
Who doesn't cry about Pokemon Unite?
Oh, I mean, I do all the time when I'm playing solo queue, but I'm talking about achieving something in Pokemon Unite. Unbelievable stuff here from Luminosity. Let's take a look at how we got here, how Luminosity got here to the World Championships, how they got to the Grand Finals as they walked through this bracket, 2-0ing every single team, and then a Finals 3-0, and there were so many amazing teams, Dupe Snacks.
All amazing teams that fought hard to get into this day 2. Let's talk about Omo Abyssinian, of course, taking out 00 Nation, who dispatched Talibobo Believers, a lot of people's favorite to win this event. LG dispatches them in the semifinals, and they begin their run. Abjil then moving on to MJK, of course, Ayasumi Macro as well, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1. Meaning, unfortunately, LG, who is just on a different level and on a different plane today because they transcended at whatever they left behind yesterday into what they are today, and they got folded. LG takes this thing 3-0 in our grand finals, of course. No reset necessary.
And incredible stuff here from so many different regions. When you look at our top 8, we have almost 8 different regions right here. The only region, in fact, to bring 2 competitors here was Japan. and Japan was playing so amazingly well this weekend. Oyasumi Makaro and MJK. I don't know which you were a bigger fan of Doomsnacks. I'm a huge MJK guy myself. I thought they were absolutely amazing, but Makaro was putting on quite a show, beating teams handily throughout this tournament.
Yeah, of course, a couple stumbles on Oyasumi Makaro's side, a little bit of a couple hills to climb, if you will. They didn't just climb them, they absolutely leapt over them, landed far off into the distance, and crushing it. Of course, that leaves still our top two teams, however, of course, Alma Abyssinian and Luminosity, and break down that money.
Take a look at this, a $500,000 prize pool here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships with Luminosity taking home, is that $100,000?
That is $100,000.
That's so many thousands of dollars. Omo Abyssinian, $75,000 for second place. Oyasumi Makaro, $65,000. And as you see heading down here, huge prize payouts to our top 8 teams and even our top 16 teams getting a nice chunk of cash and getting a trip here to Japan.
Yeah, I mean, tip of the cap to LG, representing not only their sponsor, but themselves as the previous world champions, maintaining that crown to themselves. Let's take a look at some highlights of this LG team.
Yeah, incredible stuff here out of this series. You know, Omo Abyssinian was very close in a lot of these games here. This was when they had not decided who was going to win this first game. 0-0 right now between Luminosity and Omo Abyssinian. And then we have this amazing moment here near the end of the match. Just tons of big moments for both of these teams. We can see somehow the single auto attack, the basic attack here from the Inteleon, able to secure that. Just insane stuff from Gyarados.
I mean, you can see actually all the players on Luminosity in that game were kind of sandbagging that Rayquaza and just waiting to press their buttons, and it obviously totally panned out. Here we had that awkward Hydro Typhoon out of Rin, and they put in the back of their mind, well, I better be a hero now, as the pressure's all of a sudden on and they're coming through and boosted auto sealing that thing up for LG again.
You never quit, you keep hitting Rayquaza, and that's what Rin did. Look, he's just hoping that Hydro Typhoon is out of everybody's mind after they just became the world champs here.
It's definitely out of my mind for sure. And of course, celebrating there is like, yes, I don't have to explain the Hydro Typhoon. I won that game with a boosted auto. Now we're on to game 3. And this is where everybody hit peak form, peak stride. They were off to the races. They saw the finish line and they did not let up.
Yeah, and this was a moment where I think Omo Abyssinian really realized the task that was ahead of them. They really realized who they were playing inside of this match, as it felt like Luminosity was just showing everyone what they can do. They were showing them that even when they're going up against clearly one of the best teams in the world, they can win like this.
And win like this, indeed, dominant fashion, much like we saw last year in this same position in the grand finals, just absolutely attacking their prey, dismantling their opposition and getting a good win. I don't know how much bigger of a win you could dream up here, but LG just delivered.
Incredible stuff right here as we just see Luminosity picking up KO after KO, dumping points into this goal zone. There is no Rayquaza needed. The countdown right here as Luminosity is once again crowned the champion.
One thing that I noticed this year from last year and this year from their other stage play that we've seen them is they remained focused. And we knew Curious from the pop-off, right? We see that in every highlight video. Of course, Overlord getting player of the game, no shock there. But my point being is they stayed calm, collected, composed, and they popped off once the job was done and they were champions.
This is a new one on broadcast here. Overlord, actually, the player of the game. 88,000 damage, 192 scores, 6 KOs. You know what? Keep an eye on this kid. I think he might be going somewhere, Doomsnacks.
It's funny, that's exactly what you said last year in the same position, because Overlord keeps getting player of the game, and you know what? It's been a year. You can recycle that joke. Nobody will catch on except for me.
Beautiful stuff here. I'm so happy that Doomsnacks was able to call that out. We are going to be sending this over to the main stage here in Yokohama as we are going to be crowning our champions.
This crowd is so excited! Let's hear it one more time for your world champions! These teams have really given it all they have, and they have shown us some great games, both here and if you're watching from home. Let's say thank you to these teams for an amazing set of games. Pokemon Unite requires the utmost in teamwork, coordination, and skill in order to be the very best, and these teams have shown us just that. Now, it is time to officially crown them as our finalists and world champions of 2023. So, joining us to present the awards, please welcome Mr. Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company! And also Pikachu. Now, first, congratulations to our second place finalists, Omo Abyssinian! With Luis. And Tempest. Shua. Draxens. And Neva. Once more for Omo Abyssinian! And now it is time to crown our 2023 Pokemon Unite World Champions, Luminosity! With Ren! Slash! Kyrios! Overlord! And Elo! Once more for Luminosity! Congratulations to both of our teams.
What an incredible season of Pokemon Unite this has been. I mean, just absolutely fantastic. I cannot believe we saw Luminosity win this whole thing again. Let's take a little look back at this season so far. As it's ending.
Yeah, it's done.
Is it? It's done.
Emotional look back. Let's tear up together.
Let's take a look.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon Unite World Championships from sunny Yokohama, Japan. We are live here at the Pacific Coast Center. The energy in this venue is already off the charts, and I cannot wait.
First time in Japan, first time outside of Europe. The country is amazing. The venue is really huge, and especially all the incentives around Yokohama. There's Pokemon everywhere, Cardidon in the background. So it's so cool that there is all this stuff to get immersed into the experience.
Was a dream come true to come to Japan.
And the possibility to cheer here in Japan for Brazil is amazing. ポケモンはずっと大好きで、もうユナイトも家族でやってるので、どんどん人口増えてみんなに盛り上げられたらなと思います。日本チームファイト
And what an incredible season of Pokemon Unite it has been, heading here into the second anniversary of Unite. I am up here on the casting desk with 4 other incredible people. That's right, I guess I just called myself incredible. We're going to talk a little bit about some of our favorite moments this season before we say goodbye to you all. Kellosaur is joining us here on the official broadcast. Tell me about this season.
It was incredible. Obviously, not the whole season, but these 2 jam-packed days. I must say, it's really hard to pick a highlight because I think the whole thing was a highlight.
Absolutely. Wonder Chef, who's been on the broadcast most of this year. It's so good to see you, my friend. What do you think of this season?
I am so happy with how this ended. I think sometimes you'll get a tournament at the end of a season where you feel like, okay, now everything's been solved. Where do we go from here? But this is one of those tournaments where you go into the end of it and you're like, now there's just more for everybody to explore, and the future looks even brighter for Pokemon Unite.
Zoinks! What do you think, my friend?
This was the biggest tournament that Pokemon Unite has ever had in an in-person event, and it delivered. 28 teams from around the world showcasing regional strengths, regional varieties, and in the end, a team like Luminosity to rise above it all with a dominant tournament run like that. I mean, just such an amazing finish to what has been an incredible season.
Doob Snacks, my friend. Hey, we're wearing the same suit. One of us should change. Yeah, I know. I just noticed this. What do you think of this incredible season?
Well, it was just that. It was incredible, bell to bell, the World Championships, no exception, and truly the cherry on top. Of course, on behalf of all of us, thank you, everybody watching at home, without a doubt. Last thing I'm going to say is, Hannah, Olive, I love you.
As always, I also say, Hannah, Olive, I love you. And this has just been such an incredible journey this season of Pokemon Unite. A final yeehaw to you and yours from me. And thank you to everyone watching at home. Your passion, your excitement, you are the reason that Pokemon Unite is what it is. Thank you all. This has been the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, the World Championships, live here in Yokohama, Japan. Luminosity from North America is your champion for a second year in a row. Thank you all. I love you. Be good to each other.